1,000 years ago, monsters started pouring into the world through spatial rifts. Humanity survived thanks to beastmasters, warriors who fight using monster companions. Now imagine being reborn in that world, as a weak high schooler with an E-rank beast, basically the lowest tier possible. But what nobody knows is that inside that body lives a former top assassin, and while everyone laughs at his tiny lizard, he's already planning how to turn it into a monster big enough to terrify the entire world. 1,000 years ago, spatial rifts began to open on Earth, unleashing swarms of evil spirits. It was then, under the light of a blood-red moon, that the age of monsters began. These monsters began to mercilessly devastate the planet. No human weapon could withstand these giants, and within 10 years, only 100 million people remained on Earth. Just when humanity was on the brink of extinction, a ray of hope emerged: the Spirit Beast Master. Acquiring their own Spirit Beast gave people the belief that they could prevail. With each new generation of masters developing and improving their abilities, humanity gradually revived civilization and gained a chance to defeat the monsters. Hope was born. The protagonist, Lin Yuan, the best of the resistance assassins, was killed, after which he was transported to a dimension where monsters lived peacefully, becoming the weakest E-rank Spirit Beast Master. But who said he couldn't evolve? He received some useless black lizard named Yahello, who declared that from now on, he would accompany him and monitor his development so that he would become stronger over time. Despite a weak start, he decided to become the best and reach the top. It was an ordinary day. MC was flying on a plane, and his superiors contacted him with a request for a status report. He looked at the pile of people he had just killed and informed his superior that the targets were eliminated. He noted that it was fast, as expected from a first-class mercenary. Suddenly, a roar was heard. MC immediately became wary and asked what was going on, and his superior said that he had worked hard for the good of the organization all these years, but he knew too much, so he should take all the secrets with him to the grave. After that, the plane exploded, and when MC opened his eyes, he found himself in an unfamiliar place, somewhere in an alley. He immediately felt himself and wondered, where is he? Hadn't he died in the explosion? Feeling a sharp pain in his head, he thought that something seemed to have damaged his brain. The pain was so unbearable that he hit his head on the floor. Now a bunch of information about this world, about the struggle of people with monsters, and about those very same beast soul masters was pouring into his head. Gradually, many people received their spirits. With each subsequent generation, beast soul masters inherited and developed their skills, and thus humanity successfully created a new civilization that can resist monsters. People had hope again, but each awakened beast has its own rank, from the lowest E rank to the highest SSS rank. And he transferred to the body of Lin Yuan, who was of the lowest rank. He has no family and friends. He must rely on the beast soul to establish himself, but he is mercilessly ridiculed. They humiliate him whenever they want because he is just a piece of trash, mercilessly thrown away by the world. He thought, so he moved to another body? God took pity on him because he was brutally killed in his past life? And then the image of the former owner of this body, Lin Yuan, appeared before his eyes. He asked, was he betrayed too? At that moment, MC realized that he couldn't move, and Yuan said that if that was the case, then let him leave this cruel world to him. He noted that simply leaving would be somehow depressing. Doesn't he want to take revenge on them? He responded by telling him that he had already died. He is just a pathetic guy who took over his body. He discontentedly answered him that pathetic doesn't mean weak. Why should they just accept defeat and let the world decide their fate? Why can't they change it and choose their own path? Yuan asked, is it necessary to continue living only to die after another betrayal? Doesn't it hurt? The MC said it hurt him not to have a choice, but now he wanted to live by his own rules. Lin Yuan poked him in the forehead and said it all sounded nice, but if he continued living in his trash body, sooner or later he would end up like him. He told him he would still try. He would prove that even trash can reach the top. He would show the world that his fate was in his hands. Yuan remarked that he really was strange, and he closed his eyes and thought, is he going to die again? But Yuan didn't harm him. He disappeared and asked him to keep his word, to avenge him. From this day on, he would bear his name. The MC felt himself move. He immediately stood up and mentally told him not to worry. He would keep his promise. But how could he become stronger? The law of the hierarchy in this world is that low-ranking beast owners only do low-paying jobs, barely making ends meet. Of course, in a pinch, he could return to his previous job and become an assassin again. The system informed him that his beast had been awakened. He had mastered the beast evolution system. His beast was a rank E black lizard. Its development stage was immature, and it had 2 attack skills, bite and claw strike. He stared at the system window in surprise, after which a lizard appeared in front of him and greeted him, saying that its name was Yahello. From now on, it would accompany him and watch its strength grow. He asked, so this is his beast? He confirmed it and said that they were now partners whose bonds were built on trust, and they would definitely get along. Yuan took his things and headed for the alley exit, and Heilong asked, where is he going? He won't even ask how he can help him? He replied that he would ask him about it when the time comes, but now he had one important matter. Heilong followed him and asked how he could help him. Let him just say the word, and he would do it. Why is he ignoring him? At that moment, the man who had previously bullied Lin Yuan chased his friend Sumuk Shui into an alley and asked if she would run away anymore. She asked what he wanted, and he handed her a bouquet of flowers and asked her out. She asked if he thought she was interested in sports. He said that he knew she had an S-rank beast, but she had awakened it not long ago, and he had deliberately found a couple of B-rank ones. Does he deserve what he wants? She called out to him discontentedly, and he said that he had also beaten up that idiot. His words immediately made the girl nervous. She asked him what he had done to him, and he replied that he had been too presumptuous to cross him. Now it was just the two of them, and she had no choice but to date him. Suddenly, someone ran up to them. This man deftly overcame his guard and grabbed him by the neck, and Mukshui covered her mouth in shock. It was her friend, Lin Yuan. He grinned, telling his attacker that he had finally found him, and at that moment, all four of his guards pounced on him from behind, but he deftly dodged them, pushing off the idiot's back and jumping to the side. They turned to face him, and the guy fell face first into the floor, after which, he ordered his guards to kill him. These huge men threateningly walked towards Lin Yuan. They turned into beasts. An elephant, a buffalo, a rhinoceros, and a wolf. Lin Yuan remarked that they looked just like animals. Could he really do that too? Heilong said that his beast was an ordinary lizard. Evolution points were awarded for absorbing others, and that winning a battle could earn a chest with a reward. He asked, "Is it necessary to use transformation to win?" Hearing this, Heilong was very surprised and exclaimed, "Does he want to expose himself to attack in a human body?" He was insane. They would kill him with the first attack. He replied that if he transformed, he would die even faster. In his past life, he was a killer. Meanwhile, the guy shouted, "What are they waiting for?" He gave them the order to take him, and then a huge wolf pounced on Yuan and struck him. The guy laughed, telling Yuan that they would tear him to pieces, but no such luck. He deftly climbed onto his opponent, grabbed his head and broke his neck, then climbed off. Mukshui was surprised that he defeated a B-rank beast with his bare hands. He was so strong. Meanwhile, he thought it was good that his skills hadn't disappeared, because his body was much weaker. Heilong congratulated him on defeating the beast. He'd received a black iron chest. It appeared in front of him, and he said chests could contain useful items, such as super equipment or skill points. MC immediately decided to open the chest, and Heilong, seeing what he'd gotten, happily exclaimed that it was a random skill book. He could get a random skill from rank E to rank A. The chance of getting an A rank is 1%. He used the skill book and thought everything was fine, as long as it wasn't the lowest ranking skill. Of course, he was lucky and got the A rank skill, Daylight. Heilong said that then the beast's soul would be activated, and it would be able to emit white light capable of melting even steel. Its maximum temperature reaches 100,000 degrees Celsius. The skill immediately entered his body, and the lizard remarked that he was one lucky guy. Amazing. Maybe they should buy a lottery ticket too? Heilong pointed at his opponent and said that now was not the time to celebrate, after which the guy immediately ordered his subordinates to kill him, for which he would give them 10 million. Muksui became worried and offered to help, but he told her to get away from there, thinking she was one of the few who had been kind to him, and he wouldn't allow her to be harmed. At that moment, an elephant appeared in front of him, furiously twirling its trunk. He quickly shifted from side to side, dodging its blows. He then approached the beast, grabbed its trunk, and struck it on the head with all his might. He then kicked it in the back, pushing it sideways, causing it to hit the wall. Heilong congratulated him again on his victory. He had received a black iron treasure chest. MC smiled and silently told his opponents not to think he was like the previous Yuan, then charged. He appeared behind them so quickly that they didn't even have time to notice, and then he slammed their heads together, and the guy threw up his hands, exclaiming that this couldn't be happening. He immediately started begging Yuan for forgiveness, but he said that it was too late. After finishing with his offender, he told the girl that they were leaving, and she thought that he was so strong. She followed him and, taking one last look at that idiot, thought that it seemed like he wouldn't bother her anymore. She felt so ashamed. As an S-rank beast soul master, she should have protected him herself. And yet he saved her. She didn't even think that he was that strong. He asked if something was wrong. Why was she looking at him like that? She looked away embarrassedly and said that she just wanted to thank him and apologize for dragging him into all this. He told her that it was okay. They were classmates and should help each other. She said, upset, that she thought they were friends. He didn't hear her, so she forced a smile and said goodbye to him, saying that they would see each other tomorrow at school. She ran off, wondering what was wrong with her, while Heilong said that he was very lucky. MC told him not to talk nonsense. She was one of the body's original owner's friends. If it belonged to him now, then of course, he had to protect her. So, now it was time to talk about their business. Heilong was frightened and thought that, as expected from a former assassin, his gaze and tone were quite frightening. As soon as Yuan returned home, he activated his beast soul and turned into a small lizard. Heilong barely suppressed a chuckle and said that in the monster world, he was fit for a snack at most. MC looked at his body and thought that it was no wonder his beast soul was called trash. Heilong decided to give him some advice. He could absorb and earn ascension points, and also use them to strengthen himself. He had just received points from the chest. He clarified what he meant by absorbing, and Yuan, pointing to the refrigerator, told him that he just needed to eat. He meant he needed to eat meat. Beast souls are the same as ordinary animals. First and foremost, they need to eat plenty of protein. He must remember to maintain his fitness and eat it raw. Yuan took a raw chicken out of the refrigerator and stared at it. It didn't look very appetizing. Heilong told him to eat faster, so he would immediately become stronger. MC gained strength, all for the sake of leveling up his abilities. After that, he bit into the chicken's neck, and when he had stuffed himself full of meat, Heilong happily noted that he had successfully absorbed fresh chicken meat and received 5 ascension points. Yuan ordered him to use them, and his huge belly immediately disappeared, and his body grew slightly. He joyfully exclaimed that he needed more meat. He would throw a meat party tonight. The next day arrived, and the result of consuming the meat was incredible. He grew into a large-sized black lizard, a B rank, 7-star combat beast. While sitting in class, MC thought that his beast was now much larger. He didn't think that not only his level, but also his talent would increase. Although he was no longer so insignificant, it was not enough. He needed to get more points. And when he grew even bigger, he would need to find a secluded place to avoid attracting attention. He had been reborn and would climb to the top of this world. He was distracted from these majestic thoughts by the bully Li Feng and his friend Zhang Lei. Both of them often bullied the former Yuan. He glanced at them with displeasure and wondered why they were acting like complete idiots. It's simple. Among them is Wu Muxuan, the master of one of the 2 S-rank beast souls in their school. 2 bullies called out to him and asked how many times they had to repeat this. Let him hurry up and not keep them waiting. He should already be honored that they let him do something for them. MC glared at them and told them to leave him alone. He was so angry that he demonstratively broke his pen. The guy exclaimed, "What nonsense was he talking about?" And he asked in response, "Doesn't he understand words?" Muxuan pointed out that the weakest E-rank beast soul was so insolent today. He could easily finish off his lizard, so he shouldn't show off. Trash should stay in the trash. It's such a shame that their school has such a weak beast soul like him. If he were in his place, he would have died in a ditch already. He told him that, unfortunately, he was going to live happily ever after. Muxuan leaned toward him threateningly, saying he'd make him change his mind, and he told him to try, provoking him even more. At that moment, their homeroom teacher, Zhang Yue, entered the classroom and told everyone to take their seats. Muxuan immediately backed off and said he'd had good luck today, but he couldn't hope for any more. Heilong said with dissatisfaction that this guy was so arrogant, but he was so calm. Heilong replied that he was an S-rank soul beast, so it was only natural for him to be so arrogant. Sooner or later, he would finish him off. He thought he'd said such ruthless words in such a calm tone. It seemed he was becoming more like a master. Zhang Yue told everyone that she would now distribute the school's cultivation resources, called Beast Soul Crystals. Yuan inquired about them, and Heilong replied that Beast Soul Crystals were the transformed blood and flesh of a monster after its death. They are usually divided into high, medium, low, and worst ranks. They contain enormous energy suitable for absorbing beast souls, and can also significantly enhance their abilities. In the world of soul masters, such soul crystals are equivalent to existing currency. The higher the rank of the soul crystal, the higher the price, with low-rank soul crystals already costing 1,000. MC remarked that this was quite a good item, and the teacher said that the school would distribute the beast soul crystals according to the ranking of their awakened beast souls. This was done to show them how cruel the world of beast soul masters is, where everything depends on strength alone. The strong rise to the top, and the weak are eliminated. Survival of the fittest is the greatest justice in the world of soul masters. Muxuan, an awakened beast soul, is the king of the S-rank skeletal reptiles, and he receives 10 high-rank beast soul crystals. The boy walked toward the teacher, and one of his classmates admiringly said that Muxuan was the master of one of the 2 S-rank soul beasts in their school, the other being Muxue. Before them, there was a senior who awakened the S-rank soul beast Golden Sun Crow, and now he's the strongest 9-star sovereign. Muxuan would definitely become just as strong. Zhang Yue told Muxuan never to relax, even though he'd climbed so high. With his talent, if he gradually cultivated, he could become a soul beast master. He thanked her, after which she summoned Zhang Lei, an A-rank awakened soul beast, giant stone beetle. He would receive 5 mid-rank soul crystals. Li Feng, an A-rank awakened soul beast hurricane demon wolf, would receive 5 low-rank soul crystals. Finally, it was Yuan's turn. He received 5 soul crystals of the lowest rank. Everyone immediately started laughing at him. Muxuan asked, "With an E-rank talent, is MC going to break the school record? With such a useless beast soul, he doesn't think he'll become a master. It's better for him to become a wall builder. Let him spare himself the shame." Yuan took his stones, and the teacher told him to just try his best, but Muxuan still didn't let up. The lowest rank soul crystals? 1,000 coins could buy him a bag with radiation inside. It's not at all suitable for cultivating a beast soul. He doesn't even want such trash to be given away for free, but it's suitable for some. Heilong told Yuan that lower rank soul crystals are formed when monsters are destroyed by nuclear weapons, and their flesh and blood are contaminated by nuclear radiation after death. This contains enormous energy that his devouring ability can absorb. To him, it's a very good thing. Muxuan continued to laugh at him, unaware of this. When Zhang Yue said she would give him a high-ranking beast soul crystal from herself, he thanked her and asked if he could exchange the high-ranking crystal for a low-ranking one. She exclaimed in surprise, "Can he even hear what he's saying?" She knows he's in a hurry to increase the power of his soul beast, but he can't feed the soul beast a large number of extremely harmful crystals. He didn't ask her, and Muxuan looked at him with annoyance, thinking that his talent was so insignificant. How could the teacher be so favorable to him? MC took the crystal the teacher gave him, and Hailong said that a high-grade soul crystal costs 10,000 coins, while a low-grade one costs only 100. He could exchange it for 100 low-grade soul crystals, but ordinary people don't carry that many with them. After school, he should go to the Soul Beast Palace and exchange them there. He agreed with him, and Muxue approached him, asking what he was doing. She wanted to go home with him. She had something she needed to tell him. He agreed, and she said that she had just heard from the principal that the guy who bullied her had left school. She thought this was a wonderful event. Meanwhile, one of Muxuan's friends exclaimed, "Isn't that the school beauty? Do they know each other? Why does she, the owner of the S-level nine-tailed snow fox's beast soul, hang out with such trash?" Muxuan also glanced at the two of them and wondered, why is this guy so lucky? He has the weakest soul, both the teacher and Muxue. He doesn't understand why everyone is so kind to him. In the evening, classes ended, and Yuan was about to leave the classroom, but Muxuan and his friends blocked his way. He asked angrily what kind of love potion he slipped the teacher. What underhanded means did he use to get close to Muxue? Last time, he had forced that rich guy to detain her, so he could later heroically intervene and become her savior. But in the end, he dropped out of school and disappeared. Now MC understood everything. He was the one who damaged Yuan's past. Muxuan said that a beauty like Muxue suits a talent like him, and he's just a worthless weakling. Why does she even bother with him? After that, he grabbed his clothes and threatened him to stay away from her. Besides, wherever they go, he must run away from there to avoid being seen. MC was starting to get tired of all this. But if he starts a fight at school, he will be punished. The teacher is kind to him. He doesn't want to make things difficult for her. He told the guy that he won't do that, and he angrily said that for an arrogant person like him, he will do a favor and open Muxue's eyes to the fact that he is nothing but trash. But he doesn't want her to think that he bullies the weak. They can do this. If he passes the beast test, he will eat a bag of lower crystals. And if he loses, he will disappear from their sight. Yuan noted that this is a serious bet. Is he sure he can handle it himself? Muxuan asked in response, why should he be afraid to argue with trash like him? MC smiled, agreeing to the argument, and then left the school, where Muxue was already waiting for him. She noticed that he was late. He didn't go into details and simply said that something came up. Why did she call him? She smiled and told him that it was nothing important, really. She has an S-rank beast soul, so the school gave her 10 high-quality crystals, and she wants to share half with him. She heard that he only received low-rank crystals because he has an E-rank beast soul. In that fight, when he stood up for her, he was so cool. His strength was not inferior to that of a B rank. As long as he trains hard, he will definitely be able to evolve. How could they only give him low-grade crystals? He thanked her for her concern, but declined, and then she said that she heard that the difficulty of the beast trial is quite serious. Even B-rankers can fail. She doesn't need that many crystals, and he should absorb them. It will help him a lot during the trial. He asked if she wasn't afraid that if she gave him half of the crystals, she wouldn't be able to pass the trial. She said that he underestimated her. She had the beast soul, nine-tailed snow fox. She could pass the trial even without soul crystals. He asked, then how about this? Although he can't tell her the reason, if they can pass the test, he will accept her proposal. She was very happy and agreed, and he added that if he failed the trial, it would be a waste of resources, so he needed to prepare well. She looked at him with a smile, and he thought that when the day of the trial came, she would be shocked by his strength. When they parted, Hailong noticed that she cared so much about him. Yuan said he was talking nonsense. Let him take him to the Beast Soul Palace instead. When they arrived there and went inside, Hailong looked around and told him that the palace was only for Beast Soul Masters. The Beast trial would be held there. He wasn't interested in any of this. He wanted to quickly exchange the crystals. He approached the appraiser and asked him to exchange them for low-quality crystals, which shocked the man. It was probably the first time he'd seen someone exchange high-quality crystals for trash. He gave him a bag with 100 low-quality crystals and said the commission was 500 coins. MC paid and headed for the exit, and Hailong asked, he didn't think he was crazy, did he? He replied that there was a fine line between genius and madness. He went to an abandoned warehouse outside the city, a place where his beast could grow properly. It had already grown noticeably since last time. It was currently in the growth stage. He glanced at the crystal in his hand, and Hailong noted that he had successfully absorbed nuclear radiation and received 1,000 evolution points. Yuan said that one chicken only gave 5 points, and for absorbing a low-grade soul crystal, he received a whopping 1,000. These 100 stones are equal to 100,000 evolution points. Each level is divided into 9 stars, and his current level is a 7-star beast. There are several ranks: Battle Beast, Beast General, Beast Master, Lord, and Emperor. Now, with such a strong beast, the beast trial is nothing difficult for him. A week passed, and all the disciples went to the Beast Soul Palace, a little nervous. They discussed their chances of success in the upcoming trial, comparing the ranks and levels of their battle beasts. One of them was worried that he only had a 4-star B rank beast, while the other was envious, having only a D rank and 2 stars. The rest were worried that, due to the incredibly high competition, only those with S-rank beasts would be able to qualify for admission to the most prestigious educational institutions, Yanjing Beast University or the University in Mo City. And there were also the biggest bullies. Muxuan approached Yuan and asked if the soul crystal that teacher Zhang Yuo gave him helped his pathetic lizard break through to the first level of a battle beast. He turned to him and asked, "Is he ready?" Muxuan proudly replied that his beast soul had already reached the level of an 8-star battle beast. He would easily pass the test. MC said that wasn't what he asked. He asked if he was willing to eat a bag of low-grade crystals. The students were shocked by his words. He must have gone crazy. After all, Muxuan had 8 stars. Muxuan was about to answer him, but teacher Zhang Yuo, as always, appeared on time and warned the students that the exam would begin soon. They should take their ID cards and entrance tickets, and then enter the palace one by one. Yuan left, and Muxuan furiously told him to wait until the end of the test. Then he would feel its power. Time passed, and it was Yuan's turn. He went up to the 3rd floor, where a special chair was located, and the teacher asked him to prepare for the exam. Had he awakened an E-rank soul? He confirmed this, and the teacher, already certain that he would fail the exam, patted him on the shoulder and wished him good luck. MC sat down on the chair, and a helmet was placed on his head. The device's system announced that the combat simulation would soon begin, and the countdown began. When MC opened his eyes, he found himself in a barren desert. He looked around and thought that it seemed like he had no terrain advantage to take advantage of. A loud howl came from the side. He turned toward the sound and saw a 3-star battle beast, a desert wolf, approaching him. It was the opponent of the first stage of the trial. The wolf opened its mouth wide and attacked him, and he immediately jumped back and struck back. To his surprise, the opponent was so weak that he fell with one blow. Hailong asked, "Aren't you planning to merge with the beast soul?" He replied that against such low-level beasts, that wasn't necessary. He would simply take this opportunity to thoroughly stretch his muscles. Meanwhile, the teacher was surprised that he had managed to pass the first stage, and the second began. This time, there were 3 opponents. But this didn't hinder Yuan in any way. He easily dealt with one of them, and the teacher told his colleague to take a look. He stared at the image on the screen and wondered what was going on. He killed a 3-star desert wolf without using his beast soul. Judging by his colleague's expression, he was also very surprised. Meanwhile, MC finished off another wolf with a punch to the head, then quickly turned around and swung his leg, knocking away another monster. The teachers were shocked, as defeating 3 3-star desert wolves without fusing with a beast soul was unheard of. One of them grabbed his head and asked his colleague, "Does he think he's cheating?" After all, the purpose of the exam is to test the power of the beast soul, and he didn't even use it. The man said that it was indeed against the rules, but it wasn't cheating. They would see if he passed the 3rd level. If not, he would fail the beast test. His colleague agreed with him. The first 2 levels were meant for candidates to adapt to the rhythm of real combat, while the 3rd was the key. The man said that passing the 3rd level without using the power of the beast soul was practically impossible, even with the strength he was demonstrating now. It's a pity his beast soul talent is only E rank, but if his beast soul is stronger, his future will be promising. Meanwhile, Yuan killed the wolves, and Hailong advised him to save his strength. They were just an appetizer. The real test was yet to come. It was time for the 3rd stage, and this time his opponent was a massive 6-star desert wolf king. MC looked worried for a moment, then immediately assumed a confident expression and said that defeating a beast of that level required a high level of beast soul talent. It's not for nothing that they say that only candidates with beast souls of A rank and above can pass the beast trial in their first year of training. The time had come to show his true strength. He decided to use beast soul fusion, which Hailong was very pleased with, after which he transformed into a huge black lizard. This time, his talent rating was S rank, and his level was 3-star Beast General. Hailong joyfully exclaimed that he had successfully reached a higher level. This was a new beginning. Yuan growled menacingly, his shadow completely covering the wolf, and one of the teachers wondered what had happened to the weak beast soul of a lizard. Even such a small thing could become a Tyrannosaurus. He asked his colleague, had he made a mistake during the inspection? Was he definitely E rank? He exclaimed in response that he wasn't blind. If you didn't believe him, then let him see for himself. His registration card indicated E rank. His colleague asked, "Then what's going on? A beast so gigantic must be at least general rank. This is incredible. It's only been a few days since his beast soul awakened. He already has a general rank beast soul, which means his talent is at least S rank. No, more likely SS or SSS rank. How did he manage to reach such a level?" Meanwhile, the Desert Wolf King wasn't about to give up even in the face of such danger. He gathered all his strength and pounced on Yuan with a loud roar, and with just one swing of his paw, he killed him. The teachers were shocked. He had killed a 6-star beast in a second. The man ordered his colleague to stay there and continue recording the data, and he would report the situation to the head examiner. He ran out of the room and ran to the examiner in anticipation, thinking that a shocking super talent had finally appeared in their city of Jinni. Meanwhile, MC saw several more wolves and said that the exam's difficulty level was a little disappointing. Hailong said that the first 3 levels were needed to get a passing score. Let him continue the fight, that way he could get a higher score. This is important because many famous universities recruit Beast Soul Masters based on the test results. Yuan looked at his opponents, a 6-star Desert Wolf King and 10 3-stars. It seemed this level tests the combat capability of Soul Masters, but for him, it was a mere trifle. He let out a loud roar, causing the wolves to stop, and then pounced on them, crushing them all with his paws. After finishing with them, he growled and asked, "How many more levels are there?" At this time, the head examiner, Zhao Shanhei, came into the examination room and asked displeasedly, why was he called and what was the rush? Didn't he know that observers are not allowed to leave the examination area without permission? The man explained to him that the problem was that one examinee had indicators beyond the norm, so he wanted him to personally take a look at it. His talent rating did not correspond to the strength he demonstrated. Shanhei said that there was nothing unusual about this. Many people exceed their capabilities during a real fight. A B rank can surpass the indicators of an A rank. He was exaggerating. But when the teacher said that his talent was E rank, he asked in surprise, he dared to participate in the test with such a talent? This guy is a daredevil, and he only summoned him because of a student who awakened an E-rank beast soul. Another examiner asked him to watch his fight first and then draw conclusions. Not expecting anything surprising, Shanhei approached him and peered at the image on the screen, but when he saw the huge lizard, he was very surprised. He exclaimed, "Are they sure he's E-rank?" The man confirmed it and asked, "Now does he understand why he called him here?" He thinks he has the power of at least a beast general, and he's currently at the 10th level of the trial. Shanhei thought that the 10th level was the final and very difficult, since each of the 10 wolves possesses the power of a 7-star battle beast. The examiner asked, if he can pass the 10th level, will that prove he has the power of a beast general? Shanhei confirmed this and added that the best universities will begin to compete for him. Without exception, everyone who has managed to pass the 10 levels of the trial are geniuses. At the very least, this child's future achievement is becoming a Lord-rank Beast Soul Master. He might even become an Emperor-rank Beast Soul, but it's too early to draw conclusions, as it's unknown whether he'll be able to pass this level. Meanwhile, MC faced more opponents. He thought there would be a monster boss at the final stage of the ability evaluation, but there are only 10 Desert Wolf Kings here. He glanced at the wolves and clicked his tongue in displeasure before attacking them, shouting that they were all scum. Mere trash. No matter how many there were, he would defeat them all. The wolves pounced on him, and he slashed forward with his paw, killing one of them, at which point the others pounced on him. They climbed onto him, biting into his skin, but it was so tough that they broke all their teeth. The examiners noted that he had terrifying defense. He was able to withstand the attack of a 7-star beast. His attack, defense, speed, and explosive power were all at the perfect level. Could this really be an E-rank talent? Yuan had dealt with the monsters clinging to his body, but there were still 6 left. He growled menacingly, gathering energy in his mouth, and the head examiner leaned forward with interest, asking what kind of power it was. MC decided to get rid of the monsters in one fell swoop. He fired a beam of energy at them, leaving no trace of them, before growling again. The examiners were shocked by his power. The beam of energy was so powerful that it left a deep mark on the ground. The simulation device's system informed him that he had successfully passed the test. Yuan thought the test had been much easier than he expected. Since he had passed the last level, he was guaranteed a good grade. He wondered how many people would be surprised when the results were announced. After all, even Muxuan, with his S-rank talent, definitely couldn't pass the test. He wanted to take this opportunity to let all the universities see that even an E-rank beast soul could possess immense power. Meanwhile, Hailong was dancing with joy, and when he returned to reality, he saw the stunned gazes of the teachers. They checked his characteristics again. He was 18 years old, and less than 2 weeks after awakening his beast soul, he had reached the rank of 3-star Beast General. Such strength was simply terrifying. Shanhei congratulated him on passing all levels of the test. He knew what that meant, right? He smiled and asked, "Does that mean he got a good grade?" The examiner exclaimed with delight that he had demonstrated incredible talent and strength, and was sure that Yanjing and Mo City universities would compete for him. He inquired when the results would be published, and the man replied that if nothing happened, the lists would be announced this afternoon. He silently noted that the other examinees usually felt excited or happy, while he was too calm. MC thanked them and was about to leave, but Shanhei stopped him and asked why his talent was only E-rank. Was there something wrong with the awakening of his beast soul? If he had any problems, he could come to him for help. He replied that his beast soul had indeed been weak upon awakening, which was why he had been assigned an E-rank. He was worried for nothing. He headed for the exit, and the man asked the chief examiner for his opinion on the matter. Did he think he was telling the truth? He replied that it didn't seem like he was lying. His temper surprised him. After achieving impressive results, he didn't act arrogant, which was very commendable. In the future, another beast soul master with immense power will emerge. Yuan walked out of the palace, where a crowd of disciples had already gathered, discussing their results. Muxue, standing at a distance from everyone, waved at Yuan. She ran up to him, and he asked if she had passed the exam. She confirmed this and added that she had been evaluated quite well. He inquired how many levels she had passed, and when she told him 9, he was surprised. He didn't expect her to be able to do so. It seemed her strength had increased more than he had imagined. Noticing her gaze, he realized she wanted to ask about his result, but didn't know how. After all, E-rankers usually barely pass the first level. She would be very surprised later. He smiled and suggested that they leave. The exam was over, and he didn't really want to think about the results. He invited her to dinner to celebrate her success, and she happily accepted. Saying she wanted a large bowl of noodles, he asked, puzzled. "Is that all?" She replied that she was so hungry that she would eat whatever he gave her. He thoughtfully noted that the restaurant was quite far away. They wouldn't miss the results announcement, would they? Muxue grabbed his hand and led him along, saying that the results had already been determined anyway, and what would be announced was just the ranking. He followed her. There was nothing to worry about. No one could surpass him anyway. Time passed, and Muxuan finally emerged from the exam. He had passed 7 levels, the same result as last year's winner. Muxuan enjoyed the attention of the other students. They all talked about his strength. He smiled and thought that such an outstanding personality as he attracts attention everywhere. He prepared for this exam, even asking his parents to buy him an expensive pill to quickly maximize the potential of his beast soul. His friend noticed that Yuan was nowhere to be found, and he said that he must have hidden somewhere. And he still dared to challenge him with his rank? His friends said he was so ridiculous. In his place, they wouldn't dare say a word, and would have buried themselves in the ground in shame long ago. And they so wanted to see this, but this coward didn't even show up. Muxuan said that since he didn't want to go out, he would remain a coward for the rest of his life. He ran away. That's exactly what he wanted. But everything turned out differently. He heard his voice from the side, and seeing that he was chatting with the school's beauty, he became furious and thought, how dare he appear in front of him with her? After that, he approached him and noticed that he was so calm. It looked like he got a good grade on the test. He answered that this suited him perfectly, and Muxuan's friend asked perhaps it was difficult for him to pass the first level. Another guy chuckled and said that it was possible to overcome the first level without any skills. Are there really people who couldn't do it? The other students also started laughing at Yuan, and Muxuan asked he hadn't forgotten about their bet, had he? He scratched his head in confusion and replied that until he told him, he almost forgot. Was he ready to lose to him? Muxuan was indignant and exclaimed, how could he lose to a scumbag like him? The clock struck exactly 2 o'clock, meaning it was time to announce the results. The students crowded around the results screens, and Muxuan, seeing himself in the top 3, thought he was this year's champion, but he was only in 3rd place, which meant there were 2 more ahead of him. Muxue was in 2nd place. He was surprised that she had managed to pass the 9th level. He didn't expect her talent to be higher than his. But if she had passed 9 levels and only finished 2nd, then who was this monster in 1st? When he saw Yuan's name in 1st place, he was shocked. He certainly didn't expect this. He became very nervous and thought, how is this possible? How could he have passed 10 levels with his E-rank beast soul? The other students started asking each other who this person was, and since he had passed all 10 levels, he was a real monster. No one expected anyone to be able to beat even students with S-rank souls. Muxue, who had almost completed the task, stumbled at the last stage. But what amused the students most was the humiliation of the overconfident Muxuan, who had bragged too much before the start and ended up in only 3rd place, a public disgrace. After listening to them, Muxuan tried to hide his face in shame, and MC said he had lost. Isn't it time he fulfilled the terms of the bet? Would he prefer to eat the bag of low-grade crystals dry or seasoned? All the students now looked at him with admiration. No one dared to bully him anymore. Muxue was also delighted. Now she understood why he wasn't surprised when she told him her results. But the question was, how did he do it? Unable to accept his defeat, Muxuan furiously shouted that it was impossible. How could an E-rank scum get such a result? He clearly cheated. When he announced this, a wave of bewilderment and indignation instantly erupted among the students. They didn't understand if this was true, or how it was even possible to cheat on such an exam. Could it be that the #1 ranked person had deceived everyone? Yuan was clearly dissatisfied with this false statement and asked Muxuan if he really thought he would cheat to win. He responded by exclaiming that he was an E-ranker. How else could he have passed the test? The students were confused. How could the owner of the weakest beast soul have passed 10 levels? Could he really have cheated? But some found this doubtful, since the simulation of a real battle completely excludes the use of external items, meaning cheating is impossible. Hailong noticed that doubts were flaring up, and MC asked his offender, who said that an E-ranker beast soul can't pass the exam? The reference books don't say anything like that, right? He advised him not to be so smug. He would file a complaint with the Beast Soul Palace Court and expose the vile methods he had used. He didn't understand which court he was talking about, and Hailong explained that if candidates had doubts about the evaluation of their test results, they could appeal to the Beast Soul Palace Court, but hearings were rarely held due to other people's assessments. Yuan replied that he could do whatever he wanted, but if it turns out that he is right, then he will have to fulfill the terms of the dispute. Hailong pointed out that he truly had an S-rank soul and was incapable of losing. The chief examiner arrived at the scene, silencing everyone by revealing the majesty of his beast soul. Hailong said that this was to be expected. He was a lord-ranked master, and his suppression power was very powerful. Meanwhile, the students began whispering that his great fierce bear had already reached the level of a 7-star lord, making him an incredibly powerful master. Such a talented master from Genhai agreed to personally come to them as an examiner. Shanhei loudly said that he heard someone wanting to sue. Who was this person? Muxuan immediately approached him and said he wanted to file a lawsuit, as he believed the evaluation of student Lin Yuan's result was groundless. He pointed a finger at him and exclaimed that he was such a weakling, yet he managed to clear 10 levels. That was abnormal. He therefore wanted to ask the Beast Soul Palace for a reasonable explanation. Shanhei replied that he had just happened to be present at Yuan's exam and observed everything from beginning to end, and he hadn't detected anything unusual. Or was he saying that he had helped him cheat? Muxuan confidently declared that he was the pride of Genhai and wouldn't dare doubt him. But the beast soul awakened by Yuan was rated as an E-rank talent. Everyone present understood perfectly what this meant. How could he clear 10 levels with such a soul? So he thinks the examiners should at least release the video of Yuan's fight to convince the public. The students agreed with him, and Shanhei said he was sorry, but he couldn't agree to this demand. According to the regulations of the Beast Soul Palace, examiners are prohibited from disclosing information about candidates except in special cases. But Muxuan had another plan. He said that since the video of the fight can't be released, there is another way to prove the authenticity of the results. They can arrange a duel, and if Yuan wins, he will prove that he really is that strong. But if he loses, it will be enough to prove that his result was obtained dishonestly. The students sided with Muxuan, and Muxue defended her friend, saying that he is so vile, doing whatever he wants just to humiliate him. He stopped her and said that everything is fine. Hailong noted that his thoughts were obvious. He wanted to seize the chance to fight him, then prove to everyone he was a loser. He smiled and said that this was very opportune. They would settle the score now. Muxuan turned to Examiner Zhao and asked if challenging someone within the Beast Soul Palace was forbidden. Right, he confirmed this, but they also needed to know the opponent's opinion. Now, all the students were wondering if Yuan would accept the challenge. The situation was so tense that he had no other choice. If he refused, everyone would think he was a cheater. Muxuan, with a satisfied grin, asked if he would accept the challenge, and Muxue told her friend that if he wasn't sure, he could refuse. He replied that if someone provokes you, there's no point in enduring it. The only way to make your opponent afraid is to break their bones. He raised his hand and agreed to the fight, causing the students to be excited. An S-rank soul beast would clash with an E-rank soul beast, something that had never happened before. However, the difference in levels was so great that everyone was convinced Yuan would be defeated. But since he was the first person in the city to pass 10 levels of the soul beast test, the outcome of the battle was difficult to predict. Shanhei said that he believed this fight was unnecessary. They were both the pride of Genhai City, having taken first and third place, and there was no need to fight to the death over such a trifle. As he had already said, he had personally verified that he had not cheated during the exam. Muxuan looked at him with displeasure and wondered, why were they both helping Yuan? Was he somehow special to be covered up like this? He still insisted on his own and asked the examiner to witness their battle. He would show him how he would tear him to shreds. Shanhei sighed heavily and said that in that case, their duel would take place in the Beast Soul Arena. Anyone who wanted to watch could come. There were a great many people willing to watch this duel, and all the seats were occupied. The two entered the arena, and the examiner said that if both sides were ready, the fight would begin. But first he would explain the rules. This battle was just sparring. They could give it their all, but no killing was allowed. The fight would end as soon as one side admitted defeat. The use of any foreign objects was prohibited during the duel. If one of the rules is violated, it will be considered a defeat. Is everything clear to them? They both confirmed this. After which, Muxuan told his opponent that he must understand that everything that was happening was his fault. MC responded by saying that he hadn't expected him to make such a fuss to avoid the terms of the bet. If he simply begged for mercy, he would consider sparing him the opportunity to dine on inferior crystals. After all, giving them to him would be a waste. Immediately after, Muxuan wished him death and merged with his beast, transforming into a huge reptile skeletal king. The audience was amazed by his size. He really was an S-rank, a talent and a genius, ranking third. Muxuan immediately went on the attack, flicking his tail, and Yuan jumped, dodging his blow. Muxuan asked with displeasure, was he so afraid of merging with a beast soul? The audience also found it strange, and if he could crush an S-rank soul, it would mean he hadn't cheated. Muxue, meanwhile, thought that Yuan's beast soul was just a small E-rank lizard, although it was unclear how he had passed 10 levels of the trial. But if Muxuan dared to harm him and Zhao Shanhei didn't stop him, she would. Noticing her expression, Hailong flew closer to her and said that even though she couldn't hear him, she shouldn't worry, Yuan wouldn't lose to this guy. Meanwhile, he said with a smirk that since he was so looking forward to fusing with the beast soul, he would satisfy his desire. Immediately after that, he used the fusion. His body rose into the air and streams of energy swirled around him. He transformed into a huge lizard, and everyone was surprised by the sight of him. Even Muxuan. He didn't believe it was possible. He had an E-rank soul. How could he grow so quickly? MC gave him a menacing glare and swung his paw, shouting, "Who said an E-rank soul should be weaker than an S-rank?" Muxuan looked forward, and at that moment, the protagonist sent a wave of shockwaves at him. Muxuan, jumping back, thought, damn, if he had hit him with his claw, he would have been crippled. Yuan has the strength of a beast soul general, no less. But that's impossible. To rise to such a level in just a few days? The next second, the protagonist's paw came at him, and he thought, damn, he won't have time to dodge. Then he shouted, that's it. How could he, the king of reptile skeletons, lose to such an E-rank scum? The next second, he swung his claw, but the protagonist grabbed his paw and said that he didn't expect him to dare fight back. Muxuan shouted, what the hell is he trying to do? The protagonist threw him over himself and, slamming him to the ground, shouted, what do you think? Muxuan was set flying backwards, and then MC continued swinging him back and forth, slamming him into the ground with increasing force. At that moment, everyone present shouted, Yuan has defeated Muxuan. Is this his true strength? It turns out that Examiner Shanhei wasn't shielding Yuan at all. He was trying to protect Muxuan. At that moment, Muxue thought in surprise. Even though she knew Yuan wasn't weak, such a strong E-rank beast soul was astonishing. Then Muxuan shouted indignantly. It was impossible for his S-rank beast soul to be weaker than an E-rank. The next second, the protagonist tore off his tail and declared that he had lost. He indignantly asked, who said that? Then a capsule appeared on his tongue, which he swallowed. Shanhe, watching, thought, a bloody capsule. At that moment, Heilong flew up to the protagonist and said that he had just consumed a pill that allowed him to level up in a short time. His strength will grow from an 8-star battle beast to a 3-star beast general. However, after taking this medicine, it will take a month to recover. What a psycho, he wants to defeat him at all costs. The protagonist said he was just a clown, and then Shanhei took the microphone and, pointing a finger forward, shouted, Muxuan, he is the loser for violating the rules of the fight. He is even more useless than he imagined. Then he looked at the protagonist and thought, is he going to continue the fight with Muxuan even after he took doping? The next second, Muxuan's eyes lit up with a bright flame, and he shouted that he will kill him. But looking at his opponent, he wondered in surprise, why is he so calm? Obviously, he is stronger than him now. What kind of power is this? The next second, MC began to concentrate energy in his mouth, and Muxuan thought, there is no turning back. Yuan, he must die. The next second, the protagonist released a sphere of powerful energy, pushing Muxuan back with a powerful stream of energy. The force of the impact sent him crashing into the wall, cracking it, and then falling to the ground, transforming into a human. The next second, Shanhei clenched his fist and shouted, officially declaring Yuan the winner of this battle. Moreover, Muxuan took illegal substances during the fight to artificially increase his strength. So, does anyone have an objection to Yuan's assessment of the student? At that moment, the protagonist transformed into a human, and everyone present began shouting, wow, Muxuan couldn't win even with doping. Yuan is too strong. Who blinded him and judged his beast soul as an E-rank talent? Have they ever seen an E-ranker crush an S-ranker? Shanhei took Muxuan's hand and, looking at the worker, told him to take him to the infirmary. The injury isn't fatal, but the effects of taking the substance are usually enough to keep you in bed for a couple of months. The worker extended his hands to him and replied, yes. He then placed Muxuan's arm over his shoulder, sighed, and said, now it looks like no reputable university will accept him. His partner said, he only has himself to blame. Shanhei then approached MC and congratulated him on winning the duel. In return, he thanked him. He wondered what he was thanking him for. He placed his hand on his chest and said that he had given him the opportunity to injure him. He thought he should have stopped him in time, but he hadn't. Shanhei then frowned at him and said, in fact, he's not only the chief examiner, but also a member of the admissions committee of the Beast University in Mo City. Does he want to enroll there? With that, he placed his hands on his shoulders. The protagonist then looked surprised and asked, huh? Heilong said that the Yanjing and Mo City Beast Universities are the most prestigious. Only the best of the best get in. Then MC extended his hand and smiled, asking, Teacher Shanhei, he recruits people for his own benefit too, right? And he's the best in Genhai, right? He looked at him in surprise and wondered, is this kid even normal? Is he doing the university a favor? The first thing he thought was, what advantages would the university give him? The protagonist then added, such a top-notch institution must have some special conditions. He shouted back, well, of course they do. If he wants to enroll, he can apply for a full scholarship, including 500,000 coins, 20 high-grade beast soul crystals, 5 beast soul capsules, and a general rank beast sword. The protagonist thought 20 high-grade crystals are worth 200,000 coins, and beast soul capsules are worth 250. At this moment, Heilong told him to think carefully. And then Shanhei spread his arms and said that this is the best the university has to offer. He and the university administration are sincere in their intentions. The next second, they heard a voice. Shanhei, shameless. Shen Yu approached them and shouted, "The admissions campaign hasn't even started yet. He already tricked this kid." MC thought, "Who is this?" Talking to Shanhei in such a tone. A representative of Yanjing Beast University, Yuhu, approached them. Shanhei closed his eyes and said, "Yuhu, he shouldn't talk nonsense. Can't young talents go to any university other than his?" He shouted. "Enough." He looked at the protagonist and shouted at him not to be fooled. Their university is superior to the University of Mo in many ways. If he were to enroll, he would be given 500,000 coins, 40 high-quality beast soul crystals, and 10 beast soul capsules. The onlookers cried out in surprise. As expected of Yanjing University, they were truly rich. So this is how they treat geniuses? Two popular universities not only compete for the student, but also offer resources. If he passed all 10 levels of the exam, he could also enjoy such honors. The next second, Shanhei revealed his beast soul and shouted, "How dare he poach a student right in front of him?" Yuhu responded in kind, shouting, "Who is he trying to scare?" Powerful energies began to clash, and the protagonist thought, what kind of energy are Lord rank beast souls? He clenched his fists, watching the scene unfold. Then, Ding Lushan approached them, also releasing his beast soul, and asked, "What kind of commotion are they causing?" MC turned his gaze to him and thought, he suppressed the auras of the big fierce bear and the ghostly void tiger. Is this fat man's strength really greater than Shanhei and Yuhu's? Then Lushan said, "Little one, he should transfer to their Shuchuan Beast University. They will give him 3 million coins, 50 high-grade soul crystals, and 10 beast soul capsules." He extended his hand and added, "Plus they will give him 20 high-grade crystals every semester until he graduates." He wouldn't be lying if he said they spare no effort in cultivating talent. The protagonist thought, a rich university. He then looked at the people gathered around him who were shouting, "Yuan, Yuan, why doesn't he take a look at their university? They can offer the same conditions. Yuan, they are Tianan Beast University. He should choose them. He should come to their Qingbei University. They ranked 8th last year." He thought, although they all want to accept him, it's clearly to use him as free advertising. Then Yuhu said they should stop making a fuss. Yuan, what does he think? He bowed and said that he was grateful to them all, but he was very sorry. Apart from Yanjing Beast University and the Beast University in Mo City, he wasn't considering any other organizations. Lu Shan adjusted his hat and said that if he changed his mind, he could come to him anytime. He replied, "Of course, if anything happens, he'll contact him." The remaining 2 men shouted for him to say who he'd choose. He slammed his fist into his palm and said that he'd announce his decision to them before the admissions committee began. Shanhei replied, "Okay, he'll wait." Yuhu added, "He needs to think it over carefully." He replied, "Okay." Then the university representatives walked to the exit and shouted at each other. "He took him away from him. He shouldn't be embarrassed. Who took him away from here? He wants to fight. Come on, he's not afraid of him." They continued arguing. At that moment, Hailong said, congratulating him. The system had just rated his beast soul to general rank, earning him a silver chest. He should quickly open it and see what's inside. It's his first silver chest. The protagonist said thoughtfully, "He is." At that moment, Muxue approached him and, calling him over, said, "He's so cool. He's now #1 in the city, and popular universities are fighting over him." She smiled and asked, "So, which one will he choose?" After all, he had earned their favor with his talent and grades. She thinks he should choose either Yanjing University or the Beast University in Mo City. Doesn't he want to go to the same place she does? He said that would be great. She would take care of him, but he would think about it. And then she added, objectively speaking, Yanjing University is stronger, but she will choose the university in Mo City. He asked why. She looked away and said because there are people in Yanjing she doesn't want to see. He thought, it seems like this isn't the best topic of conversation for her. Sometime later, in Yuan's house, Hailong flew around him and said, 10,000 evolution points, and also a general rank weapon, a flame claw. He looked at it in surprise and shouted, when it attacks an enemy, fire appears on the claws, which deals additional damage. The protagonist looked at the claw near his hand and shouted, not bad. Then Hailong folded his arms and shouted, what do you mean not bad? This is so cool. Weapons are divided into ranks: War Beast, General, Beastmaster, Lord, and Emperor. A weapon of his level is worth hundreds of thousands. He was surprised, so expensive. He shouted, that's still cheap. Anything above the Beastmaster rank can be worth tens of millions. If they're lucky, they'll strike it rich in the future. The protagonist said thoughtfully, he must reach the Lord rank as soon as possible. Then Hailong asked, by the way, what do you think of universities? He asked, what information do you have? He replied, Yanjing University trains strong masters, and the university in Mo City trains super strong ones. Besides, he thinks he'll like it there. He asked why. He shouted back, they prioritize military affairs above all else. Everything is based on strength. They've created 3 special rankings: Hidden Dragon, Beastmaster, and Beast God. All resources are distributed according to the rankings. If Yanjing University is a hotbed for strong masters, then Mo University is a cruel coliseum. MC was surprised. A coliseum? He thought, if one person will ultimately be more valuable than millions of people. Then, he shouted that he chose the Beast University in Mo City. He thought, why can't he be it? Sometime later in Shanhei's office, Yuhu stepped into his office and shouted, Shanhei. He smiled and asked, what does he want? Yuan had already applied to their school. He has no chance. In response, he shouted that he shouldn't boast. He respected this kid's choice. Mukshui was also admitted there? He replied. The news quickly reached him. Does he know her? He shouted. More than just knows. When she arrives at the university, he must take care of her. He must watch her. He warned him. Her background is not simple. At this moment, Shanhei remembered the protagonist asking, Teacher, when can I get a scholarship? Then he replied that it was usually after enrolling in the course, but he could apply for it in advance and he would be able to receive it soon. He then looked at Mukshui and asked, what about her? Does she need to apply in advance too? She replied, no need, she can receive it as usual. In the present tense, he said thoughtfully, indeed, she looks better off than Yuan. Yuhu then folded his arms and said that he couldn't tell him everything in detail. He should just take care of her. 3 days later, MC approached the building and said that he didn't expect the scholarship to arrive so quickly. A grant of 500,000 coins, 20 high-grade crystals, 5 beast soul capsules, and a weapon. A general rank black thorn armor. Hailong said that this equipment would make his scales harder, while his spine would be covered with spikes that would protect him from injury. It seemed the university still values his abilities highly. The protagonist frowned, thinking that it wasn't the equipment that mattered, but the 500,000 subsidy. For that, he could get 5,000 low-grade crystals and 5 million evolution points. Then the worker asked if he wanted to exchange them for low-grade crystals again. How many did he need this time? He replied that he'd buy 500,000. He shouted, what? After a while, the worker stood next to a truck filled with bags and said that everything was loaded. The protagonist waved out the window and thanked him, and he replied, you're welcome. After that, the protagonist drove away, and the worker, looking after him, thought, he bought so much, is he going to feed it to the pigs? Sometime later at Yuan's house, he was sitting on the floor, his arms folded, surrounded by bags of crystals. He said that it was inconvenient to tell the driver the address of the secret warehouse, so he brought everything home. How long would it take to maintain the fusion state to absorb it all? Hailong said that in that case, he should stay home and absorb them in human form. He shouted in surprise, is that even possible? Don't you have to fuse with your beast soul to absorb the crystal's energy? He replied, that's usually how it works, but he has a system. He could use this to absorb the crystal in human form. He shouted, why didn't he tell him earlier? He replied, the absorption speed will just be a little slower, but compared to the enormous energy expended on maintaining beast form, it's the best option. He then flew aside as the protagonist began concentrating his energy, holding the crystal in his hand. A few seconds later, Hailong joyfully shouted congratulations. He successfully absorbed the nuclear radiation that's accumulated over 1,000 evolution points. The MC then looked at the clock and thought, 15 minutes is indeed a little slower than when transforming. He needs to speed up to absorb all 500 crystals. On average, that's 84 a day. As night fell, MC continued absorbing energy, and Hailong, flying nearby, said that his body had mutated from absorbing nuclear radiation, and it was now capable of resisting it. The protagonist looked at him in surprise and asked if he was immune to radiation. He replied that with such an ability, he was immune to any concentration of nuclear radiation. He shouted to destroy monsters. Nuclear weapons were used in many areas. Now his body will not be affected by these contaminated and restricted areas. Excellent. He clenched his fist and shouted, there are still 2 months to go. He must absorb all the crystals and increase his strength as quickly as possible. Hailong joyfully shouted, good. Sometime later, in the conference hall of the Beast University of Mo City, Director Wang Ting looked at those present and said that they had all worked hard these days. At the moment, the recruitment of students to their university has been successfully completed. He placed his hand on the tablet and added, this year's freshmen are even more worthy than in previous years. And not only their university, but also other prestigious institutions have acquired incredible talents and geniuses. But waiting for them to mature is truly too long. If he has to wait that long, he's afraid he'll already be retired. So he discussed his concerns with the directors of other universities and decided to hold a national freshman competition to find out which of these talents is the real beast. Then those present began to mutter among themselves, it's a good idea to hold a competition so that talented people from different universities can come together and compete against each other. A good opportunity to show students that there's always someone an order of magnitude higher. But freshmen shouldn't waste their time on this, right? Wang Ting said that in fact, everything has already been decided. Anyone can participate. He hoped they would provide him with a list. Then Meng Chanyan asked Director Wang Ting how many people should be enrolled. He replied, roughly 12, 10 core and 2 reserves. The man then said that, in his opinion, it was better to choose according to the Chamlong ranking. There was no truth to that. Newly arrived students could also challenge according to one of the 3 lists. Wang Ting said that if he followed the Chamlong list, there would be omissions because it only determined actual combat ability. This was the case with Songlan, the champion of Mo City. His beast soul, the colorful glass butterfly, was a supporting type. Although he had reached the rank of 7-star beast general, if he fought alone, he would be at a disadvantage. He might not be able to reach the top 10 of the Chanlong list, But does that mean Songlan is weak? If he teams up with a fellow 10-star beast soul and a general, his abilities could rival those of the Beast King rank. Then Chunjin rose from his seat and raised his hand, shouting, "Director." He understands what he means. He uses the Chanlong ranking as a guide, but he doesn't adhere to it completely. After all, there can be paired battles in competitions, right? He answered, "Yes." He pointed forward and shouted that this was the first national competition and it would be broadcast nationwide, so he hoped everyone would put in their best efforts and strive to surpass them. The others shouted, "Yes." After a while, Changan approached Shanhei and asked, "Mr. Shanhei, is he very pleased with the new students this time? Will he let him take a look?" Then he picked up the tablet and, looking at the screen, said, "Wow, this young lady named Mukshui is good. Wait, why is he recruiting even E-rank talents?" Shanhei told him to look below. He shouted in surprise, "Student Yuan, Beast Soul, Black Lizard, Talent, E-rank, 10-level exam results? How is this possible?" He said that if he were not an examiner, he would not have believed it. After all, this was his first time participating in the test. Shangan asked, "What's so special about him?" He replied, "Maybe it's that he is a genius? He is looking forward to seeing his strength after training." After a while, MC continued to absorb energy, and Heilong, flying nearby, said, "In human terms, he is like a monk cultivating. His body has not moved for a month." In the process of absorbing nuclear radiation, he mastered a skill from the S-rank level, nuclear breathing. He asked, "Nuclear breathing?" Heilong replied, "Nuclear energy breath can emit light particles with nuclear radiation. Infrared rays capable of reaching 10.55 degrees Celsius. He wants to spend 1,000,000 evolution points on training?" He replied, "Of course." He thought exchanging 1,000,000 evolution points for a tier S skill is profitable. Heilong shouted, he successfully acquired a tier S skill, nuclear breath. Then he added, this month he absorbed 2,500 crystals. Now he has 1.5 million evolution points. He said, he sees the monk's practice is worth it. He proposed to see how much these evolution points can improve his level. Spend 500,000 evolution points to improve the body. At this moment, Heilong happily thought, for a monster, size is the most important thing. He said, okay. Then, the protagonist pointed a finger at him and shouted, he must increase the hardness of the scale armor for 200,000 points, claw sharpness for 200,000, and the power of a nuclear reactor exceeds 300,000 points. He then looked thoughtfully at the system window, while Heilong, placing his paws on his waist, shouted, now he's the leader among the beast general level masters. Just a little more, and he'll become a king. He sighed and said that he thought he'd need 1.5 million points to reach the king level in one go. But in the end, he'd only managed to jump from 3 stars to 7. Maybe he was just too greedy? At that moment, Heilong flew up to the bag and said that he still had 2,500 crystals left. If he absorbed them all, he could gain at least 2.5 million evolution points. He said he didn't know if that number of points would be enough to break through to the Beast King level in one go. He didn't expect his cultivation from the general level to be in the millions. He figured the higher the level, the more points it would take. Then, Heilong folded his paws and shouted, even if that doesn't work out, the high-quality crystals and capsules can be sold and replaced with low-quality crystals. He shouted, yes, the goal is before the start of Beast King rank training. With that, he sent the crystal forward. A month later, a train platform. Mukshui, waving her hand, shouted, Yuan. He looked at them and asked, Teacher Shanhei, why is he here? He replied that he had returned home on business. He was just about to pick them up and take them to the university. They should go. He replied, okay. After a while, they boarded the train, and Mukshui, looking at the protagonist, asked what he had been doing for 2 months. He didn't respond to any of her messages. He replied that he'd been practicing all this time and couldn't contact anyone. She was probably practicing too? She responded, of course. She had not only reached the rank of general, but had also received 3 stars. She clenched her fists and added, 2 months ago he was a 3-star general, and now he's gotten stronger. So no matter how hard she tries, she can't catch up. He noticed that she was incredibly strong, and her level had risen significantly. Then Shanhei turned around and said, they've arrived, they should go in. With that, he walked into the room, and Mukshui, walking forward, said in surprise, wow, there's everything here. The protagonist thought, ordinary seats on this train cost over 100,000, but Shanhei's teacher has a separate room. A lord-ranked master gets special treatment. Then Shanhei said, if all goes well, they'll arrive at the university by evening. The protagonist asked what if all goes well meant. He replied, there might be monsters fighting each other along the way. They call it a beast tide. He then sat down on the bed and added the accidents mostly happen when packs of beasts or several lord-rank monsters attack the train, and sometimes even king-rank monsters are encountered. The protagonist remarked that this sounded very dangerous. He told them not to worry. The likelihood of their appearance was extremely low anyway. If that happened, he would try to delay them so that they and the people on the train could escape. He could even hold out for 5 minutes against Emperor-rank monsters. At that moment, MC wondered, with Shanhei's strength, could he only hold off an emperor for 5 minutes? He then looked out the window and thought, it seems this rank is much more terrifying than he imagined. Then they heard a sound. A train worker ran into the room and shouted, Mr. Shanhei, 10 kilometers from the city, he discovered a pack of beasts approaching them at high speed. He's afraid they'll collide with the train in 10 minutes. With these words, he anxiously grabbed Shanhei's clothes. Then he asked, "How big is the beast tide?" He replied, "3 beast kings, over 50 generals, and about 300 battle beasts." 2 other beast soul masters hurried to meet them. Then Shanhei turned to the students and asked, "Do they want to go together?" The tide was small, so they could treat this as a mock battle before training. The protagonist replied, "Okay." Mukusue clenched her fist and shouted that she would go too. Then the train was surrounded by magical seals, and Shanhei, boarding a special apparatus, asked if he knew how to ride one. The MC replied that it shouldn't be a big deal. Mukusue said she hadn't. After that, Shanhei rode forward and said, "No problem, she'll go with Yuan. They should follow him." The next second, he sped ahead, and the protagonist said, "He just ran away, how irresponsible." Then he sat down on the vehicle, and turning to Mukusue, told her to get on. She sat down behind him and asked, "Do you really know how to operate it?" He replied that it wasn't so, but he didn't think it was difficult. He'd learn as they rode. Then he pressed the pedal and took off in an instant. He frowned, looking ahead, and thought, almost like riding a motorcycle. Then they caught up with Shanhei, and the protagonist asked, "Teacher Shanhei, should there be a wave of beasts ahead?" He shouted that he would remind them before they engaged in combat. If they encountered a beast they couldn't handle, they should not get as far away from it as possible, and waste no time. These weren't sparring matches, and safety came first. Then he ran forward and, crossing his arms, shouted, merging with the beast's soul. The next second, his body transformed, and wolves began to gather around him. But he swung his paw and shouted, "Earth Claw!" He unleashed a powerful attack, sending a huge crack through the ground. It began to widen, sending the wolves plummeting before the ground collapsed. MC thought he'd split the earth. If a beast soul master was so special, then could an emperor rank, moving mountains and dividing seas, change the world? At that moment, several more wolves rushed towards them, and Mukusue leaped forward, shouting, "Fusion!" The protagonist followed suit, and they charged. Mukusue unleashed a stream of ice, while MC swung his claws, tearing off the monsters' heads. Then he turned, spotting a porcupine. Mukusue created several sharp ice flows around herself, and aimed them at the porcupine. She ran and shouted, "Yuan, he has to run!" The porcupine ran straight at them, and the protagonist thought, it's all useless. He then used a red flame claw and attacked the porcupine, causing several deep scratches on its body. Mukusue thought, this porcupine is at least at the late stage of the general rank. Yuan was able to crush it in one blow, so how strong is it? At this moment, on the train, a train employee asked, "Commander, should he check? Has the detection radar failed?" The man behind him asked, "Failed? How is this possible?" he asked. "Aren't the purple dots supposed to be beast kings?" He shouted, "Something's wrong. There were only 3 kings, so where did the 4th come from?" Then the employee pointed his finger at the monitor and shouted, "Gone." He shouted, "No. It looks like a beast king, the ability to conceal its presence. They must immediately report this to the soul masters on the front lines." At this moment, the monster tore out the heart of one of the soul masters on the front lines. He looked forward. Meanwhile, Mukusue turned around and asked Yuan, "How many general rank beasts have they killed?" He replied that he didn't know, maybe around 10. She then directed a stream of energy to the side. The next second, a monster appeared next to her, and the protagonist shouted, "She must close her eyes, or she'll get blood." He instantly attacked the creature, tearing off its paw, and Hailong, flying nearby, said, "This is a beastmaster, the best at stealth." MC said, "It seems they were misinformed. There's another one." Mukusue was surprised. "What?" The protagonist looked at the monster and shouted, "He's a cowardly mongrel. All he knows is hide. Will he bark at him too?" Then Mukusue said to be careful. He could appear anywhere. At that moment, the monster appeared behind the protagonist, but he attacked with the spikes on his back, piercing his paw. He asked, was he going to scratch his back? The next second, the monster screamed loudly. After that, MC picked it up and shouted, "Now it's his turn?" The monster opened its mouth wide, and the protagonist also began concentrating energy in its mouth, and shouted that he should taste its nuclear breath. After that, he released a stream of powerful energy, hitting the monster precisely, thereby tearing it into several pieces. After that, he assumed human form and, holding the crystal in his hand, said, "I wonder how much a Beastmaster crystal would sell for?" At that moment, Shanhei approached him and shouted in surprise, "How did he kill him?" He asked, "Didn't he see?" He told him to tell him honestly. What level is his strength now? The protagonist looked to the side and replied, "I just broke through to the rank of Beastmaster, so a 1-star Beastmaster." He shouted in surprise, "How did he do that?" During the test, he had a 3-star general. He grew so much in 2 months. He leaned towards his ear and said, "Master, he has a secret, but he mustn't tell anyone. In fact, he can absorb the nuclear radiation of lower soul crystals." At that moment, Mukusue ran up to them and shouted, "Yuan, is he okay?" He waved his hand, confirming it. She put her hand to her chest and said she was grateful. Otherwise, it would have been the end for her. He said that she was actually very strong. She was simply scared and lost her composure. Shanhei looked at her and said that after all, this was the first time she had encountered such a situation, and it was normal for a person to be nervous. She shouted, "Teacher, Yuan is right. Unforeseen situations on the battlefield can happen at any moment." She must try harder to avoid putting her comrades at risk. They looked at each other. Shanae, looking at them, thought they really are extraordinary. Evening, sunset. Shanae, looking at the protagonist, thought that he didn't expect this boy to be able to absorb nuclear radiation as energy. A genius among all the Soul Beast Masters, just as the director said, an exceptional talent. Then he held out an item and said that he had collected all the loot in this storage badge. When he got to the Soul Beast Palace, he would sell everything and give him the money. The protagonist asked, a storage badge? He answered, exactly, he'd never used one before. He could apply for one, but he'd have to pay 1 million for 10 cubic meters of space. It would be better to buy lower grade crystals with that money. He could borrow the badge if needed. MC took it and thanked him for telling him it could come in handy, so he'd consider buying it in the future. After that, Shanhei placed his hands on his waist and told him not to worry. Their university doesn't skimp on resources for true talent. If he can break into the top 10 of the Qianlong rankings, he'll be able to get a separate dorm room and also have the opportunity to represent Beast University in the city at national competitions. He asked, Qianlong rankings? He understood. At that moment, Muxue, waking up, rubbed her eyes and said, Teacher, the university is so rich. Are the dorm rooms designed for multiple people? It'll be inconvenient for them to practice. He smiled and said the dorm was a place to sleep and relax, and students could use the 24-hour training rooms for free. The protagonist thought he was lucky there were such facilities, otherwise he would have been discovered quickly. Then Shanhei said that if she really wanted a private bedroom, she could donate 5 million to the school. The protagonist yelled in surprise, 5 million? What a ripoff! Muxue yelled in surprise, so little. MC looked at her in bewilderment and wondered, who the hell is she? After a while, they arrived at the Mo City Beast University dorm. The protagonist approached the door and thought, before conquering the Qianlong rankings, he'd first settle in the dorm. It was good that Muxue had decided to use the university's accommodations. Although she had money, she couldn't squander it like that. Then he cracked the door and Zhao Ming came out and asked, oh, a new roommate? Hey, he's Ming. His beast soul is an 8-winged serpent. He's a freshman. He smiled and pointed at himself. Then MC walked into the room and said he was Yuan from Zhenhai City. At that moment, Wang Jinze, who was on the top bunk, looked at him and asked, so he's that talented guy? He even has an E-rank beast soul? He was surprised. He knows him? He replied, no, I didn't, but I read his file. He's awesome. The protagonist was surprised. He's seen his file? Where? Anyone can view freshman's personal information? Jinze smiled, looking at him, and said he had his own methods. There was nothing in the university that Jin didn't know. Then Ming sat down on the table in front of the computer and smiling, looked at the protagonist. He said that this fat guy was very good at absorbing information. Then Jinzi, holding a bag of snacks in his hand, said he could tell him anything he wanted. Of course, information has a price. It's not customary to say something so obvious. He gestured with his hands. The protagonist asked, then what rank did he rank in the Qianlong rankings? He thought he was an informant. Then Jinzi extended his hand and asked, bro, today is only the first day of university. How can you get the list so quickly? But if he's so interested, he can give you another one. This one includes all the first-year students who are likely to make it into the top 10. He asked how much he'd sell it for. He replied that since he's his roommate, he'll give him a 20% discount. So that's 4,000 coins in his card number. At that moment, MC thought, good informant, but where did he get such a thing? After that, he sat at the computer, and in front of him was a list that said, Shen Kong, Awakened Beast Soul, White Fang, Strength, 1-star Beast Master. Chen Mu, Awakened Beast Soul, Qingbi Demon Tree, Strength, 9-star Beast General. Wu Shuanggu, Awakened Beast Soul, King of Golden Winged Centipedes, Strength, 3-star Beastmaster. Ming, Awakened Soul, 8-winged Serpent, Strength, 8-star Beast General. Songlan, Awakened Soul, Colorful Glass Butterfly, Strength, 2-star Beastmaster. Then the protagonist thought, there are so many hidden geniuses in Mo City University. Half of the freshmen are already Beastmasters. Even Ming, who seemed cheerful to him, is an 8-star Beast General. I wonder what strength Jinze has. At this moment, a student shouted, the last of the roommates has arrived. MC turned his gaze to the entrance. Songlan entered the room and, after greeting him, said it was nice to meet you. The others thought, how evil. After that, Ming walked up to him and shouted, Songlan, he is this year's champion in Mo City. Jinze added, how lucky he is to be in the same room with the winner. The protagonist thought, is he Songlan? If he remembers correctly, his beast soul is a multicolored glass butterfly. His talent rating is SSS rank. Then Jinze shouted, bro, if he is interested in any information, he will give him a 20% discount. If he himself knows something useful, he will buy it at a reasonable price. Ming said, okay, enough bargaining. They should go have lunch. What does he think, Yuan? He stood up from his seat and said that he is in favor. He thought, yeah, his neighbors are not ordinary. One is an 8-star general, another is a 2-star overlord, and the third is an informant. Then Ming spread his arms out to the sides and said that he had always dreamed of entering this university, and now he had succeeded. It seemed as if he were dreaming. And then Jinze put his hands behind his head and said that the main thing is not to dream when the time comes to pay the bills. After that, they noticed the girls, and Jinze said, the girl on the left is called Yu Qingqiu. Her beast soul is an S-rank snow silkworm. The girl on the right is called Muxue. Her beast soul is an S-rank 9-tailed snow fox. Ming looked at him and shouted in surprise, how did he know everything in such detail? He replied, the power of information he couldn't understand. Then the girls turned their attention to them, and Mukshui, waving her hand, shouted, Yuan, they haven't seen each other for a long time. He approached her, shaking Qinchu's hand. He asked, what is she talking about? They saw each other during the day. She laughed lightly and said, that's true. It was Qinchu, her roommate. The protagonist greeted her, and at that moment, Jinze exclaimed in surprise, do they know each other? Ming asked, isn't he their informant? Why didn't he know about this? He shouted, damn it, he's gathering information, not matchmaking. How could he know what's going on between them? At that moment, the protagonist smiled, pointing at the guys and said that they were his neighbors, Jinze, Ming, and Songlan. Then Jinze spread his arms out to the sides and said that they were going to eat. Are they with them? Mukshui smiled and said, not today. She arranged to have lunch with her neighbor some other time. The MC smiled and said, okay, bye. And Jinze shouted in surprise, how did he meet Mukshui? Looks like they are close. He turned around, looking at him and asked, oh, so there's something he doesn't know? If he wants, he will sell it to him at a 20% discount. As a neighbor? He looked at him in surprise, and the protagonist thought that life on campus would be fun. 2 hours later, the protagonist was training and thought, even though he wants to return to the dorm to rest, he can't relax. The university is full of cool students. At that moment, Hailong flew in front of him and shouted, there's a high energy concentration here, good for training. MC closed his eyes and said that this was a free entry-level training room, while there were paid rooms for mid and high-level training, and the energy concentration in those rooms should be higher. But he thought, the rooms are too expensive. The mid-level ones are currently 1,000. And the high-level ones are 5,000. At that moment, Hailong, arms folded, looked at the list and said, what a coincidence. He had absorbed all the low-grade crystals, leaving only high-quality ones and beast soul capsules. Then the protagonist raised his index finger and suggested checking how many evolution points he would get by absorbing a high-quality crystal. Hailong then shouted, congratulations, he had received 1,000 evolution points. The protagonist looked at him and said, but the result is exactly the same as absorbing low-quality crystals. He wasted 10,000 coins. He shouted, it's okay, he still has the capsule. Then an energy core ignited in the protagonist's body and Hailong raised his paw and shouted joyfully, congratulating him. He'd successfully absorbed the beast soul capsule and gained a new talent. MC looked at him and wondered, so, he has a talent section in his stats? Could it really be a hidden parameter? Hailong then shouted, the talent can increase absorption speed by about 5%. The protagonist looked at his hand and said, yes, indeed, he feels like he's absorbing energy faster. Hailong then added, plus, since he has this, he doesn't have to limit himself to just one capsule a month. He can absorb as much as he wants. He frowned at him and said, beast soul capsules are good, but too expensive, 50,000 each. The next day, the protagonist sat up in bed and asked, it's only morning, where are those two? Jinze lay on the bed and looked at his phone screen, saying, they must be in the training room. MC then thought, it looks like he's not the only one training hard. He should go to the Beast Soul Palace and buy a batch of lower soul crystals. He then answered the call and said hello. Shanhei asked, hello Yuan, are you awake? He should come get the money. After a while, he held out the phone and said, all the core crystals have been collected. The portion given to him is 2.2 million. He thought, how much? That would solve his problem. Shanhei then smiled and added, furthermore, he exchanged 1 million for 10,000 lower soul crystals. The crystals and the rest of the money are in this badge. He'll lend it to him for now. The protagonist thanked him and thought, Shanhei really is someone he can trust. Then he asked, Master, can I help him with something? He wanted to exchange the remaining 1.2 million for beast soul capsules. He said this money was enough to buy 24 of them, enough for 2 years, so why did he need so many at once? He replied that he shouldn't worry. He knew when to stop. Shanhei said, okay, when he has time, he'll go to the Beast Soul Palace. He must train hard. The Chunlong rankings would be announced soon. Then he put his hand on his shoulder and added that, if he made it into the top 10, he would try to get him a place as their university representative in the competition. He replied that he understood. He thought that his goal was not to be in the top 10, but to be at the top of the list. A little later, MC was training again, and Hailong flew by, shouting that he congratulated him on successfully absorbing nuclear radiation, obtaining 1,000 evolution points. This time it was only 10 minutes. The protagonist asked, was it because of the 5 reward capsules he'd absorbed? So, it wasn't just the speed of absorbing air energy that was increasing, but also the speed of absorbing crystals. He answered, honestly, he wasn't sure himself. When the teacher sent a batch of capsules, he'd be able to check. Then MC took the crystal in his hand and shouted, yes, and for now, they'll continue absorbing crystals to boost their strength. Time passed, days followed one another, and more time passed. A few days later, the protagonist, holding a bag of groceries, entered the room and asked, is today a special day? Why were they all here? He thought that usually, the 3 of them left early and returned very late. Well, except for Jinza, who spent all day gathering information. Then Jinzi said that today was the freshmen's meeting. Had he been so engrossed in training that he'd even forgotten? he cried out in surprise. Oh, he really forgot. Then Jinza smiled and shouted, the three of them train like monsters. Do they want to enter the top 10? Ming shouted. Come on, with his 9-star general, he can only enter the top 100, but Songlan, with his strength, can definitely enter the top 10, right? He scratched his head and said, even though he's an overlord, his soul is auxiliary. He's bad at fighting. Besides, there are a lot of talents in the university, so he's not sure. At this moment, MC looked at them and thought, it looks like the competition this year will be really tough. He must train hard. After a while, everyone gathered in the auditorium, and conversations could be heard all around. He heard that Principal Wang Ting would give a speech at the freshman assembly. He's the Beast Emperor. His attendance will show that the students are very important to the university. Is he not aware of this? This year, there will be a national competition among freshmen from famous universities, and the principal attaches great importance to the selection of students who will represent them in the competition. At this moment, Shanhei put his hand on the protagonist's shoulder. He shouted in surprise, Teacher Shanhei, why is he here? He said that the teachers must also participate in the freshman meeting. Then he noticed the other guys and asked, are they probably his neighbors? Jinza smiled and said, Teacher Shanhei, he has long admired him. The protagonist, pointing a finger at him, said, this is his neighbor. This is Jinze. He specializes in gathering information. He asked, gathering information. Then he laughed lightly and said, he's just like his father. Jinza smiled and thanked him for the praise. Teacher. The protagonist was surprised. Huh? They know each other? Shanhei said that his dad is a big shot. He will soon find out for himself. Then Ming looked at Jinze and asked, who is he? He replied, Big Fierce Bear Shanhei, an 8-star Lord rank beast soul, one of the promising candidates for the Emperor rank. Then a cry was heard from the crowd. He must see the director. Director Wang Ting has arrived. At this moment, the protagonist looked at the yawning Jinze and thought, wait, Wang Ting? Could Jinze really be his son? Incredible. Then Wang Ting approached the podium and said that he welcomed the faculty and students. He was the director of Mo City Beast University, Wang Ting. He was glad to see them all here. They were first-year students at their university, and also the future, the hope. The Qianlong rankings would soon be officially opened, and they would face the first stage of the struggle. The higher the ranking, the more generous the rewards. Fate is always in their hands. Talent means nothing. As long as they fight, they can change their fate. The strong must fight. Mo City Beast University is the institution with the highest mortality rate, but since everyone chose them, that means there are no spineless weaklings or cowards here. Ladies and gentlemen, do they realize this? The students unanimously shouted, yes! The list has been posted. After a while, the list said, first place, Gu, Awakened Soul Beast, King of Golden Winged Centipedes. Second place, Shen Kong, Awakened Soul Beast, White Fang. Third place, Linghu, Awakened Soul Beast, Red Flame Tiger. Ninth place, Songlan, Awakened Soul Beast, Colorful Glass Butterfly. MC, looking at this, thought Jinza's information was useful. The guess was correct. So what place is he in? Then he noticed 312th place, Yuan, Awakened Soul Beast, Big Black Lizard. He thought, so low. The protagonist thought that Mo City's Beast University really did have many exceptionally talented students. He knew he'd only achieved this ranking based on 10 rounds of testing, but what were the rules of the Qianlong rankings? At that moment, Heilong appeared on his shoulder and said he knew. The first rule is that only a low-ranking person can challenge a high-ranking person, and the rank gap cannot exceed 20. The second rule is that you can only challenge once a day, and you cannot refuse a challenge the first 3 times. The third rule is that each participant has the opportunity to challenge an opponent with a rank gap of up to 100 once a week. The fourth rule is that the use of illegal substances is prohibited. The weapons used must be appropriate to their level. The fifth rule is that if one of the parties admits defeat during a fight or is no longer capable of fighting, the duel is immediately ended. Then he folded his arms and added that, according to their current position on the list, it would take about 16 days to reach the very top. MC thought that if they added the opportunity to challenge an opponent with a rank gap of up to 100 once a week, then the time could be cut in half. At that moment, he heard the guy's voice asking, where the hell is Gu? Did he take first place as soon as the list was posted? The guy next to him said that if he still ranks first in 7 days, he will admire him. The girl said that she thinks there will be major changes in the rankings in 3 days. Then the protagonist walked forward and thought, indeed, there will be many people competing for a higher place. The situation is getting tense, and because of this, he cannot concentrate on training. And then Ming said, Yuan is strange. He continues to train calmly at a time like this. Jinza said that he wanted to buy information from him for 1 million, but he refused. He remembered that MC said that when he reaches the top of Qianlong, he can discuss the price and his information again. Then he thought that it was obvious that his goal is to compete for the first place in the rankings. What terrifying power does he possess? Then, Heilong shouted, these are the capsules that Shanhei sent. There are 24 in total. Does he want to take them all at once? He replied that he will try them in parts. Then he popped 10 into his mouth. His body began to glow, and Heilong shouted, congratulating him on his successful absorption. A talent boost of 1. He congratulated him on his successful absorption, gaining 10 talent points. The protagonist said, clearly, The absorption speed had increased greatly. He then poured out the stones from the bag and said he would check if this would also increase the speed of fusion with the crystals. The next second, he began to concentrate energy. 7 minutes later, Hailong shouted, congratulating him on his successful absorption of the nuclear radiation, gaining 1,000 evolution points. 7 minutes, previously it was 10. The protagonist smiled and clenching his fist shouted, his guesses were correct, the absorption efficiency had also increased. Then his phone began to ring. He answered the call and said, I'm listening. Shanhei said, Yuan, in 10 minutes, Gu and Linghu will have a duel in the third arena. He must hurry, he shouted in surprise. First and third place are going to fight, he'll be there soon. After a while, Mo City Beast University, arena number 3. The stands were full and Shanhei waved his hand and shouted, Yuan, come here. He looked at him, then walked closer. At that moment, Chang'an put his hands on his waist and said, Shanhei, he treats this kid like a treasure, even brought him to the competition. Maybe he should tie him to himself. He replied, Chang'an, it would be better for him to help those in need than to chatter nonsensically. Then he said that this was his friend, Chang'an. He was one of the teachers. MC bowed and greeted him, and then Chang'an asked, is he Yuan? Shanhei only talks about him all the time. Hasn't he chosen a mentor yet? Why shouldn't he become his disciple? Shanhei indignantly shouted that he invited him to watch the fight, not to lure students to himself. Then he looked at him and said, by the way, which of these two has a higher chance of winning? Shanhei frowned and replied, how should he know? He doesn't know them. Then Chang'an looked at the protagonist and asked, what do you think? He replied, he doesn't know them either. Then he shouted, they're out. We need to look quickly. This is Linghu, ranked 3rd, and Gu, ranked 1st across from him. Then the referee said, in this match, Linghu, ranked 3rd, will face Gu, ranked 1st, Qianlong. He declared the match to begin. The next second, Gu folded his arms and asked them. He challenged him first. Did he think he'd chicken out? Linghu shouted. First place belongs to him. With that, he slammed his fist into his palm. Gu grinned and shouted, yeah? Then he should teach him a lesson, since he's so overconfident. Fusion with the beast soul. The next second, his body changed, and the protagonist thought, the king of SSS ranked golden-winged centipedes. His overwhelming strength is at least that of a beastmaster. Linghu shouted, it looks like there's an opponent here he'll be eagerly awaiting. Beast soul fusion. The next second, his body transformed and MC, looking at him, thought, Linghu is also a beastmaster. Who will win? Watching this, Chang'an shouted, these kids are so energetic at his age, he could only dream of such strength. Shanhei looked at him and said, they even brought it up. This year's freshmen are far from ordinary, each one better than the next. The next second, Linghu began concentrating energy in his mouth, then spat out a powerful stream of fiery energy. A Gu ran forward and asked, is that all he can do? Linghu spread his paws and shouted at him not to delude himself. He must win first. After that, he charged. Gu aimed at him, but Linghu tore off his paw. The protagonist thought, Linghu's red flame tiger surpasses his opponent in strength, speed, agility, and explosive power. There's a chance even Gu won't be able to dodge his attack. But at that moment, Chang'an said, Linghu acts cautiously, tested the enemy from a distance, then quickly closed in and caught him off guard. Shanhei said, this guy's combat experience is simply astounding. Then Chang'an added, looking at the situation, one wonders if Gu really deserves the top spot in Qianlong. Shanhei said, Yuan, isn't it scary to watch? The fight for the top spot will be very difficult. Chang'an thought, with the soul of an E-rank beast, entering university is no easy task, but isn't his desire to lead Qianlong a bit too arrogant? At that moment, MC said, it's a trap. Chang'an looked at him in surprise and shouted, what? He said that Linghu had fallen into Gu's trap. He cried out in surprise. How did he know? At that moment, Linghu struck and thought he was one last blow away. Then he gaped in surprise as Gu grabbed him from behind with his paws, and he shouted at him to get away. He then covered his body in fire, and Gu, in turn, released a powerful stream of energy from his mouth, which hit Linghu in the face. At that moment, Chang'an looked at the protagonist in surprise and cried out. He really had trapped him, but how did he know? He replied that the best way to lull an enemy into a false sense of security was to show weakness. Gu could maintain his position at the top of the rankings, let alone be worthy of it. His combat skills were in no way inferior to Linghu's. At that moment, Chang'an thought he never imagined Yuan would be so perceptive. They usually ignore details, but he was completely immersed in the process, not relaxing. But Shanhei hit Chang'an on the back with the same gesture and said, well, old man, the younger ones are smarter than him. He replied that he should watch his tongue. He himself was standing there doing nothing. He placed his hands on his waist and shouted, even if he didn't notice, he has an attentive disciple. Chang'an looked at him and said, yeah, you shouldn't have underestimated him. At that moment, Linghu shouted, he has to stop. He released a powerful energy, and Gu jumped back. Then he rushed forward, surrounding his body with energy. He delivered a powerful blow, and everyone present shouted in surprise, damn, is Gu really going to lose? In a situation like this, Linghu could turn everything to his advantage. No, he couldn't win with just an SS-ranked beast soul. He was still inferior to Gu in skill. Then Chang'an thoughtfully asked Yuan, do you think Gu will lose? He replied, no, Linghu will lose. Shangan looked at him and asked why Linghu would lose. No matter how you look at it, he had every chance of winning. The main character, smiling, looked at him and said that he certainly noticed. Probably testing him. Shanhei said, "You really can't hide anything from him, man." He replied that Linghu's attacks were fierce, but hasty. The poison was about to take effect. At that moment, Linghu was breathing heavily, and Gu said he should give up. He didn't stand a chance. Perhaps it wasn't too late to go to the infirmary and have the poison removed, but he couldn't guarantee the consequences. Then, Linghu shouted loudly, "No way." With that, he kicked off the ground and leaped to attack, surrounding his body with fire, and Gu shouted, "What a fool!" He thrust his tail forward, knocking Linghu far back. MC thought trapped in the centipede, Linghu had already lost. Although Gu currently ranks first, he faces more challenging opponents in the future. At that moment, the referee raised his hand and shouted, "Gu wins." Shanhei said, "What a shame. If Linghu hadn't been poisoned, the fight could have been more exciting." Chang'an added, "If he'd thought like him, the outcome would certainly have been different." He thought the guy was obviously a newbie, but his insight, like that of a seasoned hunter, frightened him. Shanhei then asked Yuan, "Do you know why he invited him to watch the fight?" He replied that he wanted him to admire the young talents. He shouted, "That's right. You need to clearly understand your own position, your opponent's strength, and understand the need to improve. If he wants to be at the top of the rankings, he can't relax." He smiled and thanked him. He said he understood everything. An hour later in the meditation room, Heilong flew up to the main character and asked what his impressions of the fight were. He sat down on the floor and said that Gu had definitely reached the 4-star level of a beast master, while Linghu was, if not 4-star, then 3-star at most. The former simply released poisonous clouds, while the latter masterfully controlled flames. Given these characteristics, their strength in actual combat was far greater than that of others of the same level. Heilong said that they were truly worthy of their place on the Qianlong list. The protagonist added that, moreover, having taken first place, Gu undoubtedly had an ace up his sleeve. The question was whether Jinzi would be able to obtain detailed information. He asked what his chances were against them. The protagonist replied, about 3 to 7. 3 for him, 7 for Linghu. He had good intuition and developed combat skills, but in a duel to the death, his chances were slim, let alone against Gu. He said that their souls were above S rank, not geniuses, but he must compensate for their shortcomings to ensure victory. He replied, yes, he would definitely try. The national competition is less than a month away. He should be on the list. Heilong added, what's more, he has 1 million unused evolution points left. He can rise to 2-star master. Then MC handed over the crystal and said, okay, they'll continue meditating. Heilong happily agreed. A week later, the protagonist was training and suddenly sighed loudly. At that moment, Heilong, pointing to the system window, smiled and said, wow, he's leveled up so much. The system window said the beast soul is a huge black lizard. Status, growth stage, talent rating, SS rank, class, 1-star beast master, height 20.7 meters, weight 7,840 kilograms, attack methods, bite, claw attack. Skill, Daylight rank A, Nuclear Breath rank S, Beast Artifact, Scarlet Flame Claw, same as Beast level, Black Scale Armor, same as Beast level, remaining evolution points, 3,250,000. The protagonist looked at this and said that he had been accumulating evolution points since reaching the Beast Master rank, and currently had more than 3 million. Then he looked at Heilong and shouted, if not for the experience boost, he would not have been able to accumulate so many. He asked how he would distribute the points. He raised 2 fingers and said, 200,000 for scale hardness, 200 for claw sharpness, another 200 for the sharpness of his teeth, and the same for increasing the power of his nuclear breath and capacity. Half an hour later, Heilong shouted that he congratulated him on receiving the 2nd star. Master, there were still 1.75 million points left. The protagonist, smiling, looked at his hand and said, yeah, it's a shame he didn't reach the 3rd star, but still not bad. Then he walked to the exit and said it was time to test his abilities. Heilong said, yeah, he hadn't shown up in the dorm for a week and slept for 2 or 3 hours. He thought, judging by the description, he sounded like a real monster. Sometime later, in the bedroom, Jinze asked in surprise, why did he come? MC asked, what's wrong? This is the dorm. His roommate packed his things and said, dude, he's already gone crazy from leveling up. It's been so long since they've seen each other. Then the protagonist went into the room and asked, where are Songlan and Ming? He replied that Ming and the others were seriously injured. He came to get a change of clothes. Songlan had arranged a meeting with Ming's attacker this evening, and was probably training for now. He was surprised. What? Why would he even need this? He replied that a kind person like Ming would never get into a fight with anyone. There were simply too many ranking hunters, so Songlan had to stick his neck out. He asked, ranking hunters? He frowned and said, right, he didn't know. They were a recently formed group of freshmen. They use strong students to get to the top, then lose places to the weaker ones. The protagonist asked, can you elaborate? He replied, first the stronger freshmen fight for a place on the list, then deliberately lose to the weaker members of the group to transfer the ranking to them. Moreover, to maintain their performance, participants must make weekly contributions. Those who want to get a higher ranking are obliged to pay much more. Then the MC shouted, he should wait. Shouldn't they be removed from the list if they meet the skill requirements? He replied that this wasn't true. Their position was maintained as long as the money kept coming in. If he dared challenge the person they were protecting, he would become a target. Ming couldn't stand it, so he challenged them to a fight, but was badly injured. The protagonist said, "Really? This is just like him, and the university doesn't care?" Jinza looked at him and asked, "Have you forgotten that their university admires its students more than others? Of course, no one is going to interfere." At that moment, the protagonist thought, this university is even more brutal than he imagined. He's starting to like it more and more. Then he asked, "Who founded the organization?" Probably because he's not one of the strongest to think of such a thing. He replied, "The creator of the hunter group, Gu." He asked, "Gu? Isn't he first on the list?" Jin's replied that he hasn't been first for a long time. Among the current freshmen, he is considered a hidden talent. He should take a look at the ranking table. With these words, he showed the screen of his phone, which said the leaderboard. Today, 1503. First place, Chu Tianyi, Beast Soul, Black-Headed Golden Eagle. Second place, Shen Kang, Beast Soul, White-Fanged Squirrel. Third place, Gu, Beast Soul, King of Golden Winged Centipedes. Fourth place, Li Qingnan, Beast Soul, Dark Purple Monstrous Vine. Fifth place, Linghu, Beast Soul, Red Flame Tiger. 18th place, Songwan, Beast Soul, Multicolored Glass Butterfly. He said that on the second day after the list was published, Gu created an organization of ranking hunters. He recruited Qingnan, Shen Kang, and a bunch of other strong guys. Gu promised a ton of privileges, now a third of all students in his organization. But guys like Linggu and Tianyi did not join. MC said thoughtfully, "Linggu and Gu don't get along, so it's surprising about Tianyi. He had no idea about his strength." Jinze smiled and said it only took him 4 days to reach the top. What's funny is that many hunters challenged him, but they were just another obstacle, which really angered Gu. The protagonist laughed and asked, "Wushuan lost to him too, didn't he?" He said, "Frankly, their souls are different. Tianyi, for example, can fly. It's impossible to catch him with a poison spit, which is why he won. A little later, he'll send him a video of their battle to watch, but now he needs to run to Ming." MC said he's with him. Sometime later, Ming was lying in a hospital bed, his body bandaged. He looked away and asked, "Yuan, what brought you here?" The protagonist came closer, holding a basket of oranges, and asked how he was. He replied that he was fine, and Jinza spread his arms wide and asked, "Where is he fine?" He apologized and asked, "By the way, isn't Songlan's meeting with that guy today?" He frowned and replied, "Yes, tonight at Arena 7. Ming's body shook, and he said it was all his fault. If only he were a little stronger, none of this would have happened. Jinze worriedly told him to lie still, otherwise he'd need bandaging again. Then MC asked, "Whoever Songlan is fighting today injured him, right? This evening, Mo University, Arena 7. Jinzi, raising a treat to his mouth, said that today's opponent was Yuan Lian, ranked 25th, but fighting hard for it. He hoped Songlan would cope, since he hadn't shown his full strength in the fight with Ming Lian. The protagonist looked at him and asked, "Doesn't he seem to care about his ranking at all?" He replied, "Right, it's too hard for him to fight for a spot on the list, so all he can do is improve his intelligence. He doesn't think his father helps him with everything, does he? He relies solely on himself to gather information and then sell it. He wants to become China's largest intelligence service provider." He said it seems like they, the rich, have it tough too. Then Jinza looked up at the sky and said, "To tell the truth, he has a brother. He's incredibly talented, but he enrolled in Yanjing University for cover. He really wants to be his assistant, which is one of the reasons he collects information." At that moment, MC introduced his older brother, then shook his head and thought, it's hard to imagine what kind of person his older brother is. Then Jinzi said, "Well, it's already begun." At that moment, Leon entered the arena and, smirking, asked, "Is he going to stand up for that trash?" Songlan folded his arms across his chest and, looking at him seriously, shouted, "They're the ones who've gone too far." Then Leon took a stance and, pointing a finger at him, shouted, "Are you talking about fighting that weakling?" He laughed loudly, and then shouted, "That's hilarious. He's so weak that he's asking others to stand up for him?" Songlan clenched his fist in anger and shouted, "Do those hunters really have no conscience?" Leon continued laughing and shouted, "What difference does it make when the university itself doesn't care about him? He heard that he's one of the strongest in this city. But does he know what he thinks? To him, he's the same trash as that Ming." The next second, Songlan used fusion, and Leon said, "Oh my god, is this his spirit?" He laughed loudly, pointing at the butterfly, and shouted, "What a cute little butterfly. He's scared. His shiny wings are just right for sticking needles into it." Then he shouted, "Fusion!" The next second, his body changed, and those watching the scene shouted, "Why is Songlan's spirit's appearance different?" He heard that it was a purely auxiliary soul with no combat power. How to deal with it? Four-armed magical monkey Leon is an aggressive soul. Songlan is in danger. At this moment, Jinza looked at the protagonist and said, "Leon is incredibly strong. He has every chance of reaching the top 10 rankings. Does Songlan have a chance of winning? Who do you think will win?" He replied that he didn't know yet, but for now, the monkey obviously has the advantage. At this moment, Leon leaped to attack, and Songlan flew to the side and shouted, "Accelerate!" The next second, he was struck. The next second, Leon aimed his fist at him, then looked away in surprise and shouted, "What?" At that moment, Songlan flew to the side and shouted, "Fury!" Several slashing attacks hit Leon's back. The next second, Leon fell to the ground, and the protagonist shouted, "So this is the power of the glass butterfly." Jinza smiled and said, "Despite the mediocrity of his soul, this still needs to be taken into account. If Leon relaxes, he will suffer." The next second, Leon loudly shouted, "Songlan, he must die." With these words, he kicked off the ground and swung his fist, after which Songlan delivered several slashing attacks, hitting his opponent accurately. After that, Jinza said he was crazy. The MC said that this is not true. These are attempts to push Songlan to the edge of the ring, to limit his space for movement, and create an opportunity for attack. Fighting in a confined space obviously limits the combat zone, which is how it differs from fighting in the field. So Leon tries to close the distance and minimize the effectiveness of the butterfly attacks. He asked, "Does this mean Songlan's situation is dire?" At this moment, Leon swung his fist and shouted, "He is sure he can't do it anymore. He should stop running and accept defeat." With these words, he thrust his fist forward, but Songlan, in turn, exploited the weakness, directing it at his opponent. He shouted, "What? He can't move." Songlan shouted that he won't be able to close the distance. The outcome of the fight has already been decided. At this moment, he flew to the side, and Leon, having transformed his arm, shouted that although he will be more powerful than that trash, he will still be trash. He swung his arm to strike, and Songlan shouted, "Damn, air attack." The next second, Leon unleashed a flurry of punches. Numerous attacks hit Songlan precisely, and he fell to the ground. Then his opponent smiled and said that it was time to torment him a little. Idiot. He then jumped down from above, delivering several more attacks. After that, he rose to his feet and shouted that he knew he could fly, so he prepared an airstrike. Songlan rose up. Then he noticed Songlan rise into the air and shouted, "Idiot, are you still trying to fight?" He launched another strike, and Jinza, starting to get nervous, shouted, "Oh shit, where's the referee? Why isn't anyone announcing the results of the fight? This idiot is going to kill him." At that moment, Leon launched another strike and shouted, "What bad luck. The auxiliary soul couldn't protect anyone? Weak. But he likes to stand up for others. He hopes he remembers today's lesson for a long time. Idiot." At that moment, the referee approached the arena and shouted, "Leon, he has to stop. Victory is already his. Based on the results of the duel, he will take Songlan's place in the rankings and become 18th. He thought, damn. After that, he assumed human form and, waving his arms, shouted that if he wanted to continue, he would be waiting for the call at any time. But right now, his place was next to his scumbag friend in the infirmary. Then Linghu came out onto the field and shouted, "Leon, has he lost his conscience?" He turned around and shouted, "What difference does it make to him, Linghu? This is between him and Songlan. If he wants to fight, he should go to Gu." He frowned and shouted, "What did he just say? He was going to twist him into a ram's horn. Did he believe it? No?" He turned to him and, spreading his arms out to the sides, asked, "Is he threatening? What a pity that a person higher on the list can't challenge a person lower down." He shouted indignantly. At that moment, Jinza frowned and shouted, "Damn it." Then he asked in surprise, "Yuan?" At that moment, he entered the arena and said, "If it comes down to it, he should fight him." Leon looked at him and asked, "Who the hell is this weirdo?" He replied that he was Songlan's friend, Yuan, ranked 312th. Then he pointed his finger at him and shouted that he should accept the challenge. Lion then put his hand to his head and, laughing loudly, shouted, 312th in the rankings? He wants to fight? According to the rules, he has no right to challenge him. Is he tired of living? The protagonist smiled and said that he really couldn't do it now, but in 12 days he would get there. He asked, 12 days? He thought, to challenge him in such a short time, he would have to undergo extreme tests one after another every day. Then he walked forward and said that, since he was so confident, he would wait. If he failed, he would personally come and break his bones. The protagonist replied that he shouldn't worry. He would wait. At that moment, Jinze ran up to them and shouted, "Songlan." He leaned over and, taking the protagonist's hand, apologized and said he'd lost. He told him to rest and recover, and he'd leave the rest to him. Then he looked at Linghu and thanked him for standing up for Songlan. He folded his arms and said they'd been unhappy with the hunter's behavior before. But he saw, wasn't one to shy away and had decided to challenge Leon. The protagonist asked, "If you're afraid of everything, what was the point of coming here?" He apologized, saying they needed to go to the infirmary. They then lifted Songlan and placed his hands on their shoulders. Linghu replied, "Okay." He watched them go and thought, "I think being friends with Yuan wouldn't hurt." A while later, a room in the infirmary. Jinza asked, "He wasn't joking in the ring." MC asked, "So it looks like that?" He thought he couldn't handle Leon. He looked at him in surprise and said he didn't know what his true strength was. He replied that they would find out in 12 days. The next day, Arena 57. Jinze watched the proceedings. Chenhai entered the arena, took a stance, and shouted, he, a kid, really thought highly of himself to challenge Leon and skip 50 places in the rankings to fight him. In front of him stood Chenhai, an 8-star S-rank soul, a mutant sea snake ranked 262. The next second, the protagonist shouted, "Stop talking. Fusion with the beast soul." Chenhai waved his hand and shouted, "How patient he is, but how he wants a fusion." The next second, he transformed into a snake and shouted that he should be more careful. After that, he wrapped himself around the protagonist's body and began to squeeze him. After that, he shouted at him to stop struggling and die in his arms. At that moment, the protagonist said, "Not bad moves, but unfortunately not good enough for him." The next second, he spread his arms out to the sides, pushing the snake back, and he thought, "This is Beastmaster level power." Then MC said, okay, it's time to finish. He grabbed Chen Hai by the head and he shouted that he admits defeat. The referee shouted, victory for Yuan. The spectators shouted, what, so fast? Apparently, this guy was at overlord level, so it shouldn't have been too hard for him to win. After a while, the protagonist entered the room. Jinza smiled and shouted, oh, the bastard, he's been hiding such power all this time. MC asked if he'd really come to his senses and decided to help him with reconnaissance. He folded his arms and replied that it wasn't so, he'd just had a great idea for a way to make money. He told him to go ahead and lay it out. He figured the money wouldn't hurt. Then Jinza said that the story of him and yesterday's battle had quickly spread throughout the university, so now he's incredibly popular. He's planning to open a betting office. Will Yuan be able to remain undefeated for 12 days or not? To prepare well, he needs to know his true strength. At that moment, the protagonist leaned towards his ear and said, about a 2-star Beastmaster. Jinza jumped back sharply, pointed his finger at him and shouted, oh my god, he's stronger than Songlan. He thought he was faking it on purpose. Then he came closer and asked how confident he was that he could go undefeated for the full 12 days. He answered, about 95% or more. Opponents below the top 20 posed no threat to him. He said, okay, he'll bet 10 million. They'll split the winnings 60-40. He shouted in surprise, isn't that too much? He replied, of course not. He's the key to their success. He asked, sometime later, Mo University, buffet number 2. Lian was sitting at the table enjoying lunch when Gu approached him and said, good job. He looked at him and wondered what had brought him here. He said he heard someone challenged him after yesterday's Songlan duel. He replied that it was some clown from 312th place. What's so interesting about that? Gu leaned over and said, it seems the news hasn't reached him yet. This kid has already risen to 262, and they say he's a Beastmaster. Lian, perplexed, shouted, Beastmaster? He said he'd heard something and decided to inform him. He replied, don't worry, he won't let him poke his nose into his organization. Then Gu walked toward the exit and waving his hand, said that in that case, he'll expect good news from him. At that moment, Lian thought irritably, Beastmaster? I can't wait to see him in action. On the third day, midday, arena number 53. The protagonist thought about it. As far as he knew, this time the opponent would be a guy with the soul of a moon shadow leopard, ranked 242nd. Known for his speed. Then he looked at the stand's end, noticing Jinze thought he completely trusted him and was even more inspired than yesterday. He remembered how he had asked if he should continue pretending. Then Jinze had replied, naturally, after the betting opens, the odds change in real time. How could they make money if he won quickly? He asked if he meant a rigged duel. He replied, of course not. What made him think it would be rigged? It was just a business strategy. He would still have to win in the end. The idea was to take full advantage. First, they would convince the audience that he was highly likely to lose. Then they would win, and that way they could make much more money. With these words, he threw his arm over the protagonist's shoulder. He replied, okay, whatever he says. He said their earnings depended solely on him. In the present, the protagonist thought that yesterday he had demonstrated the power of the Beastmaster, and Jinze was doing a great job of promoting his bets. Now at least half the university knew he was going to challenge Leon, so it was no wonder there were so many spectators. At that moment, Shi Ying entered the arena and asked, is this Yuan? What bad luck accepting a challenge from the Beastmaster. Then he placed the students to the sides and shouted, but he's not going to easily admit defeat. He must show what he's made of. Fusion with the beast spirit. The next second, his body changed and MC changed too. His opponent thought it would be nice to suppress the Beastmaster. He was a 9-star after all, he should be able to handle it. The next second, he leaped forward, swung his paw, and hit the protagonist's paw. He turned slightly and thought, he's injured. His speed is the advantage. At that moment, the protagonist thought he'd just do as Jinza said, just have a little fun. Then he slammed his paw on the ground, and his opponent leaped at him, and he thought, this must be it. The true power of the Beastmaster. Those watching shouted in surprise. What's going on? The Beastmaster can't handle him? How's he going to fight Leon? Yesterday, someone held a bet to see if Yuan could win within 12 days. He's afraid it'll be difficult for him to win with such strength. At that moment, Jinze thought, it seems the goal has been achieved. The number of people doubting Yuan is growing. The better he shows off his acting skills, the more money they can make. The next second, Qi Ying landed a few more blows on the protagonist's body and thought, if he keeps this up, maybe he can even defeat the Beastmaster. Then, he raised his paw to strike, but at that moment, the protagonist's punch landed on his face, sending him flying into the wall, causing cracks to form, and then falling to the ground, returning to his human form. The onlookers looked at him in surprise, and at that moment, he noticed the protagonist's gaze and thought, maybe it was a coincidence. But there was no way he could have avoided the blow at that very moment. Then the spectators started shouting, what the hell? The Beastmaster turned out to be stronger than an ordinary soul owner after all. What are you even talking about? Yuan is so strong that he can take out Qi Ying with one blow. So it turns out, he was just pretending in the first half of the fight, not showing his true strength. After that, Jinze approached the protagonist and shouted, bro, well done. He replied, yeah, you acted like a real actor. He added, even better, most people are wary of him now, so he doesn't think their plan will be seen through quickly, so they should continue. He replied, okay. It was the dead of night in a dorm room. The protagonist lay on his bed, hands behind his head, thinking. After his fight with Qi Ying today, he'd received not only 2 silver treasure chests, but also a beast artifact. He could simply sell these and continue defeating weaker opponents. Plus, he'd get a generous reward for opening the chests and a share of the bets. 5 days later, the protagonist rose to 142nd place, and opening the door slightly, thought, over the past few days, he'd unexpectedly encountered several highly skilled opponents, forced to admit defeat before the fight and give up the treasure chests. At that moment, Jinze, looking down at him from the top bunk, shouted, "Why are you so gloomy? They still had a chance. He should be happy." He asked if there was any information about tomorrow's opponent. He handed him a tablet and said he'd prepared it especially for him. It said, 32nd place, Lei Qingming, Thunder Beast, Strong Attack Soul. Form, a blue behemoth with lightning all over his body, capable of manipulating thunder, immense explosive power. Defeated Lu Chongfeng, a 1-star Beastmaster. Defeated Shi Wangdao, a 1-star Beastmaster. Lost to Lian, a 2-star Beastmaster. Estimated strength, max level 1-star Beastmaster. Entry level 2nd-star Beastmaster. MC looked at this and said, "Looks powerful." Jinze extended his hand and shouted, "Of course." After losing to Lian, he joined the hunting party. All the students think he'll get away with it. Then he smiled and clenched his fist, saying, when he defeats Qingming, everyone will finally see his true strength, so he'll close the bets before the fight. In a duel with him, he'll be able to let loose and show his all. The protagonist smiled looking at him and replied, "Okay. It's finally time to have some fun." After some time, in the upgraded leveling room, Mu Shui was training when she heard a notification sound on her phone. A hologram of Qingqiu appeared in front of her, and she asked, "What's wrong?" She replied, "Yuan and Qingming are fighting today. Will she come watch?" She thoughtfully asked, "How strong is this guy?" She replied, "He's ranked 92nd in the Qianlong rankings. A 1-star Beastmaster." She said, "A 1-star Beastmaster." Then Qingqiu spread her arms and said, "It seems she's not at all worried about Yuan losing." In response, she smiled and clenched her fists, saying, "He's very strong. She believes in his victory." Then Qingqiu smiled and said, "As far as I can see, she has confidence in her boyfriend." Then Muxue blushed with embarrassment and shouted that he wasn't her boyfriend. She shouldn't talk nonsense. They were just fellow countrymen. She replied, Okay. She wanted to know something else. Why wasn't she participating in the ranking battles? At least, she should be able to handle the next 50. She replied that the teacher said that there was no point in fighting for a reward. First, you need to level up and then act. She said, the reward, her teacher had a lot of money or something, enough to pay for the best leveling room every month, equip it with high-level crystals and energy collection systems. Okay. She'll go take a look and then tell her. Muxue thanked her in return. 7 p.m. Mo University Sports Zone, Arena 26. The protagonist, standing near the entrance, asked why there were so many people today. Jinza stood opposite him and said that about half of them had placed bets. The rest had just flocked in for the hype. The betting shop would be closing, so he should give it his all. The protagonist replied that he could rely on him. At that moment, Qingming, standing in the arena, shouted, "Where's Yuan?" He started looking around, and then the protagonist came out to him and said he was here. He came closer, and Qingming asked if he was the one who threatened Lian, and dared to declare that he wouldn't lose even once for 12 days. He asked in response, "What, it's not allowed?" He frowned and shouted, "Of course it's allowed." Unfortunately, his self-confidence was already shattered. He would bring him back down to earth. The protagonist told him to try, and then they simultaneously used Beast Soul Fusion. At that moment, everyone watching the fight shouted, "This Qingming is so strong, one of the strongest freshmen." Even though Yuan is a Beast Master, he didn't particularly impress in the last competition. Now everyone calls him a windbag. Be that as it may, she bet on Yuan to lose. She can't even imagine what's going on in the minds of those counting on him to win. At that moment, Qingming said, by the way, he forgot to mention, he deliberately bet 5 million on his defeat. The protagonist asked, "Did you bet 5 million on him losing?" He asked, "So should you have bet on him winning?" MC smiled and replied, "It doesn't matter. He just wanted to thank him." He was surprised. Thank him? For what? The next second, the protagonist swung his paw and shouted that he would find out soon. Qingming shouted, "How fast?" The intelligence guy told him that his soul belongs to the power category. He then released a pulse of energy, striking the protagonist's paw, and thought, even though he only has 1 overlord star, he can match the speed of 2 stars. If he doesn't die, he'll suffer quite a bit. Then he looked at his opponent in surprise and thought, that's it? How is this possible? After that, he concentrated energy in his mouth and thought, you bastard, he forced this on him himself. He then released a powerful stream of energy, and the MC smiled and said, bad luck. He got caught just when the audience no longer needed his acting. Bye. He then released a powerful pulse from his mouth, knocking his opponent back, and he screamed, how come? He fell to the ground, and then the referee announced, the duel is over, Yuan has won. The audience continued to watch in bewilderment, and then they shouted, damn it. He can't believe his eyes. Yuan actually won? Great. He decided to bet 200,000 on him, and his intuition was right. At that moment, Qingqiu thought in surprise. He took out Qingming with 1 blow. Even though she's a 2nd-star Beastmaster, she'd have a hard time facing him either. No wonder Muxue has so much confidence in him. At that moment, Hailong flew up to the protagonist and shouted that he had won and received a golden treasure chest. He asked if he could open it now. He replied, "Of course, only he can see the contents." Then the chest appeared, and he shouted, "The chest has been successfully opened. 50,000 evolution points have been obtained, and a Beastmaster level artifact has been obtained." Konglei's Claw is a Beastmaster level artifact. When struck, the claws are imbued with lightning, which grants increased attack speed and a bonus to lightning attribute damage. The protagonist shouted, "This is much better than the Flame Claw. It's a common level claw, but it should fetch a good price." At that moment, Jinsei started running toward him and shouted, "My friend, what was that, Yuan?" He spread his arms out to the sides and joyfully shouted, "What a beautiful victory. Now they are incredibly rich." The protagonist looked at him and happily replied, "That's great." At that moment, Leon approached them and said, "It turns out he's still capable of something." He clapped his hands and shouted that he'd watched the duel. It was exciting. At that moment, Jinsei turned his gaze to him and asked why he'd come. He smiled and replied that he just wanted to check on his roommates. MC said he shouldn't worry about that. Then Leon rose up on his tiptoes and said there was no question of worrying. He only had a few days left. He should go and check on them. He then walked forward, brushing shoulders with Jinsei, and added that when he fought Qingming, he didn't waste so much time. Jinsei frowned and shouted, "How come he's not tired of making fun of everyone yet?" And the protagonist said, "Let him rage. They'll look at him when it's time to say goodbye to life." 3 days later, MC had risen to 32nd place. He was training, then opened his eyes and sighed, saying he'd finally reached 3 Beastmaster stars. Heilong looked at him and shouted, "Tomorrow he can challenge Leon." He replied, yes. His opponents hadn't brought him any valuable rewards in the past few days, and he could already imagine what the chest would be like after defeating Leon. It was the next morning. Jinsei smiled and said, "By the way, he'd opened a new bet a couple of days ago." The protagonist looked at him and asked something like, "Can Yuan defeat Leon? And how much did he bet?" He replied, 1-to-1 and 2-to-1. People wouldn't dare bet large sums anymore, having seen his true strength, so his chances of winning were slim. The protagonist said that in that case, he'd bet 6 million on himself. He shouted in surprise, that's all the winnings he'd given him. It seemed he was really serious this time. He replied, "They'll see." Sometime later, at the medical station, Ming sat on his cot and looking ahead, asked in surprise, what brought them here? Jinsei handed him a bag and said, "Here are some buns from the 3rd canteen, still hot." He took the bag and thanked him. Then the MC asked how Songlan was doing. Ming replied, "Not very well. The wounds are deep. Fortunately he was at Overlord level, otherwise he would have been expelled by now." Songlan asked, "Why did they suddenly come?" Jinsei approached him, bag in hand, and said, "They brought breakfast. He should eat." At that moment, the protagonist thought, in the battle with Leon, not only Songlan's body had been defeated, but also his spirit. His bruised pride would not allow him to live in peace, and he would begin to struggle with his abilities. No one would help him here. Only by entering into a struggle with himself could he realize the value of life. Then Jinsei took a bite of the bun and shouted that today, Yuan would definitely avenge them. They looked at him in surprise, and he shouted that he hadn't lost a single time in 12 days, all for today's fight. The wounded boys simultaneously shouted, "Beast, when did he get so strong?" Songlan frowned, looked at him and said, "Even though Leon used some moves last time, he doesn't think that's all he's capable of. He has to be careful." The protagonist thanked him for the advice and declared that he wouldn't lose. Noon, arena number 3. Jinsei pointed forward and asked, "Wow, who's that standing there?" At that moment, Leon entered the arena and waved his hand. MC also constantly said in the arena, "Even Gu is here. It seems this fight is very important to the hunters." He replied, "He just wants to see how quickly he goes down." The protagonist looked at him seriously, and then Leon turned to the audience and, placing his hands on his waist, shouted, "Everyone has gathered today to watch the duel between him and Yuan. Do they want to know who is stronger?" He pointed his finger at himself and shouted that he could say right now, he will be the winner. Then he pointed his finger at the protagonist and added, "And he will be the last one who dares to cross the hunter." Then Gu clapped his hands and shouted, "Not bad." And Ming frowned and shouted, "Why on earth did he think he could defeat Yuan? This is too much." Then Jinsei smiled and, placing his hand on his shoulder, told him to calm down and cool down. After that, Linghu approached them and said that many hunters came this time, so they just decided to show their loyalty to Gu. "Do they mind if he sits next to them?" Jinsei replied, "Of course he can sit." He didn't think he would come too. He replied that he'd bet 10 million yuan, so naturally, he'd come to watch. Jinsei exclaimed in surprise. "So much? Isn't he afraid he might lose?" He thought, "This guy must have a lot of money." Then Linghu smiled and said, "But they organized the betting, right? He'd had plenty of time to earn some money, then bet it all on yuan." Jinsei thought, "This guy's no slouch." He snatched his share. Then Ming said, "Just look at him. How confident he is." Linghu said that Gu had also made quite a splash. At the same time, he'd established himself in the eyes of the organization members. After all, after Tianyi stood up for Yuan, the other one became the most desirable target. He hoped it wouldn't affect him too much. Then he frowned and thought that he really wanted to see how Gu would react if Leon lost. The next second, Leon shouted, "Fuse. In this battle, he will break his bones one by one until he kneels before him and begs for mercy." With these words, he began to pound his fists on his chest and then added, "Well, he should show what he's made of already." Then the protagonist looked at him confidently, before concentrating his energy around himself and shouting, Fuse. His body changed, and the next second, Leon leaped forward, swinging his fists, but MC extended his paw in front of him, blocking his blow. At that moment, Leon thought in surprise, no way, his jumping strikes are at the level of a 2-star overlord. The next second, his fist was covered in blood, and then he noticed how energy began to concentrate in the protagonist's mouth. He thought, this is bad, I need to change my position immediately. Then the protagonist released a powerful beam of energy, and Leon jumped to the side. He thought, damn, too fast. Then he noticed another beam of energy and shouted, again. He put his fists in front of him, trying to defend himself, and everyone present began to shout. Who would have thought? He was able to defend himself. He then shouted, does he think he can deal with him with only this ability? How naive. Then he walked forward and thought, not a scratch. He is absorbing most of the energy. If this continues, he won't last long. The protagonist did not stop releasing a beam of powerful energy, and Leon, covering himself with his hands, continued to move forward. At this moment, Ming shouted. Leon withstood Yuan's attack. At that moment, the protagonist released another beam of energy, and Leon, looking at it and continuing to defend himself with his fists, thought it was energy. Then a blow hit him in the chest, sending him flying back. The audience shouted in surprise. What? Ming pointed his finger at the arena and shouted, damn it. When did Yuan get so strong? His neighbor hit him on the shoulder and said that he didn't know, but he'd always been like this. He shouted, Leon is no match for him. Too bad someone lost their bet. Then, Linghu told him not to rejoice too soon. He didn't think it was that easy. Then, from the resulting smoke, Leon stepped forward and said that he must say that he had exceeded all his expectations. Then, he wiped the blood from his mouth and said, then the time for games is over. He charged, swinging his fist, and MC concentrated his energy in his mouth again, then released a powerful beam, and thought, at least an overlord with at least 3 stars could reach such a speed. At that moment, Leon was approaching him, and then he struck, shouting that he must die. But the protagonist stopped him with his paws and threw him back. His opponent shouted at him not to forget he has 4 arms. Then he said, the taste of blood is not bad, right? The next second, a cross-shaped attack flew into the protagonist's chest. Leon shouted that this is only the beginning. He charged again and swung his fist, leaving a wound on the protagonist's tail. And he thought, did he still have the strength to laugh? Then claws appeared on his paw, and the monkey shouted that he shouldn't say he had an artifact. He thought with fear. Damn, he deliberately let him get closer to lure him into a trap. The next second, several powerful blows flew at him. And after that, the protagonist unleashed a final, powerful beam of energy from his mouth and shouted, it's over. It then dissipated. And Leon, lying on the ground, said with his last strength, he hasn't lost yet, him. MC stood over him and said that since he hasn't lost, then he should let him continue. Leon tried to get up and shouted, what does he want? He replied that he wanted to do the same to him as he did to Ming and Songlan. He then unleashed another powerful beam from his mouth, and Leon began to scream. Those watching the scene shouted, Yuan is so cool. This is what Leon deserves. Let him get what he deserves. Honestly, it was high time to teach him a lesson. Hunters are the Academy's sore spot. He's done well, Yuan. Then the protagonist asked, do you want to give up? This is the only way. Otherwise, he can forget about the national competition. His opponent shouted, Yuan, does he think you can bully him forever? He shouted, bully? He's acting exactly like himself. At that moment, Gu said, Yuan, there's no need to overdo it. And Linghu, folding his arms, shouted, where did he go too far? Isn't it too much of an honor for them hunters to occupy places on the ranking list and do whatever they please? In response, Gu smirked and asked, who gave the floor to a loser? Linghu shouted indignantly, oh, him. Then Gu added, Yuan, he should think carefully. Does he really need hunters as enemies? He concentrated his energy around himself, and the protagonist said that he thought there was a misunderstanding between them. He was surprised. A misunderstanding? He replied, right, he declared war on their stinking organization a long time ago. The spectators watched in amazement, and then Gu shouted, does he even understand what he's saying? At that moment, the referee shouted, what's all that noise? He hasn't declared the end of the match yet. They shouldn't complain later about being kicked off the court. The fight is over. At that moment, MC thought, cool. The referee was a master-level beastmaster. At that moment, Leon rose to his feet and asked, does he want him to surrender? He laughed loudly, then clenched his fist and shouted, he must listen. There are no limits anymore. He must just come and kill him. He, Lian, wasn't afraid of death. The next second, a powerful blow landed on his chest, and he acquired human form, falling to the ground. One of the spectators shouted, it can't be, Yuan won. He really won. After that, the referee said, the winner of today's duel is Yuan. At that moment, Gu thought, Yuan. He said he must remember, the time will come to pay the price. After a while, Heilong raised his paw and shouted, he defeated the king-level beastmaster and knocked out a gold chest. The protagonist thought, another gold chest. Cool. Then his comrades ran up to him and called out to him. Ming smiled and shouted, never having imagined he was such a beast. Ling Yu folded his arms and told him to be careful. Gu wouldn't let this go. He's the kind of person who will stop at nothing until he achieves his goal. Then the protagonist asked who he thought he'd send next. He answered thoughtfully, most likely it would be Qingnan. The protagonist asked, why him? Gu and Shen Kang were supposed to hold higher positions than him. He replied, Gu is the leader of the Sand Hunters, so he values his skin more than anyone else. Challenging him to a duel is practically impossible. He definitely wouldn't send Shen Kang unless absolutely necessary. That would leave only Qingnan. Then MC looked at Jinze and asked, So that's it. He has any information about him? He winked and replied that he would find out if necessary about more than just him. Then Lingu held his hand out in front of him and said they shouldn't waste time and ask him directly. He'd fought him before. Ming asked who won last time. Jinza said, "He speaks as if he's never seen the rankings." Ming laughed awkwardly. Lingu spread his arms and said, "Of course he lost. Qingnan is not only incredibly strong, but his beast soul is extremely eccentric." The protagonist asked, "What does he mean?" He asked, "Have they heard of a Phyto soul?" After some time in the observation room, the director walked into the room and said, "A truly spectacular duel." The judge turned around and shouted in surprise, "Mr. Principal, how is he here?" He came closer and said that he had just watched the fight, and this Yuan isn't so bad. The judge agreed. He was quite experienced, ruthless, and determined, precisely the qualities most students lack. Wang Ting said he heard his abilities had reached E rank. The judge scratched his head and said, "Exactly," but he thought the information was incorrect. The strength he displayed was at least S rank. By the way, he should know something about hunters. They've become more aggressive lately, taking over the Qianlong rankings, continuing to pressure the other students, and there are complaints. He said, "I understand, but Gu hasn't broken a single academy rule. His approach also matches the motto. The students must feel unfair. This is perfectly natural. The world is inherently cruel. These children don't yet know the pressure people face daily, and it only gets worse." Sometime later, in the cultivation hall, the device spoke. First-year Yuanwu. His name is currently ranked 18th on the Qianlong list. He currently receives a 50% discount for upgrading his skills. Room A116. The procedure should take no more than 5 minutes. After that, the protagonist went into the room and said, "Cool. Now I understand why everyone is so focused on getting on that leaderboard." At that moment, Hailong shouted, "Hurry, he must open the chest." Then he looked at the chest that appeared and shouted, "Wow, 50,000 evolution points. A master-level artifact." At that moment, the protagonist looked at the item and asked, "What is this?" Hailong replied, "An energy-accumulating crystal. The owner's attack becomes 50% more powerful when the steel energy reaches maximum strength. What's more, the owner can infuse it with their own energy. He can try it right now." He replied, "Okay, fusion." Then his body transformed, and he looked at his paw and said, "A worthy place for cultivation, like a 4-dimensional space." Then he took the crystal in his hand, and the energy began to concentrate. The next second, Hailong joyfully shouted, "It's full!" And the protagonist said that filling such a small stone took almost half of his entire energy, more than half an hour. Recharging it in battle will be practically impossible. Hailong said it was good for preparatory work, and if used in combination with breathing, it could deal devastating damage. The protagonist said he thought so. Then he absorbed the stones with the storage talisman, and Hailong shouted, "Successful absorption. 1,000 evolution points gained." He repeated this several more times while MC sat in a meditative pose. After a while, the protagonist heard a notification sound on his phone, after which a hologram of Jinze appeared in front of him. He said, "Wow, he's doing well. He's using an advanced room or cultivation." The protagonist replied that it was all done with hard-earned money. He said there was no time for jokes now. As expected, Qingnan had declared war on him. What would they do? He was of a higher rank than him. The protagonist said that they couldn't refuse a fight. Since defeating Lian, the other hunters have been watching him. Incidentally, he plans to continue making money from them. He asked in surprise, "He wants to open the betting again?" He replied that this time he'd bet 20 million on himself. He was surprised. 20? Then he'd bet 30. MC shouted in surprise, "Aren't you afraid of losing?" "That's too much." He clenched his fists and shouted, "He has nothing to lose. He believes he'll win. Damn it." Then he started running away and added, "The duel is scheduled for tomorrow at 7 p.m. He'll go and announce the opening of the betting. They'll meet before the fight." At that moment, Hailong waved his hand and said he must have imagined it or he hadn't taken a breath while speaking. The protagonist said they'd leave it to him. He didn't think there would be the same excitement tomorrow as last time. On the evening of the second day, Jinze ran forward. The guys in front of him were saying, "Does he know?" He didn't believe Yuan would win this time either. In any case, Qingnan is ranked 4th, plus he has an unusual Phyto soul. His friend added, "Finally, someone capable of defending the honor of the freshman has appeared. Win or lose, he's betting 100 yuan on Yuan. He even has the nerve to say such a thing." At that moment, Jinze thought, the current odds are 1.5, which shows that the majority is still against Yuan, my friend. Now their fortune depends only on him. After a while, MC waved his hand and apologized for keeping him waiting. Jinze said, "This is amazing. The duel starts at 7, and he trained until 5:30. Yuan replied, "It's okay. Training never hurt anyone." Jinze turned around and said, "He really has no equal in this. They need to go. They need to enter the arena a little earlier." MC said, "But they'll just stop by to eat first. He hasn't had dinner yet." Jinze turned around and asked, puzzled, "What?" A while later, in the 3rd Academy cafeteria in the 2nd building, MC and Jinze were sitting at a table. Yuan asked why he suddenly rushed to pay the bill. "Did he take the wrong pills today?" Jinze said, "That's nonsense. He bet all his money on him, so let him eat in silence. The more he eats, the stronger he'll be in the duel." MC licked his lips and said, "He's the rector's son, and he's pretending like he has no money." Jinze replied, "That's not the issue. Money from his father and money earned are two different things. He wants to show his father that he's not a freeloader at all." Yuan said, "By the way, he still doesn't know what kind of beast soul he has. Jinza looked away and said not to even ask, he'll find out later. That night in the first arena, MC asked in surprise, "So many people?" Jinza replied, "Of course." This time, he's facing the 4th-ranked Qianlong. Considering how exciting the fight against Yuan Lian was, it would be strange to draw fewer. Let him come in. He'll find Zhao Ming and Wang Linghu. MC gave him a fist bump and said yes. At that moment, Wu Xuangu was watching him, smirking. Yuan looked at him and thought, he's going to destroy him. It's a pity he chose the wrong person. At that moment, a guy came out to meet him and asked, was he the one who defeated Yuan Lian? Honestly, he's not quite suitable as his opponent. Li Qingnan, the demonic vine, said, he will give him advice. No need to provoke people who are not his equal in strength. MC smiled and said, thank you, but he does not need advice. At this moment, the host said, ladies and gentlemen, since everyone is gathered, he declares the duel open. The people in the stands joyfully began to shout, raising their fists in the air. MC said, unity. Qingnan adjusted his glasses and said, unity. His vines headed towards Yuan. He said, it's nothing. He swung his paw and cut the vine. Ming shouted joyfully. He was barely holding on. Lin Yuan, keep it up. Linghu said, it's too early to rejoice. He's just testing the waters. Li Qingnan's true strength lies elsewhere. MC asked, is that all he can do? The vines fell to the floor, and Qingnan said, he thinks he understands everything. Now it's time to finish him off. Vines began to grow around MC, and the audience screamed. The vines are starting to grow again. MC thought. Wang Linghu said that one of Li Qingnan's abilities is regeneration. As long as he has enough energy, the vines will grow endlessly. Huge vines combined and headed upward, right above Yuan. He ordered Lin Yuan to die. MC thought, how to kill him? He released a stream of energy from his mouth and cut the vines. Someone screamed, unbelievable, so many vines and they're all destroyed. What kind of plant soul is this? Qingnan thought. He made a laughing stock of him in front of the crowd of spectators. He screamed. He completely angered him. MC asked, what new things can he show? Qingnan created vines again and sent them towards Yuan. Linghu screamed, the situation is not the most optimistic. Lin Yuan will hardly be able to defend against such an attack. Ming asked, if he doesn't cope, will he lose? Linghu replied, he doesn't know. He's already warned him before. If Li Qingnan takes away the advantage, it won't be easy to regain. Ming said fearfully, whether he warns or not, it's hard to dodge something like this. Jinza frowned and thought, Lin Yuan. Someone shouted, that same move where multiple tendrils are directed from all directions. MC began to parry the attack, but someone said, even Lin Yuan will have to sweat, because one breath isn't enough. At that moment, a vine struck MC's tail, and other vines began to rapidly attack his body. Jinza's eyes widened in fear, and Qingnan asked, is he ready to beg for mercy? Yuan thought, the vines are sucking energy from his body. That's Li Qingnan's second ability, energy absorption. Qingnan asked, so what? He ordered him to beg for mercy if he wants to preserve even a drop of energy. Yuan replied, he hasn't achieved anything yet to beg for such a thing. He unsheathed his claws and quickly cut through the vines, and Qingnan said, neither long-range nor close-range attacks will help him. MC roared loudly, then grabbed the vines and released mana from his mouth. Qingnan looked at this and thought, the nuclear breath he used to defeat Yuan Lian. What a pity that he already knows about this technique. He created an even larger vine and began to transform, and MC released his breath. The spectators in the stands began to shout, what a killer move. With just his breath, Lin Yuan rightfully deserves the status of one of the talented freshmen. Will the vine shield be able to block this? Qingnan thought how lucky he was that a large amount of energy was put into this strike before the beam collided with the shield. However, he never expected that the strike would still be powerful. Victory will still be his. He has no more ways to resist. MC laughed and said, he really is unlucky, man. Qingnan shouted, what did he say? No need to talk nonsense. He thought he only had enough strength for one hit, just like him. Yuan replied that without the crystal that accumulated energy, he really could have lost to him. What a pity that something like this will never happen again. Qingnan thought, what crystal? What's going on? The MC loudly sent him away, and Qingnan asked, is this some kind of joke? He transformed again, when suddenly a large stream of energy flew into his body and tore it apart. Everyone looked at what was happening in surprise, and Qingnan flew into the wall and left a mark behind. The people asked in surprise, did Lin Yuan win? He actually beat Li Qingnan. The host said, he is announcing the result of the duel. The victory goes to Lin Yuan. Having defeated Li Qingnan, he rises from 18th place to 4th. Linghu thought, he never thought that this could happen. The host said, the fight is over. The MC returned to his usual form, and the guys joyfully shouted, Lin Yuan won, 45 million. Wu Xuangu continued to stand above and look at the MC with irritation. Yuan turned around and said, Wu Xuangu, this is his first gift to him. What will he say? Wu Xuangu replied, Lin Yuan, let him think about the consequences. Isn't he afraid of regret? The MC asked again, did he think about it when he started his activities? Zhao Ming was injured by a member of his group. He simply refused to put up with the established rules, so he decided to challenge them. And Song Lan, he decided to stand up for him and was also injured. It remains to be seen when he will be discharged from the infirmary. Doesn't he think he should have thought about the consequences first? Wu Xuangu laughed and said, It's just a misunderstanding, the MC asked again. A misunderstanding? Wu Xuangu waved his hand and said, of course, he feels very sorry for his roommates. Perhaps if he had been a little stricter with his guys, this would not have happened. However, aggression from one side or the other is inevitable. If he wants, he can apologize to his friend on behalf of the entire organization. He extended his hand and said, moreover, with sincere intentions, he invites Songlan to join them as well. In fact, he values them very much. Maybe they can become friends someday. Wu Xuangu spread his arms wide and shouted. He didn't have to do anything, he just had to agree. He would receive the same salary as Shen Kong. People started talking. It turns out he wanted to win Lin Yuan's favor. This is called one more friend, one less enemy. Wu Xuangu also doesn't know how Yuan Lian will respond to his proposal. MC chuckled and asked, did he put forward similar conditions to Tianyi? Wu Xuangu asked what he meant. Yuan said, Wu Xuangu, he takes money from ordinary freshmen to use it to lure others to his side. That's the difference between them. He knows why Tianyi turned him down? Because tigers and jackals don't mix, especially such huge ones. They're just a group of bloodsuckers parasitizing on society. They dare call themselves a serious organization? In his opinion, this is even more immature than playing with children's toys. Jinza said fearfully, oh my, he will now answer for his words. Ling Wu folded his arms and said, and they thought he was crazy. The audience started screaming, Lin Yuan is right. This group is just feeding off the students. Are they worthy of occupying high positions in the ranking table? The Qianlong list doesn't exist for them to seize the top of this. Jinzi frowned in irritation and thought, he, Wu Xuangu, had never experienced such humiliation. How dare this Lin Yuan tell him what to do? MC waved his hand at him and said, he doesn't seem very pleased. It's okay. Even if he sends Shen Kong or goes out himself, he doesn't care who he fights. The game has already begun. Wu Xuangu, let him think carefully before making a choice. Wu Xuangu frowned, and the MC began to leave. After a while, Team Yuan was sitting in a restaurant. Songlan said it was his first time at such an event. Ling Hu asked them not to worry. Boss Wang would treat them. Ming opened the menu and said, echinoderm wyvern meat stir-fried in soy sauce, black dragon back steak, moon panther paws, raging flame lion legs. All the dishes were made with such expensive ingredients, he felt a bit awkward. Jinza waved his hand and said to order whatever he wanted. When else would he have the chance to eat food of this caliber? Ming said in surprise. Amazing. He's so generous today. Jinza said to thank Lin Yuan. 45 million. For them, such a dinner is a mere trifle. He handed MC a glass and offered to share it with him. Yuan held his hand out in front of him and said, he can't. He was planning to go to the training hall today. Ming shouted, come on, he's still going to train today? Jinza said, he doesn't drink, so he doesn't respect them. MC drank a glass of wine and said, okay. Ming hugged him and said, now that's different. Lingyu said, he congratulates him on defeating Li Qingnan and reaching 4th place in the rankings. Yuan said, it's all thanks to the information he gave him. Lingyu told him not to be modest. Everyone has long known how strong he is. Songlan said, the wounds haven't healed yet, so he had to replace alcohol with tea. Thanks to him. MC said, oh well, they're neighbors. Besides, he's not gonna stop there. Songlan said, today he humiliated Wu Xuangu in front of hundreds of students. He won't let him go so easily. Jinza said, a beast master of such a level isn't that easy to attack from behind either. MC laughed and said he can rely on him. After a while, an order was heard in the restaurant to get him some. Here, another glass. After a while, in the infirmary, Yuan Lian screamed, did he lose? How is this possible? What should we do now? He said to try to recruit him. Wu Xuangu replied that he and Tianji were birds of a feather, but Lin Yuan was even more infuriating. Fine, he'll deal with him. Here, let him take this. It's a healing elixir that restores limbs. He needs to anoint the wound with it, and it will be fine. Yuan Lian replied that he couldn't. It was too expensive for him. Wu Xuangu asked what he should do when the national competition began. He was planning to fight side by side with him. He waved his hand and said, okay, it's time for him to go. Let him rest. Yuan Lian thanked him, and Wu Xuangu left the room. Irritated, thinking that both of them were just trash, he approached the vice principal's office and knocked on the door. A command to enter came from the other side, and Wu Xuangu walked inside. He frowned and said, Uncle. Li Shangui, the senior vice principal of the academy, said irritably. He never thought he had such a worthless nephew. Does he know what his mistake is? He shouted, overly arrogant. He thinks he's brave, able to adapt to circumstances, but in reality, he's just a brainless fool. After all, the reason people bully him is his own weakness. Shangui said, he gave him everything, the means, the opportunities, but he never advanced beyond 3rd place. Shame. He frowned and thought, as a disciple of this academy, he'd never made it out of the top tier. Why is he so worthless then? He asked. So what does he want? Wu Xuangu shouted in displeasure. It's okay now, uncle. He'll personally fight Lin Yuan and restore his reputation. Shangui told him not to even try to challenge Yuan unless he's confident of victory. The national freshman tournament will officially begin in 10 days. Prestigious educational institutions from all over the country attach considerable importance to this event. Beijing will gather all the talents. Does he understand what he means? Only by performing well at the tournament will he be able to demonstrate to everyone that he is truly worthy of leading people. Wu Xuangu frowned and said, I understand, uncle. Shangui sat down on a chair and said, okay, he'll take care of the rest. Let him return to training. Wu Xuangu bowed and thanked him for the guidance. In the training room, Qingchu said, straight to the point. Lin Yuan defeated Li Qingnan. Mukshe replied, after all, he never did anything he wasn't confident in. Qingchu asked, By the way, has she already reached a sufficient level to compete for a place on the ranking list? What did she think? Mukshe replied, the tournament is starting soon and there are only 12 spots left. He needs to be in the top 10 to have a chance of qualifying. Chinchu said that with her current abilities, there shouldn't be any problems. Who is she going to fight? Mukshe replied, of course, Wu Xuangu. Chinchu asked because he insulted Lin Yuan? Mukshe replied, yes, she has no reason to let him go. Chinchu thought, well, she really is going to intercede. After a while, in the capital, MC's cry rang out in the Beast Soul Hall. This place truly deserves to be called a hall. Such a scale, such a scope. Heilong happily said, there's everything here. A practice area, a business area, a place for quests, entertainment, consultation, and talent discovery. To buy something, they need to go to the shopping area. The girl greeted them and asked what they were interested in. She frowned and thought, he's so young, she doesn't think he's capable of buying things worth that much. MC ruffled his hair and asked, are storage artifacts sold here? The girl happily replied, of course. She told him to follow her. She thought the check will come to several million. They went up to the 12th floor and approached the artifact counter. Yuan looked around and said, when he was promoted, the bronze storage he wanted was only 10 cubic meters in volume. Hailong said that this was too small. He suggested that he buy more. MC asked, do they have artifacts with a capacity of more than 10 cubic meters? The girl answered, of course. If he allows, she can recommend a few. Here, a storage ring that has a reserve of 20 cubic meters. It is convenient to use, easy to carry. It is suitable for young people who are often away from home. She thought, but the price of this is 5 million. Yuan said to give it. He asked, by the way, he also needs lower-level beast soul crystals. Are there any? The girl asked again, how much does he need? She thought, he is rich, and on top of that with fantastic curiosity. MC said, 100,000. The girl apologized, puzzled, and asked, why did he need so many? She'd have to contact the manager for that amount. Yuan laughed and said he was from the Beast Academy. His mentor was conducting an experiment, studying how creatures changed after prolonged use of lower beast soul crystals, and he was just helping him with his shopping. He wondered if he'd be lying if he concealed the fact that it was him, right? The girl enthusiastically answered, I see. She asked him to wait a minute. They'd prepare everything for him. MC asked for another 100 miracle beast pills. She thought, he's an excellent student and he's well off too generous. That's just wonderful. Hailong asked, this time it cost 20 million. He said, does anything else matter? Yuan replied, no, there's not much left in the account, he just needs to leave a little. He looked to the side and saw bright light emanating from the artifact. It was a Beast King level artifact, a wind spirit talisman. The wind attribute, and the price is 20 million. He asked, what's that? Hailong replied, it's a rune-type artifact that doesn't take up a weapon or armor slot, but adds attributes. Runes like this increase the agility attribute. Yuan asked, just like Songlan's buff. Hailong replied, you could say that. However, in a solo battle, there won't be Songlan to share this buff. MC said, okay. After all, the explosive power he possesses lowers the agility attribute value, but it's somehow too expensive. He's 12 million short. Hailong said he could borrow it. MC answered, that's right too. He quickly dialed Jinzei, who asked, what's wrong? Yuan yelled, won't he lend him 15 million for a month? Jinzei asked again, what? He had more than 20. Where did it go? MC replied, he spent it all on equipment. Jinzei replied, okay, he'll send it off now. Yuan thanked him, and the girl approached him and said, sir, please, here are his crystals and storage ring. She thought, the deity of wealth, she loves him. MC pointed to the artifact and said, he'll take this too. The girl burst into tears of delight and thought, the sales volume had already reached average levels at the beginning of the month. Thank you. She bowed and cried out, oh my god, or rather, my lord, let him come again. Yuan was leaving the store with bags and thought, the almost rich man had instantly become a debtor. Well, who would have held back in his place? That afternoon in the dorm, he asked puzzledly, why are they all gathered? The guys replied, he's just in time. Are they going to the lecture together? MC asked again, don't they need to practice? The academy has no rules for passing tests, so attending classes is not required. Songlan answered, that's right, but the lecture will be very useful for people of their level, so they should go. Yuan asked, what's it about? Jinzei replied that it is said that there is a gap between the level of an overlord and a king. Many people had settled on the overlord, so this time, Teacher Zhao personally volunteered to give the lecture. He would teach him to evolve to the king level. After a while, many students gathered in the Beast Academy lecture hall. MC asked in surprise, is Teacher Zhao really that popular? Ming replied, of course he is. He achieved the king level at a young age, which caused quite a stir in society. Let them see. All the seats in the front row were already taken. Jinzei grinned and said to rely on him. With him, they would definitely take their seats in the front. He walked forward and said, sorry, they were a little late. If they give up their seats, he will give each of them 10,000 yuan. People started raising their hands and shouting loudly, they can, they want to. The guys sat in the front row, and Ming said, the power of money in all its glory. Shanhe entered the auditorium and looked around, thinking Lin Yuan too came to listen. He stopped and said, I'm very glad to welcome them all. He believes everyone here is here to learn how to evolve to the king level. He knows many of those present have already achieved this, but throughout their existence, they've likely found themselves stuck in one place and unable to advance further. This issue is the most pressing, so the Beast Soul Hall has conducted several investigations. In the end, the following conclusion was reached. Many of them still don't understand their own path. MC thought in surprise. Paths? The disciples began to mutter among themselves. Don't they understand what he's talking about? Shanhei said, the so-called path is the perfect match between you and your beast soul. In other words, complete unity. Ming asked, does Songlan understand what he means? He replied, he understands some of it, but he's not sure if it's correct. Shanhei said not to worry, slight misunderstandings are normal. He asked to give a more specific example. He once spent half a year hiking through places with majestic scenery during his cultivation. His beast soul was an earthen, furious bear, so he considered it necessary to feel the power of the earth, its might, and also to understand every movement of the wild bear. Until one day, he finally felt a change. The power of the earth and the strength of the bear became his own. His eyes flashed, and the image of a bear appeared behind him. Everyone cried out in surprise, and MC thought every exclamation of his was admirable. Shanhei waved his hand and said, naturally, each soul is unique, and everyone has their own path. They need to understand what is best for them. There is no need to rush this. The best king-level mentor today, Jiang Yang. It also took him 3 years to find his path. MC asked again, 3 years? Jinzei answered, that's right. After finding his own path, he raised his owl soul level from S rank to SSS in a day, and the 9 overlord stars turned into 6 king stars. Shanhei smirked and said, before evolving, Jiang Yang was a mediocre soul master. Perseverance and tenacity are precisely the qualities they lack. Therefore, the process of evolution is not as complicated as it might seem at first glance, but at the same time, it is not entirely simple. Yuan thought, the path is truly an abstract concept. You need to merge with your soul. In other words, you need to find a response in your consciousness. After the lecture, only guys remained in the audience. Ming asked what soul teacher Zhao was talking about. He didn't understand a word. Did he really need to catch several snakes to have an epiphany? Jinzei put his hand on his shoulder and said, he didn't understand anything either. Songlan said a certain realization had come to him. Previously, he resisted his own beast soul, so he tried to develop physical skills. But in the fight with Yuan Lian, he created a feeling that this was not his advantage at all. So maybe he should embrace the characteristics of his beast after all? MC looked closely and thought, it's amazing how Songlan thinks. He's a real genius. He got his bearings so quickly. At that moment, someone called out to him from the side. He turned and saw Shanhei, who asked, well, did he learn anything? Yuan replied, yes. But he still can't figure out which path to take. Shanhei told him not to worry. He had recently evolved to the Overlord level. It was already unique that it happened so quickly. That plus he took 4th place on the ranking list. MC replied, in front of him, he couldn't lose face. By the way, Professor, he should return something to him. Shanhei grinned and said, not bad. They must have earned a lot from the bets. MC and Jinza made a heart sign with their hands and laughed. They said he could join too. Shanhei said, I think he'll refuse. By the way, if they still want to challenge Wu Xuangu, they'll have to wait a couple of weeks since he was sent on some mission. Jinzei said, Lin Yuan, yes, he's deliberately avoiding him. Shanhei said, no need to exaggerate. His uncle, Vice Principal Shungi, gave an instruction. Jinza looked away and said, I understand. He never got along with his father, so he takes liberties. Shanhei placed his hand on MC's shoulder and told him not to worry. If anything happened, he wouldn't leave his students alone. The national tournament was coming soon, so he should prepare calmly while he had time. Yuan thanked the professor. Day softens night. After a while, MC sat on the floor surrounded by crystals and meditated. Heilong said the effect of 100 pills was powerful. It only took 5 days to absorb 5,000 crystals. Now he had successfully reached the 4th star of the Overlord. MC closed his eyes and said he regretted having to waste 5 million evolution points on this. Maybe Professor Zhao was right, and it was all because of his lack of self-awareness? Heilong asked if he should try a real combat training regimen. He remembered there was one like that in the training hall. MC looked at him in surprise, then pressed his phone and said, let's see. The system window reported an article about the swamp squid. It's good at fighting in a swamp environment and has extraordinary vitality. The terrifying golden wolf is an extremely bloodthirsty monster. The terrifying golden monkey is an incredibly ferocious and bloodthirsty monster. The armored ape with a golden pupil is covered in steel armor, very powerful defense, causing hallucinations upon direct eye contact with the golden pupil. Heilong said, the actual battle simulation function allows you to select an opponent according to their strength and completely simulate the battle process. You don't have to worry about injuries. MC said, here, he chooses a 5-star armored ape. He pressed the system window, after which a voice announced, the battle simulation with the armored ape has been successfully simulated. He can begin the battle. MC looked around and wondered where. Suddenly, a huge creature appeared in front of him and struck Yuan's paw. He thought, wow, what strength? Is this 5 stars? The monkey swung its fist, and Yuan released energy and grabbed the creature by the neck. He thought in surprise, what? It turns out the neck is not a weak link. It's all covered in armored fur. What's going on? The monkey smirked, and MC thought, his claws are stuck. The monkey quickly struck him, and Yuan's eyes widened and thought, how so? In the training hall of the Beast Academy, MC fought with a monkey, who quickly attacked him. MC fell to the floor, and a voice announced, the battle simulation is over. The challenger is dead. The test is failed. This feeling of pain is too realistic. Yuan said, if they had fought for real, he definitely would not have survived. He underestimated his opponent. He should pay more attention to his strength and speed. Besides, his intuition failed, and he was unable to identify his weaknesses. Heilong asked, will he try again? Or will they change the opponent? Yuan cried out, wanting to try again. Their strength isn't that different. A voice announced that the battle simulation with the armored monkey had been successfully simulated, and he could begin the fight. The monkey erupted in energy and headed toward MC. He decided to seize the initiative and directed his breath attack at his opponent. The creature jumped, and Yuan thought, old tricks don't work on him anymore. The monkey headed toward MC, but he quickly moved behind the creature and used his breath attack. The monkey flew off, spitting out blood. MC bid the creature farewell and delivered a finishing blow to the monkey's body. He was transported back to the training ground, after which the voice announced that the battle simulation had ended. The golden-pupiled monkey was dead, and the mission had been successfully completed. Yuan cried out joyfully. This was his true strength. With information, no matter the opponent's level, he could still win. After some time at the Beast Academy, Wang Ting said it was time to begin. At that moment, Shangyi entered the office and apologized for being late. He wasn't feeling well. He sat down at the desk and told Director Wang to continue and ignore him. Wang Ting said okay. He thought there shouldn't be anyone else there. Then he will continue. This time, they have to decide on the final list of participants. He asked to recommend Song Lan. He thinks he needs no introduction. Shangyi grabbed his phone, which at that moment received a call. He screamed. He forgot to turn it off. He laughed and said, it's his fault. Silence fell in the office, and Shanhei thought, this old fool, out of the blue. Whether he openly or quietly provokes, he does it. Lin Xuanye, Su Muxue's mentor, a king-level overlord, said that she agrees with the director's proposal. For her part, she nominates Su Muxue, an S-rank nine-tailed snowfox. Moreover, her bloodline has now risen to the SS rank. Shanhei thought about it. He never thought that Lin Xuanyue, the person who held the position of vice principal, would suddenly propose a candidate. Moreover, Su Muxue herself, a student who managed to reach the SSS rank in a short time. Wang Ting asked, are there any objections to her candidacy? Chang'an raised his hand and said, he nominates Tianyi. Shanhei thought how cunning he was. He nominated Qianlong, number 1 on the list. Wang Ting said, so 3 positions have been decided. Xiangui interrupted him and shouted, he nominates Wu Xuangu. He is currently 3rd on the list, also an SSS rank. He believes that he is sufficiently qualified to participate in the competition. The teacher said, this student is really not bad. He has not only strength but also organizational skills, which makes him the leader among the freshmen. The other teachers confirmed this. Wang Ting asked again, that same leader of the hunter list? A few days ago, he came to watch the match and saw him. He thinks he reminds them of when they were young, so it's no wonder they agreed. Shangui laughed and said, no, it's not worth it. He thought, Wang Ting, a wolf in sheep's clothing. He won't succeed. Sooner or later, everything will be his. Shanhei stood up and said, gentlemen, he proposes Lin Yuan. He recently defeated Li Qingnan and took 4th place on the ranking list. His strength is obvious to everyone. He must participate. The teacher asked for a moment and asked, Lin Yuan, it seems, is his fellow countryman a disciple? And most importantly, he is an E rank. He spread his hands and asked, is it appropriate to promote his people like this? The whole city will laugh at them if they allow him to enter the ring. Shanhei slammed his hand on the table and shouted, what does he mean? If he is strong, why can't he recommend him? Shangui slammed his finger on the table and told the teacher to calm down. He is indeed improving very quickly, but can he guarantee that he is stronger than the rest? The reputation of the city and the academy is at stake. Okay, they will allow an E rank to compete, but if he loses, will he bear the consequences? Shanhei said, Professor Li, is it important to select participants based solely on innate talent? Doesn't Lin Yuan's ranking 4th on the ranking list speak volumes about his abilities? The teachers chimed in. Yes, that's right. Shangui said he never downplayed Lin Yuan's strength, only voiced his concerns. After all, his beast soul is an E rank. Shanhei thought, compared to Li Mu, Li Xiangui is a real trickster. He's definitely targeting Lin Yuan. Wang Ting said he thought Vice Principal was right. Xiangui frowned and wondered what had happened to Wang Ting that he agreed with his point of view. Wang Ting said, the academy must definitely consider all the risks, no matter what institution it concerns. Such a chance doesn't come often, and they shouldn't waste it. Everyone looked at him carefully, and Wang Ting said, however, it would be too selfish and cruel to deprive a student of the opportunity to perform. So why don't they add him, do they? Shanhei smiled and thanked the principal for giving his student the opportunity to participate. Wang Ting smiled and said, you're welcome. Shangui frowned in annoyance and thought, what a lucky idiot. At that moment, the MC was standing near the training center, saying that it had been a long time since he had been outside. Such a pleasant breeze. Jinza cried out, Lin Yuan? When did he come out? He was just looking for him. Yuan asked again, did something happen? Jinza frowned and said, Su Mushui challenged Shen Kang. If he hurried to the first arena, he might make it in time. The MC asked again, does Su Mushui's ranking allow her to directly challenge Shen Kang? Jinza muttered. He probably hadn't noticed, but there is one rule. The top 10 students each month are required to accept 3 challenges unconditionally. MC looked around and asked, then why did he try so hard for 12 days straight? He started running and screamed, why is he standing there? They need to go faster. Jinze asked him to wait and thought. Although Lin Yuan said that there was nothing special between him and Su Muxue, he thought completely differently. If something unpleasant happened to Muxue, he could imagine what Lin Yuan would do. After a while, at the first arena of the Beast Academy, the guys sat on the stands and Jinze said he caught up. Another student said, "This is powerful." He thinks he's starting to understand Tianyi's feelings. Besides, she's a girl. He feels inferior. Jinze and MC wondered, are they talking about Su Muxue? This is Shen Kang's beast soul, the Snow Fang. The SSS-ranked Snow Nine-Tailed Fox asked, who gave him permission to look down on her? She frowned and ordered him not to even think about blocking her path. She quickly tried to attack, and Shen Kang dodged and said he was glad to fight her. He swung his paw and said, they will see each other. Challenger. He quickly rushed to attack, and Muxue screamed. When? She decided to attack him again, releasing energy and throwing Shen Kang aside. Muxue stepped on the head of her opponent, who said, nightmare. She said, if he does not want to die, let him lie still. He said he admits defeat. MC closely watched the fight and thought, when did this girl manage to become so strong? One blow is enough to understand that she is higher than a 5-star overlord. The audience began to scream. They did not think that such a beauty would be a serious high-level opponent. They don't know who could even compare to her. Still, in their opinion, given the rules of the fight, Tianyi is much stronger. Yuan thought, Tianyi, what kind of genius is he? At this moment, his thoughts were interrupted by Muxue, who waved her hand and shouted, Lin Yuan. She laughed and said that she originally wanted to challenge Wu Shangu to a duel, but she couldn't find him, so she had to fight Shen Kang. Who would allow them to bully him? Well, she did great, right? The MC patted her on the head and said, yes, she did well. The audience began to ask in surprise, what? Does Su Muxue know Lin Yuan? They say they were in the same class in middle school, and they have a pretty good relationship. This sucks. Jinze asked, can they imagine how he feels? Muxue said he's jealous. The MC said, how lucky, because he originally wanted to challenge Shen Kang himself. Muxue said, she only has the best intentions. Yuan said, it's okay, he'll fight someone else. Jinze said, really Tianyi? MC looked at him with a smirk on his face and replied, yes. Jinze asked again, is he sure? This guy doesn't even compare to Shen Kang, Wu Xuangu and the like. Is he sure? Muxue looked at MC carefully and thought, does Lin Yuan want to challenge Tianyi? She remembered what the teacher had once told her. Some time ago, Muxue asked, teacher, is it okay if she challenges someone from the top 10 of the Qianlong list? She replied, with her current strength, she can fight anyone from the Qianlong list, except for Tianyi, who is in first place. Currently, Muxue said, Lin Yuan, she will accept any of his decisions. She believes in his strength, but Tianyi's strength is great. MC replied, in fact, he has doubts, but he wants to try. Even if he loses, it will allow him to see his weakness. If he doesn't even have the courage to challenge the strongest, how can he be worthy of anything? Shanhei said, well said. He is worthy of being Zhang Shanhei's disciple. He frowned and asked not to disappoint him. Chang'an said, Lao Guozhao, he has accepted a good disciple. The students bowed and greeted teachers Zhao and Meng. Shanhei asked them to stop. They are all on their own. No need to be so polite. He looked at MC and asked, does he really intend to challenge Tianyi? But he has no such opportunity. Yuan asked in surprise, why? Shanhei handed him a piece of paper and said, it's very simple. The list of participants has already been published. The school doesn't want them to get involved in any senseless squabbles during the preparatory period. It's all to avoid injuries. MC replied, he understood. He looked at the list and looked questioningly at the teacher. Shanhei said he'd put him on the list, but Li Shangui wanted to reject him because he possessed an E-rank spirit beast. In the end, he and Director Wang Ting reached a compromise and included him as a substitute. Chang'an said, Lin Yuan, yes, it's a substitute spot, but his teacher did everything he could to add him. There's no need to blame him. Muxue asked, why? It's unfair. Li Qingnan and Yuan Lian will be defeated by Lin Yuan. Why can they be included in the official list of participants, while Lin Yuan is forced to hang around as a substitute? She jumped up and said, no, she'll go to her teacher. This can't be done. She will give up her place to Lin Yuan. Suddenly, the MC grabbed her hand and stopped her. Chang'an said, this list was unanimously approved by the upper management of the school. Even if he doesn't participate, Lin Yuan will be given her place. The MC asked, if he remembered correctly, Li Shangui, he's Wu Xuangu's uncle, right? Shanhei said yes, that's one of the reasons he's targeting her. Mainly because of the quarrel with Principal Wang Ting. Yuan said, in other words, he can only be seen as a victim in the process of struggle. He understood. Teacher Zhao, thank him very much for everything he's done for him. No need to blame himself. As long as he can participate in the competition, even as a substitute, he still has a chance. Everything that's rightfully his, he will take with his own hands. Shanhei looked at him in surprise and thought, Lin Yuan, he gave in too quickly, and he's kept his cool all this time. Jinze asked, Lin Yuan, wait. He'll try talking to his father and see if they can put him on the official list of participants. After all, with his strength, participating as a substitute is kind of pitiful. MC smiled and said, no need. The director suggested putting him on as a substitute. At least it showed he wasn't planning on punching Li Shangui. He thought he'd be much more interested in a list like that. Jinze picked up the list and said, he's an intelligence agent. After all, he can guess whose name is on the list. Come on, let him see. Tianyi, Shen Kan, Wu Xuangu, Su Muxue, and Song Lan. He widened his eyes in confusion and buried his face in the list. Muxue looked at him questioningly, and Jinze shouted, he doesn't see Wang Jinze. Even if he hadn't been chosen, wouldn't his father have found a loophole? Who? His father really wants to get him a job through connections. But what about the replacement then? Muxue turned around and asked, he didn't nominate him, right? Shanhei replied, where is the malicious intent? Said Li Shangui. He meant that Wang Jinze has great potential. That's why he decided to nominate him. MC asked, great potential. Really? He deliberately nominated Wang Jinzi to embarrass director Wang Ting. After all, if he doesn't agree, he'll admit that his son is no good. And if he does, they'll wait a bit and see. He told him not to be nervous. Since the director agreed, he'll definitely believe him. Jinzi said so, but his spirit beast isn't exactly a fighting type. MC asked, what kind is it? Jinzi replied, it's a secret. Muxue asked displeasedly, why would he keep the secret to himself? Shanhei told him not to frown. It's good that he was chosen. The resource payments for participants and replacements are the same. They amount to a whole 50 million. MC cried out happily. 50 million, but is it possible to withdraw it from the account? He thought. It turns out that now he has no shortage of resources, but he owes Wang Zhenzi 1.5 million. Shanhei said, Yanjing Beast University provides resources worth 50 million, including crystallized pills as well as the beast's secret magical weapons, and things that can't be bought anywhere. This is an amazing chance for him to get into the university's treasury, so he suggests that he remember this and make a good choice when the time comes. MC said happily, he got it. Thank you, teacher. At this time, Wang Ting was standing in the main building of Beast University, looking out the window. He said, Mr. Ying, before he comes next time, could he please knock first? He told him to get used to it. Wang Ting asked, Mr. Ying saw everything, right? How did the guys react? The man in the robe responded. Wang Jin's reaction was simply incredible, nervous and awkward. He said to let him participate in the National Freshman Friendship Competition. Perhaps this was Li Shanggui's trap, and an unwise choice. Wang Ting turned around and said, Mr. Ying, he knows his son too well. Frankly speaking, Wang Jin's strength has reached the 4-star Beast Master level, so there is no problem with participating in the competition. As for Li Xiangui, he paid no attention to him. Ying asked, isn't his strength similar to Shen Kong's? Why is he so unsure of himself? Wang Ting exhaled and replied, it's all because his brother is too good. His beast soul is strange and not suitable for showing it off. And as for Shi, he worked hard and the knife didn't slow him down. The competition is the last chance he can give him. Wang Ting said he speaks highly of his son. How is Lin Yuan? The boy replied calmly. He didn't see him as a freshman. Even when he looked at him, a deceptive feeling arose inside that they were similar. Wang Ting looked at him in surprise and exclaimed, he rarely spoke of people like that. Maybe he could take him as a student after the competition was over? The boy replied, no need. He wasn't interested in taking anyone as a student. Wang Ting said, that's a pity. He frowned and turned to the window, thinking, Lin Yuan. A few days later, a question rang out in the treasury of Sichuan Beast University. Are these 3 offspring candidates for the competition? The boys looked closely at the old man, and Shanhei nodded and said, yes, this document is signed by the school principal. Let him take a look at it. The old man looked at the piece of paper and told them to come in. As soon as the time comes, they should leave immediately. Shanhei took out a bottle and told old man Cheng not to worry. He understood everything. He would look after them. Senior, he bought this fine wine especially for him. Let him try it. The old man pointed at him and cried out, this is not bad. Young Zhao, he is still as tactful as ever. Shanhei said, of course, he hasn't forgotten about him. Let him drink leisurely. The guys went inside and asked, how is that, old man? Shanhei turned around and said, have they heard of a beast soul master who single-handedly blocked the beast tide 20 years ago, hunted emperor-level beasts, and saved an entire city? The guys cried out loudly. Shanhei interrupted them and said, yes, it is that same old man Cheng Tongji, so let them be more polite to him. He was once one of the strongest beast soul wielders in China. MC asked again, once upon a time? Shanhei replied, well, after blocking the beast tide, he suffered a serious injury that is difficult to heal, and his soul is damaged. If he had calmly healed his wounds, he might have lived for 3 to 5 decades, but now he simply guards this treasury. Jinzu said, Teacher Zhao, he had heard that the old man had a bad temper and was not easy to befriend, but it seemed to him that he was very friendly with them now. Shanhei turned and said, of course he has a good relationship with Cheng, maybe because he saw talent in him at first sight. Jinzu replied, yes, it certainly has nothing to do with him bringing him good meat and wine. Shanhei hit him on the head and told him not to play the poor guy. Let them quickly choose from the treasury. He ordered them to choose. The boys walked through the treasury and began to look around. Jinza said that the first floor contained ordinary items, so he suggested starting with the second. Songlan thanked him for reminding him. They went up to the second floor, and MC thought, there are all sorts of medicines, secret techniques, beast magic weapons, and special materials here, but it's a pity that the item quota is only 50 million. How can he satisfy his needs? According to Master Zhao, in order to understand the Tao, one must find special treasures that can improve soul power. He looked ahead questioningly and saw an artifact. The system window reported it's a mini nuclear reactor priced at 30 million. This is a nuclear reactor, also known as an atomic energy reactor or waste disposal reactor. It is a device that can maintain a controlled and self-sustaining nuclear fission chain reaction. The energy generated by nuclear fission is extremely large, but it must be used with caution. Yuan looked at it and thought, a mini nuclear reactor? Such energy was simply made for him. Half an hour later, Shanhei stood at the door and asked what they spent the quota on. Songlan replied, he spent 45 million, bought a beast artifact that suits him, as well as a few beast spirit pills and high-level beast soul crystals. Jinza replied, he picked an artifact for 50 million. He'd go out and sell it and make 20 or 30 million. Songlan asked why he hadn't picked a suitable artifact. Songlan smiled and said that finding a suitable beast artifact was harder than climbing into the sky. He couldn't waste that quota. Such an efficient use of resources. Shanhei asked, Lin Yuan, what did he pick? MC smiled and said it was a rare but good item. Jinza asked, so what? MC said, that mini nuclear reactor. Jinza screamed in fear. What the hell, a nuclear bomb? The main character asked if he had anything against nuclear energy. There's a difference between a nuclear reactor and a nuclear explosion. A bomb is like gunpowder. It can explode as long as it's detonated, so it's very dangerous. A nuclear reactor, on the other hand, is more like coal. It burns slowly, releasing heat. Jinza said it scared the shit out of him. This thing isn't dangerous, right? Songlam remarked that if this nuclear reactor were dangerous, it wouldn't have been placed in the treasury. But what would he do with it? The protagonist replied that it was useful to him. Shanhei asked how much he spent on resources. He replied that it wasn't much, 30 million. The guy remarked that it really wasn't expensive. Probably no one else would be able to use this thing. Jean said his guy was looking more and more like a bandit. How many more secrets were there about him that they didn't know? The MC asked with a smile. Do they want to know more about him? He said he knew himself very well and would never force someone to do something they didn't like. However, there was little information about him, even at the university, and he was his roommate. Shanhei asked with a smile what they would do next. The protagonist and Songlan replied that they would train. He asked what about Jinze. The boy reluctantly exclaimed that he would too. The examiner said that was excellent. Then on Friday morning, 3 days from now, they would meet at 9 o'clock at the school gates. They would drive to the Beast University, where they would prepare for the competition. They shouldn't be late. Everyone answered in unison that they understood. After some time outside, the protagonist picked up a nuclear reactor. Heilong, seeing it, exclaimed delightedly that it was a nuclear reactor. He agreed and added that he didn't know how to use it. Maybe it was something like absorbing soul crystals? The beast said that, like the soul crystal, it was a disposable consumable, but the method of using it was different. If he wanted to absorb nuclear energy, he needed to do so while the beast and soul were fused. Imagine his stomach was a nuclear reactor. No matter how much nuclear energy was released, he could absorb it all with the nuclear reactor. MC asked if he could try it now. Heilong replied that he shouldn't. His strength would immediately increase after he absorbed it, but the energy might only last for a certain period of time, and the rest would be converted into evolution points. He exclaimed that he understood everything. It would initially give him a short-term buff and then evolution points. Then he needed to use it carefully. The beast remarked that this was an ace in the hole. 3 days later, the protagonist arrived at the school and, noticing Shangui, wondered if he was the vice principal of the Mo City Beast University. Gu noticed him and whispered to his uncle that Yuan was here. The protagonist angrily thought that it was he who had prevented him from making the official list of participants. He would definitely get revenge on him in the future. Shangui looked at him and thought that this guy had a murderous glare. He said that he brought this on himself, like a wolf's son. Gu replied that he shouldn't worry. He would deal with him himself. At that moment, Muxue ran up to the protagonist with Shuangyue. He greeted her and thought, isn't this her teacher? She looks very young. In response, the woman reluctantly greeted him. Jinza approached them and sleepily asked if they hadn't agreed on 9 o'clock. They were a bit early. Wang Ting, seeing him, exclaimed angrily that for such an important matter, it was okay to arrive earlier. Why is he dressed like that? Is he going on vacation or to a competition? The boy said excitedly, please have my father bring his luggage. This is all so troublesome. They just need to wait until they appoint a leader. And he wasn't late, actually. Who else hasn't arrived yet? Tianyi approached them and apologized for being late. Jinze turned to his father and pointed out that someone hadn't arrived yet. He hit him on the head and exclaimed that the boys were first on the Qianlong list and their tardiness meant they were wasting their time on self-improvement. And what about him? Now that everyone was gathered, they needed to prepare for departure. They boarded the bus, and the principal said that he wanted to tell them something before he left. If they want to do well at the National Freshman Friendship Competition, they should focus on their own strengths. But, as the saying goes, know yourself and your enemy. May they emerge unscathed from 100 battles. Jinza now had to decide whether to share with him. He heard that he'd spent a lot of time gathering information on participants from other schools. The guy replied that he was doing it for the money. But since he was no stranger, he could give him a 20% discount. Wang Ting asked if he needed to repeat himself. Jinze exclaimed, fine. For the sake of their university, he'll share this information. Songlang turned to Tianji and asked if he cared. Well, information on other players, I mean. He wondered if he should be interested in information on defeated opponents. The guy nervously wondered if he was being overconfident, but he was smart and rich. He was right. Intelligence was worthless in the face of sheer strength. He was becoming increasingly curious about just how strong he really was. Jinze took a piece of paper and said that he would share the information information with them. Besides them and Yanjing Beast University, renowned schools ranked among the top, the following institutions are opponents in this competition: Sichuan Beast University, Tianan Beast University of Military and Martial Arts, and Beijing Hangzhou Beast University. Qingnan asked in confusion, could Yanjing Beast University really compete with them? Should they worry about the other schools? Jinzi replied that it was unlikely. This year is called the Year of Outstanding Geniuses. Schools have many such people. They could take Sichuan Beast University as an example. With its strength, they wouldn't even be in the top 5. He smiled and said that couldn't be true. It was in 4th place. Was Sichuan University really harder to defeat than them? Jinza said that the captain of this university is named Chen Jushan. He has a nickname, Kung Fu Panda. He has studied martial arts since childhood and is therefore a master of Tai Chi and Wing Chun. Furthermore, Kung Fu has integrated him into an SSS-ranked Earth Panda Beast Soul. His strength reaches at least the level of a 6-star Beastmaster, and his track record of entering schools is based on the weak defeating the strong. His highest record is a head-on defeat of a 7-star high school student with the rank of Beastmaster. The weakest on their team is a 4-star Beastmaster. Is he confident they'll win? Wang Ting said that was correct. The gap between this year's top-tier fusion schools and their Beast University isn't as great as they think. Willfulness is self-destruction. MC thought about how the Sichuan Beast University's power had suddenly increased. They're so strong that perhaps his strength isn't even worth mentioning in the competition. He needs to work harder. Jinzei said they better talk about Yanjing Beast University. Their deputy captain's name is Chen Longxian. He was born into a family possessing beast souls. Beast souls are ancient, SSS-ranked barbarians. Their strength reaches 8-star beast masters. Qingnan excitedly noted that he was a new student who had just entered the university. Jinzei replied, don't be surprised, he's not the strongest on their team. Tianyi, shocked, asked who their strongest was. The guy replied that his name was Xu Xiao, and he possessed immense strength, but his beast soul was unknown. According to reliable information, when he faced Longxian face to face, he was devastating, and the guy was convinced he would lose. They shouldn't be too upset. Yanjing University has no shame in losing. They can take 2nd place. They're used to it. Wang Ting slapped him and exclaimed that he asked him to share information, not to intimidate him. They don't need to fight for 2nd place. They need to fight tooth and nail for 1st. Jinza asked, who doesn't want to win? The problem is their opponents are stronger. They're strong, but not that strong. Jianyi said he'd defeat him. Be it Xiao or Longshan, it's his job to be their opponent. Gu exclaimed with a smile that fear of battle wasn't their style. The competition hasn't even begun. Anything is possible. Why should they give in to anyone? Now that they've seen the gap, they need to try their best to catch up. Ling Hu happily said, well said. It's just a competition. They'll break their backs, but they'll emerge victorious. Wang Ting exclaimed with a smile that he's a worthy student from their Beast University. But don't worry, after Yanjing University, they'll undergo 3 days of special training. Shangui suggested that they could use this time to identify a candidate for the position of team captain. The director agreed and pointed out that they should remember the rule of the Beast Soul Master. Strength is respected. The strong are first. Tianji will be the candidate for captain. The vice principal replied that he didn't mind. Although he is strong, he lacks the skills to handle the simplest matters. It would be better to assign Gu and Songwan as deputies to assist. One is a person with management experience and is good at problem solving. The other is thoughtful, reasonable, and considers the problem more thoroughly. He thinks that these two complement each other. Now that the vice principal has thought it over, they need to make a decision. After some time, they decided that Tianyi is the captain of the Mo Beast University team. Gu is the first assistant captain of the university team. Songlan is the second assistant captain of the team. After this vote, they set off. The protagonist, holding a piece of paper in his hands, thought that all of these people have a rating higher than 5 stars. With his current strength, a 5-star beast master, he is simply a weakling. Suddenly, Mukshui poked him with her finger and said that he had been looking at this piece of paper for over half an hour. His eyebrows will remain shaped like a house. They have 3 more days to train. She believes that with such talent and ability, he will make a real breakthrough. The MC asked in surprise, does she believe in him that much? The girls smiled and agreed. Suddenly, Jinza approached them and, apologizing for interrupting, said he had something very important to report. His father said he would conduct training with him at the Bathhouse Health Center. The protagonist asked in surprise, are you sure? The guy replied that it was true. His father had finally come to his senses. They had worked hard all the way, so it would be great to have such a rest before the competition. He noted that perhaps the director had other plans. Mushui agreed and added that, according to him, this was special training. Not everything is obvious, so he shouldn't rejoice so soon. Jinzei exclaimed, what does he think a bathhouse can teach you? The wife echoed her husband in everything. She turned around angrily and shouted, has he lost his desire to live? The guy started running away and said he was leaving. Let the others leave these two alone. Mushui sat back down and said she wanted him to test her strength one day. MC remarked that she was really good now, having risen from S to SSS rank. She smiled and mused that it was because she didn't want to be his shadow. She wanted to become stronger and be by his side. The protagonist noticed her gaze and asked, perplexed, what was wrong? Was there something on his face? The girl replied no, they were about to arrive in Yanjing. He looked out the window and wondered what difficulties he would face in this city. After some time, they got off at Yanjing station. Shanhei turned to the director and noted that they had already arrived. Were they ready to go to the hotel to check in? He replied, no, they were going to the Tianqi Spa and Wellness Center. Jinza smiled, saying he'd told them so. 30 minutes later, they arrived at the center itself. Ling Yu, shocked, asked, is this really a bathhouse? What did he mean by that? Jinza smiled, saying it must be very relaxing. If they didn't believe him, they should just look at those young ladies over there. The bathhouse staff, made up of young and beautiful women, lined up in front of them. Mu Shui covered the protagonist's eyes and exclaimed, don't let him look. He replied that he hadn't seen anything. At that moment, Huang Ping came out to greet them and remarked that they had finally arrived. Wang Ting smiled, saying they hadn't seen each other in a while. How was he? He replied that he was honored that the director could bring his students here and allow him to see all the geniuses of their beast university. The director replied, don't flatter me. Had he prepared what he asked for? Huang Ping agreed and asked how he could have forgotten. He led them to the elevator and explained that there was a secret bathhouse on the second floor underground, closed to the public on weekdays. Their director had found it and gathered a batch of materials. Before the National Freshman Friendship Competition began, he wanted to offer them his place to take a therapeutic bath to maximize their potential. Mukshui pointed out that Jinzei was mistaken. He replied that, in any case, it was a bathhouse, so he wasn't mistaken. After that, they descended to the second underground floor, where they were met by staff pouring a reddish liquid into the water. MC, seeing this, was surprised to think that it contained a ghost flower, powdered bone from a giant barbarian. One bucket of this stuff is worth at least 50 million. A larger bucket could be worth hundreds of millions. Although he was very grateful to the principal for his generosity, no matter how precious the medicinal materials, they were merely aids to boost his strength. Wang Ting exclaimed that the preparations for the medicinal baths were complete, and they should hurry. After this, all the students changed their clothes and climbed into the water. The principal said that first, they should allow him to make a statement. The medicinal bath cost about 2 billion and he had paid the price. If they dared to flush all his efforts down the drain, then they shouldn't be surprised if he defeated them. All the students exclaimed in shock. Where did he get such money? The protagonist sat in the water and reflected that in just a few minutes, his fatigue had disappeared. No wonder children from wealthy families grew so quickly. This precious medicinal bath could significantly improve their abilities. Wang Ting jumped in and declared it was nice here. Ling Yu asked if he was there too. He asked, perplexed, if he couldn't just enjoy the bath he'd paid for? Why couldn't all the teachers have fun together? Shanhei replied with a smile. No, let him have his fun. Shuang Yue said she wasn't in the habit of bathing in the hot spring in public. Wang Ting replied, don't show off and come to him. The materials he'd prepared were more than enough for 30 people. He'd need her help later. This medicinal bath was merely a supplement. Even if he stayed here for 3 days and 3 nights, he wouldn't be able to significantly improve his abilities and strength. The protagonist wondered, so, the director had prepared something else? Wang Ting took out a monster crystal core and said it was taken from a Beast King level, Light and Shadow Dragon. They knew how immense and pure the Beast King's power was. If they absorbed it with any other power, they would simply explode and die. He was surprised to realize that he'd actually seen a Beast King level crystal core. The director pointed out that this healing bath was actually prepared for them to absorb a Beast King level crystal core. He then placed an item in the water, and an energy field enveloped the surrounding area. The protagonist received a notification stating that he'd gained 10,000 evolution points. He smiled as he reflected that just one absorption, and already 10,000 evolution points. If they absorbed the core's energy for 3 days, they could gain tens of millions of evolution points. Shuangyue then smiled, took out a magic item and exclaimed that this was the crystal core of the Bear King with the dark and icy ghostly face. It was also Beast King level, but they used it with some caution. She begged for the item to be placed in the water, and a second energy field appeared. Wang Ting called out to Shangui and asked if he, too, must want their students to get good grades. The deputy reflected, as if he definitely discussed this with Shuangyu. Perhaps they wanted him to obtain a Beast King rank crystal core? He agreed, adding that he, too, hoped they would achieve good results. Shangui produced a magic item and, throwing it into the water, said it was a Shadow Crocodile crystal core. He gives it to everyone he meets. Lian, shocked, exclaimed, have they understood correctly? 3 Beast King rank crystal cores had appeared in the healing bath in just a few minutes? Wang Ting said, let them practice. Shanhei and Shangui should go down. They possess great power, so let them help the students and keep an eye on them. Gu suddenly took out a magic item and, with a mischievous smile, reflected that the Hinadan his uncle had given him could quickly absorb energy in a relatively short period of time, which was perfect for this situation. He needed to keep his distance. Shangui noticed this and wondered with displeasure why Wang Ting was forcing him to pay for a Beast King class crystal core. He'd make his nephew wedding clothes. Shanhei noticed this and called out to the director. He replied that he saw everything and knew what this guy was thinking. It all depended on talent. The higher it was, the greater the absorption efficiency. Let him look at Tianyi. He was faster than others even without any pills. There were also those who focused on one type of energy. Energy and attributes were interconnected, and this doubled their effectiveness. Wang Ting looked at Shuang Yue, who sat furthest away, and said he knew she had her own motives. This crystal core was prepared for Mukshui. Shanhei noted that he knew Gu had used Hinadan though, so why hadn't he stopped him? He replied that no one could stop it. His intention was for each disciple to absorb as much energy as possible, but excessive energy absorption could backfire. Whether he could turn this into his advantage depended on one's luck. This guy usually prided himself on his intelligence, but now he wanted to take advantage of it. He trusted Gu. He only paid attention to others, failing to notice that his disciples' results were even more astonishing. Shanhei looked at the protagonist, who had just formed a ring of energy around himself. He exclaimed in disbelief. Could a rank E talent really be so weak that he couldn't absorb Beast King level energy? Wang Ting replied, let him take a closer look. The man took a closer look and exclaimed in horror that his energy absorption rate was too high. So he's creating a vacuum around himself? How does he do it? The director wondered why he, the mentor, was asking him. Who should he ask? He shouldn't be overthinking things. This guy has his secrets. Who can become strong without skeletons in the closet? Shanna smiled and said that everything was correct. As long as he could cultivate, that was enough. Wang Ting was greatly surprised and wondered, why is the energy flowing faster and faster? Could it be Yuan himself? Shangui noticed this and wondered how he did it. At that moment, Gu was so oversaturated with energy that he even managed to level up and exclaimed that he had finally risen from a 5-star to a 6-star beast rank. He looked at Tianyi and thought that even if such a genius and his speed at which he absorbed beast emperor level energy lagged behind him, he was truly the chosen one of heaven. The guy looked at the protagonist and, perplexed, wondered why he was absorbing energy so slowly. Realizing the truth, he was horrified and wondered why it was happening so quickly. Maybe he had prepared some Hinadan too, but it was impossible to achieve such an effect with that. How could he lose to a man with the soul of an E-rank beast? He had to be faster. Gu began to vigorously absorb energy, causing 3 forces to collapse into one. He exclaimed that he had made another breakthrough. The man began coughing up blood from such powerful energy. Shanhei excitedly called out to the director and pointed at him. He replied, don't worry, Shangui is here. He won't let his nephew make a mistake. The man himself approached his nephew and, beginning to absorb energy, exclaimed, have you lost your mind? Who would allow him to absorb energy like this? Gu replied that he wouldn't give in. Why was he absorbing power so quickly? Shangui angrily said that he gave him the Hinadan to improve his strength, not to compete with anyone. He's preoccupied with himself. Didn't he understand? This Yuan had absorbed a lot of energy, but his strength hadn't changed at all. Gu thought, how could he, the owner of a level E beast's soul, absorb the power of a beast emperor's core? Even if he absorbed it, how much could he level up? Shangui said, don't waste your energy on nonsense. Remember that your greatest enemy is yourself. The young man remarked that this was exactly what he'd taught you. After that, all the disciples began to absorb more and more energy. After 2 days, they had gained strength and leveled up. Jinzi exclaimed delightedly that he'd leveled up. He thanks the director for the healing bath and the crystal core. Wang Ting grabbed his ear and replied that it was good that he was satisfied. He hopes he can change for the better. At that moment, Shanhei approached the protagonist and asked why he hadn't leveled up yet. He replied that he'd forgotten. MC considered letting Hailong consume his evolution points and level him up. Immediately after, a powerful energy began to fill the air, and his level increased. The mentor exclaimed in disbelief. How is this possible? Can he really control this? He agreed and reflected that he actually still had 20 million completely useless evolution points, which should be enough to level up to an 8-star Beastmaster. Gu looked at him, chuckled, and thought that he could level up very quickly, but his base was unstable. He was currently a 7-star Beastmaster. How on earth did he even reach that level? Wang Ting, watching, thought, that's pretty good. This guy is amazing. He's absorbed almost a third of his power. He exclaimed that it was time for them to head to the hotel. After some time, they arrived at the Yunjing Hotel. Entering, Jinze happily said that, according to rumors, the Beast University had rented this hotel, and all the guests here were students and teachers from other universities. He wished he could eat something now. Mukshui said with a smile that a little later, after they were all settled, she would take them out to eat. Yanjing has a lot of delicious food. Jinze asked how she knew this. The girl nervously shouted that she looked it up in the guidebook. Suddenly, Yanjing University students came out to them. The protagonist asked who they were. Jinze answered with a serious face that they were Yanjing University students, the first 2 being Longshan and Xiao. Gu said that he would go and say hello to them. After all, Dafei would have to see him often in the future. He approached the student and after greeting him, noted that they were a team from the Mo City Beast University. He was the vice captain, Gu. Longshan shook his hand with a smile and said that it turned out they were students from the Mo City Beast University. He was the vice captain of the Yanjing University team. He felt a strong handshake and thought, this guy is so strong. Gu pointed to the second student and asked, this must be their captain, right? In response, Xiao turned away from him. He was perplexed and wondered what was wrong with him. He didn't want to show him his true face. Was he arrogant? Longshan apologized and explained that their captain was a bit shy and withdrawn. Even the people from Yanjing couldn't get him to talk. Please let them be patient. Songlan approached him and asked if he could inquire where they were going. The student replied with a smile that they were going to the nearest arena in the Beast Soul Palace. A whole host of students participating in the competition gather there to learn from each other. Shanhei remarked that in that case, they should come. Then let them check into the hotel. The main thing is for them not to cause trouble. Everyone exclaimed that they understood. After some time, they arrived at the Beast Soul Palace. At that moment, a fierce battle was taking place in the arena. Longshan noted that they had arrived just in time. The protagonist said that the beast resembling a giant panda was probably the one mentioned earlier. It was Zhushan, the captain of the beast team from Sichuan University. And who is that next to him? Jinzi replied that it was Fang Qi, the deputy team member at Jinghangzhou Beast University. Ling Yu exclaimed admiringly that the captains were chatting. That was something to behold. Fang Qi attempted to attack him with a powerful blow, but Zhushan easily dodged it and counterattacked. The protagonist exclaimed that he had excellent fighting techniques, with no wasted movements. Zhushan continued to press the enemy, unleashing a massive number of punches. Lingu asked in surprise, "Is that a fist-fighting technique?" Jinzi replied that he shouldn't forget that this guy had perfectly ingrained martial arts into his beast soul. MC noted that he had armor, attack, and strength. His stats were spot on. Those gloves on his paws, are they some kind of beast artifact? He agreed, adding that they were the artifact of a top-ranking beast, the king of beasts, called Qingmu boxing gloves. They could absorb qi and blood from the enemy's body and use it to fuel themselves. The protagonist commented that the effect of this artifact was somewhat similar to the Qingnan beast soul. Therefore, when fighting Zhushan, it was best to keep him at bay. Suddenly, Fang Qi used a secret technique at the last moment, instantly strengthening his body several times. Ling Yu exclaimed that he didn't expect to master a secret technique. Jinza pointed out that it was unwise to reveal one's secret abilities before a competition. So-called secret techniques are special skills possessed by the host of a beast soul, complementing their basic talents. Secret techniques can be learned through astronomy. Secret techniques are invaluable. MC pointed out that Fang Qi is the team's vice leader at Jinghangzhou Beast University, and therefore his possible loss would damage the university students' morale. He would then be helpless. At that moment, Fang Qi used the Raging Flame skill and began attacking his opponent with lightning-fast flaming strikes. In response, Zhushan easily dodged each attack. He furiously exclaimed, "Why is this panda reacting so strongly?" Waiting for the right moment, the guy delivered a powerful blow to the jaw and then finished him off with a final attack. Linghu shouted that it was truly a shame. If he'd used his secret technique earlier, he could have defeated Zhushan. Jinzi remarked that it was a shame, as this guy's secret techniques hadn't been demonstrated yet. The protagonist thought that this guy deserved to be special. His way of thinking was different from normal people. At that moment, Zhushan assumed human form and asked if he knew who else from Tianzhou would dare to take the stage to fight him. Jinza exclaimed that he was acting strangely. If the battle continued like this, sooner or later all his secrets would be revealed. MC replied that he didn't care. He was first and foremost the owner of a beast soul, a warrior, and a warrior must hone his skills in battle. Confused, the guy asked, "Does he mean to say that Zhushan wants to hone his skills in this fight and eliminate his weaknesses before the competition?" Muxue called out to him and asked with a smile, "Maybe he wants to give it a try?" The protagonist replied that his path of cultivation was different from his. If he followed his path, he'd be wasting his time. Gu said to just leave it to Yuan. Even Fang Qi, the 7-star Beast King, wasn't Zhushan's match. He was afraid he might not last in a fight with him. Muxue asked if she was even talking to him. It would be better if he kept quiet. Gu replied that he was simply telling the truth. Let him hear it. Wasn't that a waste of time? Once the competition began, everyone would see the real him. The girl furiously wanted to confront him, but the protagonist calmly took her hand and ignored him. Gu wondered irritably why he was looking at him like that. Jinze wondered if, knowing Yuan's character, he could claim that if he truly didn't have the strength to fight Zhushan, he would have said so. But since he remained silent, did that mean he could fight him? Suddenly, Tianyi stood up and shouted that he wanted to enter the arena and fight him. Songlan, with a serious face, exclaimed that he was the captain of their Beast University. The team's morale depended on his performance, so if he lost, it would be bad. Qingnan added that he was right. They were one unit and the competition would begin anyway. They needed to pull themselves together. Gu shouted that if the captain couldn't do it, then he would, and he didn't need Tianyi to make up his mind. He could beat him. MC exclaimed with a smile that the captain was finally back in the game. He thought about how eager he was to prove himself. Gu's 7-star power was obtained through the use of Hinadan, meaning his foundation of strength was unstable. In this situation, he wouldn't be able to stand up to Zhushan, but he seemed overly confident. Could he really have potential? Gu entered the arena and introduced himself. Zhushan asked, "Are you from Mo Beast University?" He thought it was a coincidence. Yanjing Beast University and Mo Beast University were his targets in this competition, both of which he would achieve. He transformed into a panda and introduced himself. Gu responded by fusing with his beast soul and transforming into a giant centipede. Everyone onlookers screamed in shock. Could this really be a golden bird centipede? This beast form is extremely rare. Where did the vice captain of Mo Beast University get this? They don't even know who will win this duel. One is the vice captain of Mo Beast University, the other is the captain of Shuchuan University. Both sides are extremely strong. Suddenly, Jushan took out a magical artifact and created a barrier. Jinsei exclaimed in surprise. It was a Beast King level artifact, green bamboo armor. It can not only mitigate incoming damage, but also remove negative effects. Gu's poisonous mist is increasingly effective at this. A fierce battle ensued between them. Jushan tried to attack him, but Gu dodged and exclaimed that it would be useful to count his beast artifacts, but it wasn't that easy. He had surpassed the 7-star Beastmaster level, and his flying skills had improved significantly. They'd see how he handled this. Jushan thought that the Golden Bird Centipede's flying skills must be quite poor. So it had some kind of extra power? Gu, in midair, sprayed poison and shouted that, after all, he had magical beasts too. Jinsei exclaimed in surprise. It's the ultimate beast artifact at the Beastmaster level. A bone-eating poison needle. Where did he get that? The protagonist replied that his uncle had given it to him, of course. He mused that this kind of combat technique could be considered natural. As the poison needles pierced the panda's body, Jushan noticeably weakened. Gu thought the poison needle had taken effect, and now it was his turn to reap the benefits. Suddenly he began to resist, creating a protective barrier. He noted that the toxins contained in the needle weren't so easy to deal with. The toxins had entered his system. Gu suddenly lunged forward and enveloped the panda with his body. Songlan asked in surprise, did he win? It seemed he really did have some powers. The protagonist smiled and noted that Gu had the advantage for now, but he needed to defeat Jushan. He thought it was too early. Qingnan smiled and said that people who hadn't even dared to enter the arena were sitting and commenting on the fight. It was interesting. He wondered if he was so eager to compete with him. Why don't they come up with something interesting? The guy asked excitedly. How? The MC replied that it was very simple. Let him place a bet, and whoever wins will receive a Beastmaster level artifact. He's betting that Jushan will win. Qingnan wondered if he was poisoned. Did Yuan still think that guy could win? He said, okay, they'll bet. He'll get the beast artifact without much effort. At this point, Gu, grabbing the panda, exclaimed that his toxins were penetrating his nerves, telling him to give up. In response, Jushan continued to resist. He wondered in disbelief. Wasn't he poisoned by the toxins of the bone-eating needle? How could he even move? Suddenly, the panda created a powerful magical impulse that pushed him back. Jushan then counterattacked, unleashing a multitude of lightning-fast strikes. The spectators began screaming in shock. Could he really be that strong? The toxins had already entered his system. Could he still display such strength? Gu must be too weak. He does have potential, but it's very limited. So this is the vice captain of the Beast University team. Mo, the guy himself, holding back a hail of blows, wondered how he could lose. Suddenly, he lunged forward and shouted that he would kill him. Jushan silently met him with a powerful blow, then swung for the finishing blow. Gu, horrified, shouted that he surrendered. He wondered in disbelief. Did this guy really possess the soul of a 7-star beast? Why was he so weak? Jinza shouted in surprise. How did he know Gu would lose? The protagonist replied that this was what they call no defense against a crowbar. Any plan of his was empty talk. He lacked a solid foundation, but it wasn't like Jushan was good in combat either. Jinze exclaimed, wow, that's why most people keep a low profile. Pride makes them backward, while modesty, on the contrary, helps them improve. Jushan assumed human form and said he conceded. His poison was truly very strong. He almost lost. Gu, his face bruised, replied that his technique was inferior. He wasn't even a match for him. Longshin asked if he could take up his challenge, given his condition. The deputy captain of Yanjing Beast University wouldn't refuse advice. MC was perplexed, wondering if he was doing something. It just so happened that he was very curious about this Longshan's strength. Xiao tugged at his clothes and warned him that the director had previously said they better not cause trouble or make him nervous. He replied that it was fine, he was just kidding. The director wanted responsibility, but that was also his job, and it had nothing to do with him. Xiao said whatever he said. The protagonist, hearing this, thought that it seemed their captain really was a taciturn person. After that, Longshan entered the arena and handed the package to Jushan. He asked in surprise, what is it? The boy replied that it was a blue pill. It would help him flush out toxins from his body and quickly regain his strength. Even if he decided to fight and won, he would be invincible from now on. He was giving it to him, but he should wait until the pill took effect and flushed out all the toxins from his body, and then they would fight. Jinzei exclaimed that this was a worthy act for a man born into a family of beasts and possessing a beast soul. This was very generous. The blue pill consisted of 211 pieces. The protagonist pointed out that he wasn't a child of a family of beasts. He replied with a smile that he was different from them. They were losers, but he started from scratch and never wasted money. Mukshui inquired who it was that invited Yuan and the others to dinner last time and spent hundreds of thousands. At this point, Jushan folded his arms and said that he wouldn't refuse then. He thanked him for this gift. Once he recovers, they will fight. Half an hour later, the boy returned to the arena and, thanking him, noted that he had fully recovered. He was asking him for a fight. Longshan agreed and, using the fusion skill, transformed into an ancient barbarian elephant, then emitted a ferocious sound. Everyone in the audience, shocked, began to comment on his terrifying strength. Was he a beast soul master? Jinzei said that if his memory served him correctly, The intelligence indicated that this boy was an 8-star Beastmaster. The protagonist, eating, agreed and added that they couldn't rule out the possibility that he had improved in this time. Songlan said that they could all improve their strength in a short period of time, and there was no reason why others wouldn't do the same. Muxue noted that the master had said that if they found the path that suited them, even if it was late, at the Beast Master level, they would still have the opportunity to fight those of higher ranks. MC began to think that enlightenment was actually much more important than he thought. At that moment, Jushan transformed into a panda and, creating a magical shield, exclaimed, "Let him show his full strength and fight him." Long Xian delivered a powerful blow, causing the shield to crack, and shouted that this was exactly what he wanted. The entire audience froze in surprise. Immediately after, the magical shield shattered and the impact reached the panda. Jushan was thrown back a considerable distance and coughed up blood. The spectators, horrified, began to shout, "This is the true strength of Yanjing Beast University." Compared to the vice captain of Beast University, Mo, the two sides were completely unmatched. He was only a vice captain, so what kind of strength did a captain have? Gu cowered in a corner, thinking about how he couldn't defeat Jushan, yet Longxian had so easily deciphered his weaknesses. The difference in strength between him and that guy is simply enormous. He's a student from Yanjing University. He's a genius. Suddenly, Tianyi stood up and shouted for him to challenge him. He's from Mo Beast University and is the captain. Linghu told him not to get worked up. Longxian said with a smile that he was just his type. Xiao noted with displeasure that, as he had said, if he won one game, that would be enough. The spectators began to look at him and mutter among themselves, "What? He's the captain of Yanjing University." The guy thought excitedly that he hated being watched. He remarked that if this continued, the director would punish them. Longshan asked if he couldn't fight. Xiao replied with a serious face that if he wanted to find someone to fight, he would join them. He began to refuse and said that he could handle it himself. The guy turned to the others and said that their captain hadn't allowed him to fight, so he suggested postponing the battles until the competition began. Jinza turned to the protagonist and remarked that this fool was very strong. Longshan obeyed him without complaint. He agreed and added that he didn't expect the students from Yanjing Beast University to be so strong. It would be a problem for them. The guy replied with a smile that Chen Kang should actually be much stronger than Gu. Team control should be given to him. The protagonist noted that he lost to Muxue. "By the way, why isn't she fighting?" The girl asked. "What about him? What's so funny about that? Even if he wins, it doesn't mean anything." But Longshan could definitely beat her if she fought. MC asked if she wanted to fight Jushan. Muxue replied with a smile that she almost did. Of course not. After all, she's a 7, and he's a 3. He underestimates other people. He was surprised to find that she was much stronger than he thought. The protagonist thought that this girl probably had some tricks up her sleeve. Muxue smiled and said, "Don't let him look at her looks. If he needed a strong opponent, she was it. He definitely couldn't defeat her, and even if he could, her sister would kill him." He said that then, she really was the best. MC thought that his current strength was far inferior to Jushan's. If he used all his evolution points and leveled up to level 8 as a Beastmaster, then a duel with him shouldn't be much of a problem. Suddenly, Songlan shouted that the principal had arrived. The Yanjing students bowed their heads and greeted him. Jinzei noted that this man was the management of Yanjing Beast University. His name was Su Dian. The protagonist wondered if Muxue hadn't wanted to enroll in this university because she didn't want to see this principal. But what did that mean? Wang Ting extended his hand and joyfully exclaimed that the recent battle of Longxian, a student from his university, was quite impressive. Dian replied that he had participated in the battle by coincidence. The protagonist wondered if they were related. He remembered how teacher Shanhei had said that Muxue had had a hard life. He asked if he was related to her. The girl dejectedly replied that he was her biological father, but there was no connection between them. Not before, not now, and not in the future. Wang Ting smiled and said that he thought they should step aside, to avoid undue pressure and to avoid embarrassing the students. After that, the two directors stepped aside and began to talk. Dian looked at the girl and thought that she still hadn't forgiven him. He exchanged an angry glance with the protagonist and began to leave. Wang Ting asked what kind of looks those were. Dian replied that he should ignore them. But who's that guy next to Muxue? He replied that it was Yuan, Professor Shanhei's student. He was a substitute at their Beast University. The director asked what kind of energy was coming from him. It didn't look like the strength of a substitute student. At that moment, the protagonist said they were going back to the hotel. The girl agreed, and they began walking. At that moment, Muxuan glared at them. He noticed him and asked, "Is that the guy?" Muxue agreed, adding that he had finally entered Hebei Beast University. This university is at the very bottom of the list of prestigious schools, but his strength and talent are considered among the best there. MC said he thought he didn't know about fighting. Okay, they should go. They won't bother him. Sometime later in the evening, he got out of the shower and breathed a sigh of relief. Hailong asked if he would be training today. The protagonist replied that he had seen the strength of Yanjing University, and that he was much worse. Jinza will return a little later, so for now he'll use his remaining 20 million evolution points and level up to Beastmaster level 8. 2 days later, all the competitors gathered in the hotel lobby. Jinza looked at his opponents and noted that their uniforms were too green. At least they weren't wearing hats. The protagonist replied that he was thinking about the same nonsense every day. At that moment, Muxue approached them and apologized for being late. All the competitors looked at her admiringly and said she was beautiful. She happily approached the protagonist and asked what he'd been doing for the past 2 days. She wanted to invite him for a walk around Yanjing, but Jinze said he was busy and not to bother him. He replied that he'd been training and leveling up a bit. Gu, watching them, wondered how he'd managed to level up with his E-rank beast soul. Was he a beast master level 7? MC agreed with a smile and added that over the past few days he'd gained as much beast emperor power as possible. He was now level 8. Gu thought with a sneer that he'd risen from level 6 to level 8. What kind of leveling up was this? Was he kidding? This was a waste of time. Muxue, noticing their ridicule, thought these guys were too naive. Yuan was joking, of course. He couldn't possibly be level 6. At that moment, Wang Ting came out to them and asked if they were ready. Let them seize this wonderful opportunity presented to them. Perhaps even the best one. He hoped they could show their best in battle and let everyone know they were from Mo Beast University. The students were energized and agreed. Sometime later, they arrived at the Yanjing University arena. Dian announced that freshmen from all higher education institutions were invited to participate in the competition. The Yanjing University team, the Mo Beast University team, the Sichuan University team, and the Jinghong Beast University team. The protagonist looked at the captain of the latter team and asked in confusion, "He's the team captain? He looks like a high school student." Jinzi replied that his name was Han Yantong. He was turning 14 this year, and he was a genius. The protagonist, perplexed, replied that the beast soul only manifests in 18-year-olds. He replied that yes, but had he ever heard of an innate beast soul? This means that a child's beast soul awakens at birth, and such children are extremely talented. They have 18 years to cultivate their beast soul, unlike ordinary people. Such children are ahead of 90% of people in the world. Combined with excellent conditions for growth, they are undisputed leaders and geniuses among the beast souls. They can look to him as an example. He is only 14 years old, but already an 8th level beast master. Yantong's soul is special. His beast is Yan. He has the ability to speak and obey. You could say his beast soul is perfect. He can attack, defend, and assist. MC was surprised, thinking that this was an amazing ability. Jinza said he didn't expect to be invited to the Jinghong Beast University team, let alone appointed captain. It seemed their team was determined to achieve something this time. He asked how come a genius like Yantong didn't end up at Yanjing University or Mo University. The guy replied that Jinghong University was closer to home. He was born with a beast soul, and his parents are beast soul masters, so he spent all his free time training. Therefore, he can't take care of himself, and his parents help him with this. The thing is, he has a high degree of alignment with his beast soul, and he can't speak of his own free will, fearing that it would lead to disaster. Of course, his parents wanted him to attend a more prestigious university, but Yantong refused. The protagonist reflected on how he was that young master who was incredibly talented and couldn't live without his parents. But the Beast Soul Masters respected him for his strength, and as long as he was strong enough, other personal matters wouldn't matter. Dian announced that regardless of their university, he invited them to participate in this first national freshman friendship competition. They, as the best representatives of the new generation, would usher in a new era. They were already too old for that, and so the future rested on their shoulders. They would become new leaders who would bring the flame of hope to humanity. They would grow stronger with each passing day. So let them create their own bright future. They needed to be confident. All the students agreed. Dian smiled and remarked that he would now tell them about the rules and regulations of the competition, and once he was done, the competition would begin immediately. MC smiled and thought that this day had finally arrived. Dian said, "Ladies and gentlemen, he will now provide them with the rules and format for their competition. There are 3 main stages: arena battle, team battle, and survival battle. The first battle is a 10-on-10 team battle. The leading group will be able to remain in the arena until the losing group disappears. The team battle, which is precisely why they came to their universities, will be held with a larger number of people. The point of the battle is to test their ability to work as a team and, of course, their team spirit." And what about the survival battle? After they consult with their higher education councils, it will take place in the Longgushan Mountains on the outskirts of Yanjing. MC asked in surprise, "What kind of place is that?" Jinze asked again, "Hasn't he ever heard of the Longgushan Mountains? At least about how 10 beast-ranked monsters gathered and wiped out the entire city of Yanjing. He's surely heard of that?" MC replied, yes, he had heard. Jinze said that among those 10 beast-ranked monsters, the most powerful was the Black Dragon King. Destroying an entire town in one fell swoop was very easy for him. Yuan thought, destroy an entire town at once? What? How is that even possible? Even for beast-ranked monsters, wielding such amazing destructive power is terrifying. Jinze put his hand to his lips and muttered, and this Black Dragon King was called Nidhogg. They say that people of black magic brought him from the Western world to China. MC asked again, how is that even possible? Jinze frowned and said, It's because they see how quickly they are growing and developing in China. They want to weaken them with the power of dragons, but it turns out they simply sent dozens of nuclear bombs there. And so, after a long period of time, the remains of the dragon Nidhogg were formed in a particular mountain, Longgushan. This whole incident led to terrifying mutations. They say there are still monsters of the beast rank inside. Yuan thought, that's why it's no wonder why this particular place was chosen. He asked, by the way, is there still nuclear radiation in the Longgushan mountains? Jinza grabbed his head and said, oh, no, of course not. Hundreds of years have already passed. The nuclear radiation has almost dissipated, but they will stop just below the radiation zone. It definitely won't affect them at all. No need to worry, Yuan thought. Nuclear radiation from several nuclear bombs remains for hundreds or even several thousand years. For his leveling up, this is just the perfect find. Diane said, the rules of the survival battle. 10 days spent in the Longgushan Mountains are equal to 10 points. All team members can earn this. All participants will be able to earn 120 points after surviving 10 days. Moreover, each monster killed also adds points to them. You can get 10 for one monster. However, after killing a beast-ranked monster, the number of points earned doubles. The students asked in surprise, what, can they really defeat them? They won't succeed. That's just stupid. Stupid or not, if they stick together, they can defeat even the monsters. Dian thought, they're quite smart. It looks like this time's survival battle will be very interesting. He said, so students, he asks you to pay attention. After the survival battle begins, they will be randomly sent to different parts of the Yunjing outskirts in the Longgushan Mountains. The location won't hinder their choice. Whether they will look for allies or go straight to the monsters, the decision is theirs. However, he frowned and shouted, hiding and sitting in safety for 10 days is boring. Therefore, the students can also attack each other, and as long as they eliminate others, they have an advantage. The guy asked, will they have to fight other students? That's pointless. Who would do that? Wu Xuangu frowned and thought, Lin Yuan, he should watch out, otherwise he will die at his hands. Dian said, so the survival battle is about to begin. Everyone around, line up by university and get into the car. MC looked towards the cars and thought, when did this even arrive? The military man waved his hand and ordered them to get in, quickly. Muxue grabbed Yuan's hand and said, wherever he is, she will try to find him. She will protect him, and they will both survive all 10 days in this survival battle. Let him have no doubt. She thought, this time it's her turn to protect him. Lin Yuan, MC said, okay. A little later in the car, the military man said, young people, this is his first time seeing them, so let him introduce himself right away. He is the warlike Cheng Shui, the beast-rank monster department under the Chinese military department, their head of security. If they encounter insurmountable dangers in the Longgushan Mountains, the first thing they should do is contact him via their digital wristwatches. He will arrive as soon as possible, based on the coordinates they sent him. However, once he decides to ask for help, it will be considered that they refuse to further participate in the survival battle. MC thought, the first function of the watch is to record the number of monsters they've killed. The second is to request assistance. Each of the cars has a security officer to rush to their aid at any time. This is their first competition of such difficulty, so the standards are, as expected, high. Shui looked at the blindfold and said, excellent. Now let them blindfold themselves until the car enters the mountainous area. Jinzei asked, what are they wearing blindfolds for? Shui frowned and said, to be fair, they should be blindfolded so they don't know each other's location. If they had any questions, they had one last chance to ask them before they arrived at their destination. Yuan raised his hand and said, excuse me, I have a question. Shui told him to speak. MC asked, will the deaths of the monsters they hunt in the mountains be credited only to them or to their entire university? Everyone looked at him in surprise, and Shui said not to worry. Only they get the benefits for killing monsters. He thought, what's the matter? What's wrong with this student? MC happily said, okay. The students blindfolded themselves, and Shui looked closely at Yuan, who was tapping out a rhythm with his finger on his knee. He frowned and thought, this guy is no ordinary guy. Okay, let's move on. Somewhere on Longgushan Mountain, MC thought. The car stopped, 25:07 and 61 seconds. They've been driving for over 7 hours. Shui grabbed Linghu by the hand and threw him out of the car, ordering him to go. MC thought, apparently it wasn't Wang Jinzei or Sumuxue. Jinzei screamed, shaking again. Yuan thought they turned around on purpose. They're afraid they'll remember the location. It's bad luck that he was a murderer in his past life. This kind of test doesn't bother him. Shui said, it's his turn. Jinzei flew out of the car, and Shui headed towards Muxue, speaking calmly to her. MC thought, Wang Jinzei, Sumuxue is already outside. It will soon dawn on him too. Shui put his hand on MC's shoulder and told him to calm down. He pushed him out of the car, then took off his mask and thought, why so cruel? He looked around and thought, judging by the speed of the truck, Sumuxue should be about 15 kilometers away. He hasn't a minute to waste. He folded his hands and said, fusion with the spirit beast. Heilong cried out joyfully, congratulating him on his successful absorption. 100 evolution points received. Yuan said, there really is still some energy left. The radiation is weak, but every 10 seconds he gets 100 evolution points, and every minute 600 points. And in a whole day it will be more than 800,000. After spending about 10 days on Mount Longgushan, one can get 8.5 million points. This is almost enough to reach the 9-star level of a Beastmaster. This is only at the periphery. If they go deeper into the forest, the radiation concentration will be greater, and accordingly, the number of points will also increase. Hailong asked, so will they go? MC answered no. First they need to find Su Muxue, Songlan, and Wang Jinzei. An extra hand wouldn't hurt. Hailong asked, how can he find them? Yuan shook his head and answered, he remembered the landing location. First, they will go for Su Muxue, since she is closest. He hoped she hadn't managed to go too far. 10 minutes later, he looked around and thought, if he remembered everything correctly, Su Muxue should be somewhere here. He saw footprints on the ground and thought, it's Su Muxue, so he must be going there. Fortunately, the nine-tailed fox leaves noticeable footprints. Suddenly, he heard a scream and shouted. It was her voice. At that moment, Muxue was surrounded by monsters, a poisonous demon frog, a hellish civet, and a Cerberus. She thought she was very unlucky. At the very beginning, she encountered 3 overlords. Even with 7 stars, she wouldn't have been able to deal with them. The guys were watching what was happening. Tianchuan, a member of the Haiyusho squadron, said, boss, fortune favors them today. They have already managed to encounter 3. Xiao Han, the senior assistant of the Haiyusho squadron leader, frowned, and Fan Lian, a member of the squadron, asked, he thinks the Snow Fox is a first-year student at the Beast Academy. Should they help her? Tianchuan said, Fan Lian, she's their enemy actually. Xiao Han frowned and said, Tianchuan is right. In a battle for survival, everyone is an enemy. Whether the others are there or not, the fox must not be spared. MC saw them and thought, there's nothing wrong with waiting in the bushes. But they are going to attack Su Muxue, so let them not be offended. Muxue released energy and thought, if she can't accept her fate, then she should attack first. Cerberus also released fiery energy in her direction, and their energies collided and dissolved, and the frog looked around and decided to release its dark power. It headed towards Muxue, causing her to quickly jump back and think, this frog's poison is very caustic. She can't escape, and calling for help is also useless. She frowned and thought she can't lose. She still needs to find Lin Yuan. Yuan watched what was happening and thought, she hasn't given up yet. Then she will intervene a little later. He just needs to ensure her safety. At that moment, the third monster decided to attack, but Muxue hit it with her tail. The creature injured her, causing her to frown deeply and rush to attack. She directed frost energy at the creature's paws and quickly struck. MC thought, she really has become much stronger, because even being surrounded, she fights with dignity. The frog released its poison towards Muxue, but she blocked it with an ice shield. She smashed it with her tail, and Xiao Han asked why she broke the ice wall that she herself erected. Shards flew in different directions and pierced the frog's body. Muxue thought, she did it. Cerberus will be the hardest to deal with. 2 monsters were disposed of, leaving only the Cerberus, which activated fire energy. Muxue began to attack the creature with ice shards, but the Cerberus quickly dodged. It released fire from its mouth, and Muxue sent ice in response. The energy combined and entered her body. Jianchuan screamed, boss, this girl is stronger than she looks. She took down 2 people single-handedly. Xiao Han screamed, nonsense. Every second person in the Beast Academy is like that. We need to prepare to merge with the Beast Soul. Fan Liang asked, now? Xiao Han replied, of course. Or does he want to wait until she gets even stronger? He cried out, fusing with the Beast Soul. He transformed into a poisonous moon scorpion, a rank S Beast Soul. Jianchuan transformed into an armadillo, and Fan Liang became a sparkling jellyfish. Muxue looked at them and thought, it's best not to clash with students from other schools now. Xiao Han shouted, Fan Liang, let him attack first. He will try to corner her. He replied, okay. He directed electricity towards Muxue and she screamed, what? Electricity? The threads bound her body and Fan Liang sent the current through, causing Muxue to scream loudly in pain. Xiao Han shouted, well done, Fan Liang. Muxue cried out in irritation, a bunch of vile animals. She closed her eyes and thought, it looks like she will stay here. At that moment, MC's cry rang out. Gentlemen should not take advantage of others' misfortune. Muxue said, Lin Yuan, be careful they. He grabbed Xiao Han's tail and pulled sharply. He thought, while his poison was in effect, his entire body would be paralyzed and he would lose his fighting ability. Muxue cried out, Lin Yuan. Xiao Han thought, how is this possible? He didn't even bite through his defense. Perhaps his beast soul is the same type as Tianchuan's. Yuan said, this is a predictable attack. Because he is initially weak, he cried out, since they decided to attack from behind, they should already be prepared for defeat. He looked at Xiao Han and slammed his paw on the ground, throwing him into the air. He hit his back in a tree and returned to human form. Tianchuan screamed in fear. Boss, MC pulled Muxue towards himself and asked, is she okay? She replied, yes, she should be more careful. At this moment, the Cerberus opened its mouth to attack, and Yuan asked, is he so eager to die? He spread his arms out to the sides and took the attack, and then swung and scratched the monster's body. Hailong happily congratulated him on his successful victory against opponents at the level of the Beast King. His reward, 2 golden treasure chests. MC said he was lucky to get 2 chests at once. He turned around and asked, are they giving up or should they continue? Fan Liang and Tianchuan shouted, they're giving up. Yuan suggested finding Wang Jinzei quickly. He's weaker than Songlan. He's afraid he might fly out early. Muxue asked, okay, does he know where to look for him? MC replied, when they were riding in the car, he memorized everyone's drop-off locations. Otherwise, how would he have found them? She thought about it. Lin Yuan never ceased to amaze her. She asked, what level is he now? Yuan replied, Probably an 8-star beast king. Mukshui cried out in surprise. What is he that strong? MC replied. Ahead of us is exactly the spot where Wang Jinzei was dropped off. Mukshui replied. Okay. He looked around and said, I don't think he's here. Mukshui said, after all, it's been a while. He couldn't have just sat there until now. At this moment, Yuan looked around and approached the tree table. Mukshui asked again, is this the academy badge? Did Jinzei leave it? MC said, he is a smart guy. Following the marks left, they will easily find him. Muksui said that this method is also very risky. If other students notice them and guess, they will definitely start chasing to kill. Then they need to get there first. Muksui said, Lin Yuan, let him look, there are traces of a beast soul here. MC said, it seems to him that more than one monster is chasing Jinzei. No wonder the mark is damaged. Fortunately, these beasts should be small in size. He quickly looked around and asked, what is that sound? Muksui replied, she can't make it out, but it is coming from the same direction where the tracks lead. It's probably Wang Jinzei. They ran out into a forest clearing and saw dinosaurs trying to attack a large egg. Mukshui asked, puzzled, Lin Yuan, where did the egg come from? MC replied, he didn't know. A voice came from the egg. Lin Yuan, Su Mukshui? How fortunate. It really was them. They cried out in surprise. It was Wang Jinzei's voice. It couldn't be. Was it his spirit beast? Jinzei asked. Why are they frozen? Hurry, let them help him get rid of this bunch of velociraptors. Yuan released energy from his mouth and attacked the monsters, who quickly began to run away. Jinzei said, finally. They were pestering him. Really annoying. Muksui asked, is he hurt? Jinzei asked again, what do you think? A couple of dinosaurs won't do anything to him. MC said, he was just chased and tried to be killed by 3 Beast King level velociraptors. He meant to say he could have handled it on his own? Jinzei cried out in displeasure. What are you even talking about? He was just an egg. What abilities do they think he has? A somersault? MC imagined it and thought, and it was true. His E-rank soul always seemed strange to him. He never even thought that a beast spirit in the form of an egg existed. He wondered if it could be eaten. That would be really cool. Jinzei told him not to look at him like that. He's not edible. Although his attack power is weak, his defense is top-notch. Let them try it themselves if they don't believe him. MC asked again. Test it, he said. Let him forget it. He's afraid. He'll blow his entire shell off with one blow. Muksui imagined Yuan smashing Jinzei and laughed. And he asked, what's so funny? If he can really break his shell, he'll bear his surname from today on. MC suggested giving it a try since he was so confident. Jinzei ordered him to hit with all his might, and Yuan thought, for starters, he'll try attacking half-heartedly. Jinzei should be able to withstand a blow of this magnitude. He swung his paw and hit Jinzei but didn't damage the shell at all. Jinzei asked, didn't he eat today? MC swung his paw and Jinzei screamed, holy shit, I'm about to get a bigger blow. Yuan hit Jinzei so hard that he jumped and flew to the side, hitting a tree several times. Mukshui screamed in fear. Wang Jinzei, how is he? She thought, Lin Yuan really hit hard. This is no laughing matter. Jinzei chuckled and said, that's a bit weak. Mukshui thought in fear, oh my god, Lin Yuan, he's not going to kill him, is he? Jinzei asked again. Did he see that? In front of his shell, his attack is simply insignificant. MC asked. In that case, why doesn't he hit again? Jinzei asked. Should they find Songlan first? I wouldn't want to leave him alone. Then in their team, Lin Yuan will be in charge of attack, he will be in charge of defense, Su Mukshui will manage everything, and Songlan will help them. Yuan replied, that's a good plan, but it seems he forgot its location while running through the forest. Mukshui asked, so what should they do now? MC said, it's better for them to continue moving further into the forest. Mukshui asked, do you want to lead them to fight the monsters? Is he sure the 3 of them can handle it? Yuan said, he thinks most of the students gain points on the outskirts. There should be far fewer people deep in the forest. It will be safer for them, because they won't need to be distracted by anyone. Muksui said, it's true, she herself was just attacked. MC said, there are quite a few Lord-level monsters on Longgushan Mountain, and they should keep their distance from their habitats. Otherwise, if other students find them, they will have nowhere to run. Jinzei said, okay, he agrees. MC thought, perhaps the deeper he goes into the forest, the stronger he becomes, just by breathing the air. 6 hours later, Jinzei asked, are they getting close? MC replied, it seems not. They didn't encounter a single monster along the way. The direction is correct. There's only a little left. He thought, every 10 seconds he gets 200 evolution points. At that moment, a drone flew over them and Yuan thought, he almost forgot. This time there is a live broadcast of the competition. Then he should be more careful. If he reveals all his cards, he will find himself in big trouble. At that moment, Dian was standing in the office, watching what was happening through the cameras. He said, of course, it was hard to get her to participate in the competition. Wang Ting smiled and said, Director Su, no need to worry, his son is there too. As long as they are with Lin Yuan, there shouldn't be any problems. Dian asked, is this replacement of his reliable? Wang Ting replied, this student was recommended by Zhao Shanhei. Do you think he was wrong? Dian said, Professor Zhao is really good. He shows great promise. However, this guy, he thinks he's hiding something. Deep in the forest, at the foot of Mount Longgushan, the disciples were sitting around a fire. MC said, no matter what you say, the meat from those monsters is just right. Jinzei said contentedly, it's all thanks to his culinary skills. Muksha said, he's such a good guy that he brought spices and other ingredients with him. Jinzei waved his hand and asked, dear viewers, how are they? Wang Ting said to fly away quickly. He can't lose sight of this man. MC said, the temperature will drop noticeably at night and everything will become much more dangerous. He needs to prepare more firewood and water. Jinzei said, no problem. but why does he feel his body's strength suddenly jump? Mukshui said, that's right, she feels it too. Maybe it starts when he reaches halfway through the 8 stars, MC replied. Yeah, he doesn't know either. He just sat down and suddenly became stronger. Jinza grabbed his leg and with tears in his eyes, asked him to teach him. Be his teacher, he begs. Yuan tried to push him away and asked how he would teach him. He himself didn't know what was going on. Jinza said, okay, he'll go get firewood. MC looked at Mukshui and said she can go with him. He'll stay and look after the meat. MC looked around and said, everyone's gone. Dragon, let him open all the chests he previously obtained. Hailong cried out, he's opening it. He congratulates him. He's received 50,000 evolution points. He's received the soul-crushing claw artifact. When equipped, it attacks the enemy along with their soul. He congratulates him. He's received 50,000 evolution points. He's received the Beastmaster cheat code. There are 9 such books in total. This is the first. Does he want to study? MC answered, yes. He sat in the lotus position and began studying. And after a while, he cried out, he'd mastered everything. Hailong said he can't wait to try it. After some time in the cave, Yuan thought he'd take advantage of the opportunity while there were no drones. He cried out, fusion. Hailong said the enraged tiger effect can significantly increase his explosive power in a short period of time. He turned red, swung his paw, and slammed it against the wall. Hailong said that with his current strength, the tiger state can be maintained for at least half an hour, although compared to elephant mode, this cheat skill is slightly inferior. Naturally, this is only the first skill out of 9, just need to collect a couple more, and the changes won't take long to appear. MC asked again, really? He was already burning with anticipation. A few days later, Jinze asked, he says Lord-level beasts haven't appeared here for several days? Do they even live here? There haven't been any drones here for a long time either. He guesses the audience is tired of watching them eat meat. MC asked, are they in no danger now? Isn't that great? Jinzi replied, of course, that's good. Less to worry about. Suddenly, he started shaking and asked, why had it suddenly gotten so cold? Yuan said, listen, haven't they told him that sometimes it's better to keep quiet? Jinzi replied, no, that can't be. Mushi said fearfully. From behind, Jinzi said, don't scare him. He saw the monster's huge face behind him and screamed, fusion! He turned into an egg, and the monster pushed him back. Jinze fell onto the rocks, his shell cracking slightly. Muxue turned around and screamed, Wang Jinze! The huge monster was approaching them, after which they used fusion. Muxue blew towards the monster, releasing a frosty breath. Yuan swung his paw and attacked the creature, knocking it aside. MC screamed, it's an earth lizard. Let them be careful. Rocks flew in all directions and Muxue quickly dodged them. She blocked the rocks with her frost breath and rushed in the other direction. She ran up to Jinze and hid behind him. He screamed, nightmare, how much pain he's in. MC said, he urgently needs to think of a way to lure it out of here. He thought, it looks like a lord-level beast. Then no wonder he didn't catch the creature's breath. Yuan screamed, we need to run. Muxue asked in fear, what? MC replied, he doesn't have time to explain. Everyone's after him. They started to run, when suddenly there was an explosion behind them. Jinze screamed, no, Lin Yuan, it's too fast. They can't escape so easily. Yuan asked, who told him they were going to run away? He jumped, covering the others with his body as a bright stream of energy headed their way. He opened his mouth and released his breath, reflecting the rocks. The monsters burst out from under the rocks, and MC shouted, faster, Muxue! She waved her tail and released a frost breath, freezing the creature. MC jumped up and hit the creature with his tail. He grabbed the monster's head and said, its shell is strong, but the internal organs? He doesn't think so. He opened the monster's mouth and shouted, such is the law of evolution. He released energy from his mouth and directed it into the monster's mouth. The creature's body exploded, and Hailong happily congratulated him and said, he gets 1 gold chest. Jinze said, Lin Yuan already has enough strength to single-handedly defeat a lord-level monster. After a while, Yuan said, he didn't think that both of them would have crystals. He laughed and said, they'll pay 1,020,000 for this. Jinze said, Lin Yuan, he's so strong and he's only pretending. This is not comradely. Muxue said, Lin Yuan has always been strong and never hid it from him. Jinze exhaled and said, yes, he's always the best, the best. Muhui started waving her arms and screaming, he's so nasty. Is he tired of living? Jinze started running away from her and said, no, he'd rather continue eating. At that moment, Yuan screamed, someone stole their food. He looked at the fire and said, there are monster tracks. Jinze cried out in displeasure, damn thief. MC suggested following the tracks. They approached some bushes where a loud snorting sound was coming from, and peered inside. A small dragon was sitting in the bush, eating meat. Jinze asked in surprise, what kind of miracle is this? The dragon puffed out its cheeks and then released a stream of fire towards the students. MC pushed everyone away and ordered them to watch out and lie down. He covered his head with his hands and crouched, and the stream of fire burned through the trunk of a tree. He turned around and thought, that little one must have some strength, Muxue said. Lin Yuan. He stretched out his hand and ordered her to stop. The dragon flew up to him and sniffed his hand, and everyone looked at it in surprise. Jinze said, this beast may belong to a rather specific species. Yuan looked questioningly at the dragon that was sniffing his hand. He stroked its head, which the small creature really liked. Mukushui and Jinsei cried out in surprise. What? They already seem like old acquaintances, she said. She thinks he is only drawn to him. MC ordered him not to be so rude. He thought the dragon is his relative? Heilong replied. He has no relatives. He must be attracted to his energy. MC thought, so that's how it is. Most likely, he also formed as a result of energy absorption. He is so small and already strong. He is afraid to imagine what will happen when he grows up. Jinsei asked, Lin Yuan, what will they do with him? MC asked again, can he keep monsters with him? Jinsei replied that he'd never heard of such a thing. So does he want to keep it? Yuan replied that he'd like to try it. He'd grown attached to it anyway, and a strong assistant wouldn't hurt. If this creature ever poses a threat to humanity, he'll be able to deal with it. On the 7th day of the challenge, Mukusui said to Jinsei that his field kitchen skills never cease to amaze him. Let him have a look. She really likes Xiaohong too. Jinsei looked at her and said how primitive it was to name him Xiaohong. Xiaohong literally means little red in Chinese. MC asked, so what? At least it's clear. There are 3 days left in the challenge. He needs to hunt a little to earn points. At that moment, a drone flew over to them, and Mukusui asked Lin Yuan, what if Xiaohong accidentally ends up on the broadcast? MC replied, well, they won't be able to hide him anyway. Since he's decided to get a pet, he takes full responsibility for it. It's best to inform the principal and the others as soon as possible. Jinsei said he doesn't even know what they'll think. At that moment, the faculty in the Yanjing University conference room were watching the broadcast. Zhang Tianqi, the headmaster of Hangzhou University, said, Director Wang, let him explain why his students would keep a monster for themselves. Dian pointed to the side and ordered the staff to be informed and have them stop the broadcast immediately. Wang Ting said, don't be so nervous. Maybe this little one is friendly. He'll try to persuade Lin Yuan to return it later. There shouldn't be any serious problems. Dian frowned and said, they might not have noticed, but this hatchling, although different in color, looks very much like the Black Dragon Emperor, Nidhogg. Wang Ting asked again, really? Is he sure of it? Dian replied, hundreds of years ago, Nidhogg practically razed Yanjing to the ground. Although he hadn't witnessed it, as the headmaster of Yanjing University, he had studied numerous documents. The description of this dragon matches what they saw on the broadcast, except for the color. Tianqi cried out, but Nidhogg has been gone for hundreds of years. Does he mean to say he rose from the dead? Or is this dragon truly immortal? Either way, if they could kill him the first time, they can do it a second time. They're much stronger now than they were before. He, Zhang Tianqi, would like to lead them against him. The director of Haiyu University said there was no need to worry about it now, but he believed it was advisable to resolve the problem as soon as possible. After all, Longgushan is not that far from Yangqing. It's hard for him to say what the consequences might be. Wang Ting asked if he thought so too. Dian shook his head and said he was afraid they all misunderstood him. He didn't claim to have risen from the dead, but his crystal clot, which had never been found, had manifested itself. Wang Ting asked in surprise, a crystal? He meant to say that thing is a crystal? Dian replied that he could only guess, but the dragon was still very small and posed no threat, so they could continue the test. But they had to be careful not to reveal themselves while broadcasting live. Tianqi frowned and cried out, but matters of this nature must be resolved. That's right, after the test was over, he would immediately head to military headquarters to get rid of this threat once and for all. At that moment, a bright glow appeared in the cave in Longgushan Mountain. The monster was carrying the body of an animal, illuminating everything around with its bright eyes. The creature threw its victim aside and headed toward the crystal. A loud scream rang out, spreading throughout the area. A dark fog began to spread through the forest, and Jinsei cried out, what's going on? Why hasn't the sun risen? He must still be asleep. MC said that it had long since dawned, but everything around was covered in a dark, thick fog. Mukushui said that this was not a good sign. Phenomena like this don't just happen on their own. Jinsei said, maybe some monster was at work? There are a lot of them here. Yuan looked at his watch and asked him to pay attention. The watch was also acting strangely. Perhaps this black fog was somehow affecting the magnetic field. They were trapped. Mukushui clenched her fist and said, this means the drones are also out of order. What should they do now? And they can't contact the teachers. Xiaohong approached MC and tugged at his pants. MC told him not to worry. It was just a dark fog. He didn't think it was dangerous. He would inspect the surroundings later, and he should sit here and not run away. Meanwhile, somewhere under the mountain rubble, Qingnan asked, so how are they able to contact the university? Sanlan exhaled and said, he checked everything, but none of the watches were working. Qingnan screamed. It looks like this is where they will meet their end. So many people have lost contact. The university can't just let this happen. Linghu said they should be more careful until the rescuers arrive. Have they noticed how the number of monsters has increased with the arrival of the black fog? Sanlan replied that he didn't know about the others, but he was most worried about Chu Tianyi and Lin Yuan. Wu Xuangu smirked and said that he understood why he needed Tianyi. He was strong, but Lin Yuan, he'd probably already been eliminated. He wouldn't dare venture so deep into the forest. Song Lan asked, Why are you making fun of me? They were all classmates and teammates. Wu Xuangu waved his hand and asked, so, those idiots are on his team too? Linghu stood up and apologized. If that's the case, he was also an idiot and unworthy of being on his team. Songlan stood up after him and said, thinking separately is not living together. Qingnan cried out, have you completely lost your mind? Does he know how dangerous the dark fog is? Lian said, shh. Wu Xuangu just has that kind of personality. He doesn't see the point in arguing or even leaving the team because of it. Wu Xuangu asked, does he mean to say he's wrong? All the E-rankers got here through connections. If he doesn't agree, he can go and save them. Qingnan turned around and thought they had encountered quite a few monsters over the past few days, but they only survived thanks to Songlan. If he leaves, he turned around and said, they're finished. What will they do? Wu Xuangu shouted in displeasure. Does he think they can't survive without them? Qingnan said, but without Songlan, it's very dangerous to engage in battle with Lord-level monsters. Wu Xuangu yelled, worthless. Who will they order him to join then? The guys left the cave and Linghu said, I didn't think he would go with me. Songlan said, Lin Yuan, he's his friend. Naturally, he can't leave him in trouble. Linghu clutched his head and asked, what if he really has already been eliminated? Songlan said, they'll believe everything is fine. This kid isn't as simple as he may seem. Perhaps Wang Jinzei and Sumuk Shui are also with him. Linghu said, exactly. At this moment, the security chief's voice rang out in the Beijing Academy conference room. He asked for permission to make a statement. The preliminary investigation of the dark fog has been completed. According to the research results, the fog can affect the magnetic field and interfere with electronic equipment. A large concentration of monsters was also discovered in the fog itself, including Lord-level monsters. Their location is still unknown. Naturally, such high-ranking monsters shouldn't be there, so the military dared to speculate that they are being controlled by someone of a higher rank. In other words, there is a suspicion that Emperor-level monsters have appeared deep within the mountain. Wang Ting asked, he means the fog is their doing? The military man replied, it's quite possible. He would also like to report that the dark fog is interfering with the casualty count, but fortunately, it is only spreading within the depths of Longgushan. Currently, security personnel have already crossed the fog border and are searching for students, so he asks them not to worry. Furthermore, the military department is hoping to bring in an Emperor-level university as reinforcements to clarify the situation. If it turns out to be a high-ranking monster, he would like to finish it off on the spot. Wang Ting stood up and said, that's it, he'll go. Dian said, he'll go too. Tianqi frowned and said, no, he can't let the two of them go. Wang Ting was understandably worried about his son, but he Su Dian. Why would he be there? Wang Ting replied, his daughter is there too. Dian frowned and thought, he won't allow anyone or anything to threaten Muxui's life, even if the enemy is the emperor. At this moment, MC said in Longgushan's heart, this is already the third monster today. It must be a lord-level monster. Jinzi said, and their new recruit doesn't care at all. He just runs from bush to bush. Muxui laughed and said, at least he was more useful in the last battle. A crystal appeared in front of Xiao Hong, which he tried to eat, and Yuan's eyes widened in fear and thought, what a nightmare. This core is worth tens of millions. He pulled the crystal out of the dragon's mouth and said, you can't put just anything in your mouth, do you understand? Jinzi approached him and asked, is there really another wave? They've already expended a lot of energy. MC looked around and thought, dragon, let him pour all his points into leveling up. Hailong replied, it will be done. Yuan grew in size and the system window reported, Beast Soul Giant Black Lizard. Status, growth period, and rank SS. Jinza looked at him in surprise and asked, did he level up again? MC laughed and Muxue shouted, Lin Yuan, be careful. A voice rang out. If it was them, he identified the voice correctly. Muxue looked to the side and cried out joyfully, Wang Linghu. Songlan said, and so did he. Jinza said, cool. It turns out Songlan was with him. Linghu cried out, this is not the time to talk. A lord-level monster is chasing him and Songlan. The huge monster quickly flew towards them and MC shouted, be careful. Songlan began to create magnetic waves and mana covered MC's body. He released a breath from his mouth and attacked the creature. Linghu thought they hadn't seen each other for only a few days and his strength had increased so much. No wonder Songlan spoke of him like that. Where did he even come from? Xiao Hong quickly ran after the monster, puffing out his cheeks. He unleashed a huge stream of fire towards the monster and burned the creature, then turned around and joyfully ran to Yuan. He rubbed against him, and MC told him to take it. He tossed him a crystal and, stroking it with his claw, said, he's a good boy. He thought, you can't coddle him too much. He needs to train this little guy to obey commands. Yuan said, eat. And the dragon quickly stuffed the crystal into its mouth. Linghu folded its paws on its chest and asked, is this dragon Lin Yuan's pet? Jinza said, well, you could say so. Has he seen what it's capable of? Muxue asked, by the way. How did the two of them manage to get here? Linghu replied, it's a long story. After a while, Jinza's cry was heard in the cave. Who does this Wushuan Gu think he is, to dare underestimate Lin Yuan? He bets he wouldn't last another round with him. Muxue asked, where did they come from? How are things there? Songlan replied, there are monsters everywhere. He thinks the scale of the disaster is colossal. MC screamed again. He stood up and saw a huge monster trying to break through. Jinze turned into an egg, and Linghu screamed, Jinze, he has an unusual soul. Jinze screamed, what's so funny? He'll ask him for help again. The monster opened its mouth and screamed loudly, and many other monsters started approaching them. Everyone quickly rushed to attack, swinging their clawed paws and other parts. The monsters slipped on Jinsei, and MC quickly attacked them with his paws. Other monsters started approaching him from behind, and Yuan screamed in irritation. There were so many of them. He struck and thought, it turns out that tearing their flesh to pieces even feels good. Mukshui looked at him and thought, how cool. The monster roared loudly, and MC released a stream of energy from his mouth and thought, let them die. Die! This feeling. That's right. He's a killer. This is probably exactly what he needed. After a while, MC stood on the monsters' bodies and looked around. He thought, what was that sound? Why did everyone run away? Mukshui said to look. There, deep in the fog, something is glowing. MC said in fear, it can't be. Those are the monster's eyes. Linghu asked, what size is it then? The huge creature leaned over them, and Linghu cried out, Lin Yuan, we have to run. He replied, he's afraid. There's no escaping the emperor. Songlan said, Lin Yuan, it looks like that monster is staring at him. Yuan looked at the dragon and said, it's probably because of him. No matter what, a battle is inevitable. The huge creature opened its mouth and began to absorb the mist, and Linghu cried out in surprise. What? It sucked in all the dark mist. MC opened its mouth and released a nuclear breath. He thought, a nuclear breath that would focus all the crystal's energy should be enough to kill it. He thinks it will work. A huge stream of energy was directed towards the disciples, and Yuan thought, he can't handle it. Xiaohong peeked out from under MC's tail and, accumulating fire breath, released it towards the monster. Muksui moved forward and said, it's her turn. MC screamed. Sudden nuclear attack. 3 streams of energy shot toward the monster, combined, and sent the creature flying. MC exhaled and thought, one more blow and they would definitely be finished. Suddenly, the monster opened its huge toothy mouth, and Xiaohong walked around it and struck. The creature stuck its huge tongue out of its mouth and tried to grab Xiaohong. Yuan screamed, he really came for the kid. Let them run while they can. Linghu cried out, Lin Yuan, was he really going to fight this big guy alone? Xiaohong looked at Yuan pitifully, and he screamed, he can't let him be taken away. It's his fatherly duty. He can't abandon him and just run away. Mukshui said she would support any decision he made. Linghu asked, otherwise, what kind of friends are they? Songlan screamed, they know. This is his first time fighting a monster of this level, and it's worth it. Jinsei screamed, his father is the rector. He can't let him down. Even if this is their last day, Dad will definitely take revenge. MC turned around and said, guys, get to work. He directed a nuclear breath towards the monster. Linghu pushed off the ground and struck the creature, and then they decided to attack as a team. Yuan landed and took out the artifact. He thought, in the past, he was very weak and lost everything he held dear. However, the training was not in vain. Now he is strong enough to protect everything he holds dear. He threw the artifact into his mouth and screamed loudly, and Linghu called out to him in fear. MC grew, and they asked, has it gotten bigger? Spikes grew on Yuan's body, and he turned red. He looked at the monster and said, today, only one will remain alive. He opened his mouth and was about to attack, and Mukshui said, Lin Yuan, this? He launched his attack towards the monster, and she thought this was his last trump card. The monster's eyes widened in surprise, and the fiery stream left a large mark on its body. Linghu screamed. The battle was gaining momentum. He was afraid they could no longer help. Songlan ordered everyone to retreat. He would still try to intervene. He sent waves of energy towards MC, for which he thanked him. The creature opened its huge mouth and released dark energy that struck Yuan's body. He ordered the monster not to even think about harming his friends. Songlan wondered, what level was Lin Yuan? A 9-star overlord or an emperor? MC swung his paw and struck the creature, but the monster bit his hand. Yuan released nuclear breath and threw the monster aside, pulling his paw away. The two energies clashed and a bright explosion occurred, illuminating everything around. Mukshui covered her face with her paw, then looked around in surprise and saw a large blazing stream. She thought, Lin Yuan won? MC looked at the monster in surprise and thought, what does this mean? Has it recovered? The crystal's effect will soon end. We can't give it a chance to regenerate. He released nuclear breath again, and Songlan shouted, Lin Yuan, this monster can absorb energy. Most likely, this is not regeneration, but evolution. It wasn't originally an emperor. It became one right now. They better run while they can. MC thought, what? In other words, before this, it was only an overlord at the peak of evolution? If so, how strong will the creature become now? He shouted, hurry, they need to run. A click sounded behind them. Yuan turned around and thought, how is this possible? Evolution shouldn't happen so fast. A huge energy ball appeared behind them and began to crack. MC cried out in fear. They won't make it. They should be more careful. A large creature burst out of the sphere and flapped its wings. Yuan thought the creature's breathing was erratic. Perhaps it was due to its rapid evolution, and its old injuries seemed to have not fully healed. But it was, one way or another, the Emperor, and its strength was much greater. It released several streams of energy from its mouth and attacked MC. This hit him in the back, causing him to spit blood. Yuan thought, horrible, so this is what it feels like. Songlan cried out in fear. Lin Yuan, he replied, everything is fine, he's alive. He only thought it was a pity that he wouldn't have time to enjoy the beautiful view before he died. Xiaohong ran forward and frowned with displeasure. Yuan thought, little one, it seems he hadn't raised him in vain. Let him run away faster. There's no need for him to die here with him. Even if he can't destroy this monster, he'll put all his remaining energy into the blow. It's enough that the others have time to escape. He began to release jet breath, and Mukshui screamed in fear, Lin Yuan, no. Ling Hu stretched his paw forward and shouted, Lin Yuan, what is he thinking? MC thought. He was very glad that he became their friend. He closed his eyes and mentally said goodbye, when suddenly he heard a voice. Is this the same emperor who was mentioned in the intelligence? It turns out that such weaklings can be called that. MC opened his eyes in surprise and began to look around. Everyone froze, and Wang Ting and Dian appeared above them. Jinze screamed joyfully, Dad! Muxue looked at the men and thought, he came. The rector is here. MC thought, it seems they have started a new life. He lost consciousness, and Xiaohong ran to him in fear. Muxue rushed to him and screamed, Lin Yuan! Lin Yuan! Jinze waved his hands and shouted, Dad, he's here, Dad! Wang Ting said with displeasure. He couldn't even handle the little crocodile. He still dares to call himself his son? Jinze asked, puzzled. With the little crocodile? Can he even hear himself? He began to descend and thought, in any case, it's amazing that he was able to reach such a level. He looked at Dian and asked who would attack first. Dian suggested that he start. It dared to endanger his daughter, then let it feel his wrath. Dian spread his arms out to the sides and created a huge stream of fire. The disciples cried out in surprise. Dian transformed into a fire dragon, causing the monster to begin shaking. It opened its huge mouth and tried to create a stream of energy. The monster released it, but Dian ordered it to burn. The fire destroyed it, and the wind almost blew away the disciples. Dian said, now the monster's turn. He looked at the creature and asked, is it trying to escape? Dian quickly placed a block around the creature and continued releasing fiery energy toward the monster. The bright energy continued to spread in different directions, brightly illuminating everything. Muxue thought, the monster emperor, the dragon crocodile, is so weak. It's the red dragon emperor, Su Dian. Jinze spread his arms and said, really, it would be better if Su Dian were his father. Wang Ting asked, what? So being his son is an insult to him. Jinze cried out in fear. Daddy, when did he even show up here? Wang Ting replied, the very moment he found himself another father. Muxue was sitting next to Yuan at that moment, supporting him. Wang Ting asked, at times like these, he never knows what to say, right? Dian said, he was already glad she was okay. Wang Ting said, by the way, they should thank Lin Yuan for his stubborn resistance. Dian looked at him and said, he really is an extraordinary disciple. To confront a beast while being an E-rank master, he can't even believe it. Wang Ting frowned and said, exactly, but he's sure his future is promising. Well, first they'll wait for him to wake up. The helicopter flew up to them, and after landing on the ground, soldiers emerged. The man put his hand to his head and said, they were ordered to bring the students back. Dian said they would stay here for now to ensure the safety of the others. The men replied, they understood him. The students boarded the helicopter, and the soldier adjusted MC, who was immediately jumped on by Xiaohong. He lay down on him and closed his eyes. Shui clenched his fist and frowned, and Jinze ordered him to stop and said, this is Lin Yuan's pet. It's not dangerous. Wang Ting said, that's right. It really is his pet. Jinze asked, puzzled. Dad, how does he know? Wang Ting cried out in displeasure. He thought the drone filmed them eating, and no one was in the frame. But he doesn't know where exactly this little creature came from, does he? Most likely it formed from the core of the Black Dragon Emperor. Even its age points to this. Finally, the Black Dragon Nidhogg has appeared. Jinze asked in surprise, is it really him, Nidhogg? Wang Ting asked, does he think he's deceiving him? Jinze frowned and asked, if this is true, then what should they do now? Wang Ting replied that he definitely couldn't fix the situation alone. They would hold a meeting, discuss it, and decide. Songlan said the rector, Wu Xuangu, Li Qingnan, and Yuan Lian refused to go with them. Wang Ting replied he knows the military has already left to search. Now that the black fog has almost cleared, they are in no danger. Dian turned to the military and told them to keep the black fog incident a secret. Do they understand? The military man put his hand to his head and replied, yes, sir. On the Longgushan mountain range, the guys were fighting monsters. Wu Xuangu shouted, Li Qingnan, why doesn't he use his vines to catch him? Qingnan asked, how can he catch him? The lords are immune to poison. If he hadn't forced Songlan and the others to leave, Wu Xuangu interrupted him and shouted, is he trying to say that it's his fault they left? Qingnan replied, it's just a fact. He wants him to fight that spider alone? Wu Xuangu cried out, he's the team leader. As he says, so it will be. Qingnan cried out, their commander, it's Chu Tianyi. If he were there, he definitely wouldn't have run away like them, with his tail between his legs. Lian ordered them to stop quarreling, at least for the duration of the battle. Wu Xuangu asked, and he's going there too? The spider released poison and spat towards the guys. It hit Qingnan, and Wu Xuangu laughed and asked, did he see? No, Tianyi could have saved him. Those who oppose him will not end well. Qingnan fell to the ground, and the spider quickly approached him. He thought, is he really going to die like this? Suddenly, the spider became frightened and started to run away. Qingnan turned around and saw Lian, who was running towards him and waving his arms. He screamed, they're already here. He thought, the fog cleared just when he was about to abandon Li Qingnan. Wu Xuangu thought, he will inevitably break their friendship. If he survives, he will definitely tell the rector about all his past actions. Or maybe he needs to get rid of him right now? He grabbed a knife and approached the guys from behind, when suddenly a voice came from the watch. An SOS signal was received. A special rescue team was sent to them. At the moment they are at a distance of 5,763 meters. A voice asked them to stay put. Lian screamed. Finally, it's high time to get out of this damned place. Wu Xuangu frowned with displeasure and thought, a nightmare. After a while, in the hospital ward, MC opened his eyes, and Mukshui smiled and asked, is he awake? She will bring him a glass of warm water. Yuan wiped his face with his hand and asked where he is. Mukshui handed him a glass of water and said, this is Yanjing University Hospital. He was in a coma for 3 days. MC said, he was unconscious for so long. Mukshui spoke up. The doctor said his spiritual and physical strength had completely drained, which was why it was so. However, it could be said that he woke up quite quickly. MC thought that the side effects of using the crystal were much more serious than he had imagined. He asked, how were the others? Mukshui replied that their students were fine, and many of them had already begun preparing for the next stage. This time, the casualties were many times greater. Only a couple of people from the Jinan and Huatian Academy teams survived, and even they withdrew from further participation. Due to the colossal damage, it was decided to postpone the competition for 14 days. Yuan thought about how lucky those who survived the encounter with the Emperor-level monster were. However, every soul master has to face this harsh truth. Mukshui asked, by the way, did he know why that monster was staring at them so intently? MC replied, it was because of Xiao Hong, right? Mukshui said in surprise. It seemed he understood right away. Principal Wang said that Xiao Hong could have been formed from the core of the Black Dragon Emperor Nidhogg. MC said, she must be joking. Didn't Nidhogg die 100 years ago? Mukshui said, maybe, but his core was never found, even though more than 100 years had passed. Yuan said, so they suspected that his core could have given birth to this little dragon. And what were they going to do with him? Use him as a guinea pig? Mukshui shook her head and replied, she doesn't know, but Principal Wang said he'd come talk to him in person when he woke up. MC replied, I understand. He thought, if Xiao Hong really is Nidhogg's spawn, was it necessary to separate them? No, he can't just sit there. He ripped the IV out of his arm and asked Mukshui to help him get an early discharge certificate. There's no time to rest now. Mukshui said in fear, but he just woke up. MC spoke up. She knows his character. He won't calm down if he just lies down and rests. After a while, he sat in the training room and spoke. Unification with the spirit. The system window reported beast soul. It's a giant black lizard. Its condition, growth period, it's exhausted. Remaining evolution points, 123,745. Yuan looked at this and cried out, what? Evolution degraded to a 2-star overlord? And also exhaustion for 127 days. How terrible. Hailong said, at least he has an aspect. Once the exhaustion period ends, his strength will increase significantly. MC closed his eyes and asked, then how can he speed up the process? He couldn't wait 127 days. Hailong told him to use evolution points. He would only need 62.5 million points in total. Yuan cried out with tears in his eyes, so much. That's enough to evolve into a lord, he thought, but the competition is ongoing, and he needs to recuperate as soon as possible. He'll have to spend it. Yuan said, the Red Lotus form, that's it. Hailong said by absorbing a large amount of nuclear energy in a short period of time, it helps the owner forcibly enter the Red Lotus form, which greatly increases strength. MC asked, does that mean he'll have to knock out a second crystal to use this form? Hailong answered, absolutely right. Besides, there are 2 more powerful skills. Red Lotus Pulse and Red Lotus Nuclear Breath, which are also exclusive to this form. Yuan asked, maybe they could come to an agreement? He's broke right now. Hailong turned away and said, everything is determined by the system, and bargaining is inappropriate here. But fortunately, there are a few entry-level crystals that can be used. MC said, that's fine. Then they'll start again from the beginning. Late in the evening, a voice rang out from the hotel. The rector. Wang Ting said to come in. His place is unlocked. He looked at Yuan and said he finally woke up. He'd been waiting for him for a long time. MC greeted him, and Wang Ting smiled and told him not to be modest. He practically defeated an emperor-level monster. MC looked down and said it was just a hopeless situation. Besides, they intervened in time. Wang Ting cried out, how did he even do that? Yuan replied, he was just lucky. Wang Ting said, he understands. Everyone has their secrets. If he doesn't want to tell, then don't worry. But it looks like his evolution has degraded significantly, right? How about taking a medicinal bath as a reward? MC asked in surprise. Just for him? Wang Ting showed him the badge and said, of course, he acted like a hero. The Ministry of Education also allocated subsidies and fully reimbursed the rehabilitation costs, and also provided an emperor-level crystal. In addition, Director Su and he will reward him with an emperor-level crystal core. Yuan took the badge and thanked him. Wang Ting said he hoped for his speedy recovery so that their academy would become famous throughout the country. He clutched his face and said, but after the survival test, they only ranked 4th among the famous academies. Yuan said, it's only a matter of time. He thought, his face changed so quickly. Wang Ting said, after all, after the replacement, they do have a trump card, and not just anyone. Does he understand what he means? MC replied, of course, his visit to him already says a lot about his determination. Naturally, he will do his best. Wang Ting told him not to think that he was somehow trying to pressure him. On the contrary, MC thought he was an old trickster. He asked, by the way, Principal Wang, is that dragon really the reincarnation of Nidhogg? Wang Ting frowned and replied, research has shown a 99% similarity. Moreover, its body contains enormous energy. If this hatchling grows into a full-fledged dragon, then most likely it will become the second emperor of the Black Dragons. However, many doubts remain. Just a couple of days ago, a military detachment came to take matters into their own hands, but he is his student, and he does not let anyone harm his own, so he refused. Moreover, he requested the right to keep the little dragon on behalf of the academy. Now he no longer has to worry about its safety. Yuan happily thanked him, but Wang Ting stopped him and said, "There's no need to rush to thank him. Growing monsters is an unprecedented case, and their dragon poses a hidden danger, and everyone is watching it. He also had to provide guarantees, so this competition." MC cried out. He understood. At this competition, he will definitely show them the strength of their academy and take first place. Wang Ting said, "How good, now he can rest easy. By the way, how did this little one become so attached to him? He's so naughty that no one dares even come close to him." Yuan smiled slightly and said, "Maybe they just look very similar." After a while, Shengui was standing on the roof. A masked man approached him from behind and said, "Old man Li, they haven't seen each other for a long time." Shangui spoke up, praising him for daring to come here after all. The man said that if it weren't for his defeat, he wouldn't have batted an eye. Shangui said that Nidhogg had reincarnated much earlier than expected, but that wasn't the problem. Wang Ting and Su Dian had already managed to lay their hands on it. What should he do now? Fortunately, at least they didn't find out it was an accident caused by human error. The man told him to just help those idiots. He wouldn't be able to figure anything out on his own anyway. However, the recovery plan is very important. There can be no mistakes, so they must act more carefully next time. Shangui cleared his throat and said, "Naturally." However, he doesn't understand why they need to revive Nidhogg during the competition period. The man looked at him in surprise and asked, "Does he really think the plan only involves revival? Their main goal is the national competition, and they only use revival as a tool to achieve that goal. At the same time, they will bury the young talents in Longshan." Shangui looked at him carefully and remained silent. The man said, "This year has already been bad, and now they're exterminating the most talented students. This era is destined to be the darkest in the history of soul masters." He clenched his fist and said, "They must render this generation of masters incomplete." Sometime later, in Yanjing, at the Tianqi Bath and Wellness Center, MC looked around and thought he didn't expect to be able to enter this secret bathhouse. He extended his hand and dipped the crystals into the water. Yuan thought, "A medicinal bath plus 3 Beast Emperor level crystal cores. This is simply magnificent." He undressed and thoughtfully climbed into the water. He thought, "Such pure power. He feels as if his whole body has become lighter." Hailong happily congratulated MC on successfully absorbing the Beast Emperor's energy. 5,000 points obtained. He reported this 2 more times, and 5 days later, Yuan emerged from the water and said, "Black Dragon, let him open the personal characteristics panel." Hailong happily said, "Okay." The system window reported, "The giant black lizard is in a state of growth period. His rank is SS, and his level is 9-star Overlord." Hailong said, "By the way, 60 million points were deducted to relieve him of his weak state." MC asked, "Is 20 million points enough to break through to the Lord level?" Hailong answered, "Of course." MC said, "Excellent." He will use 1 million to increase the hardness of his scales, another million evolution points to strengthen the sharpness of his claws, and another million to improve his body, another million to increase the power of the atomic reactor. Hailong said to wait. His current characteristics have reached the peak of the Beastmaster level. He cannot continue improving. First, he needs to break through to the next level. Yuan asked, "Since he has reached the critical point, so why couldn't he advance to the Lord level?" Hailong said, "Perhaps because his aspect perception isn't deep enough." Yuan asked, "So what should he do now?" Hailong replied, "He has 2 choices. The first is to enter the secret realm, strengthen his perception, and spend 5 million evolution points at a time. The second way is to do nothing. His perception will automatically increase over time." Yuan thought, 5 million points at a time? If so, he has no shortage of evolution points. Besides, aspect perception is the key to breaking through to the Lord level. MC smirked and said, "He'll spend 5 million points and enter the secret realm." Hailong replied, "Okay, 5 million points deducted. A special realm, the assassination realm, is open for him. Good luck." MC fell to the floor when suddenly he began to be sucked into another space. He threw off his robe and walked forward. The voice said, "They completely restored his vision, hearing, touch, smell, and pain. In addition, his soul power was strengthened to help him improve his perception." Yuan thought, the feeling and the battlefield are the same as when he took the exam. Will this really help improve his perception? A loud cry rang out in front of him, and a large monster stepped forward. The creature rushed towards MC, and he cried out, merging with the beast's soul. He thought, since this is a secret realm of killing, it will allow him to commit a large and special kill. He swung his paw and struck the monster, tearing off a part. Many more monsters appeared, trying to attack him. MC thought since they were so eager to die, he would do it. He released a nuclear breath towards the monsters, scattering them in different directions. He quickly attacked the creatures and thought, kill, smash, and destroy everything in sight. Only killing is the most sensible. This is the path of killing. Could he be like a demonic crocodile dragon and use his own aspect to suppress the enemy's power? He looked at the monster, which was enveloped in energy and shaking violently. Yuan thought, it seems they are afraid of his killing intent. Although he can't use it as a power suppression, it is effective in restraining the enemy on a spiritual level. He will temporarily call it murderous intimidation, but intimidation alone is not enough. He will use the aspect. Will it turn out as he expected? MC covered himself in energy and swung his paw. He thought, as he expected. The creature opened its mouth and MC struck the monster and extended its claws. He thought, the aspect of killing. As long as the battlefield is filled with killing, this has more applications. After half an hour, Yuan dealt with the monsters and roared loudly. He thought, this is already the fourth wave of abnormal red-scaled beasts. Their strength has increased to the first level of Lord. Although he has the aspect of killing, the problem is that there are too many of them, and their strength has also increased to the level of Lord. With his current strength, there are still those he cannot compare to. It looks like he will end up with this. Although it was sad for him to end, he had achieved his goal. He must admit, 5 million evolution points were worth the effort. At this moment, Hailong congratulated MC on successfully reaching the Lord level. In the secret realm, he had created 2 abilities, Killer Intimidation and Bloody Assassination Armor, and the system had saved them. Yuan frowned and said, but he still wants to visit the secret realm again. He turned around and cried out, who's there? Who's here? Wang Ping said in fear, it's him. He's asking for forgiveness. He was shaking and talking. He just wanted to bring him food. He saw him training and didn't dare bother him. Yuan thanked him and asked, would he help him find a shower? He'll rinse off and leave. Wang Ping replied, okay. He thought, is he really an ordinary university student? Why does he have such a frightening aura, like a killer? When MC returned to the hotel, he saw Jinzei sitting at the computer desk. He asked how he liked the medicinal bath. Yuan replied that he was almost recovered and would have to thank Principal Wang. Jinzei said his father had high hopes for him, and for him, it was nothing. MC asked what he was watching. Jinzei replied, the new competition rules. The competition is divided into 3 stages. In simple terms, 10 teams will draw 2 on 2. The winners will be placed in Group A. The losers will be placed in Group B. Then, the first place finishers in Group B will be placed in Group A. Next, the 6 teams from Group A will draw 2 matches in a row. The 3 winning teams will directly advance to the final round. 4 teams from Group B will also play against each other, with the 2 winning teams facing off again. Finally, the only team from Group B that wins will be able to advance to the final. At the end, 3 teams from Group A and 1 team from Group B will compete for first place. In other words, if they win the group competition and are placed in Group A, they will be able to advance to the final round with another win. On the other hand, if they lose and are placed in Group B, they will have to eliminate everyone to reach the final. Currently, they are ranked 4th in points, so the chances of advancing directly to the final are not very high. If they get into the losers group, it will be tough. But if they don't make it to the finals, they will be disgraced. They killed so many monsters when they were trapped in the black fog, but the points didn't count. Yuan smiled and said, it's okay, this match is their chance to change everything. Jinzei asked. Yes, but he doesn't know who they will draw lots with. MC asked. Won't Yanjing University be in the first round? Jinzei answered. No, they are drawing lots with Jinghan University. They are ranked 3rd in points. Their director is very smug and very angry with his father. MC thought, was that guy the captain from Jinghan University? He thinks his name was Han Yantong? At that moment, MC received a notification from Shanhei on his phone at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, in the conference room. Let him take Wang Jinzei with him. After a while, the academy teachers and students gathered in the hotel conference room. MC and Jinzei entered the room and apologized for being late. Shanhei said, it's okay, they're just in time. Let them sit down. He thought he'd reached Lord level in the few days since they last saw each other. Wuxuangu folded his arms and said, some people are so impudent. Even though their university was downgraded, they still have no problem coming to meetings. MC looked at him and asked, he must have made a great contribution to the development of their school. He doesn't even know how many Lord-level beasts he's killed. Wu Xuangu said with displeasure, he's much stronger than him. Yuan sat down on a chair and said, anyway, he's just a substitute and he's their team's vice-captain. It's normal for him to be stronger than him, right? Shangui said, now that everyone's here, they'll begin the meeting. Wang Ting extended his hand and suggested they begin. Everyone already knows that their opponent in the first round is Jinghan University. Jinza thought, as long as there was any information to be shared, his father would always leave it to him. He said, there are 2 players on the Jinghan University team who deserve their special attention. One of them is Vice Captain Fang Qi. He pressed the remote control and turned on the TV. Jinza spoke. Fang Qi, a freshman at Jinghan University, has a beast soul, a red flame monkey, a powerful type of beast soul. It possesses strong offensive capabilities. At the level of a 7-star beast master, he previously studied under Chen Jushan, captain of Sichuan University. Although he was defeated, his current strength is unconfirmed. Jinze grinned and said, but since their opponent is the vice captain of Jinghan University, they'd better send their vice captain to fight him. Is he confident? Wu Xuangu ordered him not to worry. Even if he faced him, he wouldn't lose. He thought this fat man did it on purpose, knowing he'd lost to Chen Jushan. Song Lan said, however, judging by the competition system, Engaging the defenders in battle is no easy task. Jinza waved his hand and said, that's why they need to think through battle tactics and make the order of battle as advantageous as possible. Yuan asked, isn't the battle order for the two teams determined on the spot? Jinzi replied, no, 10 players can participate in the competition. The list of the top 5 must be submitted before the competition begins. Only the last 5 players will have to adapt to the situation. MC frowned and said, if that's the case, then tactics must be used here. Jinza pressed the button on the remote and said, next. The captain of Jinghan University, Han Yantong, is Beast Soul, a beast of words, belongs to a special type of beast soul. His ability is lawfulness, an unconditional creator. His strength is rated at the level of a lord. Wu Xuangu asked dissatisfiedly, is this all the information he's gathered? It felt like he hadn't dug up anything useful. Jinza frowned and asked, well, what useful information does he need? Their birthdays or maybe their zodiac signs? Wu Xuangu shouted. He said he's supposedly a lord level, but how could a 14-year-old do that? Jinza turned away and whispered, just because he can't do something doesn't mean others can't either. But to convince them, he'll show them the battle footage. He played the footage of Yantong walking through the forest and causing an explosion. MC was surprised, thinking, is that a two-headed dragon? Yantong said, well, he just opened the candy. He threw the candy aside, seeing a huge monster in front of him. He summoned a soul, and MC thought, according to Wang Jinzei, the Beast of Words has the abilities of following the laws and unconditional creator. Now they will see it. Yantong sent the stones towards the monster, which decided to run away. But Yantong began to fight again, spreading his energy. He released seals towards the monster and bound it with them. A loud cry from the creature was heard, and Yantong ordered the monster not to move. He created sharp swords and ordered them to kill. The sharp blades attacked the monster, and Yantong returned to his usual appearance and unpacked a new candy. He put his hands in his pockets and began to walk away, and the headless monster fell to the ground. Jinza spread his hands and asked, now, does anyone still doubt him? There is no doubt that he is a lord level? Everyone frowned in surprise after watching the recording. Jinzei looked at MC and thought, indeed, Lin Yuan was quite difficult. And even when he dealt with the Imperial Alligator Spirit, he did not look like this. Yuan asked, did that guy take the monster's core, or not? Jinzi thought puzzledly. Doesn't he think his fixation on the same thing is too strange? Wang Ting asked Chu Tianyi, has he watched the video yet? What will he say? Tianji replied, indeed, he is very strong, at least at his lord level, but he can handle him. Wang Ting happily said, excellent, that's a match for their students. In that case, he will remove him from the list so that he can definitely repel Han Yantong. Tianyi thanked the director for the opportunity. Wang Ting thought, if Chu Tianyi really defeats him, it will mean they are already halfway to victory. But even if he loses, he still has a trump card. Half an hour later he said, so here's the final decision. First, Wu Xuangu. Second, Yuan Lian. Third, Li Qingnan. Fourth, Shen Kang, and fifth, Sumu Shui. And they must remember, this is the key competition for unlocking the potential of their spirit beast. They must give it their all. Do they understand? The students cried out. They understood. A few days later, at 10 o'clock in the morning, the host declared the competition officially open. Jinza said there were so many seats that they had already been seated in the 4th row. Songlan said, no matter, the order of entering the arena is not determined by seating, but by the ranking of the top academies. Wu Xuangu folded his arms and mockingly asked, and thanks to whom are they suffering so now? Tianyi said, that's enough. He ordered them to stop their idle chatter and conserve their strength for the fight. Jinzi put his hand to his lips and muttered, if they count the points for all the monsters he's killed, they'll be in first place, right? MC replied, I don't think so. Yanjing is in the lead by a small margin, Jinzei said, and if they add the points from that emperor spirit, it'll be at least 100 points, right? Yuan replied that they didn't kill him, and the Department of Education ordered them to keep quiet about the incident, but they received compensation, which doesn't change the essence of the matter. The host welcomed everyone, ladies and gentlemen, administrators and teachers as well as students. He is glad to see everyone at their second competition. It is a great honor for them to be here to see the true geniuses of their country in person. So, they begin the first round with these teams. Haiyu and Yanjing are invited to the arena. Jinza said the odds were 1 in 9. Now, Haiyu's team has no hope. What bad luck. Songlan said, but now they have a chance to see Yanjing in action and be able to prepare. MC said he is afraid that with the power of Haiyu's spirit beasts, Yanjing will not be able to show their full potential. Jinza said that this is understandable. Although Haiyu has a good reputation, everyone can see the gap in their strength levels. The host offered to welcome the first participants from Team Yanjing and Team Haiyu. The guys entered the arena, and Yuan asked if this was the same guy who attacked her. Mukshe replied, not just him, but those behind him too. Luojie stepped forward and said, oh my god, he's waited so long and finally his time has come. The guy told him not to forget what they agreed on. No need to hit too hard. Luojie replied, he knows, he's acting like a girl. They're just a bunch of idiots. He would have dealt with them without him. The host said in the first round, Luojie from Team Yanjing will be fighting Xiaohan from Team Haiyu. They're starting. Xiaohan smirked and said, well then, let them show him if they're really as strong as Yanjing says. Luojie said, he has no time for games. He came here for one thing, to get rid of the idiots. Xiaohan summoned a rank S beast spirit, the Silver Moon Poison Cauldron. MC looked at him carefully and thought, It seemed to him that after the last fight, this guy's strength level had increased from 6-star to 7-star. Luo Jie transformed into an animal and rushed forward. The spectators cried out in surprise. What kind of spirit is this? He had never seen anything like it. This ferocity, it's scary to even look at. He has wings on his back, and he's the size of an ox, and his face is like a tiger's. Could this really be the ancient beast Qiangxi? That's the name of the mythical ox. There's a whole myth about it. Xiao Han looked at his opponent rushing towards him in surprise and shouted, "Hidden technique, silver moon thrust." Luo Jie opened his mouth and asked, "Is that all he can do? It's too slow. Any old lady on the street would be more agile than him." He began to dodge Xiao Han's attack, who thought in fear, "Damn it. Why is the difference in their strength so huge? No, let it be. He may be a genius, but everyone has their flaws, and he will make them show them. Victory will be his." Luo Jie jumped up and screamed. He was absolutely right when he said they were scum, and now he was convinced of it himself. He fell for his trick. He has no doubt about it. Does he have no brains at all? Xiao Han cried out in fear. What? Luo Jie cut off his tail and swung his clawed paw, hitting even harder. The host announced, "The match is over." The audience started talking. Is this the strength of Yanjing University students? This Luo Jie is too cruel and arrogant. He doesn't give anyone a chance to win. His opponent didn't even have time to accept his defeat. What is strength in the eyes of a genius? The MC said in surprise. This Luo Jie is really very strong. Jinzei said he definitely shouldn't be underestimated. They say he can even compete with Chen Longxian himself, but he is too willful and proud, so they speak about him rather harshly. The host said, the second member of the Haiyu team is invited to the arena. Fang Liang stepped forward and said, his name is Fang Liang. He would like to ask Luo Jie to give him some advice. Luo Jie said to stop talking nonsense. If he wants Luo Jie to remember his name, then he must show him his strength. Fang Liang loudly asked to teach him the real art of fighting, spirit fusion. He turned into a jellyfish and directed his tentacles forward. Luo Jie screamed, "This is interesting." Fan Liang attacked him with an electric current and screamed, "Right on target." Luo Jie asked, "So he wants to lure him into a trap with his stupid tricks?" He flapped his wing and attacked Fan Liang, who screamed, "Hidden technique, rumbling vault." Luo Jie said, "Pure childishness." He swung his clawed paw and disappeared. Fan Liang looked around and wondered if he had disappeared. The opponent appeared behind him and said, "It's time to finish." Fan Liang screamed, "He gives up." Luo Jie hit him at that moment and the guy fell to the ground, returning to his human form. The host screamed, "Luo Jie, Fan Liang has already given up. Why hasn't he stopped yet?" Luo Jie asked again. He gave up. There must be something wrong with his hearing. Let them excuse him. The host said, he won this round, but with a stern warning. One more rule violation and he will be disqualified. Luo Jie cleared his ear with his claw and said, okay, he understands. Longshan said, this guy still can't calm down. It's only the second round, and he's already been reprimanded. Xiao folded his arms and said, he's a crazy dog. Let him go and teach him a lesson. If he doesn't succeed, he'll put him in his place himself. Jinzei cried out, he thinks the outcome is already clear. The losers must accept defeat. Yuan said, after all, Yanjing is a prestigious university. They couldn't do otherwise. After 9 fights, the host said, and Luo Jie wins again. A student from Haiyu is invited to the 10th round. The captain of the Haiyu team, Xia Yu, asked the director, is it his turn? The director said, his turn. It doesn't matter whether they lose or win. They are still the pride of Haiyu. Xia Yu looked at him and ordered him not to worry. This round will be his. He came here to defeat him. Fusion of souls. He transformed into a large creature, and Jinzei said, Xia Yu, he is the strongest among the freshmen in Haiyu. Does he think he can defeat Luo Jie? MC replied, he's not a seer. How would he know? Luo Jie asked, a level 8 beast king? That's not bad. It's a pity. He assumed human form and said, he surrenders. The audience members asked in surprise, what's wrong with him? Why was he retreating? What was going on in his head? Was he afraid of getting what Xia Yu would give him for his past brutal battles? No, that couldn't be right. Luo Jie is so strong. Xia Yu asked in surprise, what does that mean? Luo Jie waved his hand and said, the director told him not to put too much pressure on his team, so he decided to let him save at least a little bit of his reputation by giving him the victory. Xia Yu thought, he's so impudent. He just publicly humiliated Xia Yu. Wang Ting cried out, Teacher Su, this student is a real treasure. Dian replied, because of this kid, their university will lose its valiant image. Wang Ting waved his hand and told him to think for himself. He can't become bad without any power. Dian said he thought that made sense. Song Lan ordered everyone to get ready. Their performance was in half an hour. They were going up against Team Jinghong. Yuan asked again, so soon? Jinzi asked. Didn't he know they were going out second with Jinghong? Yuan spread his arms and said he hadn't even noticed it was over. What could he do? He was just a substitute. The host announced the battle between Team Yanjing and Team Haiyun was over, and at the same time, Yanjing University had emerged victorious. Dian asked if he had anything to say in support of them. Wang Ting replied, it all depended on how hard they tried. He believed in them. Tianxi said, Director Wang, he thought it was fate. He didn't expect to meet him in the first round. Wang Ting replied, yes, last time they were 1 place behind him. He thought they were taking advantage of the moment to make fun of him. Right? Tianxi said. Compared to a survival battle, a competition of this format demonstrates strength levels much more accurately, don't they? Wang Ting replied, well, they'd better wait and see what happens next. He wondered if something was fishy. Director Li, seemed a bit too confident. Could he really have a hidden trump card? The host asked the senior assistant captains Jingheng and Modu, Fangqi and Wushuangu to come into the arena. Jinzei said, no matter what he said, watching the battle up close was much more enjoyable. Muxue screamed. If he was so excited, how could he eat in this situation? He wasn't afraid the director would give him a hard time again. Jinzei asked, so what, should he stop eating altogether now? The MC took the package from him and said, well, since he doesn't want any, then they'll take the leftovers. Jinzei screamed. And they, husband and wife, they love to mock him. Muxue screamed, hey Fatty Wang. He said, to be honest, he thinks Wushuangu has no chance of winning this round. MC asked why he said that. Jinzei replied, first, Fang Qi's beast spirit power is much higher than his. Second, he's at a disadvantage due to the limited territory. Yuan said, although Wushuangu has a bad temper, he's far from stupid. He won't fight unless he's prepared. The guys entered the arena, and Fangqi said, he'll prove to everyone that the beast spirit masters from Jingheng are no worse than anyone else. Wushuangu asked, is he sure? Well, they need to test it. They rushed into battle, unleashing all their attacks. Wushuangu spat out poison and thought, he knew it. He jumped up and released poison again towards Fangqi, who clenched his fist and swung it. Wushuangu screamed, you idiot. He dodged Fangqi's first attack, but he still managed to attack him. The team cheered. Great, keep it up. Jinzi screamed, this is bad. Yuan said, Fangqi has already lost. His strike didn't do much damage to Wushuangu, just a few scratches. And next time, the strike will be even weaker. Wushuangu released a poisonous mist, distracting the enemy's attention. He started shooting at him, but Fangqi dodged. Wushuangu landed on the ground and said to admit defeat, and then he would be able to maintain at least some dignity. Fangqi said, no way, he's the one losing here. He accumulated fire energy and attacked with it. MC frowned and thought, so that's it. This is the initial stage of the Raging Flames. Wang Ting said, Tianqi, his disciple is smart. Even though he's at the Beast King level, he was still able to sense the nascent flame realm. Well, he congratulates him on his spirit level rise. Tianqi, he's very capable. Let him take good care of him. Tianqi adjusted his glasses and said, oh come on. Although his disciple is quite insightful, he still needs to study and study. He laughed loudly, and Fangqi looked at Wushuangu and swung his fists. He wondered why he was so calm. Maybe he realized that he was too weak and decided to give up. He hit him, and Wushuangu said he admits he managed to fool him. But he missed something. Even in close combat, he is still stronger than him. He moved behind him and shackled his body. Fangqi thought, what? He can't move. Is Wushuangu stronger than him? He broke free from the shackles and tried to hit Wushuangu, but to no avail. His eyes widened in surprise, and he flew into the air. The audience widened their eyes in surprise, and Jinzei asked, when did he become so strong? Yuan replied, Wushuangu's spirit just struck with such force, comparable only to the spirit of a level 8 Beast King. Jinzei cried out, level 8? He's joking. It's been a couple of days, he couldn't have become so strong in that time. The MC said, who knows? Fangqi said, he gives up. The audience looked at Wushuangu and cried out, how strong is he? Nothing less than expected from a spirit master. What a thrilling fight. In the next round, Wushuangu crushed his opponents one after another, but ultimately he couldn't withstand the strain and gave up. He raised his hand and said, he gives up. The host said, he asks the following participants to prepare for the upcoming round. Students from Modu and Jingheng. Tianyi stretched his arms and said, not bad. Now guys, let them rest. Rely on them. They will handle the rest. Wushuangu said, he held up well. The MC and Jinzei watched them closely, and Wushuangu frowned and thought, but he tried. Apparently, he has no chance of getting anything more than the bench. Jinzei asked, what's wrong with him? Does he always have to put on a show in front of them? Yuan put his hand to his lips and whispered, or maybe he feels something for him and is trying to get his attention this way. Jinzei screamed, can he even hear himself? The host asked the second student, Modu, to come out to the arena. The guys wished him luck, and Lian turned around and asked, so what again? The host asked the fourth student, Jingheng, to come out to the arena. Yantong was sitting on the bench playing a video game, and the guy said, Captain, it's his turn. Yantong ordered them not to interfere. He hasn't finished playing yet. He told him not to distract him. What idiots. The guy approached him and said, but Captain, the director said that his parents would come to watch the fight. Yantong screamed, is he serious? Are they coming too? The guy frowned and said, and he also said that for defeating Modu, he would give him a new game console. Yantong asked again, Modu? He would win them very easily. He entered the arena and asked, so he is his opponent? He suggested ending this quickly. He wants to continue his game. Lian thought, is this Yantong? Things are bad. He screamed, Soul Fusion. He turned into a 4-armed demonic monkey, and Yantong yawned and activated Soul Fusion. He asked, he is not attacking? Well then he will go first. He waved his arms and fired arrows towards his opponent. Lian thought, he needs to dodge. He can't move, Nightmare. The arrows flew past him, slightly grazing him, when suddenly a large bud pierced his body. The arrows turned and pierced the monkey's body. He thought he didn't even have a chance to attack him. He said, he surrenders. Lian thought, he lost the moment he set foot here. Yantong said next. Lian asked for forgiveness. He lost. Shen Kong said, no problem. He is too strong. He is considered Jingheng's trump card. It is quite normal that he couldn't defeat him. He looked at Qinan and said, his turn. Songlan told him not to worry about whether he wins or not. If he gives it his all, then he has already won. Qinan thanked him and entered the arena, activating Soul Fusion. Yantong asked, plant type? Qinan shouted, be careful. Yantong cried out, stop. Qinan looked at him puzzled, and Yantong said, his type of spirit beast is quite interesting. Then they will deal with him differently. He parried. Qingnan couldn't get the vines back and thought, how could this be? No, he needs to sever the connection with the vine immediately. He tore it off and Yantong said, how brave. But isn't he afraid that he'll continue to control his vine? Qingnan told him to try, but he'll waste a lot of energy, won't he? Yantong asked. So he understands everything? Then he won't drag it out. The fight is over. He released his seals and aimed them at Qingnan, who looked at him in surprise. A bright explosion occurred, and the vines scattered in all directions. Qingnan fell to the ground and cried out, he surrenders. Jinza said, this brat, he's a real monster. He dealt with him like he was nothing. MC said, now he's wasting his spiritual power. They can only wait. The rest is in Chu Tianyi's hands. Shen Kang helped Qingnan up, and Yantong said, hurry. Shen Kang transformed into a white wolf and growled. Yantong said, not bad, and he's much stronger than those two. He directed his energy towards Shen Kang and ordered him not to move. He roared and rushed forward, unsheathing his claws. MC watched the battle carefully and thought, what? Is this power really coming from Shen Kang? He has such a ferocious aura, but he definitely has talent. He thinks with such successes, he will soon become incredibly powerful. Shen Kang asked, is this all he can do? Yantong screamed. Instantly, Shen Kang thought, can he teleport? He is a formidable opponent, but he will defeat him no matter what. He used the secret technique of snow thunderstorm and happily thought, finally, he was able to injure Yantong. Apparently, his defense is not that strong. Yantong said, what beautiful snowflakes. Shen Kang looked at him in surprise, and someone screamed, is something happening again? Tianchi said he thought Yantong had finally stopped playing around. Diane said he didn't expect this turn of events. He knew this child had a strong spirit, but he never thought he'd be so insightful. Shen Kang thought, there's no way he'll back down. Yantong said, no way, he's on his own territory now, he can't defeat him here. He used a sealing spell, and Shen Kang stopped. He was bound by the seals, and he thought, this is bad. He whispered secret technique, snowbite. Yantong asked, can't he admit defeat? He said he was no match for him. A bright flash shot toward Shen Kang, severely injuring him. He said he surrenders. Shen Kang thought, and he's only 14 years old? The only one who can match him is Chu Tianyi. Muxue stood up and said, it's her turn. Jinze watched her go and cried out, good luck, sister. MC asked her to be careful. Muxue said she knew. She entered the arena, and Yantong asked, so she's a girl? She shouldn't think he'll be softer on her because of that. She smiled and replied, no need. The soul fusion occurred, and Yantong said, she's not weak at all. He fired arrows at her and cast a spell, and Muxue released an icy breath. She froze the arrows, and Yantong ordered them to be sealed. Muxue stopped and then rushed forward. The spectators were surprised, saying, what a cold calculation. This is truly worthy of a student of Modu. What sharp thinking. And this girl is not only beautiful, but also strong. Muxue approached Yantong and cast a freeze spell. He ordered them to be shattered and said that he couldn't be taken like this. Muxue replied, she knows. She created large ice spears and aimed them towards the enemy, who widened his eyes in surprise. She said, but this is only the beginning. Yantong cried out, a moment. Jinzi said, apparently Su Muxue's strength has also increased significantly. MC replied, after all, she is Ling Shuangyue's disciple, and besides, she is incredibly talented. No wonder she is developing so rapidly. Yantong wondered if she was really able to injure him. He applied healing and released seals. Jinze asked, does this child also have the ability to regenerate? His spiritual powers are frightening. Yuan frowned and said, after all, he is not omnipotent. When it comes to close combat, he becomes completely vulnerable. Muxue thought, she can't let him leave so quickly. Yantong created several of his clones, and she looked around and thought, nightmare, who is the real one? Even the wounds are identical. She screamed. In that case, she will finish them all off at once. She used the secret technique, absolute zero temperature. She swung her tail and thought, this is her chance to win. She attacked him and completely destroyed the clones. She thought they were fake, so she really lost. Yantong snuck up behind her and Muxue said, okay, he won. But let him tell me how he did it. Yantong said, he just became invisible. Muxue smiled and said, he really is very strong. She thought, although she couldn't defeat him, she still managed to weaken him. Tianyi waved his hand and said, she tried hard, she can go. He will deal with the rest. Yantong asked, so he is Captain Modu? Tianyi said, he was sorry that he couldn't fight him when he was still full of strength. Yantong said, no big deal. Even wounded, he would have easily destroyed him. Tianyi said, since he's going to say that, then let him prove his strength. He transformed into a black golden eagle and soared into the air. Yantong looked at him and thought, this aura is no weaker than that of monsters that have reached the Lord level. Yantong cried out, magic field ceiling. Tianyi said, this is too slow. He quickly dove down and extended his clawed paw forward. Yantong cried out in fright, and in an instant, he flew to the side, and Tianyi followed. Jinza said, of course, he knew Chu Tianyi was strong, but he didn't think he was this strong. Besides, Yantong had just won 4 battles. After that, he was greatly weakened, and now he's wounded. Tianyi quickly attacked Yantong and said, he remains unyielding even at this moment. He has plenty of pride, but let him admit his defeat. He's not alive, he's no match for him. Yantong stopped, and Tianyi thought, his eyes, what's going on? Yantong screamed, he hasn't lost yet. He commanded death and released dark energy towards his opponent. Tianyi plummeted, and Jinze asked, what's wrong with him? MC replied, this is the greatest danger of the word-type spirit, By saying this, he will make Chu Tianyi die, Jinze asked. Is there really no way to resist this? MC replied. Finding himself in a hopeless situation where he can't defend himself and can only resist, he decided to use this killing technique. The only way to defeat Yantong before Chu Tianyi himself is defeated. Yantong loudly commanded death. Death. He attacked Tianyi, and he quickly fell. He thought, he must have despaired and decided to use the word technique to kill him, but he's not going to sit back and wait for his death. Yantong continued to loudly command death. He was covered in bright energy, and Tianyi thought he was completely exhausted. A little more, and he would weaken completely. Then he would defeat him. But he had also been dealt a hard blow, so he would have to give it his all to win. He swung his wings and sent black flames towards his opponent. Sharp shards, completely engulfed in flames, scattered everywhere. Everything around began to glow with fire and enveloped the monster. The creature began to roar loudly, and suddenly blood began to pour from its mouth. Tianyi began to cough violently, but managed to withstand such a powerful attack for a moment. When Tianyi looked ahead, he again used black arrows to destroy his opponent. The master was completely enveloped by these attacks and was stunned. Tianyi again continued to shout loudly at his opponent. Jinze said that this was too much, and the protagonist replied that they had exhausted all their options. The fight was almost over, and the winner would be the one who could hold out the longest. The monster looked at its opponent again and told it to die. Yantong realized that his voice was completely inaudible. He also had no strength left. Yantong tremblingly told his enemy that he was strong and that he would not be able to defeat him. At that moment, he began to lose strength, and Tianchi stared at him in bewilderment. Afterward, Yantong fell to the ground unconscious and transformed into his human form. Tianchi said, "Of course he's still a child, after all. Even though he lost this fight, no one would dispute his strength. With this kind of success, he'll achieve more. Just one loss that he can make up for with more victories." This round, Modu's Chu Tianyi had won, and he suggested congratulating him. They should applaud him. The people around him began clapping joyfully, and Ting said it was very good. He also clapped happily. Jinze said he was incredibly talented, and to have received so much recognition and praise, he was very lucky. Yuan realized that Jinze's self-esteem must have been shaken after this. At that moment, the host came on stage and shouted a question. Should Tianyi stay and continue the fight or return to his place? Tianji replied, "Let the next Jinghan go first." At that moment, his next opponent approached him. This guy was thinking that he was probably exhausted after the battle with Han Yantong, so he thought defeating him would be easy, and then he would become a true celebrity. After 5 minutes, the guy clutched his chest with trembling hands and shouted that he surrendered. He extended his hand in front of him to show Tianyi that he was powerless. The protagonist frowned and thought that no matter how weakened a predator is, it is still a predator. At that moment, Dian said that they, the graduates of Modu University, are very curious guys. Despite being wounded in the past, they still stubbornly strive for victory. Ting said that it was all about motivation. But why did Yantong give up so easily? After all, he had won 4 fights in a row. Dian replied that this boy was too proud. Ting remarked that it was impossible to be a genius without pride. They had once been just as ambitious, but time spares no one. Dian snapped that he might be sad about the past years, but he shouldn't drag him into that. He was still in the prime of his life. When Qianqi turned his attention to them, he looked into their eyes with irritation and anger, realizing they weren't even looking at him. After Tianyi defeated the 4th opponent, he transformed into a human, raised his hand, and announced his surrender. He looked up at the sky and suddenly began to fall to the ground. Songlan managed to grab him, and Tianyi informed him that he had completed the task. Songlan replied, "Captain, I thank you for what you've done." Then he turned and shouted for the others to take him to the infirmary immediately. He was seriously injured and needed to rest. Qingnan realized the captain had given it his all. But what if their opponent was a spirit from Yanjing? Songlan replied that the captain had done everything he could to defend the honor of their Modu team. Qingnan replied that he didn't blame him at all, but anything was possible. At that moment, Jinze began reasoning with Yuan, nudging him with his elbow. Yuan wondered if he was going to face a very strong opponent in the next round. Was he planning to go there? The protagonist confidently replied with a smile. Yes. At that moment, Jinze asked in surprise, "Doesn't he usually avoid unnecessary attention?" He replied that he'd heard the prize for victory was quite substantial, and he'd already made arrangements with the director. At that moment, the announcer shouted to the entire stadium that victory in this round went to Modu University. Ting frowned and said, "Director Li, what a shame. Let him think so." But Modu defeated Jinghan. Tianqi said nothing, but his expression once again showed disappointment and anger. At that moment, Ting shouted that he nevertheless acknowledged that their students were truly outstanding, especially that Han Yantong. Tianqi replied, "Of course," and Ting continued to say that it would be even better if such promising students transferred to Modu University. At that moment, Tianqi began to get angry. "Look at this old man. Let him wait. Soon it would be Yanjing's turn and he would see his tears." At that moment, the protagonist asked who would be participating in the next round. Jinza replied that it would be Jibei University, Utianfu University. At that moment, Mukshui asked fearfully, "Isn't that Wu Moxuan?" At that moment, 6 team members entered the arena, and the protagonist noted that it was true because he was also the captain. Jinza asked again, did they really know each other? Well, he finally answered, yes, they did. He helped him cope with his illness. So can we say he's his benefactor? Jinza growled in surprise. Could he really heal? But his expression didn't suggest gratitude. How did he treat him? Yuan replied that it was physical therapy. By that point, it was already noon, and the host began announcing that 10 universities had already participated in today's competition. 5 of them had won, but Jinghan University would hold the top score. So they had 6 winning teams and 4 losing teams. This meant they could continue the competition. So they should greet the director of Yanjing University, Su Dian. He would now decide their opponent by drawing lots. When the director took the stage, those around him began to discuss him and ask if this was really Dian, who had reached the Imperial Spirit level. He was known as the Imperial Red Dragon, but he looked so young. But this director Modu was also very young. People say Director Van was appointed by Chu Longwang himself. When Dian stopped, he saw the students' gazes surrounding him. He picked up the ball, opened it, and read the note. The announcer announced that, according to the draw, Yanjing's opponent for this round would be Modu University. People around him started shouting, "Is this really happening again?" Last time, everything was still unresolved. This, a battle of the best against the best, people simply couldn't wait for the outcome. Jinza shouted in fear that he had jinxed it after all. Lian, surprised, said that the captain wouldn't be able to fight anymore, but the entire Yanjing team was assembled. Chen Longshan, Xu Xiao, and the dreaded Luo Jie. Songlan said, well, they don't need to frown here, and they haven't even fought yet, so how can they consider themselves losers? At this point, Gu joined the discussion and asked what kind of victory he was even talking about. The captain couldn't even stand up. Who was he relying on, those 2 weaklings? Jinza stood up for him and yelled at him to watch his mouth. After that, Gu asked, what had he said wrong? He and Yuan were completely useless. At that moment, Songlan started shouting. They were facing a formidable opponent now, and instead of rallying against him, he decided to attack his comrades. He replied that he was simply telling the truth. How could anyone who contributed nothing to the team be considered comrades? Songlan was already very angry and shouted that if he didn't calm down and continued this, he would be forced to report it to the director. At that moment, Jinza smiled and yelled at them to let him fight in the first round. Everyone around the team was dumbfounded by what they heard, and Gu asked, what was he thinking? Jinza asked with a smile on his face, what about a bet? He offered that if he won, he would apologize to him. Moreover, he was to stay out of his sight. If he loses, the punishment will be at his discretion. Gu asked again, why should he bet with him? Isn't raising the university's prestige his direct responsibility? Jinza shouted, so he's afraid of him? He replied that he was too lazy to participate in this nonsense. He also immediately said that he could fight against Chen Longxiang and Luo Jie, but if the opponent was Xu Xiao, he would lose. Jinza felt sorry he couldn't talk him into it. The protagonist chuckled and said that he seemed no fool. Was he absolutely certain of the outcome? Jinza replied that this was their last trump card, Modu. The protagonist said that he was already all anticipation. After some time, Xiangui said that he hadn't acted impulsively and was even more mature than before. Gu asked again, uncle, why are you here? He replied that he decided to stop by to watch his fight and had to admit he'd done well. Gu then mockingly retorted that it was all his uncle's doing, and Xiangui retorted that, as his uncle, he would of course always help him unconditionally, but how high he'd rise was entirely up to him. He shouted back that he understood, and Xiangui asked again, had he heard that in the Longgu Mountains he wanted to kill Qingnan? At that moment, Gu bowed to him, sweating from fear and terror, and replied in a trembling voice, yes. But before he could finish his thoughts, Xiangui suddenly replied that he'd done the right thing and finally understood what he truly wanted. If he could wish for his comrade's death, it meant he wasn't wavering in his thoughts, but he wasn't yet ruthlessly decisive enough, otherwise this story wouldn't have reached him. In 5 days, there would be a match between their academy and the Yanjing Beast Academy. And even if they couldn't win, he still had to prove himself. Gu apprehensively thanked his uncle for his instructions and replied that he understood everything. He shouldn't worry, he wouldn't let him down. After that, Xiangui calmed down and, waving his hand, told him to move on. Muja approached him and asked if this was his nephew. He really did have a similar personality. Xiangui asked what he meant by that. Muja replied that betraying comrades wasn't the best thing to do, and he brought him into the beast god cult. Wasn't he afraid that this guy, driven by false virtue, would betray them? Xiangui replied that if he was going to bring up the subject, he shouldn't be shy and speak more confidently. Muja asked why he was angry. He was just joking, after all. Xiangui continued that, frankly, he trusted his nephew less than him, and if he wasn't mistaken, he was only 30 years old. Muja replied that he was actually 29, and was grateful for that. Shangui continued that before he even turned 30, he had already become the headmaster of the Zibei Beast Academy. He had a bright future ahead of him, and yet he joined the Beast God cult. If the contact hadn't told him, he never would have believed it. Mujie asked again. He joined the cult himself, so why couldn't he? He should actually call him senior, since he joined before him. Shangui turned and left, saying he was bored here. After this exchange, Mujie began to think how callous he was, and it was no wonder he'd been suppressed by Wang Ting for so many years. At this point, Tianqi turned to Principal Wang and told him he'd rather lose to the Jinhong Beast Academy than face the Yanjing Beast Academy right away. It would be fun now. He laughed after this, and Ting replied, since he was already here, why worry about it now? Tianqi addressed him by name again, and said he had a good attitude and hoped he'd still be able to maintain that in 5 days. They wanted him to talk to Dion, so he could give him a head start so he wouldn't lose so shamefully. Ting started shouting. How did he know they'd lose? Tianqi shouted back that if they really did win, he was willing to make him his senior. Ting replied that in that case, they had an agreement. At this point, the protagonist turned to his team and asked what their next plans were. Perhaps they could go out to dinner together? The boys turned to him in confusion, and Lingu started yelling at him. Does he only think about food? Why was he asking this now? Mushui said she couldn't because Xuanyue had told her to go see her after the arena battle. Jinzei replied that he couldn't either, as he was planning to attend closed-door training. Qingnan asked again. He's planning to attend closed-door training? Lian interrupted, shouting, don't you think that sounds particularly inappropriate coming from him? Jinzei replied that he was, incidentally, part of the Modu Beast Academy, and who knows, maybe he'll be the first to enter the arena in the next battle. Songlan replied that he wouldn't go either, as he needed to analyze the Yanjin Beast Academy's data and compile a reasonable list of participants. By the way, could he include him in the top 5 fighters? When Shen Kang heard this, he was dumbfounded and asked again. 2 reserve fighters in the starting 5? Was he mocking them? Had they really decided to let things slide? Songlan said what he really meant, but before he could finish his thought, the protagonist suddenly shouted that they shouldn't do that he wouldn't include him in the starting lineup, and that if necessary, he would go out himself. Songlan replied that he would do as he was told. A moment later, the whole team headed for the exit, and Jinza shouted, does he want to stay in the training room for the full 5 days? Yuan replied, yes, but is he sure he doesn't want to go get a bite to eat? At that moment, Songlan considered that Yuan had said he wasn't going to hide his strength anymore. Maybe they really did have a chance to defeat the Yanjin Beast Academy. Sometime later, Yuan was in a high-level training room, sitting in the lotus position. He decided to launch a real-life battle simulation and suddenly announced that he wanted a choice of power levels and monsters from 1st to 5th star Overlord level. The system reported a giant snowball, a 2-star Overlord level Monster King, a stone in the forest zone. The Metal Eater is a 3-star Overlord, feeds on metal, and can transform its body into a super strong alloy. And the Purple Horn Demon Beast, a 5-star Overlord, is a humanoid monster with curved horns, gray scales, a scorpion tail, and other sinister features, like the demon itself. At this point, the protagonist pressed the Select Complete button, and the system reported confirmation of his choice. The simulation with the Metal Eater was successful, and he could begin training. After some time, the beast appeared next to him and began roaring loudly. Yuan looked at it carefully and began shouting, let it attack. Meanwhile, in the restaurant of their hotel on the 2nd floor, Longxing was chatting with Xiao and said he couldn't figure out why he liked bitter melon. Xiao didn't answer, and Longxing started waving his hand in front of his face, asking if he'd gone deaf. Xiao replied that he didn't know the saying about not talking while eating or chatting in your sleep. He replied that his ears were already hurting from Xiao's lectures, and he was simply using them as a cover to ignore him. He certainly wasn't an arrogant genius, but his social anxiety led to misunderstandings, and as a result, no one wanted to talk to him. Xiao replied, well, whatever. He felt better when no one interfered with his business, and he worked hard for 10 people and didn't want to be bothered again. Well, since he'd come, he must have some business with him. Longxing replied that nothing serious had happened, and that he simply wanted to fight. At that moment, Xiao was dumbfounded and asked again, he wants to fight him? Had he heard correctly? And before, when he'd challenged him to a duel, he'd always refused. Longxing responded, so he can't challenge him? Xiao tried to understand the situation and asked, have he reached a new level? Longxing replied that it wasn't that. He'd simply spent several days in seclusion after the survival battle and seemed to have mastered his own path. Xiao was surprised and asked again if he would be his sparring partner today. They would go through several battles and try to help him understand his path more deeply. At that moment, Longxing replied that he would be happy to do so, and sometime later, when they reached the arena, he began screaming for someone to save him, because he was being killed now. It was just a disaster. He was going to die. He felt like it was a curse, and Xiao was determined to finish him off. Xiao replied that he himself had told him not to hold back, and at that moment, Longxing grabbed his hand with a trembling hand and shouted that it was just politeness. Besides, in a few days, they would be fighting the Modu Beast University team, and he didn't want to go out injured. Xiao asked again, what does that mean? He replied that Modu Beast University was perhaps the only institution that could match them in overall strength. They should take them seriously, and this time, at the freshman tournament, The rector had only one wish: victory. Xiao confidently replied that they would win, after which Longxing rose to his feet and said he thought they should develop a special tactic specifically against Modu Beast University. After all, he had personally seen the fight between Tianyi and Yantong. Xiao became angry and shouted that he was weaker, after which Longxing responded well, saying he was confident, and exhaled with relief. He then suddenly said that, frankly speaking, this freshman tournament was too boring. Xiao asked, then perhaps they should continue their duel? Longxing replied that he refused. 5 days later, the protagonist found himself in the Yanjing Beast University training hall. When he entered, Songlan greeted him and asked, Yuan? Yuan was also surprised by his appearance and asked, what is he doing here? Songlan replied that he was going to visit Tianyi and see how he was recovering from his injury. Yuan asked again, but isn't the second round of matches about to begin? He replied that he had received a notification this morning that the teams that lost in the first round would be fighting in the morning, and that they would be competing in the afternoon. Yuan replied that he understood and would then go with him and see how Tianyi was feeling. Sometime later, they arrived at the Yanjing Animal University Infirmary, where all the members of their team had already gathered. They stood by Tianyi's bedside and greeted the rector, vice rector, and Professor Ling. He turned to Songlan and asked if he had finished drawing up the fighters' entry order. He replied that he had. First up was Wang Junzhe, second was Li Qingnan, third was Wu Shuanggu, fourth was Wang Linghu, and fifth was Sumak Sui. Ting informed Tianyi that everything would depend on his recovery, and then he would decide. Junzhe said that if the opponent kept Yu Xiao and Longxing in the first 5 matches, they had a chance to win. Tianyi tried to get up from his bed and shouted that he could go out and fight the Yanjing Beast University. Ting was dumbfounded by what he saw and shouted that he needed to recover properly first. Tianyi regretfully stated that he was the only one to blame for this situation, that he wanted to prove he was equal to Yantong and had overestimated his strength. Ting explained that victory or defeat was not so important. After all, it was just a friendly tournament. This wasn't a battlefield, and they didn't have the responsibility or burden of honor on their shoulders. Therefore, in his opinion, they had already performed well and should remember that this tournament wasn't the end of their lives. Moreover, the tournament wasn't over yet, and who was to say they would lose? Yuan noticed this look. It was definitely a hidden hint, verbally saying that victory was unimportant, but in reality, all hope was pinned on him. At that moment, Shangui looked at him with a smirk, and Ting continued shouting that there was no point in them lingering here. They would go watch the match, and Tianyi could rest in peace. The people around him agreed with his proposal, and Yuan asked who was playing today. Junzhe replied that Tianfu Xuan and Beijian would completely destroy Tianfu. Then there would be a match between Haiyu and Yulan. Songlan commented that Yulan was said to be in last place. Junzhe agreed but declared that they simply had to watch this match. At that moment, Yuan, surprised, asked again, what was so interesting about being in last place? Junzhe replied that Yulan Xuan was a women's university. After a while, there was a knock on Yu Xiaoyan's door, and someone shouted for the door to be opened. Xiaoyan opened the door and told her mother that she had just woken up, then asked what had happened. Her mother replied that there was a match between the animal universities today, and why wasn't she participating? She replied that she had already withdrawn from the tournament, and her mother started screaming. Did she even have any sense of responsibility? Was she going to sit back and watch her university get eliminated? Xiaoyan said that in that case, she would just close her eyes, and Yulan shouted her name again angrily. After that, Xiaoyan closed the door and said that if that was all, she would go back to sleep. Yulan shouted that if she helped her animal university break out of the losing group, she would allow her to skip classes, take no tests, and sleep as much as she wanted for the entire 4 years of her studies. She wouldn't control her anymore. At that moment, Xiaoyan joyfully ran out of the room and shouted, seriously? Yulan asked again, has she ever cheated? Xiaoyan replied that she wouldn't believe her until they pinky swear. Her mother finally agreed to this, and Xiaoyan joyfully shouted that since they had sworn this, it wouldn't change for 100 years. After a while, the competition began, and the host announced that everyone should now greet the Haiyu and Yuelan University teams and enter the arena. The people around began to shout loudly in anticipation. The protagonist wondered why they were reacting so violently. Jinza replied that he would see everything now. One of the girls entered the arena, joyfully waving her arms at everyone else. The surrounding guys admired the girls who entered the arena and shouted that they were invincible. With them, they would go even to the ends of the earth. They were always with them, forward. Linghu said with boredom that, judging by the way they were acting, if you didn't know it was a competition, you'd think it was a celebrity concert. The protagonist also watched in bewilderment and didn't react. Suddenly, Jinzei opened a bag of chips and remarked that it was strange since Yulan University only had 11 people, as if one was missing. Yuan asked who was missing. He replied that the missing person was the daughter of Yulan Beast University's rector, the master of beast souls and the genius monster, Xiaoyan. Why wasn't she showing up for such an important fight? Did the Beast Empress no longer have hope for her academy? Linggu told him to look at the academy's results. It was obvious how weak they were. Sonlan approached them and said it seemed even the director of their academy hadn't come. They were very sorry, since he so wanted to see the Beast Empress with his own eyes. Jinze asked again. Maybe she was too embarrassed to come. At that moment, a guy standing nearby was loudly shouting at Xiaomon that they were really supporting her. She would definitely win, and she was amazing. Xiaomon waved to her spectators and was touched by their embarrassed reaction. One of the guys who entered the arena asked, "Have these idiots never seen women in their past lives? Why were they reacting like that?" Xiaomon turned to him and said that she'd watched his fights and that he was so strong. If they were going to fight, then let him spare her, okay? He was stunned and didn't know what to say. He was completely embarrassed and thought about how incredibly cute she was. At that moment, Jinze screamed, "How mean! They're even using feminine charms." But if it had been him, he definitely wouldn't have succumbed to such charms. Lingu replied that he doubted it, and Jinze shouted that if he didn't believe her, he should find her contact information and prove his willpower. Yuan laughed and told him to watch the fight, calling him a dreamer. At that moment, the girls on the team began using their powers, fusing with their beast souls, and everyone transformed into their beasts. Yuan noted that her beast soul seemed to be a very ordinary fire rabbit. As far as he knew, it only had an A talent rating. Jinze responded accurately. Even if it was an A fire rabbit was too ordinary a beast. It was hardly strong. At that moment, the fire rabbit used its powers and began attacking the huge beetle. The beetle, or Han, parried the attack and Xiaomon was sent flying. The guys watched the fight in bewilderment, and those around him began shouting that he was a damn idiot. What had he done to Xiaomon? How could he beat a girl so cruelly? He was just a loser. This is terrible. It seems she's lost consciousness. At that moment, Han realized he hadn't hit her hard, and her friend decided to stand up for her, saying he'd injured Xiaomon and that she would make him pay. Han replied that she could proceed. 3 minutes later, Han began to question himself. They knew the Yuelon students were very weak, but they didn't think they were this weak. Could he really take down their entire team on his own? The guys around him started screaming. Was he even human? He should be more careful with the girls. The protagonist began to yawn in boredom, seeing as this was complete annihilation. Everyone agreed with him, as Han had already won 5 times in a row without breaking a sweat. Soon, he himself would start to get confused, because when he won, he was judged, and when he lost, he was judged again, and he felt very sorry for that guy. Suddenly, Han raised his hand and shouted that he had no more strength and was giving up. He was thinking about how he didn't want to be seen as a villain. At that moment, the host shouted, "Okay, he's asking the next participant to come here from Hayu Academy." One of the guys asked her not to worry and to just pretend it was just training. He wouldn't use his full strength either. The girl replied that she knew she was weak and not his match, but she wouldn't give up and would give everything she had to fight him. He shouted that this was just great, when suddenly Xiaoyan arrived. Her mother yelled at them to stop. Lingu started shouting, "Is that the principal of Yuelon Academy? She's an incredibly beautiful girl." If the protagonist was dumbfounded and asked, "Is that her daughter, Xiaoyan?" Jinze replied, "That's definitely true." Lingu wondered why the principal's daughter had the same last name as her. Could her father have that last name too? Jinze said he was right, because her husband also had the surname Yu and was her cousin. The protagonist asked again, "So they married while being related?" Jinze replied that it was true. When they fell in love, it brought true shame to the noble Yu clan, which possessed the 100-year-old souls of beasts. They were both exiled and stripped of their surnames. Yuan asked again, but their daughter still bears the surname Yu. Jinze replied that it was true. Yu Yulan's husband died protecting people during a massive beast invasion. He became a hero, and the Yu clan restored their surname, but she never returned to the family. She single-handedly founded the Yuelon Academy and raised their daughter. Yuan realized that she truly was an outstanding woman. When Yuelon approached the host, she announced they were changing participants. He replied that everything was fine, after which Xiaoyan approached her partner, who asked if she would join the battle as well. Xiaoyan told her not to worry, because she'd quickly deal with them and go back home to sleep, as she was simply dying of fatigue. Her rival wondered in bewilderment. Did she really say she'd deal with them quickly? The surrounding guys began to wonder. Who the hell is Xiaoyan? What kind of person is this? They have no idea who she is, since no one seemed to have seen her before. But since Yuelon brought her along, she must be no ordinary person. At that moment, Xiaoyan's rival shouted, fusing with the beast's soul, and turned into a jellyfish. Xiaoyan looked at this beast in surprise and admiringly exclaimed, "How beautiful." At that moment, she also shouted, fusing with the beast's soul, and transformed into a huge and incredibly beautiful moon beast. Jinze was dumbfounded and shouted, "It's a moon beast. It's the ancestral soul of the Yu clan beast. Could Xiaoyan have awakened the moon beast? What incredible blood and gift is this?" Yuan commented that it seemed the outcome of the fight was already decided. At that moment, the jellyfish unleashed a thunderous shock whip and aimed it at her opponent, but Xiaoyan easily blocked the blow with her secret technique, Moon Splitter. As her spell spread throughout the arena, the jellyfish seemed bewitched, and everyone around began screaming, "What's going on?" The jellyfish realized it had been too fast. He hadn't even had time to react to the blow. Xiaoyan announced that she had already defeated him and was now awaiting her next opponent. The fans began shouting, "Wow, what power. Is there really such a strong girl at Yuelon Academy? She's so beautiful, it's impossible not to fall in love with her. At that moment, Xiaoyan blurted out that she apologized, as it had been too long since she had fought and misjudged her strength. The jellyfish fell to the ground and said in a trembling voice that he had lost. The difference in their strength was too great, and if she hadn't held back, he would have surely died here. At that moment, another guy from the team entered the fray, trembling as he considered the fact that in the first battle he'd been dealt a monster, Yi Yanjing, from the Luoji Academy, and now a genius girl had suddenly appeared. What an unfortunate fate! A moment later, he too was struck by a bright bolt of lightning, and Xiaoyan had won again. The host announced this, and the guys from that team muttered that they shouldn't have given up so quickly. If he had stayed, he could have at least drained some of her energy. Another teammate told him it wasn't his fault. No one expected you to have such a gifted student. One of their guys finally decided to enter the fray, and those around him shouted at him to send out the other participants first, who would at least wear her down a little. He replied that there was no point, as the level gap was too great. The boy came out to fight her, and shouted to the announcer that Haiyu Academy was fielding its captain, Yu, for a clash of the strongest newcomers from two elite schools. Who would win? They would find out very soon. Xiaoyan asked if he was the captain of Haiyu Academy. Yu replied that he was, and Xiaoyan asked, "Does that mean he's the strongest among them?" He replied that he probably was, after which Xiaoyan suggested he make a deal with her. He asked what she meant. She replied that she would fight at 80% of her strength, and if he lost, the others could immediately surrender, saving them time. Yu was angry at her self-confidence, then proudly shouted that even though he was the captain of the academy, he couldn't make decisions for the others, and, in general, he wanted a fair fight at full strength. Moments later, he transformed into his beast, and Xiaoyan thought he was being very stubborn. Jinza said that finally this would be a slaughter that wasn't one-sided. "Yuan, who does he think will win?" Yuan asked again. How could he know? But judging by the characteristics of the beast soul, Yu was clearly at a disadvantage. At that moment, Xiaoyan used her magical powers and began attacking her opponent, who opened his mouth and also used a magical water ball. He struck his opponent with this wave, who easily deflected the blow, and the people around him began shouting that they couldn't see her. Could this really be another one-hit victory? Looks like this is victory again at Yulan Academy. Wait, but where is Yu? Had he disappeared? Xiaoyan really was alone on the battlefield. The people around her wondered if maybe he could turn invisible. Xiaoyan wondering how he did it. Suddenly, she looked around and saw Yu charging at her behind her, leaping high into the air and opening his maw. She skillfully leaped aside, but Yu didn't stop, continuing his attack with a loud roar. At that moment, Xiaoyan used her magical powers once more, and Yu's fangs sank into her protective barrier. The surrounding area glowed with magical light, and numerous clots of blood appeared around Yu. He was completely defeated and fell to the ground right there in the arena. Linghu screamed, "How is this even possible?" Everyone around him was also stunned by what they saw, and Linghu surmised that with such a secret technique, Yu now clearly had the advantage. Jinza remarked that maintaining this technique required him to expend a tremendous amount of energy. The protagonist asked, "What does that mean?" Jinza replied that even a Lord-level beast wouldn't last more than 10 minutes in the sky, and wouldn't last even 5 in combat, especially since Yu hadn't yet reached Lord level. So it turns out that Xiaoyan now just needs to stall for time, and he himself will use up all his strength? That was true in theory, but only if she knew the technique's weakness. At that moment, Xiaoyan looked around, and Yu realized he had little time, and had to seize the opportunity to crush her with one powerful blow. She muttered, what a burden he was. If not for a single promise, she'd be sleeping in a warm bed right now. She just wanted to finish him off quickly and go back to bed. Yu asked with a frightened expression. What was she even talking about? Xiaoyan said she was very serious now and smiled. Looking into his eyes, he wondered, is she kidding? Had she really never given it her all before? At that moment, Xiaoyan soared high and began using her magical powers. The surrounding people began to scream, as if she were a bright moon. Only soul beast masters could soar in the air like that. So this is what a moon beast's soul is capable of? She's a true goddess. Yu realized how powerful the energy wave was. She had already released all her energy, and if he could withstand this blow, he still had a chance to win. Xiaoyan continued her attack, and suddenly, numerous magical beams were directed at her enemy. The surrounding area glowed with a bright light, and a huge pillar of dust appeared in the arena. She asked him what he was counting on when he hit underground. Yu was completely destroyed, blood flowing from his mouth. He couldn't respond and lay completely immobilized. Jinza spoke up, saying, even though she looks harmless, who would have thought she would be so cruel? The protagonist declared that she truly was a monster, standing at the pinnacle of all geniuses, just like Xiao, Longxiang, Chu Tianyi, and Han Yantong. Yu was placed on a stretcher, trembling, and declared that they couldn't defeat her, so he suggested his companions surrender. At that moment, the announcer shouted that the Haiyu Beast Soul Academy had decided to surrender, and the next battle for advancement from the losers group would be between the Northern Border team and Yulan. The remaining members of the women's team began shouting that Xiaoyan was incredibly awesome, and that they had finally won. She was definitely no match for him. Xiaoyan was proud of her victory and said that she had done everything her mother told her to do, and would now go to bed. Yuelan stopped her, and suddenly Xiaoyan asked, She's not going to break her promise, is she? Yulan replied that she didn't have to worry about that, as she would keep her word. But she hadn't completed the task yet. Xiaoyan asked again, hadn't she beaten them? Yulan replied that, if she remembered correctly, the conditions were to help Yulan get out of the losing group. Xiaoyan started screaming, wondering if she was playing a pun on her. Yulan replied that she hadn't bothered to understand the rules herself. At that moment, Xiaoyan turned around and shouted that it didn't matter. She hadn't explained everything properly. Yulan asked her again, what's she proposing? Xiaoyan replied that in that case, she wanted extra money. An hour later, Xiaoyan ran into the arena and announced that they were starting now. They had 10 minutes to fight each other. The guys around her wondered why she was so confident. They simply couldn't believe she could recover so quickly after the fight with the Haiyu Academy. They should move forward. After 10 minutes, she managed to beat them all, and they were surprised that she actually did it. After all, they had lost. Sometime later, Jinzei was sitting in the hotel restaurant, ordering a huge tray of food. Yuan and Muxue were with him. Muxue wondered if he would really eat it all. He should remember that he was going out first against the Yanjing Beast Soul Academy. He replied that even before execution, people eat. Muxue grinned at him and said, you're a good guy. After which, Jinzei told her not to worry, because this afternoon he, the fat man, would amaze everyone with his skill. Yuan wondered if he was so confident. Was he really planning some kind of attack on Yanjing Academy? That afternoon, one of the fans in the arena let it slip that the Yanjing Beast Soul Academy's director had indeed drawn a great draw, drawing Team Modu. If they defeated Team Modu, they would essentially get rid of their biggest threat. Word had it that Team Modu's captain, Tianyi, had still not recovered, and it looked like Yanjing's victory would soon be imminent. At that moment, the host announced, attention, the winner's match has officially begun. He asked the representatives of Yanjing and Modu Beast Soul Academy to enter the arena. At that moment, the guys began to walk toward the center of the arena, facing each other, and the host continued that, according to the predetermined schedule, the first fight would be between Xie Leiming from Yanjing and Wang Jinzei from Modu. The guys wondered, Wang Jinzei? Wasn't he a substitute? Hadn't they noticed that Jinzei and Modu's director, Wang Ting, had the same last name? They said that Wang Ting's eldest son, Wang Daochang, was studying at Yanjing, and the younger one became a substitute team member. It seemed his strength was failing. At that moment, Jinzei walked out with his opponent, who asked if he was the substitute guy from Modu. Jinzei asked him again, why did he think that? Actually, he does have a name. His name is Jinzei. His opponent shouted that it didn't matter. He was going to lose anyway. At that moment, Jinzei asked him again, is that true? If he wins today, he'll write his last name backwards. His opponent shouted that they had a deal now, and they smiled. The fans began to speculate that even if you wrote Wan backwards, it would still be the same. Wait, isn't this the same kebab man who hid in the Lungu Mountains and grilled kebabs during the survival challenge? Let him show what he's made of. They're with him. Young Master Wang should give up this business with beast souls and open a diner instead. Then he'll definitely get rich. Jinzei asked in surprise. Are they even making fun of the same person? What kebab? At that moment, his opponent slammed his fists together and transformed into a huge beast with a sharp, enormous weapon. Jinzei was dumbfounded by what he saw and realized it was a minotaur. His beast soul was simply a masterpiece. At that moment, he replied that he'd had enough chatter and was proposing to fight. The surrounding fans shouted, Kebab man, why is he waiting? Let him quickly merge with his beast soul and show them what it's capable of. He should hurry, because they can't wait. At that moment, Jinzei crossed his arms and shouted, merge with the beast soul. A moment later, he turned into an incredibly sized egg, and those around him were dumbfounded by what they saw, shouting, is this really an egg? Layman began to scream. Is this really his beast spirit? Was he scared? With such a beast spirit, he still dared laugh at him? But what was wrong with him? Layman approached his opponent, screaming terrifyingly. The surrounding people began to shout that it wasn't for nothing that they called him Kebab Man. Even his beast spirit was unusual. Another guy shouted, honestly, how does he even fight? Was he really just rolling and crushing his opponent? The people around him laughed loudly, as this was completely absurd. At that moment, Layman became enraged and, swinging his weapon, shouted that he was done talking and should just catch his blow. A moment later, he struck the egg with his sharp hammer, but it didn't break. The people around him began to wonder in fear. What was going on with this egg? Was it really made of diamond? Why was it so hard? Jinzei asked again, is that all? Hadn't he eaten today? It was a good attempt, after which Layman swung twice and tried to strike the egg again. But a moment later, bright sparks erupted from his hammer, and the entire arena glowed. But he still couldn't break the egg. Suddenly, the egg flew up, bounced to the side, and headed back straight at Layman. He realized he was in trouble, as he wouldn't have time to jump aside. And suddenly, a heavy blow landed right in his face. He fell to the ground with a crushing crack. Yuan thought this must be a move Jinzei had specially prepared for today's fight, and he had to admit his head was working pretty well. Layman grew angry and shouted that he had already figured out his technique and was offering to fight again. A moment later, he rose to his feet again and prepared for the next attack. Approached the egg, and tried to toss it aside again, striking it with his hammer. The egg flew back up and bounced back to the ground, then began jumping across the arena so much that Layman had to swat it away. He started shouting, asking what else he could show. Jinzei replied, Shouldn't he be the one asking him about that? He still can't even break through the shell of his egg, and he still dares to shout here? Layman became very angry and began to roar loudly. The protagonist thought, wow, he's so strong. He's an 8-star Beastmaster for a reason. A moment later, he punched the egg again, but couldn't get it through, and Jinza mockingly asked him to try harder. Was he really incapable of anything? He was so weak, it was as if he just tickled him. Did he even get into Beijing Beast University with that kind of strength? He's only lucky with his height, so what, is he giving him a massage now? Layman got angry and punched the egg even harder, but nothing happened, and Jinze was sent flying again. Tianqi got angry and turned to Ting, shouting that his son was incredibly funny. Ting told him that if he wanted to be sarcastic, he should just tell him straight out, there's no point in beating around the bush. Tianqi replied that he was serious. His son was much more interesting than him. Diane noticed their conversation and wondered if Jinza's methods, though shameless, were working. Layman was exploding with power again, but was rapidly losing strength. If this continued, he would be the first to run out of steam. Muxue asked Yuan if he had noticed what was happening. It seemed Jinze had also grown stronger. Yuan replied that his talent wasn't weak. If you ignore his strange beast spirit, he was at least as strong as Shuang. Muxue noted that perhaps it was because his older brother was too bright. Even Jinze's own light was dimmed. Yuan wondered if he wasn't proving his strength in his own way. He was a clever merchant. 5 minutes later, a very small crack appeared on the egg. Layman waited, trying to catch his breath. Jinze asked what had happened. Had he run out of steam? Layman grew angry and began shouting that he would wait for his wrath as he was about to shatter the shell. At that moment, Longxian entered the arena, shouting that enough was enough. He couldn't do anything to him, so he should give up. Layman asked again, but how could that be? Longxian replied that there was no point in wasting his energy any longer. It was better to save some for the next battles. Layman agreed, and the host announced that he congratulated the representative of the Beast School, Modu Jinza, on his victory in this match. And now the next participant, Shu Tian from Beijing Beast University, entered the arena. Beijing Beast University began asking for guidance, and Jinze told the guy that if he was weaker than the guy who came before him, he advised him to give up right now to save their time. The guy replied that if they tried, he wouldn't know whether he could succeed, right? Jinze replied that if he wanted to try, then go for it. At that moment, the boy transformed into a 2-clawed battle dragon, his eyes glowing with fury, after which he began roaring loudly and attacking the egg. Jinza's shell cracked even further, and Muxue wondered why he was so quiet. Where was his taunting like with Layman? Yuan replied that it was part of his tactic, putting pressure on Tian. Muxue asked, what kind of pressure? He replied that against a straightforward, rude man like Layman, he used verbal provocation to anger him, but with a proud and sensitive man like Tian, the strongest contempt is silence. At that moment, Tian realized he wouldn't lose and continued to fight. He hit the egg with his tail, then suddenly said in a trembling voice that he had lost after all. The surrounding stands suddenly shouted, what a twist! They hadn't even expected this kebab man to be so good. Not only was he a sharp thinker, but in the second round, he'd almost broken that guy with his psychological attack. They wondered how many fights he'd already won, and whether he'd really fight 1 against 5 competitors. Meanwhile, on the bench of the beast schools, Modugu said that it was unexpected, because this useless guy actually had some power. Qingnan replied that he was still calling him useless at a time like this. Even if he had entered the arena, there was no guarantee he'd win against him. Gu asked again, why would he compare himself to someone who only knows how to take hits? Qingnan replied that he was always so overconfident and arrogant. Gu became angry and shouted that they were all fools, and that he'd get even with them. Uncle was right. After all, it's not ferocious beasts that inspire fear, but poisonous snakes that can kill from the shadows. A moment later, the announcer announced that Jinze from the Modu Beast School had won his 4th victory in a row. Jinze asked again, who would be next? Let him enter the arena and fight him. At that moment, a terrifying-looking man entered the arena and announced that it was finally his turn. The fights here had been so boring that he almost fell asleep. The people around wondered if it really was him. The man chuckled and offered Jinze the choice, surrender or wait for him to finish him off. At that moment, Jinze suddenly shouted that he surrendered, and the people around him clutched their heads, wondering how he could have given up so suddenly. Where was his fighting spirit? Let him be a real man. Even if he loses, let him lose standing. He didn't even dare face Jie. Wow, he's a coward of the highest order. At that moment, Jinze transformed into his human form and, grinning, replied that a real man should be able to give in and bend if he needed to. The crowd in the stands began clapping loudly, and Jinze said he was in a lot of pain. Were these guys crazy? It felt like his ribs had cracked. Yuan grabbed his hand to help him up and asked if he was in so much pain, why didn't he just give in right away? He started screaming that he didn't understand anything. This wasn't a story about a bun, but about pride. Besides, his father was always watching him, and he couldn't embarrass him in front of other people. Yuan grinned and replied that, whatever the case, he had already done well. At that moment, Jinze bent over, hugging himself, and said he was in a lot of pain. Yuan apologized and asked, who's next? Jinze continued to stroke the wounds and tearfully replied that if he wasn't mistaken, Yuan Lin should be next. Yuan wondered if he was a match for Jie, after all. Jinze replied that according to Songlan's list, Lin, Qingnan, and Songlan himself were simply expendables, tasked with wearing down Jie and giving Musu a chance. Yuan asked again, "Is that so?" At that moment, Leon entered the arena and shouted that it was his turn. Songlan addressed him and asked him to try harder. At that moment, Leon entered the arena and shouted that this was Yuan Lin, the Modu Beast School. Jie asked him not to look at him like he was about to die. He had no interest in the names of useless people. A moment later, Leon transformed into a giant ape when he merged with his beast soul, becoming a four-armed demon monkey. Jie sneered at him and asked if he wanted to chat a little before the fight. What a boring guy he was. At that moment, he transformed into an ancient ferocious beast called Qiongqi. The monkey began to roar loudly, and when Jie approached, he remarked that he really did have the courage. At that moment, he suddenly moved, and Leon was very surprised. A moment later, Jie bit off his arm, and blood spilled across the arena. Jinzi was dumbfounded by what he saw, saying that it was simply horrifying how bloody it was. The protagonist replied that he was a cruel, merciless, and indomitable man. That was the ferocious beast Jie. At that moment, Leon fell to the ground with a crash, and Jie said that if he didn't surrender now, next time he would bite off not only his arm, but also his neck. Immediately after these words, Leon conceded defeat, and Jie noted that he quickly realized what he needed to do. Aren't there Modu spirit beast schools considered equal to theirs from Beijing? Let someone worthy come forward then, so he can have a little fun. At that moment, Songlan helped his friend and declared that it was a good job. Qingnan entered the arena, declaring that it was his turn. He was confident, and Jie noted that he remembered him. He was that spirit beast with the plant beast, right? The form was certainly interesting, but unfortunately, it was a bit weak. A moment later, Qingnan transformed into a demonic azure vine. Jie growled that rushing it was a bad idea. Yuan wondered, watching their battle, if he really had rushed in head-on. Well, then he shouldn't regret it later. Qingnan stabbed his sharp limbs into Jie's body, who cried out loudly in pain. It was a terrifying torrent of energy that Qingnan barely managed to contain. Jie screamed, "Does this really feel good to him? Sucking out his energy? He's just an idiot." After these words, Jie struck him in the center of his body and shredded him into tiny pieces. He shouted that Qingnan was just a worthless hero. At that moment, Qingnan turned into a human, and Yuan said to Songlan, patting him on the shoulder, asking him to just do his best. The spectators began to shout, "It's Songlan, the vice captain of the Modu school. He has such an angry face. Is he really that strong?" "No, it's the beast spirit of support. Although he's cool, he's not that strong in battle. But he walks around with such a threatening face, and they tell him he's just support." Jie raised his paw and shouted, "He even dared to enter the arena with a support beast?" Songlan replied, "What? You can't participate in a duel with support?" Jie replied, "Okay, let him show his worth." A moment later, he turned into a butterfly and shouted, "Fight." The butterfly began to approach Jie, whose mouth fell open in shock. He grew angry and shouted that this would be the end of it, prompting Songlan to shout that he'd been waiting for him to attack. A moment later, he created a protective barrier around himself, and Jie charged. Yuan wondered if this was Songlan's secret technique. No, it was a royal-level beast god weapon, the sky blue wind wings. Jinze asked again, "Is this the one worth 40 million? But surely that's an offensive weapon?" After being defeated by Leon, Songlan realized his weaknesses. If the beast couldn't be changed, the best reinforcement was external force. A moment later, a multitude of magical surges appeared around the butterfly, and Jie realized his situation was dire. At that moment, his opponent used a wind blade, damaging Jie's limbs. He was stunned with pain, and Songlan asked, "What happens now? He still thinks the beast spirit supporters are weak?" Jie shouted that it was interesting, after which, the butterfly twisted around again and once again used its magical powers. At that moment, to protect himself, Jie opened his mouth and used the Furious Destruction command area. The entire area lit up with the images of bloody skeletons, and Songlan realized what it was. At the same time, he used the Blessing Sphere and began to repel this powerful attack. The fans shouted that they had both mastered the prototypes of their spheres. This was a true battle of geniuses. They had another candidate for the Beast Spirit Master. They wondered how many of the participants in this tournament would ultimately achieve the title of Beast Emperor. Jie shouted that it was excellent. Now he was really getting interested. What are geniuses? Does he especially enjoy trampling on these so-called geniuses? At that moment, Songlan used his celestial blue wind breath and again aimed his attack at Jie, who quickly jumped aside. Songlan was very surprised by what happened, and Jie suddenly screamed loudly. Jinze jumped up and shouted that it was intentional, after which Jie shouted that he would make him crippled and never be able to fly again. At that moment, he pierced Songlan with his sharp hand. When he completely caught the butterfly, he sank to the ground, when suddenly help came to his defense and pushed Jie aside. Songlan transformed into his human form, and the man caught him in his arms. Jinze noticed this and shouted, "What's going on?" "It's him." Yuan asked again, "Does he know him?" Jinze replied that his name was Li Mu. He was from the military department, an emperor-level beast master, and he used plant-type powers. He has a blunt and straightforward personality, so everyone jokingly calls him the Wooden General. Yuan asked again, "Is he really a general?" Jinze shouted back, "Of course not. It's just a nickname." No one expected the Ministry of Education to call him to maintain order at the tournament. Yuan replied that it was good he was there, otherwise Songlan would have been completely destroyed by that jerk. At that moment, Mu turned to Jie and asked, the enemy had already given up, right? Why did he continue this attack? Jie asked again. He gave up? But when had that happened? He hadn't heard anything like that. He shouldn't slander people. Mu responded in a commanding tone. This is the last time. Jie replied that he understood, then thought it was a bummer. Mu should definitely have been stopped just when he was starting to have fun. At that moment, Mu informed the others that he had examined him and that his life was not in danger, but he needed a long recovery. His friends thanked him for his help. He asked the others to take him to the infirmary, but he would remain here for now, as he needed to maintain order in the arena. Leon turned to him and asked permission to take him, as he also needed to stop by the infirmary, and they should stay and watch the fight. He hugged Songlan and replied that they were relying on them. Yuan replied that they shouldn't worry, and Muxue shouted that it was her turn to go out. Yuan asked her not to overexert herself, because if she felt she couldn't handle it, she should immediately give up, okay? Muxue shouted that she wouldn't always hide behind his back, and also wanted to become strong one day, so she could stand by his side and protect him from all harm. Jinzei laughed at their conversation and said, now that's romantic. Yuan pointed out that it was none of his business. Muxue entered the arena and faced her opponent, who asked, is that really a woman? They didn't have any magical beasts left at the Imperial University? Is that why they even sent a girl into battle? Muxue shouted that for everything he did to her friend, she would repay him in full. Jie asked again, will she repay him? He simply proved too weak. She should listen to him carefully, because he's not the type to spare girls, and even if she's a woman, he'll cripple her like anyone else. At that moment, Dian became extremely angry, and Ting asked him not to worry. As long as Mu was here, it was their fight and they had no right to interfere. At that moment, the fusion with the beast spirit occurred, and Muxue transformed into a snow fox. An attack was immediately aimed at her, which she absorbed with her magical powers. Jie began to scream. Can she even speak of a location without mastering the formation of her domain? She screamed back. If she doesn't try, how will she know about it? At that moment, her entire body glowed with a bright magical light, and sharp shards flew toward her opponent. He grinned and screamed. Is that all she can do? He took advantage of the clanking of metal and redirected his attack, musing that he was simply insane. With such power, if she got any closer, it would be the end of her. Muxue used shadow separation, and numerous clones of herself appeared around her. Ji shouted that this was just a show. Even if she created 100 illusions, the real her would always be alone, and he would kill them all without even knowing. After these words, he abruptly charged into battle and began to destroy the fox, when suddenly he miscalculated and Muxue used the instantaneous ice fox breath technique. Jie began to roar loudly in pain as he was attacked. Suddenly, he stopped in front of her, and his body shattered into small fragments, after which his blood spilled directly onto the arena in impressive splashes. He turned and shouted that she was a fool. Did she really think she could defeat him with such cheap tricks? With these words, he approached her body and tried to plunge his blade straight into Muxue. He struck, and realized it wasn't an illusion, but a projection. He'd simply been tricked. Frosty air thickened around him, Muxue pounced on him, and Jinzi exclaimed in delight that it was incredible. How did she manage to do that? MC told him that she created 8 illusory images using her ice breath, simultaneously erected an ice wall, and hid behind it. Then she used a secret technique, using the refraction of light through ice to create her projection. He asked if it was some kind of mirage. He answered that it was almost like that. To lure Luo Jie into a trap, she spared no effort and used 2 secret techniques at once. His opponent clearly didn't expect this. Muxue meanwhile used a secret technique, complete freeze, and then released an icy breath at him, instantly encasing him in ice. He tried to get out, but he couldn't, and then the audience believed in Muxue's victory. He had already fought 3 battles. The fight with Songlan was especially grueling. He had expended too much energy, so defeat was to be expected, and Muxue was no pushover. Meanwhile, Luo Jie laughed. The girl immediately became wary, amazed that he could still move, and her opponent said that it was very interesting. She had exceeded all his expectations. He melted the ice and said with fury that he could not wait to tear her to pieces and watch her bleed. She silently took a few steps back, and he, threateningly releasing flames, asked if she was afraid of him, but it was too early for that. The game was just beginning. He made a sharp lunge. She was unable to react in time and took a blow, but immediately after that, she quickly turned to her opponent and used frost breath. But Luo Jie was fast. She noticed at the last moment how he moved behind her and immediately attacked, causing her to let out a pitiful roar. After that, he dealt her a few more blows, and only when she fell did he stop attacking and click his tongue in displeasure, asking, she still won't give in? Does she really think she can defeat him? She caught her breath and began to rise, and he said that they, the Magdu dropouts, although weak, were stubborn enough. But let her remember that pride is not food. In this world, weakness is the true original sin. Seeing that she had gotten to her feet, he remarked that she was adamant, but since she had given him so much pleasure, he would allow her to lose with dignity. Immediately after, He lit his paw with fire and hit her so hard that she was thrown back. Her whole body was covered in wounds. Blood gushed from her mouth, and her father, watching this, was very worried. Wang Ting placed a hand on his shoulder and told him to calm down. She only went to Magda because she didn't want to be in her father's shadow. If he interferes, everything she's achieved could be destroyed. With Yanjing University medicine, even if she's seriously injured, she'll need a maximum of half a month to recover. Everything will be fine, and since she's going to rest, let him visit her. After all, they are father and daughter. You can't hold a grudge forever. He sighed heavily and said that he had not been a good father and felt guilty towards her. Wang Ting said that he was one of the strongest people in the world, but weak in front of his daughter. Let him think carefully about his words. Meanwhile, Mukshui was carried out of the arena on a stretcher. Her friends immediately ran to her, and she, holding out her hand to Yuan, apologized to him for losing. Apparently, she was still too weak. He answered her that this was not true at all, and she said with a smile that she didn't know why, but when he was around, she felt so calm. She was so tired, her whole body ached, and she wanted to sleep. He told her to sleep, and when she woke up, all the pain would go away. After that, he glanced at Luo Jie, and Jinzi immediately realized that he was angry. Ling Yu said that according to the list, Shen Kang was next. Is he ready to enter the arena? He nodded, and Tianyi's voice was heard, volunteering to fight. Ling Yu worriedly exclaimed that the doctor told him to get treatment, and he told him that he was fine. So will they let him go to the fight or not? Ling Yu asked if he should go instead. It would be bad if he lost to Luo Jie. He told him not to worry, he would not lose. Jinzei winked at them and told them not to quarrel. Neither of them would enter the arena, and then Shen Kang asked if he wanted them to surrender. He pointed to the arena and told them to look. The MC had already volunteered to fight. Luo Ji saw the guy in front of him and asked, "Who the hell is he?" He replied that he was a reserve fighter for Magda University, while Shen Kang exclaimed in surprise. "How did he get into the arena?" he asked. What was he planning to do, and why hadn't he been stopped yet? Jinza replied that he had already left. Do they want him to give up? Tinyi asked. Do they think a mere reserve participant can fight a killer like Luo Jie? Jinza smiled confidently and reminded him that this guy had never let anyone down, while Luo Jie grumpily said that they didn't seem to care about winning at all, since they let a reserve fighter into the arena. Yuan responded by asking, "Aren't reserves allowed into the arena?" The audience immediately recognized him. He was always sleeping or grilling meat during the battle for survival. Luo Jie asked, "How dare some reserve fighter enter the arena? Who gave him that right? If he can withstand 10 of his punches, he should consider himself the winner of this round." The MC told him he didn't need that. Defeating him alone wasn't enough. Luo Jie asked who he needed, and he named Chen Longxian and Xu Xiao, the strongest in Yanjing. All the spectators were shocked, and Luo Jie laughed at his overconfidence and reminded him that he was just a substitute. He would pay for his loud words. This time he wouldn't hold back. Yuan told him to give it his all, otherwise he would get bored. After that, he merged with his beast and roared loudly, which made Luo Jie nervous and thought he had amazing strength. The MC advised him not to get distracted. He likes to play, right? After that, he pounced on him, smashed his head into the ground, and how easily he did it surprised the guys. MC wanted to crush him with his foot, but he managed to jump back in time. Then he attacked again, and he dodged again. He rose into the air, and Yuan immediately hit him, shouting that he would not escape. Luo Jie landed and caught his breath, thinking, how could the Madu Beast University have someone stronger than Chu Tianyi? There was no information about him at all. Why did they keep him in reserve? Have the Madu leadership completely lost their minds? At that moment, MC attacked. He delivered a powerful blow that sent him flying aside. And then he tried to grab him, but he flew up again. Then Yuan prepared for another attack. Luo Jie immediately became suspicious, and then a punch landed on his face. MC grabbed his head and pinned him to the ground. He pressed on his head so hard that blood began to flow from his mouth, and then he slammed him to the ground again. Luo Jie managed to escape. Yuan immediately retreated, and noticing that the fight had completely exhausted him, said that when he perceives others as prey or toys, he should be prepared for the fact that for those stronger than him, he himself is no different from an insect. He replied that if he were in better shape, he would not have been able to defeat him so easily. MC asked, does he really think so? Luo Jie exclaimed that he admits that he is strong, but so what? At his level, he can't defeat either Xu Xiao or Chen Longxian. They are both true monsters. Or does he think he simply acknowledged their superiority? Let him not be so naive. Yuan said that now he understood who he is. He is a frog in a well. He began to gather energy, and Luo Jie trembled with fear and wondered, what is this power? Why is he afraid, and why does he want to run away? Unable to bear it, he took off. By this time, MC had already managed to accumulate energy in his mouth and then fired at his opponent. The beam of energy hit him, causing him to immediately fall to the ground. MC waited to see if he would move, then turned to the audience and ordered the next person to enter the arena. The referee declared him the winner, and the audience was shocked by such an unexpected result. They had underestimated Yuan. Unlike Wang Jinzei, he didn't resort to tricks, but rather defeated Luo Jie fairly and openly, relying solely on his own strength. A mere reserve participant, he demonstrated such incredible combat power. He even brazenly declared that he was going to challenge Chen Longxian and Xu Xiao. It seems that today they would truly witness the rise of a new king. Longxian said that he didn't know such people existed in Magdu. Xiao noted that Magdu Beast University was a prestigious educational institution, equal in status to them. Of course, he must have some potential. Longxian said that this guy had clearly indicated by name that he wanted to fight them. It would be shameful to refuse. Which of them would go? Xiao pointed out that he didn't just want to challenge them, he wanted to win. Longxian said that he was taking this too seriously. If he didn't go, then he would enter the arena. Honestly, it wasn't that often that he came across a worthy opponent. His fingers were itching. Xiao said that in that case, let him go. If he could truly defeat him, perhaps he would look at him differently. Longxian smiled and said he wouldn't have such an opportunity, then entered the arena, where the man exclaimed that it was incredible. Chen Longxian himself entered the arena from Yanjing Beast University. Longxian told his opponent that Magdu University was full of talent. Even a reserve participant possessed such strength. But that was where his moment of glory ended. He transformed into a huge ancient barbarian elephant, the same size as Yuan in his lizard form. The spectators immediately felt the pressure from him, like that of a lord-level monster. If such an outstanding man only occupied the position of deputy captain at Yanjing, then just how strong was Xu Xiao? MC noted that he was trying to suppress him with sheer might, but it would have no effect. He roared loudly, and his opponent immediately sensed the bloodlust emanating from him. He swung his trunk, using his abilities, and then leaped high, landing directly above Yuan's head. After that, Longxian activated his secret stomp technique, and MC responded with a loud roar and covered his head with his hands, using a defensive technique. Longxian didn't expect him to be able to withstand his attack. The barbarian elephant stomp is his most powerful technique, but even it didn't leave a scratch on those bloody claws. Seeing him gathering energy in his mouth, he knew things were bad. After that, Yuan fired at him. A beam of energy hit him right in the face, but he was able to defend himself with a sacred weapon. After that, they increased the distance between them, and MC asked the name of his weapon. It looked very interesting. He replied that it was a supreme, king-level beast artifact, an earthen talisman that his family had given him. When a fatal attack occurs, it automatically activates defense. Yuan noted with surprise that it was a king-level artifact. It must be insanely expensive. Longxian told him not to worry. From now on, he wouldn't use it anymore. They will fight equally. Yuan asked why. Isn't using sacred weapons allowed by the rules? Longxian pounced on him and told him that even without them, he could defeat him. MC called him stubborn, and then he used the earth-splitting technique, delivering a powerful attack that caused Yuan to stagger. And then Longxian pounced on him. MC immediately assumed a defensive stance. His opponent struck, and the protective plates on his arms shattered into small pieces. The spectators were shocked. Some thought Yuan had already lost, but others noticed that it was not over yet. Longxian looked at his opponent and, shocked, said that this simply could not be. MC asked, hasn't he understood yet? The difference between them was not only an area. The guy exclaimed that he did it on purpose. He knew from the beginning that he was preparing for the strike all along. Yuan confirmed this, and he deliberately did not dodge to give him hope of victory. Sometimes false hope is the worst thing. He admits that his tactics were indeed effective, but the one thing he didn't take into account was the difference in strength between them. Longxian was indignant and said that he would see how many more blows he could take, then use the stomp again, and MC asked, does he think he'll give him that chance? He used a hidden technique and assumed the form of a furious tiger, then unleashed his bloody claws and struck him. Blood immediately gushed from Longxian's mouth. He cursed, and then Yuan slashed at him again, asking, do you want to fall right there, or give up on your own? Longxian became nervous. He knew that he could very well have crippled him like Luo Jie, but he didn't. When MC struck him again, he shouted that he surrendered, after which he immediately retreated. Longxian regained his human form and sighed with relief, telling his opponent that he admitted he was indeed strong. He was looking forward to their next fights with interest. Yuan told him to watch carefully, while his friends were overjoyed and surprised. First, he fought two of the strongest fighters from Yanjing University, and now Longxian. Could this guy really be even stronger than Chu Tianyi himself? Tianyi thought at this point that he was just a substitute. Where did he get such strength? Or had he been hiding his abilities all this time? Did the school principal really know about this? Gu, meanwhile, thought it was impossible. Simply impossible. That idiot Wang Junzi had already won 4 times in a row, and Yuan, that good-for-nothing who could only look up to him, was able to defeat both Luo Jie and Chen Longxian. He clenched his fists so hard that his nails cut into his skin until they bled, and he wondered how he was any worse than him. Meanwhile, the guys helped Longxian out of the arena and asked if he was okay. He replied that it was just a minor injury and that everything was fine. Xiao stood up and told them not to worry. Although he was seriously injured, he wouldn't die that easily. Longxian got angry because he never said anything good about him, so Xiao walked past him, telling him to lie still and get treatment, and that he would come out in the next fight and get even. The guy advised him to be careful. He had very strong technique. Xiao patted him on the shoulder and told him not to worry, he would definitely win. The man shouted into the microphone that after defeating Luo Jie, Yuan had won again, this time against Deputy Captain Chen Longshan, who would represent Yinjing in the next match, and would Yuan be able to continue his incredible winning streak. The spectators were shocked. They couldn't believe that such a slacker could turn out to be a monster. Even Chen Longshan, whose level is at least Lord level, was completely suppressed. And such a monster was sitting in reserve all this time? The rector of Magdu University is definitely a strange person. Meanwhile, Xiao entered the arena and pointed out that he himself said he wanted to fight 1 against 3, so he came. He doesn't have many friends and he injured one of them. He doesn't like this. MC remembered that Jinzei claimed that this Xu Xiao was a terrible sociophobe, but here he is going into battle for his friend. He said that since he wants to avenge him, he should show him his true strength, and at the same time, let him see what the #1 genius of Yanjing University is capable of. Xiao, without further ado, transformed into a wolf-like beast with a bunch of tails that could bite. Yuan thought Jinzei had said that Xiao's beast, the 9 Hells, was an extremely rare beast from the ancient era, possessing the powers of the underworld. However, combat information on it is almost non-existent, as Xiao rarely fights. This means that without any data, he has no choice but to remain extremely cautious. His opponent began emitting energy that reached out to him, and then his third eye flashed. He dissolved into this energy, and MC immediately began looking around, thinking he had disappeared. Could it be that his domain allows him to hide, wait for the right moment, and suddenly attack? Suddenly a sharp spike emerged from the ground. It immediately activated his defense, and then Xiao attacked, breaking his armor. Yuan realized that he had definitely already broken through to the master level. The #1 genius of Yanjing Beast University, his fame was fully justified. Xiao hit again, and the audience leaned forward in interest, someone among them saying that this was simply madness. Even the bloody armor he activated with a secret technique was torn apart by Xiao as if it were the thinnest paper. If he weren't so strong, why would Yanjing Beast University appoint him as captain? This fight was truly fascinating to watch. It should be a true clash between elite rookies. MC, meanwhile, thought that although he had absolute strength and complete self-confidence, the problem was that the 9 Hells could disappear into a dark purple shadow at any moment, leaving him unable to reach it. He urgently needed to think of a way to deal with this. At that moment, Xiao appeared behind him, activating his defense, and then his opponent emerged from the shadows and struck, breaking his armor again. He hid, and Yuan thought that if this continued, he would simply succumb to him. No, he couldn't sit idly by any longer. He gathered energy in his mouth, then began to move a beam of light around the area, in the hopes of hitting his opponent. He already thought that everything had died down, but Xiao jumped out of the shadows behind him, and he immediately turned around, exclaiming that he knew it. Xiao used a secret technique, Shadow Flash, and dived back into the shadows, avoiding his shot. MC got nervous and thought that he had let him slip away again. This field is like stagnant water, absorbing any power and simultaneously serving as both protection and a weapon. This means that it is impossible to catch him with attacks alone. He closed his eyes, and the audience thought he had already given up. Xiao also found it strange, but it didn't matter. He already understood his strength and the essence of the technique. Now the real hunt begins. He jumped out of the shadows and pounced on him from behind, preparing to strike with his claws, and mentally told him that he would not be able to get up again. Suddenly, he felt a murderous urge that forced him to stop. Yuan used the Furious Tiger transformation technique. One of the judges said he didn't expect this guy, at such a young age, to already be able to use his field to such a high level. Indeed, the young people are frighteningly talented. The man said that it looked like this year's title of strongest would go to either Yanjing Beast University or Magdu. The old man turned to Wang Ting and asked if he was seriously putting such a genius on the bench. The man asked if he had nowhere to put him, then why not give him to them, to the Northern Beast University? They had everything except talent. Wang Ting replied that others poached students stealthily so that no one would notice, while he, an old fox, was pushing his proposals right in the rector's face. The man noted that looking at the way he was clinging to him, he knew he wouldn't be able to win him back. Meanwhile, Xiao told his opponent that it was impressive, and he threateningly replied that he was no match for his strength. He had even figured out his ability to conceal his presence. Xiao asked who told him that this was his entire arsenal. He raised his tails threateningly, then used a secret technique, ninefold fire connection. The small monsters began spitting at Yuan, and he responded by firing a beam of energy at them. The collision of the two forces sent a shockwave through the air, and the audience was barely able to stay in their seats. But the MC was still stronger. His energy almost reached its target, and someone in the audience shouted that these two were simply monsters. They continued firing at each other, and Shen Kong noted their powerful energy. What were they planning? Tianyi exclaimed that they were unleashing their power with all their might, trying to use this opportunity to completely suppress the enemy. Lingu was also surprised. The energy they were releasing was becoming increasingly terrifying, and it seemed neither of them were going to stop. Qingnan asked, Isn't Yuan in danger? After all, Xu Xiao was a master-level practitioner. Jinza noted that Yuan was inferior to Xiao in drive and fighting spirit. This clearly spoke of his complete confidence in his own strength. Tianyi agreed with him. Xiao undoubtedly understood this too. Even if he was a master, one person's strength still had its limits. Meanwhile, he thought nervously that he had already released so much energy, but he wasn't reacting at all, as if nothing could stop him. Moreover, Xiao didn't seem to show the slightest sign of fatigue, but he was already beginning to feel his strength draining. He couldn't afford this futile confrontation any longer. He continued to exchange blows with him, which continued for a few more seconds, and then they were both thrown to opposite sides of the arena. They both hit the barrier, and Tianyi said that Xiao couldn't take it anymore and went on the attack. But in this fight, too, neither side gained an advantage. Jinza noted that Yuan's armor softened some of the impact. After this fight, Xiao will most likely not risk engaging him in close combat again. Meanwhile, Xiao hid in the shadows, and MC exclaimed that if he only dodged, he would not defeat him. Then, Xiao came out of hiding and he asked, did he lose his temper? But then the second beast appeared, which greatly surprised him. He thought that it seemed that only one was real. The other beast was an illusion that Xiao had specially created to confuse him. Muxue also used this technique in the fight against Luo Jie, but there is another possibility. Both beasts are illusions created by him, and his true body at this moment is hiding in the dark purple shadow, waiting for the right moment to deliver the fatal blow. Then he, too, will not make unnecessary movements. As soon as he tries to attack, he will sense the killing intent emanating from him, and in that very moment, he will be able to accurately determine its location. Several more beasts appeared. They all surrounded him, and he thought, so these were just illusions after all? Suddenly, all the hounds let out a roar at once. The spectators had to cover their ears, because it was very loud, and meanwhile the beasts pounced on Yuan from all sides. He closed his eyes, focusing on his sensations, and successfully found the real Xiao. He looked straight at him, and he nervously thought, has he already been discovered? But it doesn't matter, he foresaw this. Now is the perfect moment to attack. He used a secret technique, soul stealing, which made his third eye sparkle. He began to suck the soul out of Yuan and thought that this was his chance. His technique deprived Yuan of the ability to move for some time, and he took advantage of this, dealing him many blows. He already thought that victory was his, and then MC jerked sharply and said that he caught him. He swung his paw and Xiao panicked, thinking, how is this possible? He was able to get rid of the effects of soul stealing so quickly. MC struck, but to his surprise, it was just an illusion. But then why was this beast so intent on killing? And how was it able to wound him? He glanced at the appendage peeking out from the shadow field and understood everything. He rushed towards it with a smile, shouting that he had figured out its trick. If he was not mistaken, he could freely move his real body between shadow projections, so when his paw fell on one of them, he instantly changed location. Xiao was nervous. He couldn't believe it. In just a few seconds, he was able to decipher its secret technique. This guy has amazing insight, but he still can't hack this technique, which means he still remains invincible. He, Xiao, will not lose to anyone. He pounced on his opponent in a rage, and Yuan did the same in response. Just as he was about to strike, Xiao quickly disappeared, then appeared behind him and struck. Shen Kong and Tianyi worriedly exclaimed that Yuan couldn't even touch him. He was completely on the defensive. Looking at this, it became clear that it was Yuan's constant pressure that forced Xiao to reveal all his trump cards. Noticing Jinzei writing something down in a notebook, Shen Kong asked what he was doing. He replied that this was valuable information about Xiao's techniques. He should write it all down. The guy asked, is he serious? He was even concerned about this now. He responded, what else can he do? Calmness first, Yuan definitely won't lose. At that moment, he received another blow and thought that if he continued like this, it would be tantamount to a slow death. He had to take a risk. He quickly gathered energy and fired at one of the illusions, and Xiao exclaimed that it was all useless. He shifted to another body, avoiding the blow, and said that he was wasting his energy. But MC didn't listen to him, continuing to incinerate the illusions with a beam of energy, and Xiao realized that his real target wasn't him at all, but the shadow images he created. Yuan asked, does he still think he can't catch him? He knew he would transfer his body into that shadow. When a person faces danger, they instinctively seek a safe place, but he didn't realize that it is the subconscious and accumulated experience that most often lead a person into a trap. Now Xiao understood. It turns out he was trapped from the very beginning. He had been in control of the rhythm of the fight the whole time. When MC prepared to attack, he thought, since this was unavoidable, then all he could do was fight. He howled, creating a glowing sphere above his head, then raised his tail and fired at Yuan along with the small monsters. He also fired a beam of energy at him. The two forces collided, and a shockwave swept across the arena. Their energy quickly spread throughout the area. MC began to attack harder, and his opponent wondered in surprise, did he still have energy left? Yuan didn't give up. Xiao knew he was losing strength, and when his energy sphere shattered, he lost. MC's energy reached his body. He was thrown to the edge of the arena, and then loud applause rang out. Wang Ting laughed and said that he had such a good student. Dian asked, was he bragging now? Wang Ting noted that Yuan was indeed strong. He surpassed Xiao in both character and skill, so he deservedly lost this duel. The man irritably said that this was precisely why he didn't like him, and Wang Ting asked if perhaps treating him like a son-in-law would make him a little more likable. He glared at him disapprovingly and noted that they hadn't competed in a long time. Wang Ting immediately backed off, saying it was just a joke, and then thought he was so vindictive. After all, it was his daughter who fell in love with him, and he was just stating a fact. Why was he angry with him? Diane, meanwhile, thought that MC had single-handedly defeated 3 of the capital's top geniuses. He was a true young talent. Meanwhile, Xiangui sat calmly in his place, but suddenly Mujie sat down next to him, and he asked with displeasure, "Is he tired of living?" The guy asked why he was saying that, and he noticed that he was approaching him so openly. "Isn't he afraid that someone will suspect something?" He asked in response, "Does it really look like he's a high-ranking member of a beast god cult, written all over his face? On the contrary, it's his behavior, like a hunted animal, that's what's raising suspicions." Xiangui asked why he came then, to which Mujie replied that he wanted to talk about that guy in the arena. He's a student at Magdu's Animal University, and as vice principal, he probably knows him well. He replied that he couldn't say he knew him well, but the guy knows how to leave an impression. He himself only recently learned that he had already reached the master level. The guy said that, according to rumors, he was put in the reserves, in part because of him. He asked how he knew about this. Only the top brass of Magdu Beast University knew about it. Mujie smiled and asked, what did he think? The man said that it seemed the beast god cult had already infiltrated the top leadership of Magdu. Do they not trust him? Or are they keeping an eye on him? He had an old feud with his nephew, so he removed him from the core group. Mujie asked, but he didn't expect him to have such talent? He irritably confirmed this. He underestimated him. If he had known in advance, he would have removed him back when he first entered Magdu. Mujie said with a smile that they would all die soon anyway. Xu Xiao, Chen Longshan, Lin Yuan, Yu Xiaoyan, Chu Qianyi, Han Yantong. They all have the potential to become beast emperors, and if they were allowed to grow up, it would become a huge threat to the cult. So they can't let them survive. The man asked what the cult was planning, and he replied that he would find out when the time came. Meanwhile, Xiao returned to his friend, and he asked if he was okay. The guy immediately apologized to him for losing, but he didn't care. With such strength, defeat is no shame. Xiao said that he was really strong. He didn't expect that there were such people in Magdu. They were too careless. Meanwhile, the next participant was invited into the arena. This guy nervously stood up and looked at Yuan, thinking that the captain and vice-captain had already lost. If he came out, he would lose immediately. The man told the participants to get ready, but the MC decided not to continue. He returned to human form, saying that he gave up, which greatly surprised the others. Yuan said he'd already defeated 3, meaning he'd accomplished his goal. Besides, he believed that even if he never entered the arena again, Magdu wouldn't lose. His former opponent looked after him in surprise and thought he was very cool. An MC approached Shen Kang and said it was his turn now. With his abilities, he could definitely handle it. He agreed and entered the arena, and Tianyi asked Yuan why he was benched. He replied that he didn't know either. Jinzi glanced at Gu and asked, don't they understand? Some people were simply using their connections with Vice Director Li to hinder Yuan. But such petty tricks were laughable in the face of true strength. Tianyi smiled and told him that he was very strong. If it weren't for him, they definitely wouldn't have defeated Yanjing today. He responded by saying that they were all fighting for honor. There was no point in arguing over who was more important. He agreed with him, and then Jinza pulled his hand, telling him to sit down already. He was probably tired. He called him boss, and offered to stretch his shoulders, and he asked in bewilderment, since when did he become his boss? He delightedly answered him that he became the boss from the very moment he beat up Luo Jie, crushed Longxian, and smashed Xiao. He knew for sure that the right thing he did in this life was to accept him as his boss. From that day on, if he told him to go east, he would not take a step west, and if he ordered him to chase dogs, he would not touch a chicken. MC felt uneasy from his words and said that when the fights were over, they would visit the infirmary together. He immediately agreed, and Tianyi told Gu that if Shen Kang lost, he would go. He replied that he understood everything, after which he thought discontentedly, what's the point? All attention is now on Yuan. Although he couldn't have suddenly become so strong, before the survival test he was completely different. He remembers a black mist suddenly appearing in the Dragon Bone Ridge. Could Yuan's growth in strength be connected to that black darkness? The military is still keeping everything concerning that mist a closely guarded secret. He needs to talk to his uncle and find out what really happened there. Time passed. Magdu University defeated Yanjing, and thus the team reached the top 4. The guys were very happy. Although they won today's series of battles, Yanjing still ranks first in the overall standings. If they want to get past them, the team battle is their last chance. Evening fell, they left the arena, and Songlan came out to greet them. They were surprised at him and asked why he didn't stay in the infirmary. There was still a team battle ahead. He told them not to worry. There were more than 10 days until the team battle. The director even invited a professional doctor. Everything is under control. Jinzi noticed that Gu had walked away from them, and with a satisfied grin told Yuan that he was being carried in their arms now, and he was probably going crazy with envy. He said that he didn't care about him. He would first go to Mukshui in the medical room, and then they could go. When he arrived there, he saw the rector and asked why he was there. He told him that someone finally plucked up the courage to come, and he, as a friend, should support him. MC guessed who he was talking about, and he said that the father and daughter needed to talk calmly. Meanwhile, Dian asked his daughter to talk to him. He knew that she was already awake. She sternly ordered him to leave. They had nothing to discuss. He said that he understood. He wasn't a good father to her. And then she exclaimed that she didn't have a father. From the very moment he left her with her mother, he stopped being her father. He replied that he hadn't abandoned her mother and never intended to give up on her. He just wanted to prove to the family behind her mother that he was worthy of being by her side. She said discontentedly that he had proven it, but what about her mother? Does he know that she has been waiting for his return all these years? Until her death, she spoke his name and even asked her not to blame him. The hero of the Celestial Empire, the so-called Red Dragon Emperor, the youngest beast emperor in history, but not her father. Dian said that he never wanted to let her mother down. He was young and hot-tempered then, but she didn't let him finish and exclaimed that he had no regrets. After all, at her funeral, he was so calm, like a stranger. He asked if she hated him. Unable to listen to him anymore, she asked him to leave, and as he headed for the exit, he heard her quietly crying, longing for her mother. He left the hospital room, and his friend asked how she was. He shook his head and patted him on the shoulder, noting that the main thing was that they finally talked. Dian turned to Yuan and asked him to take care of Mushui, and he told him with a smile not to worry. He would do everything. After that, he left, and Wang Ting, looking after him, said that he was stubborn to the point of madness. He could not say a nice word. MC wondered what happened between them, and the man said that it was an old matter. He better go and check on her. When he entered the hospital room, she immediately wiped her tears and called out to him happily. He asked how she was feeling, and she told him not to worry. Everything was fine. She wanted to sit up, but seeing how difficult it was for her, he worriedly told her to just lie down and rest. She asked if he thought she was weak since she lost to Luo Jie. He told her that this was not true at all. Besides, she had performed brilliantly today. Who would dare to call her weak now? She said that she had heard from the director that he had defeated Luo Jie and those two. He smiled and asked in response, what else could he have done? If he hadn't defeated them, they wouldn't have been able to win. After all, he had promised the director that he would do everything to ensure that their university became the first. She smiled and asked, and of course, for Xiaohong's sake? He confirmed this and said that there were team battles ahead, and this was their last chance. She stated that she would also participate, and he reminded her that with her injuries she needed at least a month to recover, but she still insisted on her own. She said that she wanted to be with him until the very end. She knew that he was strong, he could win without her, but she didn't want everything to fall on his shoulders alone. Noticing how he smiled, she became slightly embarrassed and asked what was wrong. He told her that he was just glad that she was near, after which he covered her hand with his, and she asked if he didn't like it. He smiled and asked, what did she think? It's time for him to go. Let her recover properly and try to get better before the team fights start. Leaving the hospital room, Yuan saw the director and asked if he wanted to talk to Muxue. He answered him that this was not the case. He was waiting for him, because there would be a banquet in honor of the victory in the evening. It was better to wait for the main character. They went outside and he asked if he was interested in what happened between Muxue and her father. At one time, Su Dian entered Yanjing University with the best results, where he met Su Qinzhou, Muxue's mother. They fell in love with each other. They were the perfect couple, a talented young man and a beautiful girl. Although they had the same surname, they were from different backgrounds. Su Qinzhou was the daughter of a noble family, the Su family from Beijing, and he was an ordinary commoner, so her family did not approve of him. Moreover, they had decided in advance to marry her off for the sake of family interests. She had no choice. Then Su Dian challenged her fiancé, Zhou Qianjui, to a duel. He was already a beast spirit master, but Su Dian still defeated him, being a true genius. Despite this, his beloved's family still didn't recognize him, insisting on marrying him into the Zhou clan. So they both ran away on their wedding day. Their friends witnessed their marriage. They settled in the village and went into hiding, but this cost Su Dian all prospects. To protect his wife from persecution by the Su and Zhou clans, he decided to join the army, and Qinzhou was already pregnant at the time. MC asked, so, when Muxue was born, her father wasn't around? Wang Ting confirmed this, but that's not the main reason she's upset with him, since it was Qinzhou herself who submitted the application to join the army. Although she appeared fragile on the outside, she was always decisive. Without her, there would be no current Su Dian. Yuan remarked that Muxue seemed to inherit her character from her mother. Wang Ting said that with Qinzhou's support, he had made a career in the military. Thanks to his talent and effort, he rose step by step through the ranks, although he faced constant obstacles from the Su family. And after 2 years, his chance came. He received a mission from the military command to infiltrate the Beast God cult as a spy. MC was surprised by this and asked if he knew about the Beast God cult. He replied that this was the first time he had heard of it, and then he told him about it. The first followers of the Beast God cult were humans lured away by intelligent monsters. These creatures not only possessed the power to crush humans, but were also skillful in manipulation, persuading people to take up arms against their own kind. For survival's sake, some agreed to follow the cult, and at that time, quite a few people joined it. They collected the blood of infants to purify the beast god, sacrificed living humans, and performed ritual offerings, all to gain the favor of the monsters. Fortunately, with the advent of the beast soul lords, humans began to reclaim what they had lost, resuming the path of progress and beginning to reclaim the monsters' lands. Thus, the influence of the beast god cult gradually waned. Although in his time, the cult exists primarily on the basis of blind faith. Their belief is that monsters are a superior life form that will inevitably supplant humanity and become the rightful masters of the Blue Star. The most dangerous members of the sect are the fanatics. They form the backbone of the cult and pose the greatest threat. So the army developed an operation called Spearhead. Command placed their hopes on Sudian, hoping he could become the blade that would pierce the cult's heart and destroy it from within. Sudian lived up to expectations, quickly infiltrating the cult's ranks and rising to mid-level management in just a year. Yuan said that it seemed the cult truly valued talent like Director Su. Otherwise, he wouldn't have advanced so rapidly. Wang Ting continued. The military hoped he could rise to the highest echelons and gain access to the cult's deepest secrets. But suddenly, everything went wrong. He was exposed. It all happened suddenly, and no one had time to react. MC inquired how this happened, and the man said Sudian hadn't gone into detail. He touched his chin in confusion and asked, "Is it really possible that the Beast God cult has infiltrated the highest echelons of China's military command?" Wang Ting said there was no other explanation. However, no one bothered to investigate back then, and to this day, it's unknown how many cult agents had infiltrated the military. Yuan remarked that this was incredible. The cult had deep connections. Wang Ting said that despite its weakening, the cult still had resources and the support of the monsters. They operated in the shadows, not in plain sight. In such a situation, it was much easier for them to infiltrate. MC inquired how Director Su had escaped the disaster. He replied that he was curious himself, but stubborn and wouldn't reveal anything. After the mission's failure, he cut off contact with the army. Everyone assumed he had died, and the military gave compensation to Su Qinzhou. But she refused to accept it because she believed he was alive, and she was right. 5 years later, Sudian returned, bringing with him two heads, one of the Beast God cult's cardinal, the other of Li Shuilian's disciple. Yuan was surprised, and Wang Ting explained that the cult had a strict hierarchy: the priests in black, the bishops in purple, the cardinals in red, the grand cardinals, and above them were 12 disciples. Each of these 12 had made a contract with a beast, sacrificing their souls. As a result, they gained power equal to the level of a beast emperor. He asked, so even back then, Director Su could defeat a disciple? And even with such achievements, he remained only the rector of Yanjing University? Wang Ting answered that it was because the army didn't fully trust him. Only a few knew about the mission, and those who supported Sudian were removed from their leadership positions. The operation failed, and he was simply forgotten. And during the 5 years he was in hiding, Su Qinzhou died of a hereditary disease, silver scales. This was a terrible blow to him. It is a very rare disease. The infected person's skin becomes covered in silvery scales that slowly drain their life force until they die. The chance of contracting the disease is about 20%, and Su Qinzhou was among them. MC asked in surprise, "Is there no cure?" He replied that there was, but it required the blood of a special emperor-level beast. The Su family spent countless resources searching, but Muxue's mother still died because the family demanded that she abandon her daughter, return home, obey the family decrees, and marry according to their choice. Yuan said in disgust that this was disgusting, and Wang Ting said that Su Qinzhou herself was an outstanding soul beast master, but fate decreed otherwise, and she died young. He asked, "So that's why Muxue treats her father like that?" She believed he abandoned her mother. He confirmed it. In the years when she and her mother needed him most, he failed to fulfill even the most basic duties of a husband and father. He asked, "But isn't all this because of the Su family?" The man said that Muxue, of course, hates them much more. Although her hatred for Dian is not complete, she's just having a hard time coming to terms with her mother's death. He put his hand on his shoulder and said that he is close to her. Maybe she will listen to him. He replied that if he has the opportunity, he will definitely talk to her. After that, he went to his friends in the pavilion of the drunken immortal. Jinza cheerfully told his friend that he drank so much, but still does not get drunk. MC told him that this is called 1,000 and not a drop to the head. It's already late. Let him return to the hotel with Ling Yu and the others. The guy asked where he was going, and he answered him that he was going to the training hall. As soon as he got there, he called Hailong and he happily asked what happened. He said that as he saw, he had completely relaxed. He defeated Luo Jie, Chen Longxian, and Xu Xiao in a row and didn't even receive a single reward. Hailong laughed nervously and apologized to him, saying he was simply distracted. According to the system's assessment, all three possessed master-level strength, so he received 3 platinum chests. Does he want to open them? He agreed, and Hailong happily congratulated him on obtaining 1.5 million evolution points, 3 Beast King-level secret techniques, 3 Beast Emperor-level Divine Weapon Fragments, and 1 Master-level Divine Weapon. Beast Emperor Divine Weapon Fragments are special components needed to craft weapons of this level. By collecting 10 fragments, he can obtain a full-fledged weapon. He currently has 3. Yuan smiled and said that this was interesting, and let him show him a Master-level weapon. Heilong happily raised his hand and said that he had obtained the Sunset Wings, a divine weapon. With this, he gains the ability to fly. The left wing, the wing of creation, unleashes a power that accelerates regeneration. The right wing, the wing of destruction, unleashes lightning bolts that deal powerful damage to enemies. MC was intrigued by the ability to fly and immediately equipped the wings, after which Heilong said that the fusion with the beast soul was now beginning, and that he should prepare to experience the true feeling of flight. Yuan transformed into a beast and immediately flapped his wings, rising into the air. The sensation of flight delighted him. He felt two powerful forces pulsing within his wings. He decided to use a new ability, Thunder of Destruction, and sharply flapped his wings, releasing destructive energy almost as powerful as his white flame. Heilong said that Thunder of Destruction could be combined with any skill and released simultaneously. MC thought for a moment and decided to try the Wings of Creation, after which he intentionally injured himself and used the ability. Right before his eyes, all the wounds began to heal. He was surprised by this and exclaimed that it was simply incredible. After that, he landed and said it was a pity that the National Beginners Championship banned the use of Beastmaster level weapons, otherwise he wouldn't have any opponents. Heilong asked, wouldn't he like to see the secret techniques? He was just ready to learn new skills. Secret Technique 1, 9 Transformations of the Beast God. Transformation into a Dark Tortoise. Secret Technique 2, Transformation into a Heavenly Eagle. Both techniques are at the Beast King level and significantly enhance his overall strength. He asked, is it something like Transformation into a Tiger? He explained that Transformation into a Tiger is an attack technique. Transformation into a dark tortoise increases defense and restores strength for a while, and transformation into an eagle improves flight speed and farsightedness. Yuan was very happy, because with these two secret techniques, he is completely ready for a team battle. Meanwhile, Shangui met with Muji on the roof of the building. He told the guy he was late, and he replied that he had too much to do lately. After all, the team battles were about to begin. The man asked if he could listen to his plan now. The man replied that he never said he was going to act during the team battles. He asked, so he wanted to wait until the battles were over? The guy smiled and asked, doesn't he understand? The Ministry of Education is now actively supporting these young people. They want to create a new force that people can trust. The more beautiful the hope, the more disappointing the ending will be. When it's all over, he will shatter this beautiful dream. But if he's not going to act during the battles, that doesn't mean he hasn't prepared anything. The man became interested and said that he had a little surprise for these young people. There's a guy named Wu Muxuan on the North University team. He has a long-standing score to settle with Yuan. He gave him a Beast Emperor level soul crystal. Shangui noted that he had indeed invested a considerable amount of money into this, and he shrugged, saying that if you want to see a good show, you have to invest. The man asked why he thought he'd listen to him, to which he replied that he had no choice. He'd once used a forbidden potion during a sparring match with Yuan and lost disgracefully. He hated Yuan, but he'd broken the rules and accepted him into Northern University. Muxuan was grateful for that. He asked if he wasn't afraid that if everything was revealed, he'd turn him in. The man chuckled and asked if he seriously thought a Beast King level master's body could withstand the Emperor's soul crystal. He'd squeeze him dry, and then he'd have no use for him. Shangui stared at him in shock, noting that he was even crazier than he was, before calmly saying he'd watch. But if he has other plans, let him immediately inform him. He is here to help the divine cult, not to be a bystander. After that, he left the rooftop and, looking at the sky, mentally told Shangui that his ambition was as blinding as the sun. He noticed someone's presence, and asked, since he had come, why not meet him in person? A stranger in a beast mask, one of the apostles, approached him and said that he knew he couldn't hide from him. Muje pointed out that if he really was hiding, he might not have found him, but he didn't do that, which meant he wanted to talk about something. The apostle said that was true. He had something to tell him. After all, he knew that the cult actually valued him very much. They gave him almost complete freedom, as he wanted. But that doesn't give him the right to do whatever he wants. He asked, does he mean that Beast Emperor crystal? The apostle exclaimed with displeasure. Does he even understand how valuable this thing is? And he used it on some worthless person. The man asked in response, doesn't he understand his intentions? The apostle asked, does that mean he still doesn't trust Shangui? He answered that he has no reason to trust him. In the cult, he doesn't trust anyone except the 12 apostles and himself. He wants to test his loyalty to the cult. Will he reveal his plan? The apostle said with displeasure that he hopes this is the last time. Everything must go according to the cult's plan. This mission cannot fail. Did he understand everything? The man smiled and answered that he understood everything perfectly well. After which, the man said that one place among the 12 apostles is still vacant. If the plan succeeds, this place will be his. He hopes he will not let the cult down. After that, he left, and the man, looking after him, thought that he was just a puppet of the beast god. He thinks he'll be like them, fools, dreaming of a place among the apostles. Time passed. All the participants came to the large assembly hall, and Jinza glanced at them, nervously noticing that they were clearly full of fighting spirit. The MC smirked and asked, what's wrong with him? Was he scared? He smiled and asked, was he joking with him? He wasn't bragging, but except for those few from Yanjing, none of the others could even break through his defense. Yuan said that he heard that the director had been personally training him lately, and he proudly confirmed it. He was his own father, so why not use it since there was such an opportunity? He couldn't help but admit Dad had really put a lot of effort into him, so he could look forward to how he would perform. Mukshue's voice rang out. She told him that they hadn't seen each other for a month, but he was still as arrogant as ever. The MC was very happy to see her back and asked how she was feeling, to which she replied that they had just removed the last of her bandages this morning, and she had rushed here straight away. He worriedly asked if she would be able to participate in the team battle in this condition. She smiled and told him not to worry, and he asked her not to overexert herself if she felt her body giving in. Jinza didn't want to watch this sweet couple, and finally the rest of the guys arrived. Songlan greeted them and Jinze with a smile and asked what was wrong with his face. It was almost scary to look at it. He replied that he was so happy, finally able to fight properly. By the way, after a discussion between the director and the captain, Jinze and Yuan will be replacing Qingnan and Yuan Lian in the team battle. Qingnan said that they would expect good news from them, and Jinze asked discontentedly, "Nothing? Did they not get along again?" Lian said he wasn't an enemy, so he shouldn't worry. He glanced at Yuan and said that if he lost, it would end badly for him. He smiled confidently and told him not to worry, he wouldn't let him down. Mukshue laughed and said that he really had changed a lot. He used to be so assertive. Jinze noted that he hadn't just changed, he had also become a bit of a tsundere. Songlan said that although they had performed well in the last round, they were still behind Yanjing University in the overall rankings, so this team battle was their last chance. Jinza said he still didn't understand the format of the team battle, and he explained that after the battle began, they would all be dropped onto the Longgu mountain range. The location would be random, just like in a survival battle, but this time, everyone would have a radar with them to quickly find their comrades. Shen Kang asked if there hadn't been a major incident in the Longgu Mountains before. Songlan replied that the director had already sent an army there for a thorough cleansing, so all threats had been eliminated. Compared to other locations, it was currently the safest. Tianyi added that this was also part of the test. The MC agreed. A team battle tested not only teamwork but also combat ability. Jinza asked how long the battle would last. He hoped it wouldn't be a battle of survival. Songlan told him that there were 300 participants in total, and that the battle wouldn't end until 270 were eliminated. Mukshue was surprised, as the elimination rate was supposed to be 90%. Wu Xuan grinned, thinking this was a great opportunity, and Songlan remarked that every participant who wasn't eliminated brought a huge amount of points to their school, so they should retain as many team members as possible to maximize their score. Jinzi exclaimed anxiously, "This is a real battle royale. It's going to be intense." Yuan, on the other hand, was excited for the upcoming challenge and said he now understood why the director was so keen for him to participate. Mukshue said that with his beast powers, he had a real chance of reaching the finals. It looked like he'd be carrying everyone this time. Songlan said that as soon as the team battle began, they should gather together immediately to avoid unnecessary losses. Shen Kong noted that while it might sound easy, getting everyone together in one place was no easy task. The MC agreed. If anyone ended up alone, it would be very difficult, as danger lurked from all sides. Dian took the stage in the assembly hall, greeted all the students, and announced that today was the final stage of the all-newcomers tournament, the team battle. They had already passed the survival and arena trials. Honestly, they were the most talented generation he'd ever seen, so he hopes that in this final stage they can shine again, showing their brilliance. The students were inspired by his words and began to applaud him. Only Mukshue was uneasy. Dian said that he thought they already knew the rules. Like last time, the battle will be broadcast live to the entire country, so let them try their best. At that very moment, the roar of helicopters was heard outside the assembly hall. They landed on a special platform, and a man said that it was time for them to go. They went out onto the helipads, and while they were being assigned to their places, Wang Ting approached Yuan and told him not to forget their agreement. As he could see, he had become even stronger during this time. He answered him with a smile that he couldn't escape his eyes anyway. "How is Xiao Hong? Is everything okay?" He told him not to worry. The guy was eating and sleeping well, and had even gained weight. True, his temper has gotten even worse. He growls at people all the time. MC thanked him for taking care of him for so long, and he asked in response, he hasn't even taken first place yet, and he's already thanking him? He confidently answered that he would keep his promise, and he said that then he would expect good news from him. After that, he went to his helicopter, and Dian, approaching his friend, noted that this guy is so self-confident. Wang Ting answered him that he is just like him in his time. Maybe he will even be better. Meanwhile, they have already taken to the sky. Jinze began to look around with interest, because it was his first time in the air, and the man asked, "Has everyone taken their places?" Now he will give them a parachute and explain the important details. Let them listen to him carefully, because if something goes wrong and they fall, then he will not be held responsible. Jinza asked fearfully, "Does he mean that they will have to jump with a parachute?" The man confirmed this and excitedly exclaimed that he had never jumped before, and he said with a smile that there is a first time for everything. Even if he makes a mistake, maybe he will be lucky, and at least his body will remain intact. This only scared him more, and exclaimed, "Is he really comforting him like this?" He put on the parachute with tears in his eyes, and Yuan asked if he was really afraid of heights. He answered him that of course he was afraid they were going to jump now. Muksui said that she didn't expect him to be such a coward, and this with such a weight. He exclaimed with displeasure, "And what does his weight have to do with courage?" MC said with a smile that since he was so afraid, he would jump first, and he asked why he was so brave. Had he jumped before? He confidently confirmed this and said that this would at least cheer him up a little. Jinza immediately felt a sense of love from this action and exclaimed that he adored him so much, and Mushui moved away from him in disgust. Meanwhile, Yuan approached the man and asked, "They can decide who will jump first, right?" He confirmed this, and Mukshui asked if he had a plan. He answered her that judging by the current points, in order to win, they must have at least 4 more people left than their opponents by the end of the team battle. After that, he sighed heavily and said that it would not be easy. If he knew this, he would have scored more points in the survival battle. Jinsei said that he didn't try very hard back then either. And then there was the incident with the black fog. They had nothing to do with it. Muksui told him not to take on too much. They were a team after all. They would do their best. 20 minutes later, they arrived at the mountains, and it was time to jump. MC stood up and advised his friends to remember his position, and when they landed, to come to him immediately, or stay put. He would find them himself. Muksui worriedly told him to be careful, after which Yuan surveyed the area from above, and confidently jumped. After all, in his past life, he had been a professional assassin. Such jumps were the same as eating or drinking. He pulled the rope, the parachute opened, and he landed safely on a spacious plain. Immediately after, he looked up at the helicopter and, seeing no one in the air, thought that it looked like they were still there. He needed to wait until they landed, and then he would go to meet them. According to his plan, he, Muksui, Jinzi, and Songlan had to survive until the end. Only then would they be able to surpass the other universities in the points rankings. But all opponents had to be eliminated. At that moment, he felt killing intent. He quickly jumped to the side, dodging the opponent's attack, and merged with his beast. A guy from the Northern University, Li Yu, approached him. MC immediately recognized him and said that he didn't expect such a genius to remember a non-entity like him. He replied that he had seen his fights. His beast soul is a ghost eye. It is very unusual. When he looks with his shadow technique, the target cannot notice the ghost eye. Li Yue asked, but despite this, he still found him, right? He answered him that he found him not because he figured out his technique, but because he felt killing intent. Did he plan to kill him while he was still in human form? The guy apologized to him. He didn't want to do this to him, but he was too strong. Yuan noted that this means that they themselves understand how despicable what they are doing. He asked in response, didn't the director tell you? A team battle is like a real battlefield. Anything is possible here. If a participant is eliminated from the challenge simply because they let their guard down, it's their fault. There's no one to complain to. The MC asked, since they attacked him, that means they're also prepared to be eliminated from the challenge, right? He stomped threateningly, and Li Yuye nervously thought that it wasn't for nothing that he was called a monster. But it was still a team battle. Immediately after, the ground beneath Yuan's feet became loose, and he fell into a pit. And Li Yuye called his friend a rat and said he did a good job. He emerged from underground, drilling a passage for himself, and indignantly exclaimed that his name wasn't a rat, but Shishanjia. The MC thought that this pit wasn't actually that deep. He didn't even need to use his flight ability, he just needed to jump, and he could easily get out. But just as he was about to do so, someone spat water into the pit, flooding it. He thought he knew there would be a sequel, but now it would be the water that would help him get out. Li Yuye called out to Lazy and said it was his turn now, not to let them down and shock him unconscious with electricity. Yuan had already started to climb out of the pit, but then a huge bolt of lightning fell from the sky, and the boy exclaimed that even though he was the first genius, he would still fall before the union of 5 universities. As expected, team battles are the most interesting. Whether you're a genius or a nobody, if you can skillfully use everything at your disposal, there's always a chance to turn the tide of the battle. Lazy approached him and said that he'd been hoping to play with him for a while. Li Yuye said they should still be careful, that one attack might not have completely incapacitated him. The boy said he was underestimating him too much. He'd used this move countless times before, even on Lord-level monsters. But MC climbed out of the pit, surprising them, and said that he had to admit their strategy was indeed interesting, but unfortunately, their strength was insufficient. He was able to protect himself from the lightning strike with his shield, so he didn't even get a scratch. And then it was his turn. Liu Ye became very nervous. He realized that they needed to run and told his friends to leave, and Yuan asked, have they only just decided to escape? Isn't it a bit late for that? Streams of energy swirled above them, and Li Yuye nervously exclaimed that this was an annihilation area. Since they didn't have an annihilation area, they were no match for an enemy of this level. It was impossible to know his location. MC meanwhile sneaked up on him and thought that Li Yue's beast soul was really too well suited for stealth kills. In a team fight, he was an extremely dangerous opponent, so he had to eliminate him. He quickly gathered energy in his mouth and fired it at Li Yue. He noticed a beam of light rapidly approaching him at the last moment and was very scared, and then his body was pierced, and Yuan told him not to worry. It didn't hit any vital organs, so he was in no danger. He looked at his friend, saying that now it was his turn, and he fearfully called out to the captain, asking him to save him. Hearing this, MC immediately began to look around, looking for this captain, and suddenly his feet got stuck in the swamp. The guy happily exclaimed that he was just in time, and the captain of these guys, completely entrapping Yuan in the mud, told them not to waste time and run quickly. He couldn't hold him for long. They immediately ran away, and MC thought that if he was not mistaken, this was the captain of the Tianfu University team, Wu Zhao. Jinza said that their university is among the top 10 academies, ranked 9th. If Yuelian hadn't existed, Tianfu would have been in last place among the 9. He asked, since he had decided to stay and detain him, did he understand the cost? He replied that he was already prepared to be eliminated. To be honest, he himself was curious about what the first genius of their generation was capable of. Yuan immediately noticed his composure. Such calm confidence was rare. He asked him to answer one question, and perhaps he would spare him. What is the 5 Academy Alliance? The guy asked, didn't he know? This alliance is practically openly discussed. Almost everyone knows about it. MC said that before the team tournament, he spent the entire time in closed training, so he hadn't heard anything about it. He told him that the 5 Academy Alliance is a temporary agreement between 5 low-ranking academies to counter geniuses from the top universities. Besides Yanjing Academy, Magdu, Chuanshu, Jinhan, and Yueliang, the rest joined this alliance. He inquired why Yueliang hadn't joined them. That girl, Yu Xiaoyan, was very strong, or did they think their combined strength was insufficient? Wu Zhao replied that they wouldn't have the nerve to consider them weak. Even though Yueliang was ranked low, Yu Xiaoyan alone was capable of taking on their team. In fact, they negotiated with them and even offered very favorable terms, but they were still rejected. He inquired about the reason, and Yueliang replied that it was because Xiaoyan said that all this was too tiring and prevented her from sleeping. He chuckled and noted that every genius has a unique character, and the guy said that he had answered the questions. Can he go? Yuan agreed to spare him, and when he let him go, he gave him one piece of advice. Next time, if he attacks someone from the Magdu University team, it won't end so easily. The guy told him that he understood everything and left. After that, MC went to search. He returned to his human form and started looking for someone using radar. At that moment, Xiaoyan appeared on the forest path. She sleepily stretched, and when she saw Yuan, she thought, what is he doing here? She excitedly pointed her finger at him and exclaimed that she remembered him. So he is that same reserve member from Magdu, only she doesn't remember his name. He told her his name, and she joyfully clapped her hands, saying that lately the girls from the team are talking about nothing but him, like he defeated Long Shan and Xu Xiao. So she decided to watch his fight, and she must admit that he is really strong. He asked, since they met, she wants to fight him? She immediately refused it, saying it was boring and troublesome. He asked why she was even participating in team battles. Had she really just come on a sightseeing tour? She confirmed this and said that she had decided to have a tasty meal and wait for her death. He noticed that she had ambition. She simply oozed the spirit of a winner. The girl said that in fact, she was only there because her mother offered her one condition she couldn't refuse. She said that if she took part in the team battle and lasted until the end, she would feed her fast food for a whole month. If he were in her place, he couldn't refuse either. He stared at her in shock and asked, is she serious? Is this her condition? She raised an eyebrow in confusion and noted that he didn't seem to understand how important fast food was. Burgers, fries, milkshakes, it's all very tasty. She started dancing, trying to convey to him how she felt about the fast food, and he thought that something was definitely wrong with her head. He walked away from her, saying that since she didn't want to fight him, he was leaving. She worriedly asked him to wait and asked if he was going to look for his teammates now, right? He confirmed it, since it was pretty obvious, and she asked if he could consider her his teammate. He noted that this was a rather strange request, and she asked if they were on the same team, he would protect her, right? He answered her with a smile that if she was his teammate, then of course he would protect her. And she said that since he was so strong, she most likely wouldn't have to work hard, unless the situation was completely hopeless, in which case she would decide everything herself. If she was on the same team with him now, that meant she could easily last until the end of the team fight. She started jumping up and down with joy, and he asked her to wait, since he hadn't agreed to be her partner yet. She immediately offered to be his partner, and he, warily touching his face, clarified, she just wants him to babysit her until the very end, right? She happily confirmed this, and he asked what he would get in return. They weren't even from the same university. Why should he just take responsibility for her? Besides, if she wants him to protect her, then let her show at least a little interest. She thought for a second, then exclaimed that if they were on the same team, and he suddenly came across a strong opponent, she would deal with him. In fact, she was very strong. He touched his chin in confusion and said that he didn't doubt her strength, but he decided to remain silent, and she indignantly asked him to tell her everything directly, and he said that they could team up. He would even guarantee that she would not be eliminated from the trial until the very end. But there was one condition. If someone from Magdu University was in danger, and he could not help them, she would have to step in and cover for them. She fell silent, thinking about this, and he thought that no matter how strong he was, he could not handle everything alone. If the enemies started acting alone, they could knock out the rest, so he needed support. The girl agreed to his conditions and declared that from now on, they were partners. He continued walking along the path, and she ran after him, asking if she could ask him for one more thing, since they were now allies. He would still be performing the fusion with the beast soul, right? Could she sit on his shoulder? Walking alone was quite tiring for her. He smiled nervously and agreed, thinking that she was incredibly lazy. After that, he transformed into a beast and told her to climb on, but to hold on tight, as he moved very quickly. She didn't take his words seriously and relaxed, but when he started moving, she immediately grabbed him tighter and screamed in fear that he was too fast. Meanwhile, Wu Zhao reached his allies and told them that he had let him go. His comrades looked at Li Yue, who was still recovering from such a wound, and said that he was now completely incapacitated, meaning they definitely couldn't win now. Their captain told them not to lose heart. It was not easy to fight an opponent of such a level. They had already barely made it this far. That was already worthy. Shanjia said that with someone else, they might have had a chance. Lazy said it was their fault. They'd rushed and overestimated themselves, thinking they could finish him off in one blow, but they'd ended up setting up Li Yue. Wu Zhao pointed out that without him, their future moves would be much more difficult. Shanjia agreed. His abilities were perfect for ambushes and surprise attacks. If he'd stayed in the game, they could have pulled off something serious. Other participants approached them. Wu Muxuan from Northern University, Xia Yu from Haiyu, and Jiang Wanbei. Muxuan remarked on how long they'd been running, and his friend Wanbei, noticing their battered appearance, asked who they'd been fighting. Lazy replied that they'd encountered Yuan and wanted to ambush him, but as soon as Muxuan heard his name, he immediately became agitated and asked if they'd seen him. They confirmed it, and he said with a smirk that he had finally found it. Xiaoyu said that, although he was not the captain, he still wanted to remind them of one thing. Even if they, the 5 academies, united, they would still remain the weaker side. Wanbei agreed with him. They should not lose their heads in overconfidence under any circumstances. Muxuan, meanwhile, was thinking only about Yuan, and how, if not for him, he would not have found himself in this situation. He remembered how much fun he had in the arena, and thought, how can he just ignore him like that? After all, he used to be nothing but a loser. Is it really just because he has become stronger? But now he has a chance to surpass him. He will definitely take revenge on him. He will return to him everything he himself went through, 10,000 times over or more. He declared that he would deal with Yuan, and the guys asked in surprise, does he think he can handle him? Even monsters like Xiao and Longshan couldn't stand a chance against him. Does he think he can do it? Mushuan replied that his team had someone capable of neutralizing his abilities. Xiaoyu dubiously asked what their chances of victory were. He confidently replied that it was 70% possible. He asked, is that so? He wanted to warn him. Yuan's strength isn't as simple as he thought. Muxuan replied with displeasure that if he'd said they had a 70% chance, it wasn't just empty words, but he'd still need their help. Xiaoyu agreed to help him, and he told them about his plan. Meanwhile, MC continued running. Xiaoyan checked the radar and said that she could see red dots ahead. It looked like 3 of his comrades had already gathered together. He told her to hold on tight and sped up, with the drone following behind him. People watching the live stream were surprised that the two had teamed up, and Yuelan said that she probably just didn't want to strain herself and decided to cooperate with Yuan. Wang Ting asked if she didn't know about this. He didn't expect Yuan to agree. She remarked that in any case, it was even good for them, and he agreed with a smile. Meanwhile, Xiaoyan told Yuan that there were only 2 red dots left, and he sped up, worried that something had happened to them. And then they suddenly came across an egg on their way. It rolled down the hill towards them, and MC deftly caught it. It was Jinzei. He was very happy to see his friend, almost in tears. MC immediately asked him to tell him the information, and he told him that Shen Kang had dropped out. After he jumped from the plane, he remained in place the whole time and waited for him to come. At this time, he ran into Songlan and Shen Kang. Yuan said that given Shen Kang's strength, he shouldn't have flown out so quickly, and Jinzei told him that they were under attack from Sichuan University. Among them were 4 masters, including Chen Zhushan and Fang Qi. If it weren't for those 2, they wouldn't have lost with such a rout. He asked, isn't Fang Qi the vice captain of Jinghang University? His friend said that it looked like they had teamed up, and he said that he didn't expect that. Xiaoyan asked, what's strange about that? They also formed an alliance. Seeing her, Jinzei was surprised and asked his friend what she was doing there, to which he briefly replied that something had happened, but that she was with them now. Xiaoyan called him an egg, as she didn't know his name, and when he was about to tell her this, he immediately turned around and warned them of danger. A huge fiery monkey was running towards them, chasing Jinzei, and he panicked and asked what they would do. MC angrily told the monkey that he shouldn't have attacked them, after which the guy immediately turned and ran away, because he knew how strong Yuan was. Jinzei looked after him in bewilderment, and Xiaoyan was very happy. She knew she hadn't made a mistake with her choice. Joining him was a truly smart decision. Jinsei asked if they would pursue him. MC answered that of course they would, because one less enemy meant a better chance of victory. As soon as he caught up with his opponent, he drove him into a zone of total annihilation. Fangchi tried to escape, but he was unsuccessful, and then he felt a terrifying murderous aura. Exhausted, he fell to his knees, and MC screamed that he was finished. Seeing the beam of energy, Fangchi was terrified, but it was too late to run. The beam of energy pinned him to the rock. After such a blow, he fell and rose with the thought that he was no match for him at all. Yuan was surprised that he could still stand, and then Fangchi asked him to stop. He was giving up. MC asked him where Jushan was, and he replied that he had chased after the others. Having learned from Jinza where Songlan had gone, Yuan immediately rushed there to help him. Meanwhile, Songlan, in the form of a beast, tried to escape from his pursuer. His opponent attacked him, exclaiming that he would not escape, and Yuan's voice was heard, warning the boy of the danger. Songlan immediately ducked, and then MC fired a beam of energy at his pursuer. Xiaoyan exclaimed in delight that it was such a cool move. Songlan must have sighed in relief at the sight, but it was too early to relax. The red wolf was replaced by a huge plump panda, the captain of the Sichuan University team, Chen Zhushan. Xiaoyan immediately recognized him, and Yuan told her that his beast soul was an SSS-class giant panda, so she should go down and wait for him with Jinsei. She jumped off his shoulder and offered him her help, but he refused. At that moment, Zhushan attacked him. He erected a shield in front of himself, blocking a blow from his powerful fist, and then his shield cracked. MC noted that his strength was quite good, but now it was his turn. He opened his mouth wider, then fired a beam of energy at him, but the opponent managed to dodge. The beam of energy hit the tree, causing it to immediately burst into flames. The panda thought it was dangerous, almost getting fried. He prepared for the attack and thought that this strike from Yuan was comparable to a full power strike from a lord-level monster. It would be truly interesting to fight such an opponent. He smirked and gathered more strength in his legs, then pushed off the ground and rushed towards Yuan. He immediately began to strike him with multiple blows, each of which he successfully blocked. While parrying, he thought that it was no wonder they called him a kung fu panda. He perfectly combines his fighting skills with the characteristics of his beast soul, so that each blow flies like an artillery shell. Meanwhile, the viewers of the live broadcast were surprised. No one could have imagined that Jushan could resist Yuan for so long. Someone said that Yuan's strength was not so unmatched. He thought he would defeat Chen Zhushan in an instant. Some guy asked what he was talking about. Chen Zhushan isn't weak at all. He's the captain of the Sichuan Animal University. Another viewer said it wasn't that Chen Zhushan was weak, but that their expectations of Yuan were too high. Meanwhile, the panda struck again and challenged him. All he can do is defend himself? Let him fight him at full strength. MC thought he was a real martial arts fan. He'd completely forgotten that this was a team battle, and all he wanted was to fight him one-on-one. He agreed to fight him at full strength and declared that he would defeat him in his own way. Zhushan didn't understand what he meant, after which Yuan transformed into a furious tiger and roared menacingly, instilling fear in his opponent. After that, he immediately rushed towards the panda and struck, but the panda managed to dodge, although it was quick. He glanced at his opponent, trying to anticipate his next move, after which MC roundhouse hit him with his tail, throwing him somewhere far away. Zhushan's huge body knocked down several trees, and Xiaoyan, watching their fight from a safe distance, thought that it must have been very painful. Will he even be able to get up? Zhushan stood up and asked what kind of move that was. Did he also know martial arts? He answered that it was martial arts in some way. He could call it Muay Thai. The guy, surprised, said that he had never heard of such a style. He didn't expect that, in addition to outstanding strength, he was also knowledgeable in martial arts. If the moment were right, he would definitely talk to him about it. He confidently rose to his feet, offering to fight him again, and MC thought that he really was obsessed with martial arts, and it was clear that he had no malicious intent. He was a worthy opponent. The panda decided to act more cautiously this time, and when the lizard pounced on him, he took a step back, and its claws flashed in front of his face. He thought that every move he made was deadly. With such a merciless technique, he might not be able to parry all the blows. Unexpectedly, MC kicked the ground with all his might, causing him to lose his balance and begin to fall, and he said that Muay Thai doesn't end there. Seeing his tail, Zhushan immediately assumed a more stable stance and prepared himself. But when the impact hit, he couldn't stay on his feet and was thrown back again. He quickly got up and clutched his chest, coughing up blood, and wondered how powerful the blow had been that it had dislocated his insides. He asked where such power came from, and Yuan replied that Muay Thai is called the art of killing, not because it's the most powerful in terms of striking power, but because it utilizes every part of the body, viewing them as weapons to destroy the opponent. Muay Thai has no rules. Fists, feet, elbows, knees, all 4 limbs and 8 striking surfaces are considered weapons, and even teeth can be used. The panda was surprised, and he said that in Muay Thai, the whip kick is undoubtedly considered the most destructive move. The human body is built such that the strength of the thigh muscles is much greater than that of the arm. Zhushan mentally noted that he had just hit him with his tail, not his foot, and MC, noticing his confusion, explained that the monster's body structure prevented him from using the whip kick. His legs were too short. Jushan thought this was fortunate. Otherwise, he would have died from such a blow. Yuan said that was why he used his tail. In his monster form, the force of his tail's strike was even stronger. Jushan remarked that he was indeed strong. But wasn't he afraid that he might now be able to decipher his techniques? He replied that true masters fight by seeing and parrying each other's moves. In the end, the one with the stronger will wins, and now he no longer stood a chance. He began to gather energy, and Jushan stared at him in shock, wondering if he would really stop there. At that moment, the voice of his comrade Daxiong was heard. He excitedly called out to the captain and stood up to protect him, and he called out to him in surprise. After that, MC fired, and the beam of energy hit Daxiong, thus becoming a shield for Jushan. He withstood the blast until the end of the shot, after which he fell unconscious, and the captain called out to him worriedly. After observing this, Xiaoyan asked Jinze if he thought Yuan now looked like a villain. He replied that there was nothing he could do about it. He was too strong, so anyone who fought him would be at a disadvantage. A strong side always looks intimidating. For Chen Jushan, with his thick skin and sturdy body, Yuan's blow would at best disable him, but since his partner had fallen in battle, he would probably give it his all. Xiaoyan said that she was increasingly convinced that she was a good judge of character. Meanwhile, Zushan carefully placed Daxiong on the ground and told him he couldn't fall so easily, otherwise he would let his comrades down. He immediately became serious and swung his paw, using his long blade domain. Bamboo sprouted from the ground, all of it reaching out to Yuan, and he thought he hadn't expected that he, too, had his own domain power. He used the turtle shield, blocking the blow, but the bamboo continued to grow, piercing the shield. MC was already at his limit. He equipped the blood armor and ran toward his opponent, destroying the bamboo along the way. The fight had dragged on for quite some time, and it was time to finish it. Jushan used the secret technique Bamboo Grove Protector, causing a wall of bamboo to grow in front of him. But this was no obstacle for his opponent. He swung his paw and wounded him, declaring that he was finished. Jushan, surprised, thought that he could have pierced his heart with one blow of his claw. He did this to prove to him that they were not in the same class in strength. He fell and said he gave up. Then Yuan immediately retracted his claws, and the panda stared at him in surprise. MC said that their fight was over, and he remarked that he really was a strange person, both in strength and in character. MC helped him up and said that the point of this fight wasn't to kill or maim, but to temper their fighting spirit as martial artists. The battlefield was brutal, and they must become stronger to protect their loved ones. Jushan thanked him and hoped that next time they could test their strength in human form. He was very interested in that. He agreed to this. Meanwhile, the spectators were surprised by the outcome of the fight. Dian said that he didn't expect this guy to have such awareness, and Wang Ting asked, "So now he admits that he's a good judge of character?" The man complained that he was always trying to take credit for everything, to which he replied that he wasn't like some older people, but still had childish tendencies. Dian ordered him not to leave after the test, and he said it was just childish. Xiangyi, meanwhile, glanced at the screen and thought Yuan was truly dazzling, but he wondered how long he could shine. Muji grinned and said that Muxuan shouldn't let him down. At that moment, Jushan transformed into a human and left with his friend, and Xiaoyan said that this was expected of Yuan. He won so easily. Jinza said that his admiration for him was like stormy waters that flow endlessly. For him, he was a beacon in the night. MC asked them both to stop flattering him, and the girl thought with a smile that with him on her team, she probably wouldn't even have to fight. She just needed to survive until the end of the round. She even enjoyed this kind of slacking. She stretched tiredly, dreaming of a soft bed, and Yuan remembered Song Lan and began looking for him. The guy was in the air. He immediately flew up to them and said he was there. He thanked Yuan for saving them and said that they were comrades, so he didn't need to thank him. They also needed to quickly find Mukshe and Linghu. Suddenly, someone attacked Song Lan, but thanks to his incomparable reflexes, he was able to dodge. The enemy turned out to be Luo Jie. He attacked him again, using his secret skill. Jinze warned everyone of the danger and turned into an egg, running to help his friend, and MC worried that he wouldn't make it in time. The enemy's claw was approaching Songlan, and then someone used a moon slash to protect him. Yuan immediately turned to the owner of this ability. It was Xiaoyan. She sternly ordered the enemy not to dare attack her ally from behind, and MC thought that the enemy wasn't walking straight at him. He hadn't sensed his killing intent. Fortunately, Xiaoyan was nearby, and it seemed her ability to sense danger was even stronger than his. She told him that everything was in his hands now, and he thanked her and turned to Luo Jie. He smirked and remarked that he was so surprised when he saw him. It was a pity that he couldn't kill his comrade with the first blow. Yuan became angry and attacked Luo Jie using tiger transformation. Luo Jie immediately began to block his blow, after which he was thrown back, and he thought that he was a strong opponent after all. He should stay away from him. Noticing that he was now being cautious, MC asked, "What's wrong with him? Wasn't he the one who was walking towards him? And now he wants to retreat?" But it was too late for that. He quickly got very close to him, then struck, and Luo Jie defended himself, thinking that he was even more crazy than him. Yuan exclaimed that he thought he was smarter, and then he hit him with his tail, throwing him away. Luo rolled on the ground and quickly got up, telling him not to rush. The game was just beginning. MC asked, why does he feel like the game is already over for him? He himself came to meet his death. Does he want him to respect his bravery? The guy laughed and asked, isn't he interested in knowing how he found it? He showed him the radar and asked him to guess where he got it. Linghu really turned out to be a fighter. He knew that he was no match for him, but he still resisted to the end, and in the end, he just wasted a lot of his time. Do you think he can find his other comrades with this radar? Yuan grew nervous, and Songlan said that it looked like Linghu had already been eliminated, but he hadn't expected that students from other schools would be able to use their radars. Jinza pointed out that the team battle rules didn't specifically prohibit stealing an opponent's radar. Since there was no prohibition, it was considered permissible. Once a radar fell into enemy hands, its purpose completely changed, from a means of finding comrades to a means of hunting prey. Songlan exclaimed in rage that Luo's days were numbered, while he told Yuan that he knew and really wanted to deal with him. He would give him this chance, but definitely not now. In 3 hours, he would be waiting for him at the Great Waterfall, and he hoped he would arrive on time. He started running, and MC fired a beam of energy in his direction. But Luo quickly turned and fired a magic projectile in response. But the energy beam proved stronger, and he couldn't fend off its attack and was injured, making him nervous. Afterwards, he shouted at Xiaoyu that he had done everything, and if he didn't come out to fight now, their partnership was over. A pool of water appeared under MC's feet, from which a beast jumped out and immediately attacked him. It was Lu Hai, Xiaoyu's comrade. Yuan stood his ground confidently, knowing for sure that his attack wouldn't penetrate his defense, and when Lu Hai couldn't pierce his skin with his teeth, he quickly hid. Jinza exclaimed that this was Lu Hai's underwater dive, which meant Xiaoyu was here too. Songlan wanted to intervene, but Xiaoyan objected, confident that he could handle it alone. Meanwhile, he carefully watched the rapidly moving stream of water and asked, does he think he can get away like that? The spikes on his back lit up, and he fired and directed the energy beam at the water to find the guy. Jinza was surprised by his decision, and they all retreated to avoid being hit themselves. The energy beam still found its target, and Lu Hai was injured, but this didn't deprive him of his abilities, and he quickly hid. MC surveyed the enormous pit before him and thought that if it weren't for the extremely thick layers of earth that absorbed most of his nuclear breath's power, he would have long since lost his fighting ability. However, with his current severe injuries, he was unlikely to be able to do anything anytime soon. He glanced at Luo's location. It turned out he had long since fled. Since the danger was gone, his friends returned to human form, and Jinze noted with surprise that if he had fired a couple more volleys of nuclear breath, the ridge of dragon bones would have already turned into a basin. Songlan said that the enemy had obviously prepared in advance. He had a plan even before the fight began. Yuan asked, I thought he said they'd meet at the waterfall in 3 hours, right? Jinze said it was definitely a trap. Besides, he'd likely already formed an alliance with the Five Schools Alliance. Songlan pointed out that his deliberate display of Linghu's radar was a pure threat. If he didn't come, he'd identify their comrades and eliminate them one by one. Jinze cursed under his breath, and Xiaoyan pointed out that the Five Schools Alliance's overall strength wasn't actually all that great, but their main advantage was their numbers. Jinze worriedly said that with radar in hand, the Alliance would be able to locate the rest of their team from Magdu University in no time. This would be extremely disadvantageous for them. Apart from Tianyi, no one on their team could possibly withstand Luo's attack, and the enemy was clearly targeting Yuan. MC thought that without realizing it, he had become everyone's target. He found this amusing, and Songlan asked him what he planned to do. He replied that since they were so determined to eliminate him, he might as well go and observe their tactics. Afterwards, he thought that, frankly, he himself was curious about what trump card they were hiding, that they had the audacity to hope for his defeat. Xiaoyan silently noted his confidence in his voice. Did he really have a hidden weapon? Jin touched his chin thoughtfully and asked Songlan if he thought Xiao and Longshan might have teamed up with them too. This seemed possible to him. If they were targeting Yuan, then only Xiao and Longshan could handle him. Xiaoyan said that judging by their characters, she didn't think they would stoop to such dirty methods. MC agreed with her. After all, they were two proud geniuses to resort to such tricks. Jinze said that he believed this was all Luo's machinations. He held a grudge after losing to Yuan and now thirsted for revenge, which is why he planned this trap. MC said that he was also curious about what tactics they planned to use against him. Banking on numbers, Songlan suggested they go ahead to reconnoiter, and Yuan told him not to bother, since they had already so kindly invited them. Let them better prepare properly. By the way, they still had some time. Maybe they could find the rest of their comrades. He offered them to climb on his shoulders, since they needed to speed up, and then they set off to look for the others. 2 hours had passed. They hadn't found either Muxue or Tianyi, and 3 hours were almost up. Songlan said that no news was the best news for now, and the MC decided to stop searching and go meet those guys. Jinzi said that when they arrived, they should immediately merge with the beast souls. They might be few in number, but they shouldn't be inferior in fighting spirit. Xiaoyan lazily said that she would just like to observe them, and Jinze asked with displeasure, was she planning to betray their alliance? She answered him with a smile that she wasn't. She was simply confident that Yuan could handle it on his own, and if the enemies had set up a super trap, someone should stay outside and intervene at a critical moment. The guy noted that she was just lazy, and the MC reminded them that their target was him. Therefore, they shouldn't interfere unnecessarily. Their task was to survive. They could leave everything else to him. An hour later, they arrived at the meeting place. The guys immediately transformed into beasts, and Songlan said that a monstrously powerful beast ruler lives in a deep pool under the waterfall. Were these people really going to use it against Yuan? Jinza told him not to worry so much. It was just a legend. MC suggested they go further. That way, they would find out for sure what was there. They approached the waterfall, and Jinze noted that everything looked even more majestic up close. Songlan began to worry since no one had arrived yet, and Jinze told him not to rush. The time had not yet come. When the time was right, they would show up. At that moment, a quagmire appeared under Yuan's feet, and then he was completely bound by chains. He looked displeased at Wu Zhao, who had attacked him, and said that he had given him a chance. He replied that he was the captain of the Tianfu team. He had no choice. He was obliged to speak out against him. He apologized to him, and Wu Zhao said that everything was fine. The main thing was that he was ready to accept the consequences. He assumed a more stable stance and then fired a beam of energy at Wu Zhao, who was surprised by its speed. The turtle took the full impact, protecting the captain, but its shell shattered and the student was severely injured. He fell to the ground, while a swarm of drones gathered at the waterfall. The spectators couldn't believe the Five Schools Alliance had the audacity to attack Yuan. Now they were in for a treat. If Luo Jie had decided on such a provocation, it meant they definitely had a backup plan. But would Xiao and Longshan decide to intervene? Meanwhile, MC prepared for battle and told his opponent to prepare to feel the full force of his wrath. Zhao continued to fight and realized that things had reached this point, and there was simply no turning back. Numerous chains began to approach Yuan, who was captured by their enemy. Jinze began to scream, "Rank C Beast Soul, Hellish Beast Shackles." He was a student at the Northern Beast University. The enemies screamed that this was where their existence would end. At that moment, Yuan turned to him and asked why he thought he could restrain him with this pile of scrap metal. He asked again, did he really dare call him a pile of scrap metal? Yuan replied, whose fault is it that his strength is too weak? He then used the 9th transformation of the Beast God, the Meng Tiger transformation. With this superpower, he easily freed himself from the chains, and his enemy was dumbfounded and screamed, "What's going on?" At that moment, the protagonist began to attack him, but the boy screamed in a trembling voice that he shouldn't do that, and a moment later, he was completely obliterated by Yuan's sharp claws, which slashed clean through his abdomen. The enemy fell to the ground, and Yuan rejoiced in his victory. Was this instant death? His patience was not limitless, and if they still had trump cards, let them draw them. Otherwise, he would draw them out one by one and destroy them all, the rats hiding in the shadows. At that moment, Zhao began to use his powers to destroy the enemy. He realized that this guy was simply a monster. In all 10 top academies, there was hardly a single genius who could match his comprehension of this realm. But even if he was a monster, they had to eliminate him today. This battle would bring glory to the union of their 5 schools. Zhao began to scream. Why was he waiting and not acting? At that moment, he landed on the ground with a displeased expression, when suddenly, a multitude of magical seals of different colors appeared around Yuan, catching his attention. Zhao was also stunned by what he saw, and Yuan wondered if this was a magical array. In the world of Beast Soul Masters, magical beasts are extremely rare. Could these beasts be a type of special divine beast weapon? They were targeting him, so he advised his comrades to flee. Xiaoyan should jump onto Jinze's shell to escape. Xiaoyan immediately obeyed him and jumped straight onto the egg, which Yuan grabbed and carried to safety. Jinze whispered, "What is he going to do?" "Don't do anything stupid." Yuan replied that he shouldn't worry, as it would only take a moment, and a second later, he tossed the egg into the distance and shouted for them to run. Jinze screamed in pain from the impact and cursed at Yuan. Xiaoyan, clutching the egg, cried out in curiosity, wondering how exciting it was. Moments later, they landed on a huge boulder, and Jinze uttered that he'd nearly lost his mind, thinking this was the end for him. Xiaoyan was thrilled by the adventure and shouted that she wanted another chance. Meanwhile, Songlan explained that he couldn't fly and shouldn't throw it away. Yuan replied that he knew perfectly well that it could fly, and that before throwing it away, he wanted him to imprint some divine inscriptions on it with his own powers. Songlan shouted back that he could easily do that, but he just told him not to throw it away. After these words, a multitude of bright rainbow lights appeared around Songlan, and he thought, as expected, of a top-tier rainbow glass butterfly sub-beast. He clearly felt his strength and speed increase significantly, and his thoughts became crystal clear. Is the divine soul mark emerging to strengthen his soul's strength? It seemed Songlan had even unleashed his most hidden techniques. At that moment, Songlan shouted at him to be careful, and to call for help immediately if he needed anything. MC asked him not to worry, as everything would be fine. He and Jinza were to observe from the other side. After these words, Songlan headed for a remote location. Meanwhile, Zhao realized that once he defeated Yuan, the others would be no problem. Those colors around Yuan, could they be the 5 elements? Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth? Jinza suddenly shouted at Yuan to be careful, as that was the 5 Black Emperor destroying array, created from the 5 special divine beast weapons, designed specifically to suppress the Beastmaster. Songlan approached him and asked in confusion, how did he know about this? Jinzi replied that he was of noble birth and had known things from childhood that others weren't told, especially when it came to Beastmasters. Even if his father hadn't told him, he'd found everything himself, something he'd spent his entire childhood doing. At that moment, their enemy, stepping onto the ground, declared that everything was true. It really was the 5 Black Emperor sealing array, just a simplified version. He announced that they'd met Yuan again and began screaming loudly. The protagonist realized that, even with such severe wounds, he'd still survived. The enemy replied that he wasn't worried, because until he saw him fall, he wouldn't budge. Yuan asked again, so he's only counting on 3 pathetic fugitives? Suddenly, Muxuan approached him, shouting that they hadn't seen each other in a long time. Yuan turned around and realized it was him. Muxuan was smiling terrifyingly, looking into his eyes. He then asked, did he like such a gift? Yuan replied, so that means this plan was his own idea? Mushan asked again, huh? He'd even noticed that. Maybe he should praise him for his intelligence? Yuan shouted back that he'd become better than before, and even managed to persuade Ji to cooperate with them. Jie, didn't he despise weaklings the most? Jie replied that he was willing to cooperate with anyone to eliminate him. Incidentally, the Black Emperor destroying array he was currently trapped in was provided by the Northern Beast University, and he only had himself to blame for this. He'd already offended too many people. Yuan said, but this Emperor destroying array of his is just like a simplified version, right? Muxuan asked again, so what, was he a Beastmaster or something? At that moment, Songlan began to ponder, was this array really that powerful? Jin's replied that the real 5 Black Emperor destroying array is created from 5 types of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. It requires the use of divine beast weapons of at least the array master level. Once the formation is complete, it can easily seal or destroy even a beast master level being. Xiaoyan wondered what the power of the simplified version was. He replied that he didn't know. Yuan, meanwhile, guessed that he had spared no expense to deal with it, but he wondered where he got those divine beast weapons. Muxuan shouted back that he didn't need to know. Everyone must come out and activate their form. At that moment, his companions began to transform into their beasts. One of them turned out to be a giant ape, and the other a tree. Jinzi, watching this, shouted that it was a giant ape from the northern lands and a demon tree from Haiyu Beast University. They had truly prepared properly. There were 5 of them against Yuan's one, glowing with various magical seals and emitting beams of light straight into the sky. Yuan shouted that they would now see what this array was capable of, but people were saying it could destroy even a Beastmaster. Ting, watching this, wondered if this was the 5 Black Emperor destroying arrays. Yuan joined the conversation and shouted that using such tactics against a mere student was very low. The director replied that they had nothing to do with it, along with the judges, who also said that, frankly speaking, he himself was no less surprised than they were. At that moment, Ting wondered where Mujie from the Northern Beast University was. Yulan replied that she didn't know, since he hadn't been visible from the very beginning. Does he think he's behind this? Ting replied that this seemed like his style, but he wasn't the one who issued the ban on the use of Beastmaster-level divine beasts. Yuelon replied that it was still unpleasant to watch, and now they could only wait and see how this student handled it. Yuan shouted that he would now begin the fight, and Muxuan offered to assist him, since he was in such a hurry to fly out. He used the 5 Black Emperor destroying array and activated it. Several seals converged right on the battlefield, and a bright beam of sunlight struck the protagonist directly. He thought of this powerful oppressive force, like a small boat in a storm, ready to capsize at any second. He considered the killing field and looked up to gather his strength. Muxuan shouted, "This is the Black Emperor suppression," and at that moment, all 5 of his beasts unleashed their powers, creating a brilliant magical flash of light in the air. Yuan realized his strength had grown even greater than before, and examined his body, then began making loud noises and shouting. Did they really think they could suppress him with such a mediocre formation? He used the 9 transformations divine technique, the shark transformation, the fierce tiger transformation, and the Xuanbo transformation. His entire body glowed with magical light, and Muxuan terrifiedly wondered how this was even possible. He was just an idiot with an E-rank beast spirit. Where did he get such strength? At that moment, he raised his hand and shouted again, 5 Black Emperor sealing. All 5 magical beams converged right above the protagonist, whose eyes glowed with even greater fury, and he wondered what was happening. He began to be attacked, and he realized that he felt like he was being burned inside, and now he felt cold, as if everything was freezing. He remained perplexed for a moment, until bright beams of light penetrated him, and he began to descend closer to the ground. Songlan noticed something was wrong and shouted that something was wrong with him, as his aura had weakened. Jinzi replied that it was undoubtedly the power of the ceiling 5 Black Emperor destroying array. Songlan continued that the divine pattern power previously imprinted on him seemed to be working, and what should they do? Perhaps they should, but before he could finish his guess, Xiaoyan urged them to take their time, as although Yuan was weakened, he had not yet fallen. Jinzei agreed with her and said that it was correct. Besides, the 5 weren't attacking, meaning they were only suppressing his power, not causing any real damage yet. Songlan shouted, wondering how this array could even be used against a Beastmaster. Muxuan shouted Yuan's name and shouted that the suppression and sealing had already been applied, and the next step was the final one, destruction. He shouted the 5 Black Emperor destruction spell, causing a huge wind vortex to appear in the air. Everything glowed with magical colors once again and began to engulf the protagonist, who realized the terrifying energy wave that was about to descend upon him. Beasts surrounded him from all sides, and Jie began laughing loudly and shouting that he should give up, as he couldn't defeat them. Moments later, Yuan paused, oblivious to what was happening, when he suddenly raised his paw and shouted, does he really think he can stand against him by relying on otherworldly power? He should get out of here as soon as possible. At that moment, Jie shouted that everything was happening just in time and used his secret technique, Devilish Flame Slash. After these words, he attempted to attack his enemy, but suddenly his eyes widened in fear and bewilderment, and he flew off in defeat. Jie wondered, how is this even possible? He would have received the blessing of the spell, so why couldn't he still match Yuan? Suddenly the protagonist screamed. His leg, he felt intense pain, as his enemy had bitten him right on the leg with his sharp fangs, and Yuan continued to scream loudly. He realized things were bad when suddenly, right in front of him, multicolored beams of light began to move away and hit Yuan directly in the head. He wasn't seriously injured by the beam, and he thought that Yu had already been seriously injured. Even though he had been treated, he still hadn't fully recovered, and if he received another yellow blow, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. The system congratulated him on his successful battle and victory over the ruling beast spirit of the Overlord level, the reward being a platinum chest. Yuan realized that, with the support of the magic circle, Yu now possessed Overlord level power. He apologized, as he couldn't view this reward right now, and the system replied that nothing terrible had happened. When he finished, it would appear again. Yuan realized that this 5-colored glowing ball was his greatest threat. Suddenly, strange splashes began to emerge from the ground around his body, after which his entire body was encased in extremely durable seaweed. One of his rivals, a monkey, leaped into the air and joyfully struck Yuan straight in the chest. He realized that his strength was currently weakened, and attempting to withstand a direct blow from a lord would still cause damage. The monkey reflected on how he had poured everything into this blow, yet he couldn't even break Yuan's blood armor. He wondered what he was afraid of. His claws were firmly clamped by vines, his paws stuck in the mire. How else could he threaten him? The protagonist realized they had coordinated well, though it was a pity they had forgotten about his tail. At that moment, the monkey froze in fear and immediately flew to the side from the tail strike. Yuan deftly dealt with this attack and destroyed his opponent. Jinzei shouted that several of his ribs had definitely broken from that blow. Songlan added that Yuan's giant tail had simply swept everything around him, which was very ferocious. Jinzei said he really wanted to eat some braised ribs, when suddenly Yuan opened his mouth, from which a bright beam of light began to emerge. The monkey was dumbfounded by what he saw, and, a moment later, was struck again, right in the chest by a bright beam of light. He fell to the ground, and Xiaoyan, surprised, said that Yuan hadn't intentionally hit him in the heart, since he was a kind person after all. Jinza shouted back that he was their senior and should be strong and kind, but if he wanted, he could be merciless. Songlan added that the team against the enemy had lost 2 people, and their chances of victory had increased. At that moment, the monkey lay motionless on the ground, facing away, which was noticed by Ji, who was already quite furious about what was happening. Zhao also began making some sounds, then completely submerged himself in the water and approached Yuan, determined to absorb him. Yuan wondered if he could really absorb his comrade's power. Was this also one of the functions of the 5 hidden executions formation? Jinza shouted at him to be careful, as the battle beasts he defeated transfer their 5-element energy to the other beasts for apothecary. Yuan asked why he hadn't told him about this before he'd finished them off. Jinzei apologized, having just remembered it. Xiaoyan elbowed him in the shell and shouted that his memory was even worse than hers. At that moment, Yuan thought that Yu and the black golden giant ape had been eliminated too early. Among the 5, only Ji possessed any additional power. If he gathered the energy of the other 4, things would become much more difficult. At that moment, Muxuan shouted his name and declared that today, he would remove him from his position as a deity. Yuan smiled and asked, will he do it? Unfortunately, he lacked experience. He said these words with a smile on his face, and Jie shouted that he could finally avenge this humiliation. Yuan added that it was no wonder he retreated after their first fight, meaning he'd been waiting for him right here. Jie asked, Is that so bad? He boasted of his strength, so he would respond with even greater strength, so that he would know shame. Yuan shouted back, but he likes to humiliate others using his own strength, right? He wouldn't scream when a knife was stabbed into him, would he? Ji shouted back that he wasn't like that, because he was a child of heaven. But before he could finish his sentence, the protagonist suddenly interrupted him and laughed at the child of heaven's expression, then apologized, saying that he was the type of person he was targeting. He then asked permission to escort him to the afterlife, and suddenly used his powers to unleash a powerful beam of light on his opponent. Zhao shouted to entrust this to him, and tried to protect his partner by standing directly in front of him. Zhao began coughing loudly, and Yuan asked again what the point was. He replied that it couldn't be helped. He might consider him a fool, but he couldn't accept it and wanted to fight him with all his might at least once. Yuan replied that he hadn't underestimated him at all, which was precisely why he was having such a hard time. Although he knew he was called a genius before coming here, it turned out he was actually mediocre, just a klutz. They, the masters of beast souls, should not be fighting each other, but those monsters, and he respects every worthy opponent, including him. Zhao replied that he didn't think he'd need to be consoled before leaving. Yuan said he hoped that next time they would meet as comrades in arms, and Zhao thanked him with a trembling voice, after which Yuan announced that he remembered him, and Zhao transformed into his human form. Jay, at this point, was ready to attack and shouted out what a relief it was. Yuan, he dared fight him now? With these words, he began to approach his enemy, and Jinza said that Jay had completely merged with the power of the 5 elements. Yuan's power was partially sealed by the power of the sorceress formation, and the current state of emergency was unfavorable for their Yuan. Songlan replied that he knew this, but he would still join the fight, as he couldn't be allowed to fight alone. Xiaoyan shouted that he shouldn't act rashly, and Songlan tried to retort when Jinza suddenly asked him to calm down, as even rushing into battle would achieve nothing and would instead become a burden to Yuan. Xiaoyan said that they didn't yet know if the enemy had any additional advantages. Their presence alone was a guarantee for Yuan. Jinzi confirmed this, saying that if something unexpected happened, they would be able to react immediately, and besides, Yuan hadn't lost yet. Songlan replied that they were right, he would definitely win. Meanwhile, in the Grand Assembly Hall of Yanjing Beast University, Tianqi addressed Ting and reported that his mountain disciples seemed to be in a difficult situation. He replied that he was surprisingly calm, even though his disciples had already dropped out. Tianqi remarked that they were still young and had a long way to go. Defeat wasn't the worst thing. He finds it amusing to help these kids. They've even organized some kind of 5-school league. Ting replied, yes, the idea was good. They'd fooled them. Suddenly, Tianqi started shouting that with their intervention, team fighting had become much stronger, and even if his favorite stumbled, it was understandable, because 2 fists can't defeat 4 palms. Ting asked again, where did he stumble? Tianqi chuckled and replied that they'd even managed to devise a simplified version of the 5 elements ritual. Losing to them wouldn't be such a shame. Ting replied that the main thing was to have the right attitude. He understood that the director was simply gloating over him. Wasn't this simply a victory over their rivals in Beijing? The outcome of the battle hadn't yet been determined, and it was too early for them to draw conclusions. Tianqi explained that it turned out that Ting believed in his students. Ting started shouting that as a director, he had to believe in his students. Otherwise, what kind of rector was he? Tianqi replied that it was well said. Meanwhile, Dian observed the ongoing dialogue and reflected on the fact that the 5 elements ritual at the Jujuan level was beyond the capabilities of ordinary students. What these guys were using was probably given to them by the rector of Jibo Bay University, Fa Mudi, or this Muje. Ting turned to him and asked, what on earth was he thinking? He repeated the name Muje, and Ting asked, is this all because of that 5 elements array? He had just talked about this with Yuelan. Dian asked what he knew about Fa Mudi. He replied that it was one of the youngest beast emperors of modern China, who had reached the level of beast emperor before the age of 30. He had always been highly valued by the Ministry of Education. He became the rector of Jibo Bay University to gain authority, and it was unlikely that it would be much longer before he would be invited back to the ministry. Dian added that people like him hardly pay attention to the results of the National Newcomers Tournament. He hadn't attached much importance to it before. Ting responded, yes, and why did he suddenly pull out a reversed version of the 5 elemental sealing ritual? What was his goal? What was Muje up to? Meanwhile, the tree turned to Jay and asked if he would mind if he revealed his 5-element power. Jay replied, enough, he shouldn't waste his energy. It's the same old story. Does he really think he can catch him twice? The tree reacted with bewilderment, and he continued to say that he had enough power to win, and that he should simply stay by his side and help him. Jinze, meanwhile, remarked that, frankly speaking, compared to other geniuses, the main quality of the Dong is that he lacks the arrogance of a genius. Songlan asked, what arrogance? He replied that Xiao and Longshan, for example, were too proud. Unless they were cornered, they wouldn't even resort to outside force. Songlan began shouting that this was simply shamelessness. This smug guy simply couldn't humble himself. Xiaoyan responded by saying that he only looked at the result, ignoring the process, and such a person was dangerous. Jinze added that he was actually somewhat similar to Yuan, but he wouldn't be so insane. At that moment, Dong decided to pounce on him with his swords, causing Yuan to call him a fool, and the tree reflected on what a terrible person he was. Even though his power had been reduced, he was still so dignified. At that moment, bright flashes and fragments began to emanate from the protagonist. He remained standing, and the tree noted that Yuan actually dared to attack him. This guy, had he really gone crazy? It was the secret technique of the Japanese acacia vine shield. A moment later, the protagonist attacked his opponent with a bright beam of magic, and he was very surprised and asked what was happening. A moment later, pieces of his bark began to fly apart from the impact, and he fell straight into the water. Jie became angry and shouted that he didn't expect Yuan to dare attack him. Yuan replied that he only wanted to show that even if he gathered the combined power of the 5 elements, he could easily defeat him. Jie shouted, "Okay, let him remember his words. In a moment, he will make him pay for his arrogance." Those around him began to wonder, is Yuan not too confident? No, this is not just confidence, but real arrogance. Even in this situation, Yuan still does not take Ji seriously. Will Yuan be able to defeat him, who already possessed the power of the 5 elements? At that moment, Ji approached him, growled, and shouted to attack him. Suddenly, a multitude of bright beams appeared around him, and the protagonist swung his sharp clawed hand and attempted to inflict damage. At that moment, Ji's jaws dropped in surprise, wondering what was going on. Yuan struck him with his tail, and he screamed in pain. People began to comment on the situation, wondering how strong he was. When did he manage to strike with his tail? He didn't even notice. Incredibly, even Jie, who had gathered the power of the 5 elements, couldn't gain the upper hand against Yuan. But let the others not jump to conclusions. The battle had only just begun, and it was too early for them to draw them. At that moment, blood spurted from Jie's mouth, greatly surprising him. Yuan asked, "Is that all he can do?" He shouted back at him to slow down, as the best was yet to come. At that moment, he accelerated and rushed to attack his enemy, using the skill of his doubles. Yuan was intrigued by this skill and reflected on the fact that Jie had never used a similar technique before. Apparently, he gained this ability after gathering the power of the 5 elements. Were these real doppelgangers, or just illusions created by Jie? But it didn't matter. He just needed to destroy them all. With these thoughts in mind, he began swinging his tail, destroying one illusion after another. If the real Jie were among them, he would never have allowed himself to be hit so easily. The protagonist knew this for sure. Numerous Jie doppelgangers scattered everywhere, turning into shreds. After the protagonist's attack, he paused and looked around. He realized that these weren't illusions at all, but water doppelgangers created by Jie using the power of the water element. If these 3 beast shadows were just doppelgangers of Jie, then where was the real him? At that moment, he realized that Jie was behind him and turned sharply to see him approaching. He wondered if the power of the earth elements had given him the ability to go underground. Jie shouted that he was moving too slowly, that he couldn't do anything else. At that moment, the protagonist's friends began to discuss among themselves what he was bragging about. He was relying on power that wasn't his own, and yet he dared to brag to Yuan. Indeed, part of Yuan's power was still sealed. At that moment, the protagonist attempted to create a 9th-dimensional tortoiseshell around himself. It acted as a protective barrier in his case, and Jie used his secret technique to shatter the barrier with 100 fire strikes. Jie screamed, "Is he hiding in the shell like a coward?" After these words, he attempted to pierce through Yuan's protective barrier, and Yuan realized that if he infused his giant claws with battle blood, their strength and attack power would increase many times over. He immediately began performing a similar technique and, turning sharply, turned his attention to his enemy, who was shouting for him to come here immediately. A bright flash of light formed between them, causing Jie to struggle to stay on his feet. Yuan realized he had unleashed all his power with that blow, but Jie didn't retreat a step. The power of 50 elements was truly incredible. Jie also thought, even when he combined all 5 elements, he still couldn't surpass Yuan in power. But if he lacked strength, he had other ways. He flapped his wing in an attempt to destroy Yuan again and strike him. The protagonist opened his mouth and began to scream loudly in pain, as Jie's wing managed to cut through his chest. The surrounding people began to shout in fear that Yuan was injured. Even in the battle with Longxian, he hadn't suffered such serious damage. Could he really lose to Jie? At that moment, Jie began to laugh loudly and shout that this is what happens when he goes against him. Yuan asked with a grin, was this really all he could do? At that moment, it opened its mouth and released a bright magical ball in his direction, causing Jie to cry out in surprise. What was happening? The magical beam of light approached his face, and when it was close to the enemy, he realized he was in danger. Hadn't parts of his power been sealed? The protagonist paused before striking, and Jie realized it was too close and impossible to dodge, meaning he had no choice but to take the blow. He shielded himself from the attack with his powerful wings, but a moment later, he was thrown aside by a blow from its tail. The black tiger's wings served as a shield, absorbing most of the attack, but he felt incredible pain, a pain as if his insides had shifted. Yuan noted his condition and decided to launch a crystal of accumulated energy at his enemy. Jie was confident he could withstand it, and covered himself with his wings again, when suddenly the magical beam approached his face, and he fearfully wondered how this was possible. Yuan didn't give up and continued to inflict serious damage on his enemy, sending Jie flying far away. The fans cheered in surprise that Yuan had won. Who would have thought Jie would lose so shamefully? And this was despite Yuan still having some of his powers sealed. Ting frowned, realizing this guy had made him proud. Tianqi approached him and whispered in his ear that if he was going to laugh, he should laugh heartily and not hold it in, as it was bad for his health. Ting replied that it was modesty, to which Tianqi replied that he looked so humble that everyone was jealous of him now, but he was lucky to have such a treasure on his team. Ting replied that it was certainly true. Without Yuan, Beast University would hardly have been able to even hold on to second place this year. Tianqi smiled and mockingly suggested that he was more excited about finally being able to crush Yanjing Beast University and take first place, and that he expected Beast University's enrollment to skyrocket after this success. Ting shouted back that his faith in him was right. It didn't matter that Ji had gathered the power of the 5 elements. He was no match for Yuan anyway. Tianqi shouted back that his student was truly talented, a natural-born genius, and his future was limitless. However, he shouldn't rejoice too soon, as the true power of the Emperor crushing 5 secret seal hadn't even emerged yet. Ting was dumbfounded by this and remained silent. Tianqi continued, saying that he had seen this information, hadn't he? Then he would understand what he was talking about. Even in the simplified version of the Emperor crushing 5 secret seal, it was there. Ting replied that yes, he had completely forgotten about it. Would Yuan be able to withstand it? Meanwhile, the protagonist approached his attacked opponent and announced that he had lost. Jie asked again in a trembling voice, "Why did this happen?" Yuan replied that if he had met him a month ago, he might have had a chance. Jie became extremely angry and shouted, but even though he had lost, it seemed Yuan hadn't won yet either. Yuan wondered if he still had any trump cards left. At that moment, he noticed an attack from above. Several multicolored beams of magic created by Jie formed directly above his head. He realized that terrifying waves of energy were emanating from this 5-colored sphere. He had completely forgotten about it during the battle with Jie. Jie called him by name and shouted joyfully that he hadn't meant to use that technique. Well, if he was so strong, he could withstand this, right? Blood flowed from his mouth, but he continued to laugh loudly at his opponent. Jie, watching in shock, noted that he truly was a madman. Songlan also expressed his willingness to do anything to get revenge on Yuan. That's Jie's malice. Xiaoyan watched and yawned, bored. At that moment, a bright beam of light from the seal approached the protagonist, who was dumbfounded by what he saw. He tried to protect himself with a barrier and watched closely. When the beam hit the ground, a huge explosion occurred, engulfing Yuan's entire body. Jinzei screamed in fear. "Yuan!" Songlan added that he must help him now. Xiaoyan suddenly shouted that this was certain death, then pointed her finger to the side and asked them to look closely. Yuan was surrounded by a bright beam of light, but he didn't fall and stood still. Jinzei shouted that this was bloody armor, condensed from the crimson fog in Yuan's realm of murder. Songlan noted that he intended to use the protective power of the bloody armor to withstand the impact of this energy beam. Yuan was still standing and enduring the attack. He thought he hadn't expected this energy to be so powerful and terrifying. At that moment, cracks appeared on his body, and he realized his barrier couldn't withstand it. A moment later, splashes of blood appeared around his body. Jie shouted mockingly that he was a dead man, but a moment later, the shockwave sent him flying sideways and crashing into a tree, causing him to scream that he simply didn't believe he could withstand this attack. Yuan was still under the weight of this terrifying force and couldn't escape. The people around him shouted how terrifying this force was. They didn't think Jie still had this trump card. If they were hit by such a powerful blow, they could be crippled. It seemed Yuan really was going to stop there. Let them just look at what was happening. Amid the dense clumps of dust forming around Yuan, his head began to appear. People noticed this and shouted to watch closely, because he was covered in blood and looked even more terrifying. Even if Yuan didn't win, in his heart he was already number 1. Jie opened his mouth in shock and wondered, so he died? Yuan stood unwavering and waited for the magic around him to dissolve. He smiled and declared that he had won after all. At that moment, even more blood poured from Jie's mouth, and he mentally wondered how this had happened. He, with the combined powers of the 5 elements, couldn't match Yuan. Even this last trump card didn't allow him to completely defeat him. He said in a trembling voice that Yuan was incredibly cruel and he was giving up this battle. At this moment, the system congratulated him on his successful victory over the 3 beast soul masters. His reward was 6 platinum chests. Yuan shouted, 6 platinum chests? But there must be valuable items in there? The system responded that he was always lucky and would definitely pull out something worthwhile. But was he really okay? Yuan replied that he was still alive and hadn't completely lost his fighting ability, despite being seriously injured. However, with Songlan's multicolored glow, he should recover quickly. But first, he had to meet Jinzei and the others. At that moment, Muxuan approached him and asked if he had given him permission to leave. The protagonist grew angry and turned to face him, and Muxuan remarked that it seemed they hadn't settled the score with him yet. Yuan asked again, did he really want to die too? Even now, although he was injured, he was still no match for him. Muxuan said, did he really think Yuan had appeared before him, without any preparation? He hadn't taken him seriously from the start, and he had to make him pay for it. At that moment, he fused with the beast's soul and turned into the Skull King. Yuan thought about how his acquaintance with precisely this beast soul had revealed himself during the beast soul awakening ritual. Nowadays, a rank S beast soul is no longer considered anything special. He explained that even if Muxuan had reached the overlord level, he was at best a beast king. So where did he get the courage to face him? Did he really have some kind of backup plan? The system told him not to be distracted, as this was already fading. Muxuan shouted at him that he would now destroy everything he had. Did he really think that that blow was the end? Yuan realized that it was obvious that the blow hadn't completely exhausted the energy that formed the secondary force, but the 5-light ball had already dimmed significantly. At that moment, another bright flash of light appeared above his head, and he realized what was happening. The flashes began to explode right around him more and more frequently, and he realized he had destroyed the camera drones to prevent others from observing the battle. This meant that what he was going to do next might break all the rules. At this point, Muxuan prepared for battle with a terrifying expression and shouted at Yuan that the show was just beginning. The surrounding people started shouting, asking what was going on and why the video had disappeared. Did they see this guy destroy all the drones? It seemed he couldn't handle Yuan, so he was taking his anger out on the drones. Wasn't that breaking the rules? They thought he destroyed all the cameras on purpose. One of the judges wondered what Muxuan was up to. Why did he destroy the drones? The judges asked if that wasn't considered breaking the rules. Diane pointed out that there were no such rules and then started shouting, but shouldn't Director Su explain to them what was going on? At this point, Yuelin became angry and started shouting at Director Yan. Are his students from Animal University always acting like this? His students were real slackers. What does he even mean? Muzha mockingly replied, perplexed himself. Where did the simplified version of the 5 Divine Emperor Annihilation Array go? He admitted that he did give the students that thing, but he only wanted to slightly embellish Beast University's ranking. Yulin asked again, didn't he, as the director, know it was dangerous? Muzha replied that he never imagined that he would use this ritual against Yuan out of a personal grudge. If he had known things would turn out this way, he wouldn't have done it. Muzha did his best to feign regret, although his expression clearly showed he didn't. The jury approached him and asked why he needed it. The director also joined in the conversation and shouted yes, he would soon be recalled by the Ministry of Education. Such actions by the students would do him no good. Yuelin noted that he was good at pretending. Ting wondered if it was possible to restore the image on the screen as soon as possible. Dian started shouting, immediately dispatching the nearest drones to the scene. General Li is to dispatch all Soul Beast martial artists under the military department. He must first and foremost ensure the student's safety, and begs him to acknowledge that this will be a difficult mission. The general replied that his director shouldn't worry, as it was his responsibility. Muzha wondered if Dian had spared no effort in dispatching Mu, a Soul Beast Master at the Emperor Beast level. Had he suspected something? Dian also looked at Muzha and wondered if he could still laugh. Could this all have been part of his plan? What kind of madman had planned this? Muzha frowned, thinking that he must have kept the information secret, and that Xiangui was apparently still loyal to the cult. He felt bad if he had leaked the information. It would have been far more interesting, and that was precisely what he wanted. He wondered if Muxuan could kill Yuan. It would be great if he could, and if not, no big deal, because the cult's real plan was just beginning. He mused, let's see if they survive until then. At that moment, Muxuan used all his strength to attack the enemy. The protagonist was dumbfounded, realizing that in a matter of seconds, he had rapidly risen to the rank of Lord. What was that black crystal? Muxuan approached it and shouted loudly, and Yuan, paying attention, noted how powerful his killing impulse was. He paused when he noticed Muxuan approaching him with incredible speed, noting how fast it was. He then raised his huge paw to block the blow. Jinzei shouted that this guy was faster than Yuan. Songlan remarked, how could he have changed so much? Xiaoyan shouted that this simply couldn't be true. Yuan thought that he might disappear, but his desire to kill would remain. At that moment, he realized something was happening behind him, and activated his protective barrier, 9 beast transformations, and secret turtle transformation. Muxuan was dumbfounded by what he saw, his mouth hanging open in shock, before collapsing to the ground next to his opponent. Muxuan laughed loudly and shouted, will he be able to withstand this attack? Yuan shouted back, 9 beast transformations, and fierce tiger transformation. At that moment, his tiger burst forth and attempted to strike his enemy. Suddenly, Yuan's paw shook, and Jinzei realized he hadn't been mistaken, as Yuan had just flinched. Songlan shouted back that, under the blessing of the tiger transformations, this strike of his had at least the power of a 5-star lord. Jinzei shouted, but the opponent not only withstood it, he even retained his strength. Could this guy's power really be beyond that of a 5-star lord? Xiaoyan shouted that it might be related to the black crystal he'd just absorbed. It had significantly enhanced his combat abilities. Jinzei shouted that this was undoubtedly forbidden, against the rules. Otherwise, why would he have destroyed the surrounding filming drones? How despicable. Once the drones were destroyed, the school would immediately send its people to investigate. Xiaoyan confirmed this. If Yuan held out any longer, Muxuan would certainly receive disciplinary action from the school. Yuan started shouting, Frankly, it was already clear between them. Why was he looking for trouble with him again? By doing this, he was only destroying his own future. Muxuan asked again. Hadn't he already destroyed his future? He'd called him by name and shouted. When he'd defeated him in front of everyone, had he thought about his future? Yuan shouted back, but wasn't it deserved? Those who bring shame will be shamed, and so much time has passed, and he still refuses to understand basic things. Muxuan became angry and shouted that he shouldn't say such useless words, that he was only trying to buy time, but before he could do anything, he would already have crippled him. At that moment, Yuan burst out laughing, and Muxuan asked again why he was laughing. Yuan replied that he was laughing at him, that he was still like this. But first, he wanted to thank him for what was happening. Muxuan asked again, did he want to thank him? Yuan shouted that he had broken the rules first, which meant that no matter what he did now, no one would pay attention. For example, before the people from school arrived, he would tear him to shreds. Muxuan was very surprised and asked again, would he tear him to shreds? But didn't he think he was being too arrogant? He wanted to see what his confidence was based on. At that moment, he disappeared from sight, and the protagonist began to look around, unsure of what was happening. Muxuan pounced on him from the other side and delivered a bloody blow. He asked, is that all he can do? Can't he really keep up with his speed? Yuan asked, does he really think he can't keep up? At that moment, magical powers appeared around Yuan, and Muxuan wondered if this was the Beast Divine Armor. Jinze was startled and shouted, Yuan, where did he get the high-level Beast Divine Armor of a ruler? Songlan asked, is this really his trump card? Xiaoyan, her eyes wide with surprise, continued to watch the fight and shouted, he can fly. That's really cool. Muxuan became enraged and shouted, death throes. But it would be interesting if the massacre proved too easy, so let him continue to resist and eventually die in utter despair. He angrily charged, but realized his speed had increased even further. Numerous magical beams appeared around him, and he charged at his enemy with all his might. Yuan used his celestial eagle transformation and thought it was perfect for his wings. Not only did it increase his flight speed, but it also granted him dynamic vision, capable of seeing the smallest details in the distance thanks to his hawk form. At that moment, Muxuan struck the ground, as Yuan had managed to reorient himself and retreat. Muxuan realized that Yuan's personal secret technique and his divine beast armor were reinforcing each other. He shouted his name, but collided with Jinze, who had come to his aid. Yuan shouted his name, and Muxuan shouted, nobody's, and flew away. He pounced on the egg and opened his mouth, a moment later delivering a powerful blow that hit Jinze directly. He was horrified and asked, is this really so extreme? His yolk was about to churn. He asked again, his full-blown enhancement leaving no trace on his eggshell. What kind of monster was this? Yuan wondered what he was doing. Songlan arrived to help and shouted to Yuan that they couldn't fight alongside him, but they would try to support him. At that moment, Songlan used his multicolored magic beams to help his friend. Yuan thanked them for their help, and Songlan replied, you're welcome. Take care of yourself. Muxuan realized he'd been tricked, and Songlan asked Jinze if he was okay after that blow. Xiaoyan replied that everything was fine and the egg hadn't broken. Jinze replied in a trembling voice that it still hurt. He shouted that even if he received the power of the multicolored crystal butterfly, he wouldn't be able to defeat him. This was just a warm-up, and the real battle between them would begin right now. After these words, he rushed to attack the protagonist, who stood motionless. He was confident and realized that thanks to the existence of the killing field, he could sense Muxuan's killing intent in advance, identify his attacks, and dodge them. Muxuan asked again, does he always dodge? So before, he was just throwing words to the wind. Yuan asked again, does he want to anger him? In that case, he wouldn't dodge. Muxuan was dumbfounded by what he heard and tried to strike again, but Yuan managed to protect himself with a protective barrier. Muxuan asked again, is this not dodging? Yuan, he's a turtle hiding his head in his shell. At this moment, Yuan flapped his wings and transformed into a more terrifying beast, after which he immediately attacked Muxuan, who screamed in pain and anger that he would kill him. Muxuan immediately launched a counterattack, and Yuan remarked that losing your cool during combat was a fatal mistake. Hadn't his teacher told him that? He still hadn't learned anything. After these words, he swung his tail and struck his opponent with such a powerful blow that Muxuan was sent flying, destroying everything around him. Jinze remarked that he had done well, and Songlan also added that it was terrifying, but Xiaoyan urged them not to be distracted and to pay attention to what was happening. At that moment, reinforcements from the school arrived with generals. Jinze noted that they had arrived quite quickly, and Songlan said that the cultivators from the army were here, and that whatever trump cards Muxuan had, he wouldn't be able to use them anymore. Yuan remarked that Muxuan could take this as a lesson this time and not even dare to appear in his presence again. Muxuan asked again, who said it was all over? Blood continued to flow from his mouth, but he continued to scream that this was only the beginning. He said he would pay 100-fold for everything he had endured. At that moment, Muxuan rose to his feet and, with incredible anger, again attempted to pounce on the protagonist, who opened his mouth and struck his enemy again. He screamed that it was simply useless and covered himself with a protective barrier from the attack. Yuan noticed the red beams and wondered what was happening. The enemy replied that it was demonic imprisonment. Does that mean this is Muxuan's last resort? Everything around Yuan turned into bloody loops, imprisoning him in them. He screamed that the imprisonment world was a special barrier, existing separately from any space, which could not be destroyed either from the outside or from the inside, unless he died. Yuan shouted that it seemed he had prepared well. Muxuan laughed and shouted that the thirst for revenge was the only thing that kept him going all this time, so either he or his enemy would remain in this arena. Yuan replied that since he was so determined to see it through to the end, he would play this game with him. Sanlan wondered how this was possible. Jinz was also surprised. What kind of demonic confinement was this? Xiaoyan noted that she had never heard of such a spatial barrier. It looked very much like a forbidden technique. The generals who had approached cursed at being late again. Another employee replied that they weren't late. He simply knew they were coming and had everything prepared. One of them decided to try to break through the barrier in front of them first. His subordinate asked, "What if that doesn't work?" He replied that in that case, they would look for another way or wait for reinforcements. But he still wondered if the guy would last that long. Then he turned to the guys and asked, "They're students from the Shanghai Martial Beast Academy, right?" Jinze replied, "It's okay. He's got thick skin and can handle it." Sanlan remarked, "Gentlemen, he's a supportive fighting spirit, and if he stays, maybe he can help." The general shouted back, "Good," and Xiaoyan wondered indignantly, "Will anyone ask her?" At that moment, a furious grade A windbird appeared before them. "The strength of an 8th star lord," Jinze shouted. "The strength of an 8th star lord," Xiaoyan noted. "He's got limited talent though. He might never reach the level of a beast emperor in his entire life." Jinze grew angry and said, "She speaks as if she's a genius herself, although she's truly gifted." He apologized for speaking without thinking. Xiaoyan spread her hands and replied that talent isn't always beneficial. At that moment, the guys went to help their friend, and the windbird began using its magical abilities, spraying them around the barrier. The bright, bloody barrier began to emit sounds, but still didn't dissolve into thin air. He noted that this was the power of a top-ranked Lord Cultivator when fighting at full power. At that moment, magical waves appeared within the barrier, radiating from it, but nothing else happened. All the men were dumbfounded by what they saw, and Jinze shouted that this was incredible, and the commander should try again. He replied that no matter how much he tried, it was useless. It seemed only a beast emperor-level cultivator could break through this barrier. They should be worried. General Mu was already on his way here. They could only hope that that fellow could hold out until he arrived. Jinze asked again, "Will that wooden general come too?" He replied, "Yes, it's Director Su's order." Sanlan wondered how Yuan was doing. The fellow reported that the protective barrier hadn't yet been released, meaning he was fine for now. Meanwhile, inside the protective barrier, Muxuan wondered what it was like to be a fish on a cutting board. Yuan asked again, was he talking about himself? Muxuan shouted back that his demon prison field wasn't just capable of holding him, it also gave him an inexhaustible source of power. Even a beastmaster would be unlikely to break through. Yuan replied that he wasn't so sure, and Muxuan shouted back that death was already at his doorstep, yet he was still being insolent. Now they'd see how long his stubbornness would last. Yuan confidently declared that if he could defeat him once, he could do it again. Muxuan began shouting that he was being overconfident. Last time he'd merely toyed with him, and the real battle would only begin now. The protagonist asked again, was he seriously saying this? But how many times had he said this before? His ears were wilting at his words, so he suggested they settle things quickly, as he didn't have time. Muxuan looked at his enemy and thought about how the soul crystal Director Yan had given him belonged to a Beastmaster-level monster, the demonic prison Worm King, and it perfectly suited his beast spirit. As he thought this, fiery beams of light began to emanate from his chest, and he shouted at Yuan to allow him to personally send him to the afterlife. Just then, another attack approached Yuan, and suddenly Muxuan paused, seeing Yuan use a protective barrier. He still sank his claws into the barrier, and Yuan wondered what this strange pain was. It felt like his soul was being torn apart. Muxuan shouted, how did his demonic soul rip feel? It's not bad, right? This technique completely ignores his defenses and deals direct damage to the soul. Yuan realized what was happening, and Muxuan, stepping aside, shouted. However, the fact that he had withstood this blow truly surprised him. Now they would see how long he could hold out. Muxuan continued screaming loudly, and Yuan realized that since he couldn't defend himself, he wouldn't do it. At that moment, Muxuan struck him in the chest again, causing his wings to spread out, and Muxuan was stunned by the sight. His attack was redirected to his chest, and he fell to the ground. Yuan smiled and shouted that now they would see who would die first. Muxuan angrily shouted back that he was simply crazy, and the main character declared, if he wants to kill him, then he himself must be ready to die. At that moment, Muxuan dove underwater, then began spinning around Yuan with sharp movements. He realized that Muxuan had been counting on this tactic, since Yuan could predict the moment of his attack, so when it hit him, he wouldn't be able to immediately respond. It was the right move, but it had a fatal flaw. Yuan turned to face Muxuan, who realized he only needed one chance to defeat him and lay low. A moment later he shouted, "Demon prison, soul rupture." Attacking from behind, he decided this was his last resort, when Yuan suddenly turned toward him, and Muxuan, terrified, wondered how he could react so quickly. Although who cares, he'll still hit him. At that moment, the blow struck the protagonist's tail, who continued to attack Muxuan. He wondered what was going on. A moment later, Yuan struck him with his tail and Muxuan was sent flying. He felt incredible pain, and upon landing, he realized it simply couldn't be happening. Had Yuan miscalculated the trajectory of his attack? But he had already withstood 3 of Yuan's soul-rending blows. With the mental toughness of an ordinary beastmaster, he should have long since perished from the soul-rending blow. At that moment, blood appeared on the protagonist's body, and he apologized for his incredibly strong soul.